File number 113. By Émile Gaboriau. Chapter 1. In the Paris evening papers of Tuesday, February 28, 1866, under the head of local items, the following announcement appeared. A daring robbery, committed against one of our most eminent bankers, M. André Fauvel, caused great excitement this morning throughout the neighborhood of Rue de Provence. The thieves, who were as skillful as they were bold, succeeded in making an entrance to the bank, in forcing the lock of a safe that has heretofore been considered impregnable, and in possessing themselves of the enormous sum of 350,000 francs in banknotes. The police, immediately informed of the robbery, displayed their accustomed zeal, and their efforts have been crowned with success. Already, it is said, P.B. a clerk in the bank, has been arrested, and there is every reason to hope that his accomplices will be speedily overtaken by the hand of justice. For 4 days this robbery was the town talk of Paris. Then public attention was absorbed by later and equally interesting events. An acrobat broke his leg at the circus, an actress made her debut at a small theater, and the item of the 28th was soon forgotten. But for once the newspapers were, perhaps intentionally, wrong, or at least inaccurate in their information. The sum of 350,000 francs certainly had been stolen from M. André Fauvel's bank, but not in the manner described. A clerk had also been arrested on suspicion, but no decisive proof had been found against him. This robbery of unusual importance remained, if not inexplicable, at least unexplained. The following are the facts as they were related with scrupulous exactness at the preliminary examination. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 2. The banking house of André Fauvel, number 87 Rue de Provence, is an important establishment, and, owing to its large force of clerks, presents very much the appearance of a government department. On the ground floor are the offices, with windows opening on the street, fortified by strong iron bars sufficiently large and close together to discourage all burglarious attempts. A large glass door opens into a spacious vestibule where 3 or 4 office boys are always in waiting. On the right are the rooms to which the public is admitted, and from which a narrow passage leads to the principal cash room. The offices of the corresponding clerk, bookkeeper, and general accounts are on the left. At the farther end is a small court on which open 7 or 8 little wicket doors. These are kept closed, except on certain days when notes are due. And then they are indispensable. M. Fauvel's private office is on the first floor over the offices, and leads into his elegant private apartments. This private office communicates directly with the bank by means of a narrow staircase, which opens into the room occupied by the head cashier. This room, which in the bank goes by the name of the cash office, is proof against all attacks, no matter how skillfully planned. Indeed, it could almost withstand a regular siege, sheeted as it is like a monitor. The doors, and the partition where the wicket door is cut, are covered with thick sheets of iron, and a heavy grating protects the fireplace. Fastened in the wall by enormous iron clamps is a safe, a formidable and fantastic piece of furniture, calculated to fill with envy the poor devil who easily carries his fortune in a pocketbook. This safe, which is considered the masterpiece of the firm of Beckwith, is 6 feet in height and 4.5 in width, made entirely of wrought iron, with triple sides, and divided into isolated compartments in case of fire. The safe is opened by an odd little key, which is, however, the least important part of the mechanism. 5 movable steel buttons, upon which are engraved all the letters of the alphabet, constitute the real power of this ingenious safe. Before inserting the key into the lock, the letters on the buttons must be in the exact position in which they were placed when the safe was locked. In M. Fauvel's bank, as everywhere, the safe was always closed with a word that was changed from time to time. This word was known only to the head of the bank and the cashier, each of whom had also a key to the safe. In a fortress like this, a person could deposit more diamonds than the Duke of Brunswick's, and sleep well assured of their safety. But one danger seemed to threaten, that of forgetting the secret word which was the "open sesame" of the safe. On the morning of the 28th of February, the bank clerks were all busy at their various desks, about 9:30, when a middle-aged man of dark complexion and military air, clad in deep mourning, appeared in the office adjoining the safe, and announced to the 5 or 6 employees present his desire to see the cashier. He was told that the cashier had not yet come, and his attention was called to a placard in the entry, which stated that the cash room was opened at 10 o'clock. This reply seemed to disconcert and annoy the newcomer. "I expected," he said, in a tone of cool impertinence, "to find someone here ready to attend to my business. I explained the matter to M. Fauvel yesterday. I am Count Louis de Clamron, an iron manufacturer at Oloron, and have come to draw 300,000 francs deposited in this bank by my late brother, whose heir I am." It is surprising that no direction was given about it. Neither the title of the noble manufacturer, nor his explanations, appeared to have the slightest effect upon the clerks. "The cashier has not yet arrived," they repeated, "and we can do nothing for you. Then conduct me to M. Fauvel." There was a moment's hesitation, then a clerk named Cavallon, who was writing near a window, said, "The chief is always out at this hour." "Then I will call again," replied M. de Clamron. And he walked out, as he had entered, without saying, "Good morning," or even touching his hat. "Not very polite, that customer," said little Cavallon, "but he will soon be settled, for here comes Prosper." Prosper Bertamy, head cashier of Fauvel's banking house, was a tall, handsome man, of about 30, with fair hair and large dark blue eyes, fastidiously neat, and dressed in the height of fashion. He would have been very prepossessing but for a cold, reserved English-like manner, and a certain air of self-sufficiency which spoiled his naturally bright, open countenance. "Ah, here you are!" cried Cavallon, "someone has just been asking for you." "Who?" "An iron manufacturer, was it not?" "Exactly." "Well, he will come back again. Knowing that I would get here late this morning, I made all my arrangements yesterday." Prosper had unlocked his office door, and, as he finished speaking, entered, and closed it behind him. "Good," exclaimed one of the clerks, "there is a man who never lets anything disturb him. The chief has quarrelled with him 20 times for always coming too late, and his remonstrances have no more effect upon him than a breath of wind. And very right, too, he knows he can get anything he wants out of the chief. Besides, how could he come any sooner? A man who sits up all night, and leads a fast life, doesn't feel like going to work early in the morning. Did you notice how very pale he looked when he came in? He must have been playing heavily again. Couturier says he lost 15,000 francs at a sitting last week." "His work is none the worse done for all that," interrupted Cavallon. "If you were in his place." He stopped short. The cash-room door suddenly opened, and the cashier appeared before them with tottering step, and a wild, haggard look on his ashy face. "Robbed," he gasped out, "I have been robbed." Prosper's horrified expression, his hollow voice and trembling limbs, betrayed such fearful suffering that the clerks jumped up from their desks, and ran toward him. He almost dropped into their arms, he was sick and faint, and fell into a chair. His companions surrounded him, and begged him to explain himself. "Robbed?" they said, "where, how, by whom?" Gradually, Prosper recovered himself. "All the money I had in the safe," he said, "has been stolen." "All?" "Yes, all. 3 packages, each containing 100 notes of 1,000 francs, and 1 package of 50,000. The 4 packages were wrapped in a sheet of paper, and tied together. With the rapidity of lightning, the news of the robbery spread throughout the banking house, and the room was soon filled with curious listeners. "Tell us, Prosper," said young Cavallon, "did you find the safe broken open?" "No. It is just as I left it." "Well then, how, why?" "Yesterday I put 350,000 francs in the safe, and this morning they are gone." All were silent except one old clerk, who did not seem to share the general consternation. "Don't distress yourself, M. Bertamy," he said, "perhaps the chief disposed of the money." The unhappy cashier started up with a look of relief. He eagerly caught at the idea. "Yes," he exclaimed, "you are right, the chief must have taken it." But, after thinking a few minutes, he said in a tone of deep discouragement, "No, that is impossible. During the 5 years that I have had charge of the safe, M. Fauvel has never opened it except in my presence. Several times he has needed money, and has either waited until I came, or sent for me, rather than touch it in my absence." "Well," said Cavallon, before despairing, "let us ascertain." But a messenger had already informed M. Fauvel of the disaster. As Cavallon was about to go in quest of him, he entered the room. M. André Fauvel appeared to be a man of 50, inclined to corpulency, of medium height, with iron-grey hair. And, like all hard workers, he had a slight stoop. Never did he by a single action belie the kindly expression of his face. He had a frank air, a lively, intelligent eye, and large, red lips. Born in the neighborhood of Aix, he betrayed, when animated, a slight Provençal accent that gave a peculiar flavor to his genial humor. The news of the robbery had extremely agitated him, for his usually florid face was now quite pale. "What is this I hear? What has happened?" he said to the clerks, who respectfully stood aside when he entered the room. The sound of M. Fauvel's voice inspired the cashier with the factitious energy of a great crisis. The dreaded and decisive moment had come. He arose, and advanced toward his chief. "Monsieur," he began, "having, as you know, a payment to make this morning, I yesterday drew from the Bank of France 350,000 francs. "Why yesterday, monsieur?" interrupted the banker. "I think I have 100 times ordered you to wait until the day of the payment. I know it, monsieur, and I did wrong to disobey you. But the evil is done. Yesterday evening I locked the money up, it has disappeared, and yet the safe has not been broken open." "You must be mad," exclaimed M. Fauvel, "you are dreaming." These few words destroyed all hope. But the very horror of the situation gave Prosper, not the coolness of a matured resolution, but that sort of stupid, stolid indifference which often results from unexpected catastrophes. It was with apparent calmness that he replied, "I am not mad, neither, unfortunately, am I dreaming, I am simply telling the truth." This tranquillity at such a moment appeared to exasperate M. Fauvel. He seized Prosper by the arm, and shook him roughly. "Speak," he cried out. "Speak. Who do you pretend to say opened the safe? Answer me." "I cannot say. No one but you and I knew the secret word. No one but you and myself had keys." This was a formal accusation, at least, all the auditors present so understood it. Yet Prosper's strange calmness never left him for an instant. He quietly released himself from M. Fauvel's grasp, and very slowly said, "In other words, monsieur, I am the only person who could have taken this money." Unhappy wretch! Prosper drew himself to his full height, and, looking M. Fauvel full in the face, added, "Or you." The banker made a threatening gesture, and there is no knowing what would have happened if they had not been interrupted by loud and angry voices at the entry door. A man insisted upon entering in spite of the protestations of the errand boys, and succeeded in forcing his way in. It was M. de Clamron. The clerk stood looking on, bewildered and motionless. The silence was profound, solemn. It was easy to see that some terrible question, a question of life or death, was being weighed by all these men. The iron founder did not appear to observe anything unusual. He advanced, and without lifting his hat said, in the same impertinent tone, "It is after 10 o'clock, gentlemen." No one answered, and M. de Clamron was about to continue, when, turning around, he for the first time saw the banker, and walking up to him said, "Well, monsieur, I congratulate myself upon finding you in at last. I have been here once before this morning, and found the cash room not opened, the cashier not arrived, and you absent. You are mistaken, monsieur, I was in my office. At any rate, I was told you were out. That gentleman over there assured me of the fact. And the iron founder pointed out Cavallon. However, that is of little importance, he went on to say. I return, and this time not only the cash room is closed, but I am refused admittance to the banking house, and find myself compelled to force my way in. Be so good as to tell me whether I can have my money. M. Fauvel's flushed face turned pale with anger as he listened to this insolence, yet he controlled himself. I would be obliged to you, monsieur, for a short delay. I thought you told me. Yes, yesterday. But this morning, this very instant, I find I have been robbed of 350,000 francs. M. de Clamron bowed ironically, and said. Shall I have to wait long? Long enough for me to send to the bank. Then turning his back on the iron founder, M. Fauvel said to his cashier. Write and send as quickly as possible to the bank an order for 300,000 francs. Let the messenger take a carriage. Prosper remained motionless. Do you hear me? Said the banker angrily. The cashier trembled, he seemed as if trying to shake off a terrible nightmare. It is useless to send, he said in a measured tone. We owe this gentleman 300,000 francs, and we have less than 100,000 in the bank. M. de Clamron evidently expected this answer, for he muttered. Naturally. Although he pronounced this word, his voice, his manner, his face clearly said. This comedy is well acted, but nevertheless it is a comedy, and I don't intend to be duped by it. Alas! After Prosper's answer, and the iron founder's coarsely expressed opinion, the clerks knew not what to think. The fact was, that Paris had just been startled by several financial crashes. The thirst for speculation caused the oldest and most reliable houses to totter. Men of the most unimpeachable honor had to sacrifice their pride, and go from door to door imploring aid. Credit, that rare bird of security and peace, rested with none, but stood with upraised wings, ready to fly off at the first rumor of suspicion. Therefore this idea of a comedy arranged beforehand between the banker and his cashier might readily occur to the minds of people who, if not suspicious, were at least aware of all the expedients resorted to by speculators in order to gain time. Which with them often meant salvation. M. Fauvel had had too much experience not to instantly divine the impression produced by Prosper's answer. He read the most mortifying doubt on the faces around him. Oh! Don't be alarmed, monsieur, said he to M. de Clamron, this house has other resources. Be kind enough to await my return. He left the room, went up the narrow steps leading to his study, and in a few minutes returned, holding in his hand a letter and a bundle of securities. Here, quick, couturier, he said to one of his clerks, take my carriage, which is waiting at the door, and go with monsieur to M. de Rothschild's. Hand him this letter and these securities. In exchange, you will receive 300,000 francs, which you will hand to this gentleman. The iron founder was visibly disappointed, he seemed desirous of apologizing for his impertinence. I assure you, monsieur, that I had no intention of giving offense. Our relations, for some years, have been such that I hope. Enough, monsieur, interrupted the banker, I desire no apologies. In business, friendship counts for nothing. I owe you money, I am not ready to pay, you are pressing, you have a perfect right to demand what is your own. Follow my clerk, he will pay you your money. Then he turned to his clerks who stood curiously gazing on, and said. As for you, gentlemen, be kind enough to resume your desks. In an instant the room was cleared of everyone except the clerks who belonged there. And they sat at their desks with their noses almost touching the paper before them, as if too absorbed in their work to think of anything else. Still excited by the events so rapidly succeeding each other, M. André Fauvel walked up and down the room with quick, nervous steps, occasionally uttering some low exclamation. Prosper remained leaning against the door, with pale face and fixed eyes, looking as if he had lost the faculty of thinking. Finally the banker, after a long silence, stopped short before Prosper. He had determined upon the line of conduct he would pursue. "We must have an explanation," he said. "Let us go into your office." The cashier mechanically obeyed without a word, and his chief followed him, taking the precaution to close the door after him. The cash room bore no evidences of a successful burglary. Everything was in perfect order. Not even a paper was misplaced. The safe was open, and on the top shelf lay several rouleaux of gold, overlooked or disdained by the thieves. M. Fauvel, without troubling himself to examine anything, took a seat, and ordered his cashier to do the same. He had entirely recovered his equanimity, and his countenance wore its usual kind expression. "Now that we are alone, Prosper," he said, "have you nothing to tell me?" The cashier started, as if surprised at the question. "Nothing, monsieur, that I have not already told you." "What, nothing? Do you persist in asserting a fable so absurd and ridiculous that no one can possibly believe it? It is folly. Confide in me, it is your only chance of salvation. I am your employer, it is true. But I am before and above all your friend, your best and truest friend. I cannot forget that in this very room, 15 years ago, you were entrusted to me by your father. And ever since that day have I had cause to congratulate myself on possessing so faithful and efficient a clerk. Yes, it is 15 years since you came to me. I was then just commencing the foundation of my fortune. You have seen it gradually grow, step by step, from almost nothing to its present height. As my wealth increased, I endeavored to better your condition, you, who, although so young, are the oldest of my clerks. At each inventory of my fortune, I increased your salary. Never had Prosper heard him express himself in so feeling and paternal a manner. Prosper was silent with astonishment. "Answer," pursued M. Fauvel, "have I not always been like a father to you? From the first day, my house has been open to you, you were treated as a member of my family, Madeline and my sons looked upon you as a brother. But you grew weary of this peaceful life. One day, a year ago, you suddenly began to shun us, and since then. The memories of the past thus evoked by the banker seemed too much for the unhappy cashier. He buried his face in his hands, and wept bitterly. A man can confide everything to his father without fear of being harshly judged, resumed M. Fauvel. A father not only pardons, he forgets. Do I not know the terrible temptations that beset a young man in a city like Paris? There are some inordinate desires before which the firmest principles must give way, and which so pervert our moral sense as to render us incapable of judging between right and wrong. Speak, Prosper, speak. What do you wish me to say? The truth. When an honorable man yields, in an hour of weakness, to temptation, his first step toward atonement is confession. Say to me, yes, I have been tempted, dazzled, the sight of these piles of gold turned my brain. I am young, I have passions. I, murmured Prosper. I. Poor boy, said the banker, sadly, do you think I am ignorant of the life you have been leading since you left my roof a year ago? Can you not understand that all your fellow clerks are jealous of you? That they do not forgive you for earning 12,000 francs a year? Never have you committed a piece of folly without my being immediately informed of it by an anonymous letter. I could tell the exact number of nights you have spent at the gaming table, and the amount of money you have squandered. Oh, envy has good eyes and a quick ear. I have great contempt for these cowardly denunciations, but was forced not only to heed them, but to make inquiries myself. It is only right that I should know what sort of a life is led by the man to whom I entrust my fortune and my honor. Prosper seemed about to protest against this last speech. Yes, my honor, insisted M. Fauvel, in a voice that a sense of humiliation rendered still more vibrating, yes, my credit might have been compromised today by this M. de Clamron. Do you know how much I shall lose by paying him this money? And suppose I had not had the securities which I have sacrificed? You did not know I possessed them. The banker paused, as if hoping for a confession, which, however, did not come. Come, Prosper, have courage, be frank. I will go upstairs. You will look again in the safe. I am sure that in your agitation you did not search thoroughly. This evening I will return. And I am confident that, during the day, you will have found, if not the 350,000 francs, at least the greater portion of it, and tomorrow neither you nor I will remember anything about this false alarm. M. Féval had risen, and was about to leave the room, when Prosper arose, and seized him by the arm. Your generosity is useless, monsieur, he said, bitterly, having taken nothing, I can restore nothing. I have searched carefully. The banknotes have been stolen. But by whom, poor fool? By whom? By all that is sacred, I swear that it was not by me. The banker's face turned crimson. Miserable wretch, cried he, do you mean to say that I took the money? Prosper bowed his head, and did not answer. Ah! It is thus, then, said M. Féval, unable to contain himself any longer. And you dare. Then, between you and me, M. Prosper Bertamy, justice shall decide. God is my witness that I have done all I could to save you. You will have yourself to thank for what follows. I have sent for the commissary of police, he must be waiting in my study. Shall I call him down? Prosper, with the fearful resignation of a man who abandons himself, replied, in a stifled voice. Do as you will. The banker was near the door, which he opened, and, after giving the cashier a last searching look, said to an office boy. Anselm, ask the commissary of police to step down. Chapter 3. If there is one man in the world whom no event can move or surprise, who is always on his guard against deceptive appearances, and is capable of admitting everything and explaining everything, it certainly is a Parisian commissary of police. While the judge, from his lofty place, applies the code to the facts submitted to him, the commissary of police observes and watches all the odious circumstances that the law cannot reach. He is perforce the confidant of disgraceful details, domestic crimes, and tolerated vices. If, when he entered upon his office, he had any illusions, before the end of a year they were all dissipated. If he does not absolutely despise the human race, it is because often, side by side with abominations indulged in with impunity, he discovers sublime generosities which remain unrewarded. He sees impudent scoundrels filching public respect. And he consoles himself by thinking of the modest, obscure heroes whom he has also encountered. So often have his previsions been deceived, that he has reached a state of complete skepticism. He believes in nothing, neither in evil nor in absolute good, not more in virtue than in vice. His experience has forced him to come to the sad conclusion that not men, but events, are worth considering. The commissary sent for by M. Féval soon made his appearance. It was with a calm air, if not one of perfect indifference, that he entered the office. He was followed by a short man dressed in a full suit of black, which was slightly relieved by a crumpled collar. The banker, scarcely bowing to him, said, Doubtless, monsieur, you have been apprised of the painful circumstance which compels me to have recourse to your assistance. It is about a robbery, I believe. Yes. An infamous and mysterious robbery committed in this office, from the safe you see open there, of which my cashier, he pointed to Prosper, alone possesses the key and the word. This declaration seemed to arouse the unfortunate cashier from his dull stupor. Excuse me, monsieur, he said to the commissary in a low tone. My chief also has the word and the key. Of course, that is understood. The commissary at once drew his own conclusions. Evidently these two men accused each other. From their own statements, one or the other was guilty. One was the head of an important bank, the other was a simple cashier. One was the chief, the other was the clerk. But the commissary of police was too well skilled in concealing his impressions to betray his thoughts by any outward sign. Not a muscle of his face moved. But he became more grave, and alternately watched the cashier and M. Féval, as if trying to draw some profitable conclusion from their behavior. Prosper was very pale and dejected. He had dropped into a seat, and his arms hung inert on either side of the chair. The banker, on the contrary, remained standing with flashing eyes and crimson face, expressing himself with extraordinary violence. "And the importance of the theft is immense," continued M. Fauvel. "They have taken a fortune, 350,000 francs. This robbery might have had the most disastrous consequences. In times like these, the want of this sum might compromise the credit of the wealthiest banking house in Paris." "I believe so, if notes fall due." "Well, monsieur, I had this very day a heavy payment to make." "Ah, really?" There was no mistaking the commissary's tone. A suspicion, the first, had evidently entered his mind. The banker understood it. He started, and said, quickly, "I met the demand, but at the cost of a disagreeable sacrifice. I ought to add further that, if my orders had been obeyed, the 350,000 francs would not have been in." "How is that?" "I never desire to have large sums of money in my house overnight. My cashier had positive orders to wait always until the last moment before drawing money from the Bank of France. I above all forbade him to leave money in the safe overnight." "You hear this?" said the commissary to Prosper. "Yes, monsieur," replied the cashier. M. Fauvel's statement is quite correct. After this explanation, the suspicions of the commissary, instead of being strengthened, were dissipated. "Well," he said, "a robbery has been perpetrated, but by whom? Did the robber enter from without?" The banker hesitated a moment. "I think not," he said at last. "And I am certain he did not," said Prosper. The commissary expected and was prepared for those answers, but it did not suit his purpose to follow them up immediately. "However," said he, "we must make ourselves sure of it." Turning toward his companion. M. Fanferlot, he said, "go and see if you cannot discover some traces that may have escaped the attention of these gentlemen." M. Fanferlot, nicknamed the Squirrel, was indebted to his prodigious agility for this title, of which he was not a little proud. Slim and insignificant in appearance he might, in spite of his iron muscles, be taken for a bailiff's under clerk, as he walked along buttoned up to the chin in his thin black overcoat. He had one of those faces that impress us disagreeably, an odiously turned-up nose, thin lips, and little, restless black eyes. Fanferlot, who had been on the police force for 5 years, burned to distinguish himself, to make for himself a name. He was ambitious. Alas! He was unsuccessful, lacking opportunity, or genius. Already, before the commissary spoke to him, he had ferreted everywhere. Studied the doors, sounded the partitions, examined the wicket, and stirred up the ashes in the fireplace. "I cannot imagine," said he, "how a stranger could have effected an entrance here." He walked around the office. "Is this door closed at night?" he inquired. "It is always locked." "And who keeps the key?" "The office boy, to whom I always give it in charge before leaving the bank," said Prosper. "This boy," said M. Fauvel, "sleeps in the outer room on a sofa bedstead, which he unfolds at night, and folds up in the morning." "Is he here now?" inquired the commissary. "Yes, monsieur," answered the banker. He opened the door and called, "Anselm." This boy was the favorite servant of M. Fauvel, and had lived with him for 10 years. He knew that he would not be suspected, but the idea of being connected in any way with a robbery is terrible, and he entered the room trembling like a leaf. "Did you sleep in the next room last night?" asked the commissary. "Yes, monsieur, as usual." "At what hour did you go to bed?" "About 10:30. I had spent the evening at a café nearby, with monsieur's valet." "Did you hear no noise during the night?" "Not a sound, and still I sleep so lightly, that, if monsieur comes down to the cash room when I am asleep, I am instantly awakened by the sound of his footsteps." "Monsieur Fauvel often comes to the cash room at night, does he?" "No, monsieur, very seldom." "Did he come last night?" "No, monsieur, I am very certain he did not." For I was kept awake nearly all night by the strong coffee I had drunk with the valet. That will do, you can retire, said the commissary. When Anselm had left the room, Fanferlot resumed his search. He opened the door of the private staircase. Where do these stairs lead to? He asked. To my private office, replied M. Fauvel. Is not that the room whither I was conducted when I first came? Inquired the commissary. The same. I would like to see it, said Fanferlot, and examine the entrances to it. Nothing is more easy, said M. Fauvel, eagerly. Follow me, gentlemen, and you come too, Prosper. M. Fauvel's private office consisted of 2 rooms. The waiting room, sumptuously furnished and beautifully decorated, and the study where he transacted business. The furniture in this room was composed of a large office desk, several leather-covered chairs, and, on either side of the fireplace, a secretary and a bookshelf. These 2 rooms had only 3 doors. One opened on the private stairway, another into the banker's bedroom, and the third into the main vestibule. It was through this last door that the banker's clients and visitors were admitted. M. Fanferlot examined the study at a glance. He seemed puzzled, like a man who had flattered himself with the hope of discovering some indication, and had found nothing. Let us see the adjoining room, he said. He passed into the waiting room, followed by the banker and the commissary of police. Prosper remained alone in the study. Despite the disordered state of his mind, he could not but perceive that his situation was momentarily becoming more serious. He had demanded and accepted the contest with his chief, the struggle had commenced. And now it no longer depended upon his own will to arrest the consequences of his action. They were about to engage in a bitter conflict, utilizing all weapons, until one of the 2 should succumb, the loss of honor being the cost of defeat. In the eyes of justice, who would be the innocent man? Alas! The unfortunate cashier saw only too clearly that the chances were terribly unequal, and was overwhelmed with the sense of his own inferiority. Never had he thought that his chief would carry out his threats, for, in a contest of this nature, M. Fauvel would have as much to risk as his cashier, and more to lose. He was sitting near the fireplace, absorbed in the most gloomy forebodings, when the banker's chamber door suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl appeared on the threshold. She was tall and slender. A loose morning gown, confined at the waist by a simple black ribbon, betrayed to advantage the graceful elegance of her figure. Her black eyes were large and soft, her complexion had the creamy pallor of a white camellia. And her beautiful dark hair, carelessly held together by a tortoise-shell comb, fell in a profusion of soft curls upon her exquisite neck. She was Madeleine, M. Fauvel's niece, of whom he had spoken not long before. Seeing Prosper in the study, where probably she expected to find her uncle alone, she could not refrain from an exclamation of surprise. Ah! Prosper started up as if he had received an electric shock. His eyes, a moment before so dull and heavy, now sparkled with joy as if he had caught a glimpse of a messenger of hope. Madeleine, he gasped, Madeleine. The young girl was blushing crimson. She seemed about to hastily retreat, and stepped back, but, Prosper having advanced toward her, she was overcome by a sentiment stronger than her will, and extended her hand, which he seized and pressed with much agitation. They stood thus face to face, but with averted looks, as if they dared not let their eyes meet for fear of betraying their feelings. Having much to say, and not knowing how to begin, they stood silent. Finally Madeleine murmured, in a scarcely audible voice. You, Prosper, you. These words broke the spell. The cashier dropped the white hand which he held, and answered bitterly. Yes, this is Prosper, the companion of your childhood, suspected, accused of the most disgraceful theft. Prosper, whom your uncle has just delivered up to justice, and who, before the day is over, will be arrested, and thrown into prison. Madeleine, with a terrified gesture, cried in a tone of anguish. Good heavens! Prosper, what are you saying? What, mademoiselle? Do you not know what has happened? Have not your aunt and cousins told you? They have told me nothing. I have scarcely seen my cousins this morning, and my aunt is so ill that I felt uneasy, and came to tell uncle. But for heaven's sake speak, tell me the cause of your distress. Prosper hesitated. Perhaps it occurred to him to open his heart to Madeline, of revealing to her his most secret thoughts. A remembrance of the past chilled his confidence. He sadly shook his head, and replied. Thanks, mademoiselle, for this proof of interest, the last, doubtless, that I shall ever receive from you. But allow me, by being silent, to spare you distress, and myself the mortification of blushing before you. Madeline interrupted him imperiously. I insist upon knowing. Alas, mademoiselle, answered Prosper, you will only too soon learn my misfortune and disgrace, then, yes, then you will applaud yourself for what you have done. She became more urgent, instead of commanding, she entreated, but Prosper was inflexible. Your uncle is in the adjoining room, mademoiselle, with the commissary of police and a detective. They will soon return. I entreat you to retire that they may not find you here. As he spoke he gently pushed her through the door, and closed it upon her. It was time, for the next moment the commissary and Monsieur Fauvel entered. They had visited the main entrance and waiting room, and had heard nothing of what had passed in the study. But Fanferlot had heard for them. This excellent bloodhound had not lost sight of the cashier. He said to himself, now that my young gentleman believes himself to be alone, his face will betray him. I shall detect a smile or a wink that will enlighten me. Leaving M. Fauvel and the commissary to pursue their investigations, he posted himself to watch. He saw the door open, and Madeline appear upon the threshold. He lost not a single word or gesture of the rapid scene which had passed. It mattered little that every word of this scene was an enigma. Fanferlot was skillful enough to complete the sentences he did not understand. As yet he only had a suspicion, but a mere suspicion is better than nothing. It is a point to start from. So prompt was he in building a plan upon the slightest incident that he thought he saw in the past of these people, who were utter strangers to him, glimpses of a domestic drama. If the commissary of police is a skeptic, the detective has faith, he believes in evil. I understand the case now, said he to himself. This man loves the young lady, who is really very pretty. And, as he is quite handsome, I suppose his love is reciprocated. This love affair vexes the banker, who, not knowing how to get rid of the importunate lover by fair means, has to resort to foul, and plans this imaginary robbery, which is very ingenious. Thus to M. Fanferlot's mind, the banker had simply robbed himself, and the innocent cashier was the victim of an odious machination. But this conviction was, at present, of little service to Prosper. Fanferlot, the ambitious, who had determined to obtain renown in his profession, decided to keep his conjectures to himself. I will let the others go their way, and I'll go mine, he said. When, by dint of close watching and patient investigation I shall have collected proof sufficient to ensure certain conviction, I will unmask the scoundrel. He was radiant. He had at last found the crime, so long looked for, which would make him celebrated. Nothing was wanting, neither the odious circumstances, nor the mystery, nor even the romantic and sentimental element represented by Prosper and Madeline. Success seemed difficult, almost impossible, but Fanferlot, the squirrel, had great confidence in his own genius for investigation. Meanwhile, the search upstairs completed, M. Fauvel and the commissary returned to the room where Prosper was waiting for them. The commissary, who had seemed so calm when he first came, now looked grave and perplexed. The moment for taking a decisive part had come, yet it was evident that he hesitated. You see, gentlemen, he began, our search has only confirmed our first suspicion. M. Fauvel and Prosper bowed assentingly. And what do you think, M. Fanferlot? Continued the commissary. Fanferlot did not answer. Occupied in studying the safe lock, he manifested signs of a lively surprise. Evidently he had just made an important discovery. M. Fauvel, Prosper, and the commissary rose, and surrounded him. "Have you discovered any trace?" said the banker, eagerly. Fanferlot turned around with a vexed air. He reproached himself for not having concealed his impressions. "Oh," said he, carelessly, "I have discovered nothing of importance." "But we should like to know," said Prosper. "I have merely convinced myself that this safe has been recently opened or shut, I know not which, with great violence and haste." "Why so?" asked the commissary, becoming attentive. "Look, monsieur, at this scratch near the lock." The commissary stooped down, and carefully examined the safe. He saw a light scratch several inches long that had removed the outer coat of varnish. "I see the scratch," said he, "but what does that prove?" "Oh, nothing at all," said Fanferlot. "I just now told you it was of no importance." Fanferlot said this, but it was not his real opinion. This scratch, undeniably fresh, had for him a signification that escaped the others. He said to himself, "This confirms my suspicions." If the cashier had stolen millions, there was no occasion for his being in a hurry. Whereas the banker, creeping down in the dead of night with cat-like footsteps, for fear of awakening the boy in the anteroom, in order to rifle his own money safe, had every reason to tremble, to hurry, to hastily withdraw the key, which, slipping along the lock, scratched off the varnish. Resolved to unravel by himself the tangled thread of this mystery, the detective determined to keep his conjectures to himself. For the same reason he was silent as to the interview which he had overheard between Madeleine and Prosper. He hastened to withdraw attention from the scratch upon the lock. "To conclude," he said, addressing the commissary, "I am convinced that no one outside of the bank could have obtained access to this room. The safe, moreover, is intact. No suspicious pressure has been used on the movable buttons. I can assert that the lock has not been tampered with by burglars' tools or false keys. Those who opened the safe knew the word, and possessed the key." This formal affirmation of a man whom he knew to be skillful ended the hesitation of the commissary. "That being the case," he replied, "I must request a few moments' conversation with M. Fauvel." "I am at your service," said the banker. Prosper foresaw the result of this conversation. He quietly placed his hat on the table, to show that he had no intention of attempting to escape, and passed into the adjoining room. Fanferlot also went out, but not before the commissary had made him a sign, and received one in return. This sign signified, "You are responsible for this man." The detective needed no admonition to make him keep a strict watch. His suspicions were too vague, his desire for success was too ardent, for him to lose sight of Prosper an instant. Closely following the cashier, he seated himself in a dark corner of the room, and, pretending to be sleepy, he fixed himself in a comfortable position for taking a nap, gaped until his jawbone seemed about to be dislocated, then closed his eyes. And kept perfectly quiet. Prosper took a seat at the desk of an absent clerk. The others were burning to know the result of the investigation, their eyes shone with curiosity, but they dared not ask a question. Unable to refrain himself any longer, little Cavallon, Prosper's defender, ventured to say, "Well, who stole the money?" Prosper shrugged his shoulders. "Nobody knows," he replied. Was this conscious innocence or hardened recklessness? The clerks observed with bewildered surprise that Prosper had resumed his usual manner, that sort of icy haughtiness that kept people at a distance, and made him so unpopular in the bank. Save the death-like pallor of his face, and the dark circles around his swollen eyes, he bore no traces of the pitiable agitation he had exhibited a short time before. Never would a stranger entering the room have supposed that this young man idly lounging in a chair, and toying with a pencil, was resting under an accusation of robbery, and was about to be arrested. He soon stopped playing with the pencil, and drew toward him a sheet of paper upon which he hastily wrote a few lines. "Ah, ha," thought Fanferlot the squirrel, whose hearing and sight were wonderfully good in spite of his profound sleep, He makes his little confidential communication on paper, I see, now we will discover something positive." His note written, Prosper folded it carefully into the smallest possible size, and after furtively glancing toward the detective, who remained motionless in his corner, threw it across the desk to little Cavallon with this one word. Gypsy. All this was so quickly and skillfully done that Fanferlot was confounded, and began to feel a little uneasy. The devil take him, said he to himself. For a suffering innocent this young dandy has more pluck and nerve than many of my oldest customers. This, however, shows the result of education. Yes, innocent or guilty, Prosper must have been endowed with great self-control and power of dissimulation to effect this presence of mind at a time when his honor, his future happiness, all that he held dear in life, were at stake. And he was only 30 years old. Either from natural deference, or from the hope of gaining some ray of light by a private conversation, the commissary determined to speak to the banker before acting decisively. There is not a shadow of doubt, monsieur, he said, as soon as they were alone, this young man has robbed you. It would be a gross neglect of duty if I did not secure his person. The law will decide whether he shall be released, or sent to prison. The declaration seemed to distress the banker. He sank into a chair, and murmured. Poor Prosper. Seeing the astonished look of his listener, he added. Until today, monsieur, I have always had the most implicit faith in his honesty, and would have unhesitatingly confided my fortune to his keeping. Almost on my knees have I besought and implored him to confess that in a moment of desperation he had taken the money, promising him pardon and forgetfulness, but I could not move him. I have loved him. And even now, in spite of the trouble and humiliation that he is bringing upon me, I cannot bring myself to feel harshly toward him. The commissary looked as if he did not understand. What do you mean by humiliation, monsieur? What, said M. Fauvel, excitedly, is not justice the same for all? Because I am the head of a bank, and he only a clerk, does it follow that my word is more to be relied upon than his? Why could I not have robbed myself? Such things have been done. They will ask me for facts, and I shall be compelled to expose the exact situation of my house, explain my affairs, disclose the secret and method of my operations. It is true, monsieur, that you will be called upon for some explanation. But your well-known integrity. Alas! He was honest, too. His integrity has never been doubted. Who would have been suspected this morning if I had not been able to instantly produce 100,000 crowns? Who would be suspected if I could not prove that my assets exceed my liabilities by more than 3 millions? To a strictly honorable man, the thought, the possibility of suspicion tarnishing his fair name, is cruel suffering. The banker suffered, and the commissary of police saw it, and felt for him. Be calm, monsieur, said he. Before the end of a week justice will have collected sufficient proof to establish the guilt of this unfortunate man, whom we may now recall. Prosper entered with Fanferlot, whom they had much trouble to awaken, and with the most stolid indifference listened to the announcement of his arrest. In response, he calmly said, I swear that I am innocent. M. Fauvel, much more disturbed and excited than his cashier, made a last attempt. It is not too late yet, poor boy, he said, for heaven's sake reflect. Prosper did not appear to hear him. He drew from his pocket a small key, which he laid on the table, and said, Here is the key of your safe, monsieur. I hope for my sake that you will some day be convinced of my innocence. And I hope for your sake that the conviction will not come too late. Then, as everyone was silent, he resumed. Before leaving I hand over to you the books, papers, and accounts necessary for my successor. I must at the same time inform you that, without speaking of the stolen 350,000 francs, I leave a deficit in cash. A deficit. This ominous word from the lips of a cashier fell like a bombshell upon the ears of Prosper's hearers. His declaration was interpreted in diverse ways. A deficit, thought the commissary, how, after this, can his guilt be doubted? Before stealing this whole contents of the safe, he has kept his hand in by occasional small thefts. A deficit. Said the detective to himself, now, no doubt, the very innocence of this poor devil gives his conduct an appearance of great depravity. Were he guilty, he would have replaced the first money by a portion of the second. The grave importance of Prosper's statement was considerably diminished by the explanation he proceeded to make. There is a deficit of 3,500 francs on my cash account, which has been disposed of in the following manner: 2,000 taken by myself in advance on my salary, 1,500 advanced to several of my fellow clerks. This is the last day of the month, tomorrow the salaries will be paid, consequently. The commissary interrupted him. Were you authorized to draw money whenever you wished to advance the clerk's pay? No, but I knew that M. Fauvel would not have refused me permission to oblige my friends in the bank. What I did is done everywhere, I have simply followed my predecessor's example. The banker made a sign of assent. As regards that spent by myself, continued the cashier, I had a sort of right to it, all of my savings being deposited in this bank, about 15,000 francs. That is true, said M. Fauvel. M. Berthemy has at least that amount on deposit. This last question settled, the commissary's errand was over, and his report might now be made. He announced his intention of leaving, and ordered the cashier to prepare to follow him. Usually, this moment when stern reality stares us in the face, when our individuality is lost and we feel that we are being deprived of our liberty, this moment is terrible. At this fatal command, "Follow me," which brings before our eyes the yawning prison gates, the most hardened sinner feels his courage fail, and abjectly begs for mercy. But Prosper lost none of that studied phlegm which the commissary of police secretly pronounced consummate impudence. Slowly, with as much careless ease as if going to breakfast with a friend, he smoothed his hair, drew on his overcoat and gloves, and said, politely, "I am ready to accompany you, monsieur." The commissary folded up his pocketbook, and bowed to M. Fauvel, saying to Prosper, "Come." They left the room, and with a distressed face, and eyes filled with tears that he could not restrain, the banker stood watching their retreating forms. "Good heaven," he exclaimed, "gladly would I give twice that sum to regain my old confidence in poor Prosper, and be able to keep him with me." The quick-eared Fanferlot overheard these words, and prompted to suspicion, and ever disposed to impute to others the deep astuteness peculiar to himself, was convinced they had been uttered for his benefit. He had remained behind the others under pretext of looking for an imaginary umbrella, and, as he reluctantly departed, said he would call in again to see if it had been found. It was Fanferlot's task to escort Prosper to prison. But, as they were about starting, he asked the commissary to leave him at liberty to pursue another course, a request which his superior granted. Fanferlot had resolved to obtain possession of Prosper's note, which he knew to be in Cavélon's pocket. To obtain this written proof, which must be an important one, appeared the easiest thing in the world. He had simply to arrest Cavélon, frighten him, demand the letter, and, if necessary, take it by force. But to what would this disturbance lead? To nothing unless it were an incomplete and doubtful result. Fanferlot was convinced that the note was intended, not for the young clerk, but for a third person. If exasperated, Cavélon might refuse to divulge who this person was, who after all might not bear the name gypsy given by the cashier. And, even if he did answer his questions, would he not lie? After a mature reflection, Fanferlot decided that it would be superfluous to ask for a secret when it could be surprised. To quietly follow Cavélon, and keep close watch on him until he caught him in the very act of handing over the letter, was but play for the detective. This method of proceeding, moreover, was much more in keeping with the character of Fanferlot, who, being naturally soft and stealthy, deemed it due to his profession to avoid all disturbance or anything resembling evidence. Fanferlot's plan was settled when he reached the vestibule. He began talking with an office boy, and, after a few apparently idle questions, had discovered that the Fauvel Bank had no outlet on the Rue de la Victoire. And that consequently all the clerks were obliged to pass in and out through the main entrance on the Rue de Provence. From this moment the task he had undertaken no longer presented a shadow of difficulty. He rapidly crossed the street, and took up his position under a gateway. His post of observation was admirably chosen. Not only could he see everyone who entered and came out of the bank, but also commanded a view of all the windows, and by standing on tiptoe could look through the grating, and see Cavaillon bending over his desk. Fanferlot waited a long time, but did not wax impatient, for he had often had to remain on watch entire days and nights at a time, with much less important objects in view than the present one. Besides, his mind was busily occupied in estimating the value of his discoveries, weighing his chances, and, like Parrot with her pot of milk, building the foundation of his fortune upon present success. Finally, about 1 o'clock, he saw Cavaillon rise from his desk, change his coat, and take down his hat. "Very good," he exclaimed, "my man is coming out, I must keep my eyes open." The next moment Cavaillon appeared at the door of the bank. But before stepping on the pavement he looked up and down the street in an undecided manner. "Can he suspect anything?" thought Fanferlot. No, the young clerk suspected nothing. Only having a commission to execute, and fearing his absence would be observed, he was debating with himself which would be the shortest road for him to take. He soon decided, entered the Faubourg Montmartre, and walked up the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette so rapidly, utterly regardless of the grumbling passers-by whom he elbowed out of his way, that Fanferlot found it difficult to keep him in sight. Reaching the Rue Chaptal, Cavaillon suddenly stopped, and entered the house numbered 39. He had scarcely taken 3 steps in the narrow corridor when he felt a touch on his shoulder, and turning abruptly, found himself face to face with Fanferlot. He recognized him at once, and turning very pale he shrank back, and looked around for means of escape. But the detective, anticipating the attempt, barred the passageway. Cavaillon saw that he was fairly caught. "What do you want with me?" he asked in a voice tremulous with fright. Fanferlot was distinguished among his confrères for his exquisite suavity and unequalled urbanity. Even with his prisoners he was the perfection of courtesy, and never was known to handcuff a man without first obsequiously apologizing for being compelled to do so. "You will be kind enough, my dear monsieur," he said, "to excuse the great liberty I take, but I really am under the necessity of asking you for a little information." "Information? From me, monsieur?" "From you, my dear monsieur, from M. Eugène Cavaillon. But I do not know you." "Ah, yes, you remember seeing me this morning. It is only about a trifling matter, and you will overwhelm me with obligations if you will do me the honor to accept my arm, and step outside for a moment." What could Cavaillon do? He took Fanferlot's arm, and went out with him. The Rue Chaptal is not one of those noisy thoroughfares where foot passengers are in perpetual danger of being run over by numberless vehicles dashing to and fro. There were but 2 or 3 shops, and from the corner of Rue Fontaine occupied by an apothecary, to the entrance of the Rue Leone, extended a high, gloomy wall, broken here and there by a small window which lighted the carpenters' shops behind. It was one of those streets where you could talk at your ease, without having to step from the sidewalk every moment. So Fanferlot and Cavaillon were in no danger of being disturbed by passers-by. "What I wish to say is, my dear monsieur," began the detective, "that M. Prosper Bertamy threw you a note this morning." Cavaillon vaguely foresaw that he was to be questioned about this note, and instantly put himself on his guard. "You are mistaken," he said, blushing to his ears. "Excuse me, monsieur, for presuming to contradict you, but I am quite certain of what I say. I assure you that Prosper never gave me anything. Pray, monsieur, do not persist in a denial. You will compel me to prove that 4 clerks saw him throw you a note written in pencil and closely folded." Cavaillon saw the folly of further contradicting a man so well informed. So he changed his tactics, and said, "It is true Prosper gave me a note this morning, but it was intended for me alone, and after reading it I tore it up, and threw the pieces in the fire." This might be the truth. Fanferlot feared so. But how could he assure himself of the fact? He remembered that the most palpable tricks often succeed the best, and trusting to his star, he said at hazard, "Permit me to observe that this statement is not correct. The note was entrusted to you to give to Gypsy." A despairing gesture from Cavaillon apprised the detective that he was not mistaken. He breathed again. I swear to you, monsieur, began the young man. Do not swear, monsieur, interrupted Fanferlot, all the oaths in the world would be useless. You not only preserved the note, but you came to this house for the purpose of giving it to Gypsy, and it is in your pocket now. No, monsieur, no. Fanferlot paid no attention to this denial, but continued in his gentlest tone. And I am sure you will be kind enough to give it to me, believe me, nothing but the most absolute necessity. Never, exclaimed Cavallon. And, believing the moment favorable, he suddenly attempted to jerk his arm from under Fanferlot's, and escape. But his efforts were vain, the detective's strength was equal to his suavity. Don't hurt yourself, young man, he said, but take my advice, and quietly give up the letter. I have not got it. Very well, see, you reduce me to painful extremities. If you persist in being so obstinate, I shall call 2 policemen, who will take you by each arm, and escort you to the commissary of police, and, once there, I shall be under the painful necessity of searching your pockets, whether you will or not. Cavallon was devoted to Prosper, and willing to make any sacrifice in his behalf, but he clearly saw that it was worse than useless to struggle any longer, as he would have no time to destroy the note. To deliver it under force was no betrayal. But he cursed his powerlessness, and almost wept with rage. I am in your power, he said, and then suddenly drew from his pocket-book the unlucky note, and gave it to the detective. Fanferlot trembled with pleasure as he unfolded the paper. Yet, faithful to his habits of fastidious politeness, before reading it, he bowed to Cavallon, and said, You will permit me, will you not, monsieur? Then he read as follows. Dear Nina, if you love me, follow my instructions instantly, without a moment's hesitation, without asking any questions. On the receipt of this note, take everything you have in the house, absolutely everything, and establish yourself in furnished rooms at the other end of Paris. Do not appear in public, but conceal yourself as much as possible. My life may depend on your obedience. I am accused of an immense robbery, and am about to be arrested. Take with you 500 francs which you will find in the secretary. Leave your address with Cavallon, who will explain what I have not time to tell. Be hopeful, whatever happens. Goodbye. Prosper. Had Cavallon been less bewildered, he would have seen blank disappointment depicted on the detective's face after the perusal of the note. Fanferlot had cherished the hope that he was about to possess a very important document, which would clearly prove the guilt or innocence of Prosper. Whereas he had only seized a love letter written by a man who was evidently more anxious about the welfare of the woman he loved than about his own. Vainly did he puzzle over the letter, hoping to discover some hidden meaning. Twist the words as he would, they proved nothing for or against the writer. The 2 words, absolutely everything, were underscored, it is true, but they could be interpreted in so many ways. The detective, however, determined not to drop the matter here. This Madame Nina Gypsy is doubtless a friend of M. Prosper Bertamy. She is his particular friend. Ah, I understand, and she lives here at number 39. You know it well enough, as you saw me go in there. I suspected it to be the house, monsieur, now tell me whether the apartments she occupies are rented in her name. No. Prosper rents them. Exactly, and on which floor, if you please? On the 1st. During this colloquy, Fanferlot had folded up the note, and slipped it into his pocket. 1,000 thanks, monsieur, for the information, and, in return, I will relieve you of the trouble of executing your commission. Monsieur. Yes, with your permission, I will myself take this note to Madame Nina Gypsy. Cavallon began to remonstrate, but Fanferlot cut him short by saying, I will also venture to give you a piece of advice. Return quietly to your business, and have nothing more to do with this affair. But Prosper is a good friend of mine, and has saved me from ruin more than once. Only the more reason for your keeping quiet. You cannot be of the slightest assistance to him, and I can tell you that you may be of great injury. As you are known to be his devoted friend, of course your absence at this time will be remarked upon. Any steps that you take in this matter will receive the worst interpretation. Prosper is innocent, I am sure. Fanferlot was of the same opinion, but he had no idea of betraying his private thoughts. And yet for the success of his investigations it was necessary to impress the importance of prudence and discretion upon the young man. He would have told him to keep silent concerning what had passed between them, but he dared not. "What you say may be true," he said. "I hope it is, for the sake of M. Bertamy, and on your own account too. For, if he is guilty, you will certainly be very much annoyed, and perhaps suspected of complicity, as you are well known to be intimate with him." Cavallon was overcome. "Now you had best take my advice, monsieur, and return to your business, and good morning, monsieur." The poor fellow obeyed. Slowly and with swelling heart he returned to the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette. He asked himself how he could serve Prosper, warn Madame Gypsy, and, above all, have his revenge upon this odious detective, who had just made him suffer cruel humiliation. He had no sooner turned the corner of the street, than Fanferlot entered No. 39, gave his name to the porter as Prosper Bertamy, went upstairs, and knocked at the first door he came to. It was opened by a youthful footman, dressed in the most fanciful livery. "Is Madame Gypsy at home?" The groom hesitated. Seeing this, Fanferlot showed his note, and said, Prosper told me to hand this note to Madame, and wait for an answer. Walk in, and I will let Madame know you are here." The name of Prosper produced its effect. Fanferlot was ushered into a little room furnished in blue and gold silk damask. Heavy curtains darkened the windows, and hung in front of the doors. The floor was covered with a blue velvet carpet. "Our cashier was certainly well lodged," murmured the detective. But he had no time to purse his inventory. One of the door curtains was pushed aside, and Madame Nina Gypsy stood before him. Madame Gypsy was quite young, small, and graceful, with a brown or rather gold-colored quadroon complexion, with the hands and feet of a child. Long curling silk lashes softened the piercing brilliancy of her large black eyes. Her lips were full, and her teeth were very white. She had not yet made her toilet, but wore a velvet dressing wrapper, which did not conceal the lace ruffles beneath. But she had already been under the hands of a hairdresser. Her hair was curled and frizzed high on her forehead, and confined by narrow bands of red velvet. Her back hair was rolled in an immense coil, and held by a beautiful gold comb. She was ravishing. Her beauty was so startling that the dazzled detective was speechless with admiration. "Well," he said to himself, as he remembered the noble, severe beauty of Madeline, whom he had seen a few hours previous, "our young gentleman certainly has good taste, very good taste, two perfect beauties." While he thus reflected, perfectly bewildered, and wondering how he could begin the conversation, Madame Gypsy eyed him with the most disdainful surprise. She was waiting for this shabby little man in a threadbare coat and greasy hat to explain his presence in her dainty parlor. She had many creditors, and was recalling them, and wondering which one had dared send this man to wipe his dusty boots on her velvet carpets. After scrutinizing him from head to foot with undisguised contempt, she said, haughtily, "What do you want?" Anyone but Fanferlot would have been offended at her insolent manner. But he only noticed it to gain some notion of the young woman's disposition. "She is bad-tempered," he thought, "and is uneducated." While he was speculating upon her merits, Madame Nina impatiently tapped her little foot, and waited for an answer. Finally she said, "Why don't you speak? What do you want here?" "I am charged, my dear madam," he answered in his softest tone, "by M. Bertamy, to give you this note. From Prosper." "You know him, then?" "I have that honor, madam." "Indeed, I may be so bold as to claim him as a friend." "Monsieur! You a friend of Prosper," exclaimed Madame Gypsy in a scornful tone, as if her pride were wounded. Fanferlot did not condescend to notice this offensive exclamation. He was ambitious, and contempt failed to irritate him. "I said a friend of his, madam, and there are few people who would have the courage to claim friendship for him now. Madame Gypsy was struck by the words and manner of Fanferlot. "I never could guess riddles," she said, tartly. "Will you be kind enough to explain what you mean?" The detective slowly drew Prosper's note from his pocket, and, with a bow, presented it to Madame Gypsy. "Read, madam," he said. She certainly anticipated no misfortune. Although her sight was excellent, she stopped to fasten a tiny gold eyeglass on her nose, then carelessly opened the note. At a glance she read its contents. She turned very red, then very pale. She trembled as if with a nervous chill, her limbs seemed to give way, and she tottered so that Fanferlot, thinking she was about to fall, extended his arms to catch her. Useless precaution. Madame Gypsy was one of those women whose inert listlessness conceals indomitable energy, fragile-looking creatures whose powers of endurance and resistance are unlimited. Cat-like in their soft grace and delicacy, especially cat-like in their nerves and muscles of steel. The dizziness caused by the shock she had received quickly passed off. She tottered, but did not fall, and stood up looking stronger than ever. Seizing the wrist of the detective, she held it as if her delicate little hand were a vice, and cried out. "Explain yourself. What does all this mean? Do you know anything about the contents of this note?" Although Fanferlot betrayed courage in daily contending with the most dangerous rascals, he was positively terrified by Madame Gypsy. "Alas," he murmured. "Prosper is to be arrested, accused of being a thief." "Yes, madam, he is accused of taking 350,000 francs from the bank safe." "It is false, infamous, absurd," she cried. She had dropped Fanferlot's hand. And her fury, like that of a spoiled child, found vent in violent actions. She tore her web-like handkerchief, and the magnificent lace on her gown, to shreds. "Prosper steal," she cried, "what a stupid idea. Why should he steal? Is he not rich?" Bertamy is not rich, madam, he has nothing but his salary." The answer seemed to confound Madame Gypsy. "But," she insisted, "I have always seen him have plenty of money, not rich, then." She dared not finish. But her eye met Fanferlot's, and they understood each other. Madame Nina's look meant, "He committed this robbery in order to gratify my extravagant whims." Fanferlot's glance answered, "Very likely, madam." A few minutes' reflection convinced Nina that her first impression was the correct one. Doubt fled after hovering for an instant over her agitated mind. "No," she cried, "I regret to say that Prosper would never have stolen 1 cent for me. One can understand a man robbing a bank to obtain means of bestowing pleasure and luxury upon the woman he loves, but Prosper does not love me, he never has loved me." "Oh, fair lady," protested the gallant and insinuating Fanferlot, "you surely cannot mean what you say." Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, as she sadly shook her head, and said, "I mean exactly what I say. It is only too true. He is ready to gratify my every wish." You may say, what does that prove? Nothing. I am too well convinced that he does not love me. I know what love is. Once I was beloved by an affectionate, true-hearted man. And my own sufferings of the last year make me know how miserable I must have made him by my cold return. Alas! We must suffer ourselves before we can feel for others. No, I am nothing to Prosper. He would not care if. But then, madam, why? Ah, yes, interrupted Nina, why? You will be very wise if you can answer me. For a year have I vainly sought an answer to this question, so sad to me. I, a woman, cannot answer it. And I defy you to do so. You cannot discover the thoughts of a man so thoroughly master of himself that never is a single thought passing in his mind to be detected upon his countenance. I have watched him as only a woman can watch the man upon whom her fate depends, but it has always been in vain. He is kind and indulgent, but he does not betray himself, never will he commit himself. Ignorant people call him weak, yielding. I tell you that fair-haired man is a rod of iron painted like a reed. Carried away by the violence of her feelings, Madame Nina betrayed her inmost thoughts. She was without distrust, never suspecting that the stranger listening to her was other than a friend of Prosper. As for Fanferlot, he congratulated himself upon his success. No one but a woman could have drawn him so excellent a portrait. In a moment of excitement she had given him the most valuable information. He now knew the nature of the man with whom he had to deal, which in an investigation like that he was pursuing is the principal point. You know that M. Bertamy gambles, he ventured to say, and gambling is apt to lead a man. Madame Gypsy shrugged her shoulders, and interrupted him. Yes, he plays, she said, but he is not a gambler. I have seen him lose and gain large sums without betraying the slightest agitation. He plays as he drinks, as he sups, as he falls in love, without passion, without enthusiasm, without pleasure. Sometimes he frightens me. He seems to drag about a body without a soul. Ah, I am not happy. Never have I been able to overcome his indifference, an indifference so great, so reckless, that I often think it must be despair. Nothing will convince me that he has not some terrible secret, some great misfortune weighing upon his mind, and making life a burden. Then he has never spoken to you of his past. Why should he tell me? Did you not hear me? I tell you he does not love me. Madame Nina was overcome by thoughts of the past, and tears silently coursed down her cheeks. But her despair was only momentary. She started up, and, her eyes sparkling with generous resolution, she cried out. But I love him, and I will save him. I will see his chief, the miserable wretch who dares to accuse him. I will haunt the judges, and I will prove that he is innocent. Come, monsieur, let us start, and I promise you that before sunset he shall be free, or I shall be in prison with him. Madame Gypsy's project was certainly laudable, and prompted by the noblest sentiments, but unfortunately it was impracticable. Moreover, it would be going counter to the plans of the detective. Although he had resolved to reserve to himself all the difficulties as well as the benefits of this inquiry, Fanferlot saw clearly that he could not conceal the existence of Madame Nina from the judge of instruction. She would necessarily be brought into the case, and sought for. But he did not wish her to take any steps of her own accord. He proposed to have her appear when and how he judged proper, so that he might gain for himself the merit of having discovered her. His first step was to endeavor to calm the young woman's excitement. He thought it easy to prove to her that the least interference in favor of Prosper would be a piece of folly. What will you gain by acting thus, my dear madam? He asked. Nothing. I can assure you that you have not the least chance of success. Remember that you will seriously compromise yourself. Who knows if you will not be suspected as M. Bertamy's accomplice? But this alarming perspective, which had frightened Cavallon into foolishly giving up a letter which he might so easily have retained, only stimulated Gypsy's enthusiasm. Man calculates, while woman follows the inspirations of her heart. Our most devoted friend, if a man, hesitates and draws back, if a woman, rushes undauntedly forward, regardless of the danger. What matters the risk, she exclaimed. I don't believe any danger exists. But, if it does, so much the better, it will be all the more to my credit. I am sure Prosper is innocent, but, if he should be guilty, I wish to share the punishment which awaits him. Madame Gypsy's persistence was becoming alarming. She hastily drew around her a cashmere shawl, and, putting on her hat, declared that she was ready to walk from one end of Paris to the other, in search of the judge. Come, monsieur, she said with feverish impatience. Are you not coming with me? Fanferlot was perplexed. Happily he always had several strings to his bow. Personal considerations having no hold upon this impulsive nature, he resolved to appeal to her interest in Prosper. I am at your command, fair lady, he said, let us go if you desire it, only permit me, while there is yet time, to say that we are very probably going to do great injury to M. Bertamy. In what way, if you please? Because we are taking a step that he expressly forbade in his letter, we are surprising him, giving him no warning. Nina scornfully tossed her head, and replied. There are some people who must be saved without warning, and against their will. I know Prosper, he is just the man to let himself be murdered without a struggle, without speaking a word, to give himself up through sheer recklessness and despair. Excuse me, madam, interrupted the detective, M. Bertamy has by no means the appearance of a man who has given up in despair. On the contrary, I think he has already laid his plan of defense. By showing yourself, when he advised you to remain in concealment, you will be very likely to make vain his most careful precautions. Madame Gipsy was silently weighing the value of Fanferlot's objections. Finally she said. I cannot remain here inactive, without attempting to contribute in some way to his safety. Can you not understand that this floor burns my feet? Evidently, if she was not absolutely convinced, her resolution was shaken. Fanferlot saw that he was gaining ground, and this certainty, making him more at ease, gave weight to his eloquence. You have it in your power, madam, he said, to render a great service to the man you love. In what way, monsieur, in what way? Obey him, my child, said Fanferlot, in a paternal manner. Madame Gipsy evidently expected very different advice. Obey, she murmured, obey. It is your duty, said Fanferlot with grave dignity, it is your sacred duty. She still hesitated, and he took from the table Prosper's note, which she had laid there, then continued. What? M. Bertamy at the most trying moment, when he is about to be arrested, stops to point out your line of conduct, and you would render vain this wise precaution. What does he say to you? Let us read over this note, which is like the testament of his liberty. He says, if you love me, I entreat you, obey. And you hesitate to obey. Then you do not love him. Can you not understand, unhappy child, that M. Bertamy has his reasons, terrible, imperious reasons, for your remaining in obscurity for the present? Fanferlot understood these reasons the moment he put his foot in the sumptuous apartment of the Rue Chaptal. And, if he did not expose them now, it was because he kept them as a good general keeps his reserve, for the purpose of deciding the victory. Madame Gipsy was intelligent enough to divine these reasons. Reasons for my hiding. Prosper wishes, then, to keep everyone in ignorance of our intimacy. She remained thoughtful for a moment, then a ray of light seemed to cross her mind, and she cried. Oh, I understand now. Fool that I was for not seeing it before. My presence here, where I have been for a year, would be an overwhelming charge against him. An inventory of my possessions would be taken, of my dresses, my laces, my jewels, and my luxury would be brought against him as a crime. He would be asked to tell where he obtained so much money to lavish all these elegancies on me. The detective bowed, and said. That is true, madam. Then I must fly, monsieur, at once. Who knows that the police are not already warned, and may appear at any moment? Oh, said Fanferlot with easy assurance, you have plenty of time, the police are not so very prompt. No matter. And, leaving the detective alone in the parlor, Madame Nina hastily ran into her bedroom, and calling her maid, her cook, and her little footman, ordered them to empty her bureau and chests of their contents, and assisted them to stuff her best clothing and jewels into her trunks. Suddenly she rushed back to Fanferlot and said. Everything will be ready to start in a few minutes, but where am I to go? Did not M. Bertamy say, my dear lady, to the other end of Paris? To a hotel, or furnished apartments. But I don't know where to find any. Fanferlot seemed to be reflecting, but he had great difficulty in concealing his delight at a sudden idea that flashed upon him, his little black eyes fairly danced with joy. I know of a hotel, he said at last, but it might not suit you. It is not elegantly furnished like this room. Would I be comfortable there? Upon my recommendation you would be treated like a queen, and, above all, concealed. Where is it? On the other side of the river, Quai Saint-Michel, the Archangel, kept by Madame Alexander. Madame Nina was never long making up her mind. Here are pen and paper, write your recommendation. He rapidly wrote, and handed her the letter. With these 3 lines, Madam, you can make Madame Alexander do anything you wish. Very good. Now, how am I to let Cavallon know my address? It was he who should have brought me Prosper's letter. He was unable to come, Madam, interrupted the detective, but I will give him your address. Madame Gypsy was about to send for a carriage, but Fanferlot said he was in a hurry, and would send her one. He seemed to be in luck that day. For a cab was passing the door, and he hailed it. Wait here, he said to the driver, after telling him that he was a detective, for a little brunette who is coming down with some trunks. If she tells you to drive her to Quai Saint-Michel, crack your whip. If she gives you any other address, get down from your seat and arrange your harness. I will keep in sight. He stepped across the street, and stood in the door of a wine store. He had not long to wait. In a few minutes the loud cracking of a whip apprised him that Madame Nina had started for the Archangel. Aha, said he, gaily, I told her, at any rate. Chapter 4. At the same hour that Madame Nina Gypsy was seeking refuge at the Archangel, so highly recommended by Fanferlot the squirrel, Prosper Bertamy was being entered on the jailer's book at the police office. Since the moment when he had resumed his habitual composure, he had not faltered. Vainly did the people around him watch for a suspicious expression, or any sign of giving way under the danger of his situation. His face was like marble. One would have supposed him insensible to the horrors of his condition, had not his heavy breathing, and the beads of perspiration standing on his brow, betrayed the intense agony he was suffering. At the police office, where he had to wait 2 hours while the commissary went to receive orders from higher authorities, he entered into conversation with the 2 bailiffs who had charge of him. At 12 o'clock he said he was hungry, and sent to a restaurant nearby for his breakfast, which he ate with a good appetite. He also drank nearly a bottle of wine. While he was thus occupied, several clerks from the prefecture, who have to transact business daily with the commissary of police, curiously watched him. They all formed the same opinion, and admiringly said to each other, Well, he is made of strong material, he is. Yes, my dandy looks too lamb-like to be left to his own devices. He ought to have a strong escort. When he was told that a coach was waiting for him at the door, he at once got up, but, before going out, he requested permission to light a cigar, which was granted. A flower girl stood just by the door, with her stand filled with all varieties of flowers. He stopped and bought a bunch of violets. The girl, seeing that he was arrested, said, by way of thanks, Good luck to you, my poor gentleman. He appeared touched by this mark of interest, and replied, Thanks, my good woman, but 'tis a long time since I have had any. It was magnificent weather, a bright spring morning. As the coach went along Rue Montmartre, Prosper kept his head out of the window, at the same time smilingly complaining at being imprisoned on such a lovely day, when everything outside was so sunny and pleasant. It is singular, he said, I never felt so great a desire to take a walk. One of the bailiffs, a large, jovial, red-faced man, received this remark with a hearty burst of laughter, and said, I understand. To the court clerk, while he was going through the formalities of the commitment, Prosper replied with haughty brevity to the indispensable questions asked him. But when he was ordered to empty his pockets on the table, and they began to search him, his eyes flashed with indignation, and a single tear dropped upon his flushed cheek. In an instant he had recovered his stony calmness, and stood up motionless, with his arms raised in the air so that the rough creatures about him could more conveniently ransack him from head to foot, to assure themselves that he had no suspicious object hid under his clothes. The search would have, perhaps, been carried to the most ignominious lengths, but for the intervention of a middle-aged man of rather distinguished appearance, who wore a white cravat and gold spectacles, and was sitting quite at home by the fire. He started with surprise, and seemed much agitated. When he saw Prosper brought in by the bailiffs, he stepped forward, and seemed about to speak to him, then suddenly changed his mind, and sat down again. In spite of his own troubles, Prosper could not help seeing that this man kept his eyes fastened upon him. Did he know him? Vainly did he try to recollect having met him before. This man, treated with all the deference due to a chief, was no less a personage than M. Lecoq, a celebrated member of the detective corps. When the men who were searching Prosper were about to take off his boots, saying that a knife might be concealed in them, M. Lecoq waved them aside with an air of authority, and said, "You have done enough." He was obeyed. All the formalities being ended, the unfortunate cashier was taken to a narrow cell, the heavily barred door was swung to and locked upon him, he breathed freely, at last he was alone. Yes, he believed himself to be alone. He was ignorant that a prison is made of glass, that the accused is like a miserable insect under the microscope of an entomologist. He knew not that the walls have stretched ears and watchful eyes. He was so sure of being alone that he at once gave vent to his suppressed feelings, and, dropping his mask of impassibility, burst into a flood of tears. His long-restrained anger now flashed out like a smoldering fire. In a paroxysm of rage he uttered imprecations and curses. He dashed himself against the prison walls like a wild beast in a cage. Prosper Bertamy was not the man he appeared to be. This haughty, correct gentleman had ardent passions and a fiery temperament. One day, when he was about 24 years of age, he had become suddenly fired by ambition. While all of his desires were repressed, imprisoned in his low estate, like an athlete in a straitjacket, seeing around him all these rich people with whom money assumed the place of the wand in the fairy tale, he envied their lot. He studied the beginnings of these financial princes, and found that at the starting point they possessed far less than himself. How, then, had they succeeded? By force of energy, industry, and assurance. He determined to imitate and excel them. From this day, with a force of will much less rare than we think, he imposed silence upon his instincts. He reformed not his morals, but his manners. And so strictly did he conform to the rules of decorum, that he was regarded as a model of propriety by those who knew him, and had faith in his character. And his capabilities and ambition inspired the prophecy that he would be successful in attaining eminence and wealth. And the end of all was this, imprisoned for robbery, that is, ruined. For he did not attempt to deceive himself. He knew that, guilty or innocent, a man once suspected is as ineffaceably branded as the shoulder of a galley slave. Therefore what was the use of struggling? What benefit was a triumph which could not wash out the stain? When the jailer brought him his supper, he found him lying on his pallet, with his face buried in the pillow, weeping bitterly. Ah, he was not hungry now. Now that he was alone, he fed upon his own bitter thoughts. He sank from a state of frenzy into one of stupefying despair, and vainly did he endeavor to clear his confused mind, and account for the dark cloud gathering about him. No loophole for escape did he discover. The night was long and terrible, and for the first time he had nothing to count the hours by, as they slowly dragged on, but the measured tread of the patrol who came to relieve the sentinels. He was wretched. At dawn he dropped into a sleep, a heavy, oppressive sleep, which was more wearisome than refreshing, from which he was startled by the rough voice of the jailer. "Come, monsieur," he said, "it is time for you to appear before the judge of instruction." He jumped up at once, and, without stopping to repair his disordered toilet, said, "Come on, quick." The constable remarked, as they walked along, "You are very fortunate in having your case brought before an honest man." He was right. Endowed with remarkable penetration, firm, unbiased, equally free from false pity and excessive severity, M. Patrigent possessed in an eminent degree all the qualities necessary for the delicate and difficult office of judge of instruction. Perhaps he was wanting in the feverish activity which is sometimes necessary for coming to a quick and just decision, but he possessed unwearying patience, which nothing could discourage. He would cheerfully devote years to the examination of a case. He was even now engaged on a case of Belgian banknotes, of which he did not collect all the threads, and solve the mystery, until after 4 years' investigation. Thus it was always to his office that they brought the endless lawsuits, half-finished inquests, and tangled cases. This was the man before whom they were taking Prosper, and they were taking him by a difficult road. He was escorted along a corridor, through a room full of policemen, down a narrow flight of steps, across a kind of cellar, and then up a steep staircase which seemed to have no terminus. Finally he reached a long narrow galley, upon which opened many doors, bearing different numbers. The custodian of the unhappy cashier stopped before one of these doors, and said, "Here we are, here your fate will be decided." At this remark, uttered in a tone of deep commiseration, Prosper could not refrain from shuddering. It was only too true, that on the other side of this door was a man upon whose decision his freedom depended. Summoning all his courage, he turned the door-knob, and was about to enter when the constable stopped him. "Don't be in such haste," he said, "you must sit down here, and wait till your turn comes, then you will be called." The wretched man obeyed, and his keeper took a seat beside him. Nothing is more terrible and lugubrious than this gallery of the judges of instruction. Stretching the whole length of the wall is a wooden bench blackened by constant use. This bench has for the last 10 years been daily occupied by all the murderers, thieves, and suspicious characters of the Department of the Seine. Sooner or later, fatally, as filth rushes to a sewer, does crime reach this gallery, this dreadful gallery with one door opening on the galleys, the other on the scaffold. This place was vulgarly and pithily denominated by a certain magistrate as the great public wash-house of all the dirty linen in Paris. When Prosper reached the gallery it was full of people. The bench was almost entirely occupied. Beside him, so close as to touch his shoulder, sat a man with a sinister countenance, dressed in rags. Before each door, which belonged to a judge of instruction, stood groups of witnesses talking in an undertone. Policemen were constantly coming and going with prisoners. Sometimes, above the noise of their heavy boots, tramping along the flagstones, could be heard a woman's stifled sobs, and looking around you would see some poor mother or wife with her face buried in her handkerchief, weeping bitterly. At short intervals a door would open and shut, and a bailiff call out a name or number. This stifling atmosphere, and the sight of so much misery, made the cashier ill and faint. He was feeling as if another 5 minutes' stay among these wretched creatures would make him deathly sick, when a little old man dressed in black, wearing the insignia of his office, a steel chain, cried out, "Prosper Bertamy." The unhappy man arose, and, without knowing how, found himself in the office of the judge of instruction. For a moment he was blinded. He had come out of a dark room. And the one in which he now found himself had a window directly opposite the door, so that a flood of light fell suddenly upon him. This office, like all those on the gallery, was of a very ordinary appearance, small and dingy. The wall was covered with cheap dark green paper, and on the floor was a hideous brown carpet, very much worn. Opposite the door was a large desk, filled with bundles of law papers, behind which was seated the judge, facing those who entered, so that his face remained in the shade, while that of the prisoner or witness whom he questioned was in a glare of light. At the right, before a little table, sat a clerk writing, the indispensable auxiliary of the judge. But Prosper observed none of these details, his whole attention was concentrated upon the arbiter of his fate, and as he closely examined his face he was convinced that the jailer was right in calling him an honorable man. M. Patrigent's homely face, with its irregular outline and short red whiskers, lit up by a pair of bright, intelligent eyes, and a kindly expression, was calculated to impress one favorably at first sight. "Take a seat," he said to Prosper. This little attention was gratefully welcomed by the prisoner, for he had expected to be treated with harsh contempt. He looked upon it as a good sign, and his mind felt a slight relief. M. Patrigent turned toward the clerk, and said, "We will begin now, Sigault, pay attention." "What is your name?" he then asked, looking at Prosper. "Auguste Prosper Bertamy." "How old are you?" "I shall be 30 the 5th of next May." "What is your profession?" "I am, I was, cashier in M. André Fauvel's bank." The judge stopped to consult a little memorandum lying on his desk. Prosper, who followed attentively his every movement, began to be hopeful, saying to himself that never would a man so unprejudiced have the cruelty to send him to prison again. After finding what he looked for, M. Patrigent resumed the examination. Where do you live? At number 39, Rue Chaptal, for the last 4 years. Before that time I lived at number 7, Boulevard de Batignolles. Where were you born? At Beaucaire in the Department of the Gard. Are your parents living? My mother died 2 years ago, my father is still living. Does he live in Paris? No, monsieur, he lives at Beaucaire with my sister, who married one of the engineers of the Southern Canal. It was in broken tones that Prosper answered these last questions. There are moments in the life of a man when home memories encourage and console him. There are also moments when he would be thankful to be without a single tie, and bitterly regrets that he is not alone in the world. M. Patrigent observed the prisoner's emotion, when he spoke of his parents. What is your father's calling? He continued. He was formerly superintendent of the bridges and canals, then he was employed on the Southern Canal, with my brother-in-law, now he has retired from business. There was a moment's silence. The judge had turned his chair around, so that, although his head was apparently averted, he had a good view of the workings of Prosper's face. Well, he said, abruptly, you are accused of having robbed M. Fauvel of 350,000 francs. During the last 24 hours the wretched young man had had time to familiarize himself with the terrible idea of this accusation. And yet, uttered as it was in this formal, brief tone, it seemed to strike him with a horror which rendered him incapable of opening his lips. What have you to answer? Asked the judge. That I am innocent, monsieur, I swear that I am innocent. I hope you are, said M. Patrigent, and you may count upon me to assist you to the extent of my ability in proving your innocence. You must have defense, some facts to state, have you not? Ah, monsieur, what can I say, when I cannot understand this dreadful business myself? I can only refer you to my past life. The judge interrupted him. Let us be specific. The robbery was committed under circumstances that prevent suspicion from falling upon anyone but M. Fauvel and yourself. Do you suspect anyone else? No, monsieur. You declare yourself to be innocent, therefore the guilty party must be M. Fauvel. Prosper remained silent. Have you, persisted the judge, any cause for believing that M. Fauvel robbed himself? The prisoner preserved a rigid silence. I see, monsieur, said the judge, that you need time for reflection. Listen to the reading of your examination, and after signing it you will return to prison. The unhappy man was overcome. The last ray of hope was gone. He heard nothing of what Sigault read, and he signed the paper without looking at it. He tottered as he left the judge's office, so that the keeper was forced to support him. I fear your case looks dark, monsieur, said the man, but don't be disheartened, keep up your courage. Courage. Prosper had not a spark of it when he returned to his cell, but his heart was filled with anger and resentment. He had determined that he would defend himself before the judge, that he would prove his innocence, and he had not had time to do so. He reproached himself bitterly for having trusted to the judge's benevolent face. What a farce, he angrily exclaimed, to call that an examination. It was not really an examination, but a mere formality. In summoning Prosper, M. Patrigent obeyed Article 93 of the Criminal Code, which says, every suspected person under arrest must be examined within 24 hours. But it is not in 24 hours, especially in a case like this, with no evidence or material proof, that a judge can collect the materials for an examination. To triumph over the obstinate defense of a prisoner who shuts himself up in absolute denial as if in a fortress, valid proofs are needed. These weapons M. Patrigent was busily preparing. If Prosper had remained a little longer in the gallery, he would have seen the same bailiff who had called him come out to the judge's office, and cry out. Number 3. The witness, who was awaiting his turn, and answered the call for number 3, was M. Fauvel. The banker was no longer the same man. Yesterday he was kind and affable in his manner, now, as he entered the judge's room, he seemed irritated. Reflection, which usually brings calmness and a desire to pardon, brought him anger and a thirst for vengeance. The inevitable questions which commence every examination had scarcely been addressed to him before his impetuous temper gained the mastery, and he burst forth in invectives against Prosper. Patrigent was obliged to impose silence upon him, reminding him of what was due to himself, no matter what wrongs he had suffered at the hands of his clerk. Although he had very slightly examined Prosper, the judge was now scrupulously attentive and particular in having every question answered. Prosper's examination had been a mere formality, the stating and proving a fact. Now it related to collecting the attendant circumstances and the most trifling particulars, so as to group them together, and reach a just conclusion. "Let us proceed in order," said the judge, "and pray confine yourself to answering my questions. Did you ever suspect your cashier of being dishonest?" "Certainly not. Yet there were reasons which should have made me hesitate to trust him with my funds." "What reasons?" Bertamy played cards. "I have known of his spending whole nights at the gaming table, and losing immense sums of money. He was intimate with an unprincipled set. Once he was mixed up with one of my clients, de Clamron, in a scandalous gambling affair which took place at the house of some disreputable woman, and wound up by being tried before the police court." For some minutes the banker continued to revile Prosper. "You must confess, monsieur," interrupted the judge, "that you were very imprudent, if not culpable, to have entrusted your safe to such a man." "Ah, monsieur, Prosper was not always thus. Until the past year he was a model of goodness. He lived in my house as one of my family, he spent all of his evenings with us, and was the bosom friend of my eldest son Lucien. One day, he suddenly left us, and never came to the house again. Yet I had every reason to believe him attached to my niece Madeleine." Patrigent had a peculiar manner of contracting his brows when he thought he had discovered some new proof. He now did this, and said, "Might not this admiration for the young lady have been the cause of Bertamy's estrangement?" "How so?" said the banker with surprise. "I was willing to bestow Madeleine upon him, and, to be frank, was astonished that he did not ask for her hand. My niece would be a good match for any man, and he should have considered himself fortunate to obtain her. She is beautiful, and her dowry will be $500,000. Then you can see no motive for your cashier's conduct?" "It is impossible for me to account for it. I have, however, always supposed that Prosper was led astray by a young man whom he met at my house about this time, Raoul de Lagers." "Ah! And who is this young man?" "A relative of my wife. A very attractive, intelligent young man, somewhat wild, but rich enough to pay for his follies." The judge wrote the name Lagers at the bottom of an already long list on his memorandum. "Now," he said, "we are coming to the point. You are sure that the theft was not committed by anyone in your house?" "Quite sure, monsieur." "You always kept your key?" "I generally carried it about on my person. And, whenever I left it at home, I put it in the secretary drawer in my chamber." "Where was it the evening of the robbery?" "In my secretary." "But then—" "Excuse me for interrupting you," said Fauvel, "and to permit me to tell you that, to a safe like mine, the key is of no importance. In the first place, one is obliged to know the word upon which the 5 movable buttons turn. With the word one can open it without the key. But without the word. And you never told this word to anyone?" "To no one, monsieur, and sometimes I would have been puzzled to know myself with what word the safe had been closed. Prosper would change it when he chose, and, if he had not informed me of the change, would have to come and open it for me." "Had you forgotten it on the day of the theft?" "No, the word had been changed the day before. And its peculiarity struck me." "What was it?" "Gypsy, Gypsy, said the banker, spelling the name. Patrigent wrote down this name. "One more question, monsieur, were you at home the evening before the robbery?" "No. I dined and spent the evening with a friend. When I returned home, about 1 o'clock, my wife had retired, and I went to bed immediately. And you were ignorant of the amount of money in the safe? Absolutely. In conformity with my positive orders, I could only suppose that a small sum had been left there overnight. I stated this fact to the commissary in M. Berthémy's presence, and he acknowledged it to be the case. Perfectly correct, monsieur, the commissary's report proves it. M. Patrigent was for a time silent. To him everything depended upon this one fact, that the banker was unaware of the 350,000 francs being in the safe, and Prosper had disobeyed orders by placing them there overnight. Hence the conclusion was very easily drawn. Seeing that his examination was over, the banker thought that he would relieve his mind of what was weighing upon it. I believe myself above suspicion, monsieur, he began, and yet I can never rest easy until Berthémy's guilt has been clearly proved. Calumny prefers attacking a successful man. I may be calumniated. 350,000 francs is a fortune capable of tempting even a rich man. I would be obliged if you would have the condition of my banking house examined. This examination will prove that I could have no interest in robbing my own safe. The prosperous condition of my affairs. That is sufficient, monsieur. M. Patrigent was well informed of the high standing of the banker, and knew almost as much of his affairs as did M. Fauvel himself. He asked him to sign his testimony, and then escorted him to the door of his office, a rare favor on his part. When M. Fauvel had left the room, Sigault indulged in a remark. This seems to be a very cloudy case, he said. If the cashier is shrewd and firm, it will be difficult to convict him. Perhaps it will, said the judge, but let us hear the other witnesses before deciding. The person who answered to the call for number 4 was Lucien, M. Fauvel's eldest son. He was a tall, handsome young man of 22. To the judge's questions he replied that he was very fond of Prosper, was once very intimate with him, and had always regarded him as a strictly honorable man, incapable of doing anything unbecoming a gentleman. He declared that he could not imagine what fatal circumstances could have induced Prosper to commit a theft. He knew he played cards, but not to the extent that was reported. He had never known him to indulge in expenses beyond his means. In regard to his cousin Madeleine, he replied, I always thought that Prosper was in love with Madeleine, and, until yesterday, I was certain he would marry her, knowing that my father would not oppose their marriage. I have always attributed the discontinuance of Prosper's visits to a quarrel with my cousin, but supposed they would end by becoming reconciled. This information, more than that of M. Fauvel, threw light upon Prosper's past life, but did not apparently reveal any evidence which could be used in the present state of affairs. Lucien signed his deposition, and withdrew. Cavaillon's turn for examination came next. The poor fellow was in a pitiable state of mind when he appeared before the judge. Having, as a great secret, confided to a friend his adventure with the detective, and being jeered at for his cowardice in giving up the note, he felt great remorse, and passed the night in reproaching himself for having ruined Prosper. He endeavored to repair, as well as he could, what he called his treason. He did not exactly accuse M. Fauvel, but he courageously declared that he was the cashier's friend, and that he was as sure of his innocence as he was of his own. Unfortunately, besides his having no proofs to strengthen his assertions, these were deprived of any value by his violent professions of friendship for the accused. After Cavaillon, 6 or 8 clerks of the Fauvel Bank successively defiled in the judge's office, but their depositions were nearly all insignificant. One of them, however, stated a fact which the judge carefully noted. He said he knew that Prosper had speculated on the bourse through the medium of M. Raoul de Lagers, and had gained immense sums. 5 o'clock struck before the list of witnesses summoned for the day was exhausted. But the task of M. Patrigent was not yet finished. He rang for his bailiff, who instantly appeared, and said to him, "Go at once, and bring Fanferlot here." It was some time before the detective answered the summons. Having met a colleague on the gallery, he thought it his duty to treat him to a drink, and the bailiff had found it necessary to bring him from the little inn at the corner. "How is it that you keep people waiting?" said the judge, when he entered bowing and scraping. Fanferlot bowed more profoundly still. Despite his smiling face, he was very uneasy. To prosecute the Bertamy case alone, it required a double play that might be discovered at any moment. To manage at once the cause of justice and his own ambition, he ran great risks, the least of which was the losing of his place. "I have a great deal to do," he said, to excuse himself, "and have not wasted any time." And he began to give a detailed account of his movements. He was embarrassed, for he spoke with all sorts of restrictions, picking out what was to be said, and avoiding what was to be left unsaid. Thus he gave the history of Cavaillon's letter, which he handed to the judge, but he did not breathe a word of Madeleine. On the other hand, he gave biographical details, very minute indeed, of Prosper and Madame Gypsy, which he had collected from various quarters during the day. As he progressed, the conviction of M. Patrigent was strengthened. "This young man is evidently guilty," he said. Fanferlot did not reply. His opinion was different, but he was delighted that the judge was on the wrong track, thinking that his own glory would thereby be the greater when he discovered the real culprit. True, this grand discovery was as far off as it had ever been. But Fanferlot was hopeful. After hearing all he had to tell, the judge dismissed Fanferlot, telling him to return the next day. "Above all," he said, as Fanferlot left the room, "do not lose sight of the girl Gypsy. She must know where the money is, and can put us on the track." Fanferlot smiled cunningly. "You may rest easy about that, monsieur, the lady is in good hands." Left to himself, although the evening was far advanced, M. Patrigent continued to busy himself with the case, and to arrange that the rest of the depositions should be made. This case had actually taken possession of his mind. It was, at the same time, puzzling and attractive. It seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of mystery, and he determined to penetrate and dispel it. The next morning he was in his office much earlier than usual. On this day he examined Madame Gypsy, recalled Cavaillon, and sent again for M. Fauvel. For several days he displayed the same activity. Of all the witnesses summoned, only 2 failed to appear. One was the office boy sent by Prosper to bring the money from the city bank. He was ill from a fall. The other was M. Raoul de Lagers. But their absence did not prevent the file of papers relating to Prosper's case from daily increasing, and on the ensuing Monday, 5 days after the robbery, M. Patrigent thought he held in his hands enough moral proof to crush the accused. Chapter 5. While his whole past was the object of the most minute investigations, Prosper was in prison, in a secret cell. The 2 first days had not appeared very long. He had requested, and been granted, some sheets of paper, numbered, which he was obliged to account for, and he wrote, with a sort of rage, plans of defense and a narrative of justification. The 3rd day he began to be uneasy at not seeing anyone except the condemned prisoners who were employed to serve those confined in secret cells, and the jailer who brought him his food. "Am I not to be examined again?" he would ask. "Your turn is coming," the jailer invariably answered. Time passed, and the wretched man, tortured by the sufferings of solitary confinement which quickly breaks the spirit, sank into the depths of despair. "Am I to stay here forever?" he moaned. No, he was not forgotten, for on Monday morning, at 1 o'clock, an hour when the jailer never came, he heard the heavy bolt of his cell pushed back. He ran toward the door. But the sight of a grey-headed man standing on the sill rooted him to the spot. "Father," he gasped, "father." "Your father, yes." Prosper's astonishment at seeing his father was instantly succeeded by a feeling of great joy. A father is one friend upon whom we can always rely. In the hour of need, when all else fails, we remember this man upon whose knees we sat when children, and who soothed our sorrows. And although he can in no way assist us, his presence alone comforts and strengthens. Without reflecting, Prosper, impelled by tender feeling, was about to throw himself on his father's bosom. M. Bertamy harshly repulsed him. "Do not approach me," he exclaimed. He then advanced into the cell, and closed the door. The father and son were alone together, Prosper heartbroken, crushed, Bertamy angry, almost threatening. Cast off by this last friend, by his father, the miserable young man seemed to be stupefied with pain and disappointment. You too, he bitterly cried. You believe me guilty? Oh, father! Spare yourself this shameful comedy, interrupted Bertamy, I know all. But I am innocent, father, I swear it by the sacred memory of my mother. Unhappy wretch, cried Bertamy, do not blaspheme. He seemed overcome by tender thoughts of the past, and in a weak, broken voice, he added. Your mother is dead, Prosper, and little did I think that the day would come when I could thank God for having taken her from me. Your crime would have killed her, would have broken her heart. After a painful silence, Prosper said. You overwhelm me, father, and at the moment when I need all my courage, when I am the victim of an odious plot. Victim, cried Bertamy, victim. Dare you utter your insinuations against the honorable man who has taken care of you, loaded you with benefits, and had ensured you a brilliant future? It is enough for you to have robbed him, do not calumniate him. For pity's sake, father, let me speak. I suppose you would deny your benefactor's kindness. Yet you were at one time so sure of his affection, that you wrote me to hold myself in readiness to come to Paris and ask Fauvel for the hand of his niece. Was that a lie too? No, said Prosper in a choked voice, no. That was a year ago, you then loved Madeline, at least you wrote to me that you. Father, I love her now, more than ever. I have never ceased to love her. Bertamy made a gesture of contemptuous pity. Indeed, he cried, and the thought of the pure, innocent girl whom you loved did not prevent your entering upon a path of sin. You loved her, how dared you, then, without blushing, approach her presence after associating with the shameless creatures with whom you were so intimate? For heaven's sake, let me explain by what fatality Madeline. Enough, monsieur, enough. I told you that I know everything. I saw Fauvel yesterday, this morning I saw the judge, and 'tis to his kindness that I am indebted for this interview. Do you know what mortification I suffered before being allowed to see you? I was searched and made to empty all of my pockets, on suspicion of bringing you arms. Prosper ceased to justify himself, but in a helpless, hopeless way, dropped down upon a seat. I have seen your apartments, and at once recognized the proofs of your crime. I saw silk curtains hanging before every window and door, and the walls covered with pictures. In my father's house the walls were whitewashed. And there was but one armchair in the whole house, and that was my mother's. Our luxury was our honesty. You are the first member of our family who has possessed Aubusson carpets, though, to be sure, you are the first thief of our blood. At this last insult Prosper's face flushed crimson, but he remained silent and immovable. But luxury is necessary now, continued Bertamy, becoming more excited and angry as he went on, luxury must be had at any price. You must have the insolent opulence and display of an upstart, without being an upstart. You must support worthless women who wear satin slippers lined with swansdown, like those I saw in your rooms, and keep servants in livery, and you steal. And bankers no longer trust their safe keys with anybody, and everyday honest families are disgraced by the discovery of some new piece of villainy. Bertamy suddenly stopped. He saw that his son was not in a condition to hear any more reproaches. But I will say no more, he said. I came here not to reproach, but to, if possible, save the honor of our name, to prevent it from being published in the papers bearing the names of thieves and murderers. Stand up and listen to me. At the imperious tone of his father, Prosper arose. So many successive blows had reduced him to a state of torpor. First of all, began Bertamy, how much have you remaining of the stolen 350,000 francs? Once more, father, replied the unfortunate man in a tone of hopeless resignation, once more I swear I am innocent. So I supposed you would say. Then our family will have to repair the injury you have done Fauvel. What do you mean? The day he heard of your crime, your brother-in-law brought me your sister's dowry, 70,000 francs. I succeeded in collecting 140,000 francs more. This makes 210,000 francs which I have brought with me to give to M. Fauvel. This threat aroused Prosper from his torpor. You shall do nothing of the kind, he cried with unrestrained indignation. I will do so before the sun goes down this day. M. Fauvel will grant me time to pay the rest. My pension is 1,500 francs. I can live upon 500, and am strong enough to go to work again, and your brother-in-law. M. Berthemy stopped short, frightened at the expression of his son's face. His features were contracted with such furious rage that he was scarcely recognizable, and his eyes glared like a maniac's. You dare not disgrace me thus, he cried. You have no right to do it. You are free to disbelieve me yourself, but you have no right for taking a step that would be a confession of guilt, and ruin me forever. Who and what convinces you of my guilt? When cold justice hesitates, you, my father, hesitate not, but, more pitiless than the law, condemn me unheard. I only do my duty. Which means that I stand on the edge of a precipice, and you push me over. Do you call that your duty? What? Between strangers who accuse me, and myself who swear that I am innocent, you do not hesitate. Why? Is it because I am your son? Our honor is at stake, it is true. But that is only the more reason why you should sustain me, and assist me to defend myself. Prosper's earnest, truthful manner was enough to unsettle the firmest convictions, and make doubt penetrate the most stubborn mind. Yet, said M. Berthemy in a hesitating tone, everything seems to accuse you. Ah, father, you do not know that I was suddenly banished from Madeleine's presence, that I was compelled to avoid her. I became desperate, and tried to forget my sorrow in dissipation. I sought oblivion, and found shame and disgust. Oh, Madeleine, Madeleine! He was overcome with emotion. But in a few minutes he started up with renewed violence in his voice and manner. Everything is against me, he exclaimed, but no matter. I will justify myself or perish in the attempt. Human justice is liable to error. Although innocent, I may be convicted, so be it. I will undergo my penalty, but people are not kept galley slaves forever. What do you mean? I mean, father, that I am now another man. My life, henceforth, has an object, vengeance. I am the victim of a vile plot. As long as I have a drop of blood in my veins, I will seek its author. And I will certainly find him, and then bitterly shall he expiate all of my cruel suffering. The blow came from the house of Fauvel, and I will live to prove it. Take care, your anger makes you say things that you will repent hereafter. Yes, I see, you are going to descant upon the probity of M. André Fauvel. You will tell me that all the virtues have taken refuge in the bosom of this patriarchal family. What do you know about it? Would this be the first instance in which the most shameful secrets are concealed beneath the fairest appearances? Why did Madeleine suddenly forbid me to think of her? Why has she exiled me, when she suffers as much from our separation as I myself, when she still loves me? For she does love me. I am sure of it. I have proofs of it. The jailer came to say that the time allotted to M. Berthemy had expired, and that he must leave the cell. 1,000 conflicting emotions seemed to rend the old man's heart. Suppose Prosper were telling the truth, how great would be his remorse, if he had added to his already great weight of sorrow and trouble. And who could prove that he was not sincere? The voice of this son, of whom he had always been so proud, had aroused all his paternal affection, so violently repressed. Ah, were he guilty, and guilty of a worse crime, still he was his son, his only son. His countenance lost its severity, and his eyes filled with tears. He had resolved to leave, as he had entered, stern and angry, he had not the cruel courage. His heart was breaking. He opened his arms, and pressed Prosper to his heart. "Oh, my son," he murmured. "God grant you have spoken the truth." Prosper was triumphant, he had almost convinced his father of his innocence. But he had not time to rejoice over this victory. The cell door again opened, and the jailer's gruff voice once more called out. "It is time for you to appear before the court." He instantly obeyed the order. But his step was no longer unsteady, as a few days previous, a complete change had taken place within him. He walked with a firm step, head erect, and the fire of resolution in his eye. He knew the way now, and he walked a little ahead of the constable who escorted him. As he was passing through the room full of policemen, he met the man with gold spectacles, who had watched him so intently the day he was searched. "Courage, M. Prosper Bertamy," he said, "if you are innocent, there are those who will help you." Prosper started with surprise, and was about to reply, when the man disappeared. "Who is that gentleman?" he asked of the policeman. "Is it possible that you don't know him?" replied the policeman with surprise. "Why, it is M. Lecoq, of the police service." "You say his name is Lecoq?" "You might as well say, monsieur," said the offended policeman. "It would not burn your mouth. M. Lecoq is a man who knows everything that he wants to know, without its ever being told to him. If you had had him, instead of that smooth-tongued imbecile Fanferlot, your case would have been settled long ago. Nobody is allowed to waste time when he has command. But he seems to be a friend of yours. I never saw him until the first day I came here." "You can't swear to that, because no one can boast of knowing the real face of M. Lecoq. It is one thing today, and another tomorrow. Sometimes he is a dark man, sometimes a fair one, sometimes quite young, and then an octogenarian. Why, not seldom he even deceives me. I begin to talk to a stranger, paf. The first thing I know, it is M. Lecoq. Anybody on the face of the earth might be he. If I were told that you were he, I should say, it is very likely. Ah! He can convert himself into any shape and form he chooses. He is a wonderful man." The constable would have continued forever his praises of M. Lecoq, had not the sight of the judge's door put an end to them. This time, Prosper was not kept waiting on the wooden bench. The judge, on the contrary, was waiting for him. M. Patrigent, who was a profound observer of human nature, had contrived the interview between M. Bertamy and his son. He was sure that between the father, a man of such stubborn honor, and the son, accused of theft, an affecting scene would take place, and this scene would completely unman Prosper, and make him confess. He determined to send for him as soon as the interview was over, while all his nerves were vibrating with terrible emotions. He would tell the truth, to relieve his troubled, despairing mind. His surprise was great to see the cashier's bearing. Resolute without obstinacy, firm and assured without defiance. "Well," he said, "have you reflected?" "Not being guilty, monsieur, I had nothing to reflect upon." "Ah, I see the prison has not been a good counselor. You forget that sincerity and repentance are the first things necessary to obtain the indulgence of the law." "I crave no indulgence, monsieur." M. Patrigent looked vexed, and said, "What would you say if I told you what had become of the 350,000 francs? Prosper shook his head sadly. "If it were known, monsieur, I would not be here, but at liberty." This device had often been used by the judge, and generally succeeded, but, with a man so thoroughly master of himself, there was small chance of success. It had been used at a venture, and failed. "Then you persist in accusing M. Fauvel? Him, or someone else?" "Excuse me, no one else, since he alone knew the word." "Had he any interest in robbing himself?" "I can think of none." "Well, now I will tell you what interest you had in robbing him." M. Patrigent spoke as a man who was convinced of the facts he was about to state, but his assurance was all assumed. He had relied upon crushing, at a blow, a despairing wretched man, and was nonplussed by seeing him appear as determined upon resistance. "Will you be good enough to tell me," he said, in a vexed tone, "how much you have spent during the last year?" Prosper did not find it necessary to stop to reflect and calculate. "Yes, monsieur," he answered, unhesitatingly, circumstances made it necessary for me to preserve the greatest order in my wild career. I spent about 50,000 francs. Where did you obtain them? In the first place, 12,000 francs were left to me by my mother. I received from M. Fauvel 14,000 francs, as my salary, and share of the profits. By speculating in stocks, I gained 8,000 francs. The rest I borrowed, and intend repaying out of the 15,000 francs which I have deposited in M. Fauvel's bank. The account was clear, exact, and could be easily proved. It must be a true one. Who lent you the money? M. Raoul de Lagers. This witness had left Paris the day of the robbery, and could not be found, so, for the time being, M. Patrigent was compelled to rely upon Prosper's word. Well, he said, I will not press this point. But tell me why, in spite of the formal order of M. Fauvel, you drew the money from the Bank of France the night before, instead of waiting till the morning of the payment? Because M. de Clameren had informed me that it would be agreeable, necessary even, for him to have his money early in the morning. He will testify to that fact, if you summon him, and I knew that I should reach my office late. Then M. de Clameren is a friend of yours? By no means. I have always felt repelled by him, but he is the intimate friend of M. Lagers. While Sigault was writing down these answers, M. Patrigent was racking his brain to imagine what could have occurred between M. Berthemy and his son, to cause this transformation in Prosper. One more thing, said the judge, how did you spend the evening, the night before the crime? When I left my office, at 5 o'clock, I took the St. Germain train, and went to Vézenet, M. de Lagers' country seat, to carry him 1,500 francs which he had asked for, and, finding him not at home, I left it with his servant. Did he tell you that M. de Lagers was going away? No, monsieur. I did not know that he had left Paris. Where did you go when you left Vézenet? I returned to Paris, and dined at a restaurant with a friend. And then? Prosper hesitated. You are silent, said M. Patrigent, then I shall tell you how you employed your time. You returned to your rooms in the Rue Chaptal, dressed yourself, and attended a soirée given by one of those women who style themselves dramatic artistes, and who are a disgrace to the stage. Who receive 100 crowns a year, and yet keep their carriages, at MLLE Wilson's. You are right, monsieur. There is heavy playing at Wilson's. Sometimes. You are in the habit of visiting places of this sort. Were you not connected in some way with a scandalous adventure which took place at the house of a woman named Crescenzi? I was summoned to testify, having witnessed a theft. Gambling generally leads to stealing. And did you not play baccarat at Wilson's, and lose 1,800 francs? Excuse me, monsieur, only 1,100. Very well. In the morning you paid a note of 1,000 francs. Yes, monsieur. Moreover, there remained in your desk 500 francs, and you had 400 in your purse when you were arrested. So that altogether, in 24 hours, 4,500 francs. Prosper was not discountenanced, but stupefied. Not being aware of the powerful means of investigation possessed by the law, he wondered how in so short a time the judge could have obtained such accurate information. Your statement is correct, monsieur, he said finally. Where did all this money come from? The evening before you had so little that you were obliged to defer the payment of a small bill. The day to which you allude, I sold through an agent some bonds I had, about 3,000 francs. Besides, I took from the safe 2,000 francs in advance on my salary. The prisoner had given clear answers to all the questions put to him, and M. Patrigent thought he would attack him on a new point. You say you have no wish to conceal any of your actions, then why did you write this note to one of your companions? Here he held up the mysterious note. This time the blow struck. Prosper's eyes dropped before the inquiring look of the judge. I thought, he stammered, I wished. You wished to screen this woman? Yes, monsieur, I did. I knew that a man in my condition, accused of a robbery, has every fault, every weakness he has ever indulged in, charged against him as a great crime. Which means that you knew that the presence of a woman at your house would tell very much against you, and that justice would not excuse this scandalous defiance of public morality. A man who respects himself so little as to associate with a worthless woman, does not elevate her to his standard, but he descends to her base level. Monsieur, I suppose you know who the woman is, whom you permit to bear the honest name borne by your mother. Madame Gypsy was a governess when I first knew her. She was born at Oporto, and came to France with a Portuguese family. Her name is not Gypsy. She has never been a governess, and she is not a Portuguese. Prosper began to protest against this statement, but M. Patrigent shrugged his shoulders, and began looking over a large file of papers on his desk. Ah, here it is, he said. Listen, Paulmire Chacoril, born at Paris in 1840, daughter of James Chacoril, undertaker's assistant, and of Caroline Piedlant, his wife. Prosper looked vexed and impatient. He did not know that the judge was reading him this report to convince him that nothing can escape the police. Paulmire Chacoril, he continued, at 12 years of age was apprenticed to a shoemaker, and remained with him until she was 16. Traces of her for 1 year are lost. At the age of 17 she is hired as a servant by a grocer on the Rue Saint-Denis, named Dombasle, and remains there 3 months. She lives out during this same year, 1857, at 8 different places. In 1858 she entered the store of a fan merchant in Choiseul Alley. As he read, the judge watched Prosper's face to observe the effect of these revelations. Toward the close of 1858 she was employed as a servant by Madame Munes, and accompanied her to Lisbon. How long she remained in Lisbon, and what she did while she remained there, is not reported. But in 1861 she returned to Paris, and was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment for assault and battery. Ah, she returned from Portugal with the name of Nina Gypsy. But I assure you, monsieur, Prosper began. Yes, I understand. This history is less romantic, doubtless, than the one related to you, but then it has the merit of being true. We lose sight of Paulmire Chacoril, called Gypsy, upon her release from prison, but we meet her again 6 months later, having made the acquaintance of a traveling agent named Caldas, who became infatuated with her beauty, and furnished her a house near the Bastille. She assumed his name for some time, then she deserted him to devote herself to you. Did you ever hear of this Caldas? Never, monsieur. This foolish man so deeply loved this creature that her desertion drove him almost insane from grief. He was a very resolute man, and publicly swore that he would kill his rival if he ever found him. The current report afterward was, that he committed suicide. He certainly sold the furniture of the house occupied by Chacoril, and suddenly disappeared. All the efforts made to discover him proved fruitless. The judge stopped a moment as if to give Prosper time for reflection, and then slowly said. And this is the woman whom you made your companion, the woman for whom you robbed the bank. Once more M. Patrigent was on the wrong track, owing to Fanferlot's incomplete information. He had hoped that Prosper would betray himself by uttering some passionate retort when thus wounded to the quick, but he remained impassible. Of all the judge said to him his mind dwelt upon only one word, Caldas, the name of the poor traveling agent who had killed himself. At any rate, insisted M. Patrigent, you will confess that this girl has caused your ruin. I cannot confess that, monsieur, for it is not true. Yet she is the occasion of your extravagance. Listen. The judge here drew a bill from the file of papers. During December you paid her dressmaker, Van Clopen, for 2 walking dresses, 900 francs, 1 evening dress, 700 francs, 1 domino, trimmed with lace, 400 francs. I spent this money cheerfully, but nevertheless I was not especially attached to her. M. Patrigent shrugged his shoulders. You cannot deny the evidence, said he. I suppose you will also say that it was not for this girl's sake you ceased spending your evenings at M. Fauvel's. I swear that she was not the cause of my ceasing to visit M. Fauvel's family. Then why did you cease, suddenly, your attentions to a young lady whom you confidently expected to marry, and whose hand you had written to your father to demand for you. I had reasons which I cannot reveal, answered Prosper with emotion. The judge breathed freely. At last he had discovered a vulnerable point in the prisoner's armor. Did Mlle Madeleine banish you? Prosper was silent, and seemed agitated. Speak, said M. Patrigent. I must tell you that this circumstance is one of the most important in your case. Whatever the cost may be, on this subject I am compelled to keep silence. Beware of what you do, justice will not be satisfied with scruples of conscience. M. Patrigent waited for an answer. None came. You persist in your obstinacy, do you? Well, we will go on to the next question. You have, during the last year, spent 50,000 francs. Your resources are at an end, and your credit is exhausted. To continue your mode of life was impossible. What did you intend to do? I had no settled plan. I thought it might last as long as it would, and then you would draw from the safe. Ah, monsieur, if I were guilty, I should not be here. I should never have been such a fool as to return to the bank, I should have fled. M. Patrigent could not restrain a smile of satisfaction, and exclaimed. Exactly the argument I expected you to use. You showed your shrewdness precisely by staying to face the storm, instead of flying the country. Several recent suits have taught dishonest cashiers that flight abroad is dangerous. Railways travel fast, but telegrams travel faster. A French thief can be arrested in London within 48 hours after his description has been telegraphed. Even America is no longer a refuge. You remained prudently and wisely, saying to yourself, I will manage to avoid suspicion, and, even if I am found out, I shall be free again after 3 or 5 years' seclusion, with a large fortune to enjoy. Many people would sacrifice 5 years of their lives for 350,000 francs. But monsieur, had I calculated in the manner you describe, I should not have been content with 350,000 francs. I should have waited for an opportunity to steal 500,000. I often have that sum in charge. Oh! It is not always convenient to wait. Prosper was buried in deep thought for some minutes. Monsieur, he finally said, there is one detail I forgot to mention before, and it may be of importance. Explain, if you please. The office messenger whom I sent to the Bank of France for the money must have seen me tie up the bundle, and put it away in the safe. At any rate, he knows that I left the bank before he did. Very well, the man shall be examined. Now you can return to your cell, and once more I advise you to consider the consequences of your persistent denial. M. Patrigent thus abruptly dismissed Prosper because he wished to immediately act upon this last piece of information. Sigault, said he as soon as Prosper had left the room, is not this Antonin the man who was excused from testifying because he sent a doctor's certificate declaring him too ill to appear? It is, monsieur. Where do he live? Fanfrelotte says he was so ill that he was taken to the hospital, the Dubois Hospital. Very well. I am going to examine him today, this very hour. Take your pen and paper, and send for a carriage. It was some distance from the Palais de Justice to the Dubois Hospital, but the cabman, urged by the promise of a large fee, made his sorry jades fly as if they were blooded horses. Would Antonin be able to answer any questions? The physician in charge of the hospital said that, although the man suffered horribly from a broken knee, his mind was perfectly clear. That being the case, monsieur, said the judge, I wish to examine him, and desire that no one be admitted while he makes his deposition. Oh! You will not be intruded upon, monsieur. His room contains 4 beds, but they are just now unoccupied. When Antonin saw the judge enter, followed by a little weazened man in black, with a portfolio under his arm, he at once knew what he had come for. Ah, he said, monsieur comes to see me about M. Berthémy's case. Precisely. M. Patrigent remained standing by the sick bed while Sigault arranged his papers on a little table. In answer to the usual questions, the messenger swore that he was named Antonin Poche, was 40 years old, born at Cadaujac, Gironde, and was unmarried. Now, said the judge, are you well enough to clearly answer any questions I may put? Certainly, monsieur. Did you, on the 27th of February, go to the Bank of France for the 350,000 francs that were stolen? Yes, monsieur. At what hour did you return with the money? It must have been 5 o'clock when I got back. Do you remember what M. Berthemy did when you handed him the notes? Now, do not be in a hurry, think before you answer. Let me see, first he counted the notes, and made them into 4 packages. Then he put them in the safe, and then, it seems to me, and then he locked the safe, and, yes, I am not mistaken, he went out. He uttered these last words so quickly, that, forgetting his knee, he half started up, but, with a cry of pain, sank back in bed. Are you sure of what you say? Asked the judge. M. Patrigent's solemn tone seemed to frighten Antonin. Sure. He replied with marked hesitation, I would bet my head on it, yet I am not sure. It was impossible for him to be more decided in his answers. He had been frightened. He already imagined himself in difficulty, and for a trifle would have retracted everything. But the effect was already produced, and when they retired M. Patrigent said to Sigault, this is a very important piece of evidence. Chapter 6. The Archangel Hotel, Madame Gypsy's asylum, was the most elegant building on the Quai Saint-Michel. A person who pays her fortnight's board in advance is treated with consideration at this hotel. Madame Alexander, who had been a handsome woman, was now stout, laced till she could scarcely breathe, always overdressed, and fond of wearing a number of flashy gold chains around her fat neck. She had bright eyes and white teeth, but, alas, a red nose. Of all her weaknesses, and heaven knows she had indulged in every variety, only one remained: she loved a good dinner, washed down with plenty of good wine. She also loved her husband, and, about the time M. Patrigent was leaving the hospital, she began to be worried that her little man had not returned to dinner. She was about to sit down without him, when the hotel boy cried out, Here is monsieur. And Fanferlot appeared in person. 3 years before, Fanferlot had kept a little office of secret intelligence. Madame Alexander was a trader without a license in perfumery and toilet articles, and, finding it necessary to watch some of her suspicious customers, engaged Fanferlot's services. This was the origin of their acquaintance. If they went through the marriage ceremony for the good of the mayoralty in the church, it was because they imagined it would, like a baptism, wash out the sins of the past. Upon this momentous day, Fanferlot gave up his secret intelligence office, and entered the police, where he had already been occasionally employed, and Madame Alexander retired from trade. Uniting their savings, they hired and furnished the Archangel, which they were now carrying on prosperously well, esteemed by their neighbors, who were ignorant of Fanferlot's connection with the police force. Why, how late you are, my little man, she exclaimed, as she dropped her knife and fork, and rushed forward to embrace him. He received her caresses with an air of abstraction. My back is broken, he said. I have been the whole day playing billiards with Évariste, M. Fauvel's valet, and allowed him to win as often as he wished, a man who does not know what the pool is. I became acquainted with him yesterday, and now I am his best friend. If I wish to enter M. Fauvel's service in Antonin's place, I can rely upon M. Évariste's good word. What, you be an office messenger? You. Of course I would. How else am I to get an opportunity of studying my characters, if I am not on the spot to watch them all the time? Then the valet gave you no news? He gave me none that I could make use of, and yet I turned him inside out, like a glove. This banker is a remarkable man, you don't often meet with one of his sort nowadays. Évariste says he has not a single vice, not even a little defect by which his valet could gain 10 sous. He neither smokes, drinks, nor plays. In fact, he is a saint. He is worth millions, and lives as respectably and quietly as a grocer. He is devoted to his wife, adores his children, is lavishly hospitable, and seldom goes into society. Then his wife is young. She must be about 50. Madame Alexander reflected a minute, then asked. Did you inquire about the other members of the family? Certainly. The younger son is in the army. The elder son, Lucien, lives with his parents, and is as proper as a young lady, so good, indeed, that he is stupid. And what about the niece? Évariste could tell me nothing about her. Madame Alexander shrugged her fat shoulders. If you have discovered nothing, it is because there is nothing to be discovered. Still, do you know what I would do, if I were you? Tell me. I would consult with M. Lecoq. Fanfrelotte jumped up as if he had been shot. Now, that's pretty advice. Do you want me to lose my place? M. Lecoq does not suspect that I have anything to do with the case, except to obey his orders. Nobody told you to let him know you were investigating it on your own account. You can consult him with an air of indifference, as if you were not at all interested, and, after you have got his opinion, you can take advantage of it. The detective weighed his wife's words, and then said. Perhaps you are right, yet M. Lecoq is so devilishly shrewd, that he might see through me. Shrewd, echoed Madame Alexander, shrewd. All of you at the police office say that so often, that he has gained his reputation by it, you are just as sharp as he is. Well, we will see. I will think the matter over, but, in the meantime, what does the girl say? The girl was Madame Nina Gypsy. In taking up her abode at the Archangel, the poor girl thought she was following good advice. And, as Fanfrelotte had never appeared in her presence since, she was still under the impression that she had obeyed a friend of Prosper's. When she received her summons from M. Patrigent, she admired the wonderful skill of the police in discovering her hiding place, for she had established herself at the hotel under a false, or rather her true name, Paulmeyer Chocoril. Artfully questioned by her inquisitive landlady, she had, without any mistrust, confided her history to her. Thus Fanfrelotte was able to impress the judge with the idea of his being a skillful detective, when he pretended to have discovered all this information from a variety of sources. She is still upstairs, answered Madame Alexander. She suspects nothing, but to keep her in her present ignorance becomes daily more difficult. I don't know what the judge told her, but she came home quite beside herself with anger. She wanted to go and make a fuss at M. Fauvel's. Then she wrote a letter which she told Jean to post for her, but I kept it to show you. What, interrupted Fanfrelotte, you have a letter, and did not tell me before. Perhaps it contains the clue to the mystery. Give it to me, quick. Obeying her husband, Madame Alexander opened a little cupboard, and took out a letter which she handed to him. Here, take it, she said, and be satisfied. Considering that she used to be a chambermaid, Paulmeyer Chocoril, since become Madame Gypsy, wrote a good letter. It bore the following address, written in a free, flowing hand. For M. L. de Clamron. Forge Master, Hotel du Louvre. To be handed to M. Raoul de Lagers. In great haste. Oh, ho! Said Fanfrelotte, accompanying his exclamation with a little whistle, as was his habit when he thought he had made a grand discovery. Oh, ho! Do you intend to open it? Questioned Madame Alexander. A little bit, said Fanfrelotte, as he dexterously opened the envelope. Madame Alexander leaned over her husband's shoulder, and they both read the following letter. Monsieur Raoul, Prosper is in prison, accused of a robbery which he never committed. I wrote to you 3 days ago. What? Interrupted Fanfrelotte, this silly girl wrote, and I never saw the letter. But, little man, she must have posted it herself, the day she went to the Palais de Justice. Very likely, said Fanfrelotte propitiated. He continued reading. I wrote to you 3 days ago, and have no reply. Who will help Prosper if his best friends desert him? If you don't answer this letter, I shall consider myself released from a certain promise, and without scruple will tell Prosper of the conversation I overheard between you and M. de Clamron. But I can count on you, can I not? I shall expect you at the Archangel day after tomorrow, between 12 and 4. Nina Gypsy. The letter read. Fanferlot at once proceeded to copy it. Well, said Madame Alexander, what do you think? Fanferlot was delicately resealing the letter when the door of the hotel office was abruptly opened, and the boy twice whispered, PST. PST. Fanferlot rapidly disappeared into a dark closet. He had barely time to close the door before Madame Gypsy entered the room. The poor girl was sadly changed. She was pale and hollow-cheeked, and her eyes were red with weeping. On seeing her, Madame Alexander could not conceal her surprise. Why, my child, you are not going out? I am obliged to do so, madam, and I come to ask you to tell anyone that may call during my absence to wait until I return. But where in the world are you going at this hour, sick as you are? For a moment Madame Gypsy hesitated. Oh, she said, you are so kind that I am tempted to confide in you. Read this note which a messenger just now brought to me. What, cried Madame Alexander perfectly aghast, a messenger enter my house, and go up to your room? Is there anything surprising in that? Oh, no. Nothing surprising. And in a tone loud enough to be heard in the closet she read the note. A friend of Prosper who can neither receive you, nor present himself at your house, is very anxious to speak to you. Be in the stage office opposite the St. Jacques Tower, tonight at 9 precisely, and the writer will approach, and tell you what he has to say. I have appointed this public place for the rendezvous so as to relieve your mind of all fear. And you are going to this rendezvous? Certainly, madam. But it is imprudent, foolish, it is a snare to entrap you. It makes no difference, interrupted Gypsy. I am so unfortunate already that I have nothing more to dread. Any change would be a relief. And, without waiting to hear any more, she went out. The door had scarcely closed upon Madame Gypsy, before Fanferlot bounced out of the closet. The mild detective was white with rage, and swore violently. What is the meaning of this? He cried. Am I to stand by and have people walking over the Archangel, as if it were a public street? Madame Alexander stood trembling, and dared not speak. Was ever such impudence heard of before? He continued. A messenger comes into my house, and goes upstairs without being seen by anybody. I will look into this. And the idea of you, Madame Alexander, you, a sensible woman, being idiotic enough to persuade that little viper not to keep the appointment. But, my dear, had you not sense enough to know that I would follow her, and discover what she is attempting to conceal? Come, make haste, and help me, so that she won't recognize me. In a few minutes Fanferlot was completely disguised by a thick beard, a wig, and one of those long linen blouses worn by dishonest workmen, who go about seeking labor, and, at the same time, hoping they may not find any. Have you your handcuffs? Asked the solicitous Madame Alexander. Yes, make haste and put that letter to M. de Clamorin in the post office, and keep good watch. And without waiting for his wife's reply, who cried out, good luck, Fanferlot darted into the street. Madame Gypsy had 10 minutes start of him, but he ran up the street he knew she must have taken, and overtook her near the Change Bridge. She was walking with the uncertain gait of a person who, impatient to be at a rendezvous, has started too soon, and is obliged to occupy the intervening time. She would walk very rapidly, then retrace her footsteps, and proceed slowly. On Châtelet Place she strolled up and down several times, read the theatre bills, and finally took a seat on a bench. 1 minute before 9:15, she entered the stage office, and sat down. A moment after, Fanferlot entered. But, as he feared that Madame Gypsy might recognize him in spite of his heavy beard, he took a seat at the opposite end of the room, in a dark corner. Singular place for a conversation, he thought, as he watched the young woman. Who in the world could have made this appointment in a stage office? Judging from her evident curiosity and uneasiness, I could swear she has not the faintest idea for whom she is waiting. Meanwhile, the office was gradually filling with people. Every minute a man would shriek out the destination of an omnibus which had just arrived, and the bewildered passengers would rush in to get tickets, and inquire when the omnibus would leave. As each newcomer entered, Gypsy would tremble, and Fanferlot would say, "This is he." Finally, as the Hôtel de Ville clock was striking 9, a man entered, and, without going to the ticket window, walked directly up to Gypsy, bowed, and took a seat beside her. He was a medium-sized man, rather stout, with a crimson face, and fiery red whiskers. His dress was that of a well-to-do merchant, and there was nothing in his manner or appearance to excite attention. Fanferlot watched him eagerly. "Well, my friend," he said to himself, "in future I shall recognize you, no matter where we meet, and this very evening I will find out who you are." Despite his intent listening, he could not hear a word spoken by the stranger or Gypsy. All he could do was to judge by their pantomime and countenances, what the subject of their conversation might be. When the stout man bowed and spoke to her, the girl looked so surprised that it was evident she had never seen him before. When he sat down by her, and said a few words, she jumped up with a frightened look, as if seeking to escape. A single word and look made her resume her seat. Then, as the stout man went on talking, Gypsy's attitude betrayed great apprehension. She positively refused to do something, then suddenly she seemed to consent, when he stated a good reason for her so doing. At one moment she appeared ready to weep, and the next her pretty face was illumined by a bright smile. Finally, she shook hands with him, as if she was confirming a promise. "What can all that mean?" said Fanferlot to himself, as he sat in his dark corner, biting his nails. "What an idiot I am to have stationed myself so far off." He was thinking how he could manage to approach nearer without arousing their suspicions, when the fat man arose, offered his arm to Madame Gypsy, who accepted it without hesitation, and together they walked toward the door. They were so engrossed with each other, that Fanferlot thought he could, without risk, follow them, and it was well he did, for the crowd was dense outside, and he would soon have lost them. Reaching the door, he saw the stout man and Gypsy cross the pavement, approach a hackney coach, and enter it. "Very good," muttered Fanferlot, "I've got them now. There is no use of hurrying any more." While the coachman was gathering up his reins, Fanferlot prepared his legs, and, when the coach started, he followed in a brisk trot, determined upon following it to the end of the earth. The cab went up the boulevard Sebastopol. It went pretty fast, but it was not for nothing that Fanferlot had won the name of Squirrel. With his elbows glued to his sides, and holding his breath, he ran on. By the time he had reached the Boulevard St. Denis, he began to get breathless, and stiff from a pain in his side. The cabman abruptly turned into the Rue Faubourg Saint-Martin. But Fanferlot, who, at 8 years of age, had been familiar with every street in Paris, was not to be baffled. He was a man of resources. He seized the springs of the coach, raised himself up by the strength of his wrists, and hung on behind, with his legs resting on the axle-tree of the back wheels. He was not quite comfortable, but then, he no longer ran the risk of being distanced. Now, he chuckled, behind his false beard, "You may drive as fast as you please, cabby." The man whipped up his horses, and drove furiously along the hilly street of the Faubourg Saint-Martin. Finally the cab stopped in front of a wine store, and the driver jumped down from his seat, and went in. The detective also left his uncomfortable post, and crouching in a doorway, waited for Gypsy and her companion to get out, with the intention of following closely upon their heels. 5 minutes passed, and still there were no signs of them. "What can they be doing all this time?" grumbled the detective. With great precautions, he approached the cab, and peeped in. Oh, cruel deception! It was empty. Fanferlot felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of ice water over him. He remained rooted to the spot with his mouth stretched, the picture of blank bewilderment. He soon recovered his wits sufficiently to burst forth in a volley of oaths, loud enough to rattle all the window panes in the neighborhood. "Tricked," he said, "fooled. Ah! But won't I make them pay for this?" In a moment his quick mind had run over the gamut of possibilities, probable and improbable. Evidently, he muttered, this fellow and Gypsy entered one door, and got out of the other. The trick is simple enough. If they resorted to it, 'tis because they feared being watched. If they feared being watched, they have uneasy consciences, therefore. He suddenly interrupted his monologue as the idea struck him that he had better attempt to find out something from the driver. Unfortunately, the driver was in a very surly mood, and not only refused to answer, but shook his whip in so threatening a manner that Fanferlot deemed it prudent to beat a retreat. "Oh, Lord," he muttered, "perhaps he and the driver are one and the same." But what could he do now, at this time of night? He could not imagine. He walked dejectedly back to the quay, and it was 11:30 when he reached his own door. "Has the little fool returned?" he inquired of Madame Alexander, the instant she opened the door for him. "No, but here are 2 large bundles which have come for her." Fanferlot hastily opened the bundles. They contained 3 calico dresses, some coarse shoes, and some linen caps. "Well," said the detective in a vexed tone, "now she is going to disguise herself. Upon my word, I am getting puzzled. What can she be up to?" When Fanferlot was sulkily walking down the Faubourg Saint-Martin, he had fully made up his mind that he would not tell his wife of his discomfiture. But once at home, confronted with a new fact of a nature to negative all his conjectures, his vanity disappeared. He confessed everything, his hopes so nearly realized, his strange mischance, and his suspicions. They talked the matter over, and finally decided that they would not go to bed until Madame Gypsy, from whom Madame Alexander was determined to obtain an explanation of what had happened, returned. At 1 o'clock the worthy couple were about giving over all hope of her reappearance, when they heard the bell ring. Fanferlot instantly slipped into the closet, and Madame Alexander remained in the office to receive Gypsy. "Here you are at last, my dear child," she cried. "Oh, I have been so uneasy, so afraid lest some misfortune had happened." "Thanks for your kind interest, madam. Has a bundle been sent here for me?" Poor Gypsy's appearance had strikingly changed, she was very sad, but not as before dejected. To her melancholy of the last few days, had succeeded a firm and generous resolution, which was betrayed in her sparkling eyes and resolute step. "Yes, 2 bundles came for you, here they are. I suppose you saw M. Bertami's friend?" "Yes, madam, and his advice has so changed my plans, that, I regret to say, I must leave you tomorrow." "Going away tomorrow? Then something must have happened." "Oh. Nothing that would interest you, madam." After lighting her candle at the gas burner, Madame Gypsy said, "Good night," in a very significant way, and left the room. "And what do you think of that, madame?" Alexander questioned Fanferlot, emerging from his hiding place. "It is incredible. This girl writes to M. de Clamron to meet her here, and then does not wait for him. She evidently mistrusts us, she knows who I am. Then this friend of the cashier must have told her. Nobody knows who told her. I shall end by believing that I am among a gang of thieves. They think I am on their track, and are trying to escape me. I should not be at all surprised if this little rogue has the money herself, and intends to run off with it tomorrow. That is not my opinion, but listen to me, you had better take my advice, and consult M. Lecoq." Fanferlot meditated a while, then exclaimed. "Very well, I will see him, just for your satisfaction, because I know that, if I have discovered nothing, neither has he. But, if he undertakes to be domineering, it won't do. For, if he shows his insolence to me, I will make him know his place." Notwithstanding this brave speech, the detective passed an uneasy night, and at 6 o'clock the next morning he was up. It was necessary to rise very early if he wished to catch M. Lecoq at home, and, refreshed by a cup of strong coffee, he directed his steps toward the dwelling of the celebrated detective. Fanferlot the squirrel certainly was not afraid of his patron, as he called him. For he started out with his nose in the air, and his hat cocked on one side. But by the time he reached the Rue Montmartre, where M. Lecoq lived, his courage had vanished. He pulled his hat over his eyes, and hung his head, as if looking for relief among the paving stones. He slowly ascended the steps, pausing several times, and looking around as if he would like to fly. Finally he reached the 3rd floor, and stood before a door decorated with the arms of the famous detective, a cock, the symbol of vigilance, and his heart failed him so that he had scarcely the courage to ring the bell. The door was opened by Janaweel, M. Lecoq's old servant, who had very much the manner and appearance of a grenadier. She was as faithful to her master as a watchdog, and always stood ready to attack anyone who did not treat him with the august respect which she considered his due. "Well, M. Fanferlat," she said, "you come in time for once in your life. Your patron wants to see you." Upon this announcement, Fanferlat was seized with a violent desire to retreat. By what chance could Lecoq want anything of him? While he thus hesitated, Janaweel seized him by the arm, and pulled him in, saying, "Do you want to take root there? Come along, your patron is waiting for you." In the middle of a large room curiously furnished, half library and half green room, was seated at a desk the same person with gold spectacles, who had said to Prosper at the police office, "Have courage." This was M. Lecoq in his official character. Upon Fanferlat's entrance, as he advanced respectfully, bowing till his backbone was a perfect curve, M. Lecoq laid down his pen, and said, looking sharply at him, "Ah, here you are, young man. Well, it seems that you haven't made much progress in the Bertamy case." "Why," murmured Fanferlat, "you know. I know that you have muddled everything until you can't see your way out, so that you are ready to give up. But, M. Lecoq, it was not I." M. Lecoq arose, and walked up and down the room. Suddenly he confronted Fanferlat, and said, in a tone of scornful irony, "What would you think, Master Squirrel, of a man who abuses the confidence of those who employ him? Who reveals just enough to lead the prosecution on the wrong scent, who sacrifices to his own foolish vanity the cause of justice and the liberty of an unfortunate man?" Fanferlat started back with a frightened look. "I should say," he stammered, "I should say. You would say this man ought to be punished, and dismissed from his employment, and you are right. The less a profession is honored, the more honorable should those be who belong to it. And yet you have been false to yours. Ah! Master Fanferlat, we are ambitious, and we try to make the police force serve our own views. We let justice stray her way, and we go ours. One must be a more cunning bloodhound than you are, my friend, to be able to hunt without a huntsman. You are too self-reliant by half. But, patron, I swear." "Silence. Do you pretend to say that you did your duty, and told all to the judge of instruction? Whilst others were informing against the cashier, you undertook to inform against the banker. You watched his movements, you became intimate with his valet. Was M. Lecoq really angry, or pretending to be?" Fanferlat, who knew him well, was puzzled to know whether all this indignation was real. "If you were only skilful," he continued, "but no, you wish to be master, and you are not fit to be a journeyman." "You are right, patron," said Fanferlat, piteously, for he saw that it was useless for him to deny anything. "But how could I go about an affair like this, where there was not even a trace or sign to start from?" M. Lecoq shrugged his shoulders. "You are an ass. Why, don't you know that on the very day you were sent for with the commissary to verify the robbery, you held, I do not say certainly, but very probably held, in your great stupid hands the means of knowing which key had been used when the money was stolen?" "How? What? You want to know, do you? I will tell you. Do you remember the scratch you discovered on the safe door? You were so struck by it, that you exclaimed directly you saw it. You carefully examined it, and were convinced that it was a fresh scratch, only a few hours old. You thought, and rightly too, that this scratch was made at the time of the theft. Now, with what was it made? Evidently with a key. That being the case, you should have asked for the keys both of the banker and the cashier. One of them would have had some particles of the hard green paint sticking to it. Fanferlot listened with open mouth to this explanation. At the last words, he violently slapped his forehead with his hand, and cried out. "Imbecile! Imbecile! You have rightly named yourself," said M. Lecoq. "Imbecile! This proof stares you right in the face, and you don't see it. This scratch is the sole and only clue to work the case upon, and you must go and lose the traces of it. If I find the guilty party, it will be by means of this scratch, and I am determined that I will find him." At a distance the squirrel very bravely abused and defied M. Lecoq, but, in his presence, he yielded to the influence which this extraordinary man exercised upon all who approached him. This exact information, these minute details of all his secret movements, and even thoughts, so upset his mind that he could not think where and how M. Lecoq had obtained them. Finally he said, humbly. "You must have been looking up this case, patron." "Probably I have, but I am not infallible, and may have overlooked some important evidence." "Take a seat, and tell me all you know." M. Lecoq was not the man to be hoodwinked, so Fanferlot told the exact truth, a rare thing for him to do. However, as he reached the end of his statement, a feeling of mortified vanity prevented his telling how he had been fooled by Gypsy and the stout man. Unfortunately for poor Fanferlot, M. Lecoq was always fully informed on every subject in which he interested himself. "It seems to me, Master Squirrel, that you have forgotten something. How far did you follow the empty coach?" Fanferlot blushed, and hung his head like a guilty schoolboy. "Oh, patron," he cried, "and you know about that too. How could you have?" But a sudden idea flashed across his brain, he stopped short, bounded off his chair, and cried. "Oh! I know now, you were the large gentleman with red whiskers." His surprise gave so singular an expression to his face that M. Lecoq could not restrain a smile. "Then it was you," continued the bewildered detective. "You were the large gentleman at whom I stared, so as to impress his appearance upon my mind, and I never recognized you. Patron, you would make a superb actor, if you would go on the stage, but I was disguised, too, very well disguised. Very poorly disguised. It is only just to you that I should let you know what a failure it was, Fanferlot. Do you think that a heavy beard and a blouse are a sufficient transformation? The eye is the thing to be changed, the eye. The art lies in being able to change the eye. That is the secret." This theory of disguise explained why the lynx-eyed Lecoq never appeared at the police office without his gold spectacles. "Then, patron," said Fanferlot, clinging to his idea, "you have been more successful than Madame Alexander, you have made the little girl confess. You know why she leaves the Archangel, why she does not wait for M. de Clamron, and why she bought calico dresses. She is following my advice." "That being the case," said the detective dejectedly, "there is nothing left for me to do, but to acknowledge myself an ass." "No, Squirrel," said M. Lecoq, kindly, "you are not an ass. You merely did wrong in undertaking a task beyond your capacity. Have you progressed one step since you started this affair? No. That shows that, although you are incomparable as a lieutenant, you do not possess the qualities of a general. I am going to present you with an aphorism. Remember it, and let it be your guide in the future. A man can shine in the second rank, who would be totally eclipsed in the first." Never had Fanferlot seen his patron so talkative and good-natured. Finding his deceit discovered, he had expected to be overwhelmed with a storm of anger, whereas he had escaped with a little shower that had cooled his brain. Lecoq's anger disappeared like one of those heavy clouds which threaten in the horizon for a moment, and then are suddenly swept away by a gust of wind. But this unexpected affability made Fanferlot feel uneasy. He was afraid that something might be concealed beneath it. "Do you know who the thief is, patron?" "I know no more than you do, Fanferlot, and you seem to have made up your mind, whereas I am still undecided. You declare the cashier to be innocent, and the banker guilty. I don't know whether you are right or wrong. I started after you, and have only reached the preliminaries of my search. I am certain of but one thing, and that is, that a scratch was on the safe door. That scratch is my starting point. As he spoke, Lecoq took from his desk and unrolled an immense sheet of drawing paper. On this paper was photographed the door of Fauvel's safe. The impression of every detail was perfect. There were the 5 movable buttons with the engraved letters, and the narrow, projecting brass lock. The scratch was indicated with great exactness. "Now," said Lecoq, "here is our scratch. It runs from top to bottom, starting from the hole of the lock, diagonally, and, observe, from left to right, that is to say, it terminates on the side next to the private staircase leading to the banker's apartments. Although very deep at the keyhole, it ends off in a scarcely perceptible mark." "Yes, patron, I see all that. Naturally you thought that this scratch was made by the person who took the money. Let us see if you were right. I have here a little iron box, painted with green varnish like Fauvel's safe. Here it is. Take a key, and try to scratch it." "The deuce take it," he said after several attempts, "this paint is awfully hard to move." "Very hard, my friend, and yet that on the safe is still harder and thicker. So you see the scratch you discovered could not have been made by the trembling hand of a thief letting the key slip." "Sapristi!" exclaimed Fanferlot, stupefied, "I never should have thought of that. It certainly required great force to make the deep scratch on the safe." "Yes, but how was that force employed? I have been racking my brain for 3 days, and only yesterday did I come to a conclusion. Let us examine together, and see if our conjectures present enough chances of probability to establish a starting point." Lecoq abandoned the photograph, and, walking to the door communicating with his bedroom, took the key from the lock, and, holding it in his hand, said, "Come here, Fanferlot, and stand by my side. There, very well. Now suppose that I want to open this door, and you don't want me to open it. When you see me about to insert the key, what would be your first impulse? To put my hands on your arm, and draw it toward me so as to prevent your introducing the key." "Precisely so. Now let us try it, go on." Fanferlot obeyed, and the key held by Lecoq, pulled aside from the lock, slipped along the door, and traced upon it a diagonal scratch, from top to bottom, the exact reproduction of the one in the photograph. "Oh, oh, oh!" exclaimed Fanferlot in 3 different tones of admiration, as he stood gazing in a reverie at the door. "Do you begin to understand now?" asked Lecoq. "Understand, patron? Why, a child could understand it now. Ah, what a man you are! I see the scene as if I had been present. 2 persons were present at the robbery, one wished to take the money, the other wished to prevent its being taken. That is clear, that is certain. Accustomed to triumphs of this sort, Lecoq was much amused at Fanferlot's enthusiasm. "There you go off, half-primed again," he said, good-humoredly. "You regard as sure proof a circumstance which may be accidental, and at the most only probable. No, patron, no. A man like you could not be mistaken, doubt no longer exists. That being the case, what deductions would you draw from our discovery? In the first place, it proves that I am correct in thinking the cashier innocent." "How so?" "Because, at perfect liberty to open the safe whenever he wished to do so, it is not likely that he would have brought a witness when he intended to commit the theft." "Well reasoned, Fanferlot. But on this supposition the banker would be equally innocent. Reflect a little." Fanferlot reflected, and all of his animation vanished. "You are right," he said in a despairing tone. "What can be done now?" "Look for the third rogue, or rather the real rogue, the one who opened the safe, and stole the notes, and who is still at large, while others are suspected." "Impossible, patron, impossible. Don't you know that Fauvel and his cashier had keys, and they always kept these keys in their pockets. On the evening of the robbery the banker left his key in the secretary." "Yes, but the key alone was not sufficient to open the safe. The word also must be known." Lecoq shrugged his shoulders impatiently. What was the word, he asked. Gypsy. Which is the name of the cashier's grisette. Now keep your eyes open. The day you find a man sufficiently intimate with Prosper to be aware of all the circumstances connected with this name, and at the same time on a footing with the Fauvel family which would give him the privilege of entering M. Fauvel's chamber, then, and not until then, will you discover the guilty party. On that day the problem will be solved. Self-sufficient and vain, like all famous men, M. Lecoq had never had a pupil, and never wished to have one. He worked alone, because he hated assistance, wishing to share in neither the pleasures of success nor the pain of defeat. Thus Fanferlot, who knew his patron's character, was surprised to hear him giving advice, who heretofore had only given orders. He was so puzzled, that in spite of his preoccupation he could not help betraying his surprise. Patron, he ventured to say, you seem to take a great interest in this affair, you have so deeply studied it. M. Lecoq started nervously, and replied, frowning. You are too curious, Master Squirrel, be careful that you do not go too far. Do you understand? Fanferlot began to apologize. That will do, interrupted M. Lecoq. If I choose to lend you a helping hand, it is because it suits my fancy to do so. It pleases me to be the head, and let you be the hand. Unassisted, with your preconceived ideas, you never would have found the culprit. If we two together don't find him, my name is not Lecoq. We shall certainly succeed if you interest yourself in the case. Yes, I am interested in it, and during the last 4 days I have discovered many important facts. But listen to me. I have reasons for not appearing in this affair. No matter what happens, I forbid your mentioning my name. If we succeed, all the success must be attributed to you. And, above all, don't try to find out what I choose to keep from you. Be satisfied with what explanations I give you. Now, be careful. These conditions seemed quite to suit Fanferlot. I will obey your instructions, and be discreet. I shall rely upon you. Now, to begin, you must carry this photograph to the judge of instruction. I know M. Patrigent is much perplexed about this case. Explain to him, as if it were your own discovery, what I have just shown you. Repeat for his benefit the scene we have acted, and I am convinced that this evidence will determine him to release the cashier. Prosper must be at liberty before I can commence my operations. Of course, patron, but must I let him know that I suspect anyone besides the banker or cashier? Certainly. Justice must not be kept in ignorance of your intention of following up this affair. M. Patrigent will tell you to watch Prosper. You will reply that you will not lose sight of him. I myself will answer for his being in safekeeping. Suppose he asks me about Gypsy. M. Lecoq hesitated for a moment. Tell him, he finally said, that you persuaded her, in the interest of Prosper, to live in a house where she can watch someone whom you suspect. Fanferlot was joyously picking up his hat to go, when M. Lecoq checked him by waving his hand, and said, I have not finished. Do you know how to drive a carriage and manage horses? Why, patron, can you ask this of a man who used to be a rider in the Bouthor circus? Very well. As soon as the judge dismisses you, return home immediately, make yourself a wig and the complete dress of a valet, and, having dressed yourself, take this letter to the agency on Delorme Street. But, patron. There must be no but, my friend. The agent will send you to M. de Clamron, who is looking for a valet, his man having left him yesterday. Excuse me if I venture to suggest that you are making a mistake. This Clamron is not the cashier's friend. Why do you always interrupt me, said M. Lecoq imperiously. Do what I tell you, and don't disturb your mind about the rest. Clamron is not a friend of Prosper's, I know, but he is the friend and protector of Raoul de Lagers. Why so? Whence the intimacy of these two men of such different ages? That is what I must find out. I must also find out who this forge master is who lives in Paris, and never goes to attend to his furnaces. A jolly fellow, who takes it into his head to live at the Hôtel du Louvre, in the midst of a tumultuous, ever-changing crowd, is a fellow difficult to watch. Through you I will have an eye upon him. He has a carriage, you are to drive it. And you will soon be able to give me an account of his manner of life, and of the sort of people with whom he associates. You shall be obeyed, patron. Another thing. De Clamoran is irritable and suspicious. You will be presented to him under the name of Joseph Dubois. He will demand your certificate of good character. Here are 3, which state that you have lived with the Marquis de Sermuz and the Count de Commarin, and that you have just left the Baron de Werchen, who went to Germany the other day. Now keep your eyes open. Be careful of your dress and manners. Be polite, but not excessively so. And, above all things, don't be obsequious, it might arouse suspicion. I understand, patron. Where shall I report to you? I will call on you every day. Until I tell you differently, don't step foot in this house, you might be followed. If anything important should happen, send a note to your wife, and she will inform me. Go, and be prudent. The door closed on Fanferlot as Lecoq passed into his bedroom. In the twinkling of an eye he had divested himself of the appearance of a police officer. He took off his stiff cravat and gold spectacles, and removed the close wig from his thick black hair. The official Lecoq had disappeared, leaving in his place the genuine Lecoq whom nobody knew, a handsome young man, with a bold, determined manner, and brilliant, piercing eyes. But he only remained himself for an instant. Seated before a dressing table covered with more cosmetics, paints, perfumes, false hair, and other unmentionable shams, than are to be found on the toilet tables of our modern belles, he began to undo the work of nature. And make himself a new face. He worked slowly, handling his brushes with great care. But in an hour he had accomplished one of his daily masterpieces. When he had finished, he was no longer Lecoq, he was the large gentleman with red whiskers, whom Fanferlot had failed to recognize. Well, he said, casting a last look in the mirror, I have forgotten nothing, I have left nothing to chance. All my plans are fixed, and I shall make some progress today, provided the squirrel does not waste time. But Fanferlot was too happy to waste a minute. He did not run, he flew, toward the Palais de Justice. At last he was now able to convince someone that he, Fanferlot, was a man of wonderful perspicacity. As to acknowledging that he was about to obtain a triumph with the ideas of another man, he never thought of it. It is generally in perfect good faith that the jackdaw struts in the peacock's feathers. His hopes were not deceived. If the judge was not absolutely and fully convinced, he admired the ingenuity and shrewdness of the whole proceeding, and complimented the proud jackdaw upon his brilliancy. This decides me, he said, as he dismissed Fanferlot. I will make out a favorable report today, and it is highly probable that the accused will be released tomorrow. He began at once to write out one of these terrible decisions of not proven, which restores liberty, but not honor, to the accused man, which says that he is not guilty, but does not say he is innocent. Whereas there do not exist sufficient charges against the accused, Prosper Bertamy, in pursuance of Article 128 of the Criminal Code, we hereby declare that we find no grounds for prosecution against the aforesaid prisoner at this present time. And we order that he shall be released from the prison where he is confined, and set at liberty by the jailer, etc. Well, he said to the clerk, here is another one of those crimes which justice cannot clear up. The mystery remains to be solved. This is another file to be stowed away among the archives of the Record Office. And with his own hand he wrote on the cover of the bundle of papers relating to Prosper's case, the number of the package, file number 113. Chapter 7. Prosper had been languishing in his private cell for 9 days, when on Thursday morning the jailer came to inform him of the judge's decision. He was conducted before the officer who had searched him when he was arrested. And the contents of his pocket, his watch, penknife, and several little pieces of jewelry, were restored to him. Then he was told to sign a large sheet of paper, which he did. He was next led across a dark passage, and almost pushed through a door, which was abruptly shut upon him. He found himself on the quay, he was alone, he was free. Free. Justice had confessed her inability to convict him of the crime of which he was accused. Free. He could walk about, he could breathe the pure air, but every door would be closed against him. Only acquittal after due trial would restore him to his former position among men. A decision of "not proven" had left him covered with suspicion. The torments inflicted by public opinion are more fearful than those suffered in a prison cell. At the moment of his restoration to liberty, Prosper so cruelly suffered from the horror of his situation, that he could not repress a cry of rage and despair. "I am innocent. God knows I am innocent," he cried out. But of what use was his anger? Two strangers, who were passing, stopped to look at him, and said, pityingly, "He is crazy." The Seine was at his feet. A thought of suicide crossed his mind. "No," he said, "no. I have not even the right to kill myself. No, I will not die until I have vindicated my innocence." Often, day and night, had Prosper repeated these words, as he walked his cell. With a heart filled with a bitter, determined thirst for vengeance, which gives a man the force and patience to destroy or wear out all obstacles in his way, he would say, "Oh! Why am I not at liberty? I am helpless, caged up. But let me once be free." Now he was free, and, for the first time, he saw the difficulties of the task before him. For each crime, justice requires a criminal. He could not establish his own innocence without producing the guilty man. How find the thief so as to hand him over to the law? Discouraged, but not despondent, he turned in the direction of his apartments. He was beset by 1,000 anxieties. What had taken place during the 9 days that he had been cut off from all intercourse with his friends? No news of them had reached him. He had heard no more of what was going on in the outside world, than if his secret cell had been a grave. He slowly walked along the streets, with his eyes cast down, dreading to meet some familiar face. He, who had always been so haughty, would now be pointed at with the finger of scorn. He would be greeted with cold looks and averted faces. Men would refuse to shake hands with him. He would be shunned by honest people, who have no patience with a thief. Still, if he could count on only one true friend. Yes, he was sure of one. But what friend would believe him when his father, who should have been the last to suspect him, had refused to believe him? In the midst of his sufferings, when he felt almost overwhelmed by the sense of his wretched, lonely condition, he thought of Gypsy. He had never loved the poor girl, indeed, at times he almost hated her, but now he felt a longing to see her. He wished to be with her, because he knew that she loved him, and that nothing would make her believe him guilty. Because he knew that a woman remains true and firm in her faith, and is always faithful in the hour of adversity, although she sometimes fails in prosperity. On entering the Rue Chaptal, Prosper saw his own door, but hesitated to enter it. He suffered from the timidity which an honest man always feels when he knows he is viewed with suspicion. He dreaded meeting anyone whom he knew, yet he could not remain in the street. He entered. When the porter saw him, he uttered an exclamation of glad surprise, and said, "Ah, here you are at last, monsieur. I told everyone you would come out as white as snow. And, when I read in the papers that you were arrested for robbery, I said, my third-floor lodger a thief. Never would I believe such a thing, never." The congratulations of this ignorant man were sincere, and offered from pure kindness of heart. But they impressed Prosper painfully, and he cut them short by abruptly asking, "Madame of course has left, can you tell me where she has gone?" "Dear me, no, monsieur. The day of your arrest, she sent for a hack, got into it with her trunks, and disappeared, and no one has seen or heard of her since." This was another blow to the unhappy cashier. "And where are my servants?" "Gone, monsieur. Your father paid and discharged them. I suppose you have my keys?" "No, monsieur, when your father left here this morning at 8 o'clock, he told me that a friend of his would take charge of your rooms until you should return. Of course you know who he is, a stout gentleman with red whiskers." Prosper was stupefied. What could be the meaning of one of his father's friends being in his rooms? He did not, however, betray any surprise, but quietly said, "Yes, I know who it is." He quickly ran up the stairs, and knocked at his door. It was opened by his father's friend. He had been accurately described by the porter. A fat man, with a red face, sensual lips, brilliant eyes, and of rather coarse manners, stood bowing to Prosper, who had never seen him before. "Delighted to make your acquaintance, monsieur," said he to Prosper. He seemed to be perfectly at home. On the table lay a book, which he had taken from the bookcase, and he appeared ready to do the honors of the house. "I must say, monsieur," began Prosper, "that you are surprised to find me here." "So I suppose. Your father intended introducing me to you, but he was compelled to return to Beaucaire this morning, and let me add that he departed thoroughly convinced, as I myself am, that you never took a cent from him, Fauvel." At this unexpected good news, Prosper's face lit up with pleasure. "Here is a letter from your father, which I hope will serve as an introduction between us." Prosper opened the letter. And as he read his eyes grew brighter, and a slight color returned to his pale face. When he had finished, he held out his hand to the large gentleman, and said, "My father, monsieur, tells me you are his best friend. He advises me to have absolute confidence in you, and follow your counsel." "Exactly. This morning your father said to me, 'Bergeret, that is my name, Bergeret, my son is in great trouble, he must be helped out.' I replied, 'I am ready, and here I am to help you.' Now the ice is broken, is it not? Then let us go to work at once. What do you intend to do?" This question revived Prosper's slumbering rage. His eyes flashed. "What do I intend to do?" he said, angrily. "What should I do but seek the villain who has ruined me?" "So I supposed, but have you any hopes of success?" "None. Yet I shall succeed, because, when a man devotes his whole life to the accomplishment of an object, he is certain to achieve it." "Well said, Prosper, and, to be frank, I fully expected that this would be your purpose. I have therefore already begun to think and act for you. I have a plan. In the first place, you will sell this furniture, and disappear from the neighborhood." "Disappear," cried Prosper, indignantly, "disappear. Why, monsieur? Do you not see that such a step would be a confession of guilt, would authorize the world to say that I am hiding so as to enjoy undisturbed the stolen fortune?" "Well, what then?" said the man with the red whiskers. "Did you not say just now the sacrifice of your life is made? The skillful swimmer thrown into the river by malefactors is careful not to rise to the surface immediately, on the contrary, he plunges beneath, and remains there as long as his breath holds out. He comes up again at a great distance, and lands out of sight, then, when he is supposed to be dead, lost forever to the sight of man, he rises up and has his vengeance. You have an enemy. Some petty imprudence will betray him. But, while he sees you standing by on the watch, he will be on his guard." It was with a sort of amazed submission that Prosper listened to this man, who, though a friend of his father, was an utter stranger to himself. He submitted unconsciously to the ascendancy of a nature so much more energetic and forcible than his own. In his helpless condition he was grateful for friendly assistance, and said, "I will follow your advice, monsieur. I was sure you would, my dear friend. Let us reflect upon the course you should pursue. And remember that you will need every cent of the proceeds of the sale. Have you any ready money?" "No, but you must have some. Knowing that you would need it at once, I brought an upholsterer here, and he will give 12,000 francs for everything excepting the pictures." The cashier could not refrain from shrugging his shoulders, which Bergeret observed. "Well," said he, "it is rather hard, I admit, but it is a necessity. Now listen, you are the invalid, and I am the doctor charged to cure you. If I cut to the quick, you will have to endure it. It is the only way to save you." "Cut away then, monsieur," answered Prosper. "Well, we will hurry, for time passes. You have a friend, M. de Lagers. Raoul? Yes, monsieur, he is an intimate friend. Now tell me, who is this fellow? The term fellow seemed to offend Prosper. M. de Lagers, monsieur, he said, haughtily, is M. Fauvel's nephew. He is a wealthy young man, handsome, intelligent, cultivated, and the best friend I have. Hum, said M. Vergeret, I shall be delighted to make the acquaintance of one adorned by so many charming qualities. I must let you know that I wrote him a note in your name asking him to come here, and he sent word that he would be here directly. What do you suppose? Oh, I suppose nothing. Only I must see this young man. Also, I have arranged and will submit to you a little plan of conversation. A ring at the front door interrupted M. Vergeret. Sacrebleu. Adieu to my plan, here he is. Where can I hide so as to hear and see? There, in my bedroom, leave the door open and the curtain down. A second ring was heard. Now remember, Prosper, said M. Vergeret in a warning tone, not one word to this man about your plans, or about me. Pretend to be discouraged, helpless, and undecided what to do. And he disappeared behind the curtain, as Prosper ran to open the door. Prosper's portrait of M. de Lagers had not been an exaggerated one. So handsome a face and manly a figure could belong only to a noble character. Although Raoul said that he was 24, he appeared to be not more than 20. He had a superb figure, well knit and supple, a beautiful white brow, shaded by soft chestnut curly hair, soft blue eyes which beamed with frankness. His first impulse was to throw himself into Prosper's arms. My poor, dear friend, he said, my poor Prosper. But beneath these affectionate demonstrations there was a certain constraint, which, if it escaped the cashier, was noticed by M. Vergeret. Your letter, my dear Prosper, said Raoul, made me almost ill, I was so frightened by it. I asked myself if you could have lost your mind. Then I left everything, to fly to your assistance, and here I am. Prosper did not seem to hear him. He was preoccupied about the letter which he had not written. What were its contents? Who was this stranger whose assistance he had accepted? You must not feel discouraged, continued M. de Lagers, you are young enough to commence life anew. Your friends are still left to you. I have come to say to you, rely upon me, I am rich, half of my fortune is at your disposal. This generous offer, made at a moment like this with such frank simplicity, deeply touched Prosper. Thanks, Raoul, he said with emotion, thank you. But unfortunately all the money in the world would be of no use now. Why so? What are you going to do? Do you propose to remain in Paris? I know not, Raoul. I have made no plans yet. My mind is too confused for me to think. I will tell you what to do, replied Raoul quickly, you must start afresh, until this mysterious robbery is explained you must keep away from Paris. It will never do for you to remain here. And suppose it never should be explained? Only the more reason for your remaining in oblivion. I have been talking about you to Clamron. If I were in Prosper's place, he said, would turn everything into money, and embark for America. There I would make a fortune, and return to crush with my millions those who have suspected me. This advice offended Prosper's pride, but he said nothing. He was thinking of what the stranger had said to him. I will think it over, he finally forced himself to say. I will see. I would like to know what M. Fauvel says. My uncle. I suppose you know that I have declined the offer he made me to enter his banking house, and we have almost quarreled. I have not set foot in his house for over a month, but I hear of him occasionally. Through whom? Through your friend Cavallon. My uncle, they say, is more distressed by this affair than you are. He does not attend to his business, and wanders about as if he had lost every friend on earth. And Madame Fauvel, and, Prosper hesitated, and Emily Madeleine, how are they? Oh, said Raoul lightly, my aunt is as pious as ever. She has mass said for the benefit of the sinner. As to my handsome, icy cousin, she cannot bring herself down to common matters, because she is entirely absorbed in preparing for the fancy ball to be given day after tomorrow by M. Jan Didier. She has discovered, so one of her friends told me, a wonderful dressmaker, a stranger who has suddenly appeared from no one knows where, who is making a costume of Catherine de Medicis maid of honor, and it is to be a marvel of beauty. Excessive suffering brings with it a sort of dull insensibility and stupor. And Prosper thought that there was nothing left to be inflicted upon him, and had reached that state of impassibility from which he never expected to be aroused, when this last remark of M. de Lager's made him cry out with pain. Madeline! Oh, Madeline! M. de Lager's, pretending not to have heard him, rose from his chair, and said, I must leave you now, my dear Prosper. On Saturday I will see these ladies at the ball, and will bring you news of them. Now, do have courage, and remember that, whatever happens, you have a friend in me. Raoul shook Prosper's hand, closed the door after him, and hurried up the street, leaving Prosper standing immovable and overcome by disappointment. He was aroused from his gloomy reverie by hearing the red-whiskered man say, in a bantering tone, So these are your friends? Yes, said Prosper with bitterness. You heard him offer me half his fortune. M. Vergeret shrugged his shoulders with an air of compassion. That was very stingy on his part, he said. Why did he not offer the whole? Offers cost nothing. Although I have no doubt that this sweet youth would cheerfully give 10,000 francs to put the ocean between you and him. Monsieur. What reason? Who knows? Perhaps for the same reason that he had not set foot in his uncle's house for a month. But that is the truth, monsieur, I am sure of it. Naturally, said M. Vergeret with a provoking smile. But, he continued with a serious air, we have devoted enough time to this Adonis. Now, be good enough to change your dress, and we will go and call on M. Fauvel. This proposal seemed to stir up all of Prosper's anger. Never. He exclaimed with excitement, no, never will I voluntarily set eyes on that wretch. This resistance did not surprise M. Vergeret. I can understand your feelings toward him, said he, but at the same time I hope you will change your mind. For the same reason that I wish to see M. de Lager's, do I wish to see M. Fauvel, it is necessary, you understand. Are you so very weak that you cannot put a constraint upon yourself for 5 minutes? I shall introduce myself as one of your relatives, and you need not open your lips. If it is positively necessary, said Prosper, if it is necessary, so come on. You must have confidence, put on a brave face. Hurry and fix yourself up a little, it is getting late, and I am hungry. We will breakfast on our way there. Prosper had hardly passed into his bedroom when the bell rang again. M. Vergeret opened the door. It was the porter, who handed him a thick letter, and said, This letter was left this morning for M. Bertamy. I was so flustered when he came that I forgot to hand it to him. It is a very odd-looking letter, is it not, monsieur? It was indeed a most peculiar missive. The address was not written, but formed of printed letters, carefully cut from a book, and pasted on the envelope. Oh, ho! What is this? Cried M. Vergeret, then turning toward the porter he cried, Wait. He went into the next room, and closed the door behind him. There he found Prosper, anxious to know what was going on. Here is a letter for you, said M. Vergeret. He at once tore open the envelope. Some banknotes dropped out, he counted them. There were 10. Prosper's face turned purple. What does this mean? He asked. We will read the letter and find out, replied M. Vergeret. The letter, like the address, was composed of printed words cut out and pasted on a sheet of paper. It was short but explicit. My dear Prosper, a friend, who knows the horror of your situation, sends you this succor. There is one heart, be assured, that shares your sufferings. Go away, leave France, you are young, the future is before you. Go, and may this money bring you happiness. As M. Vergeret read the note, Prosper's rage increased. He was angry and perplexed, for he could not explain the rapidly succeeding events which were so calculated to mystify his already confused brain. "Everybody wishes me to go away," he cried, "then there must be a conspiracy against me." Vergeret smiled with satisfaction. "At last you begin to open your eyes, you begin to understand. Yes, there are people who hate you because of the wrong they have done you, there are people to whom your presence in Paris is a constant danger, and who will not feel safe till they are rid of you. But who are these people, monsieur? Tell me, who dares send this money? If I knew, my dear Prosper, my task would be at an end, for then I would know who committed the robbery. But we will continue our searches. I have finally procured evidence which will sooner or later become convincing proof. I have heretofore only made deductions more or less probable, and now possess knowledge which proves that I was not mistaken. I walked in darkness, now I have a light to guide me." As Prosper listened to Vergeret's reassuring words, he felt hope arising in his breast. "Now," said Vergeret, "we must take advantage of this evidence, gained by the imprudence of our enemies, without delay. We will begin with the porter." He opened the door and called out, "I say, my good man, step here a moment." The porter entered, looking very much surprised at the authority exercised over his lodger by this stranger. "Who gave you this letter?" said Vergeret. "A messenger, who said he was paid for bringing it." "Do you know him?" "I know him well. He is the errand-runner who keeps his cart at the corner of the Rue Pigalle. Go and bring him here." After the porter had gone, Vergeret drew from his pocket his diary, and compared a page of it with the notes which he had spread over the table. "These notes were not sent by the thief," he said, after an attentive examination of them. "Do you think so, monsieur?" "I am certain of it, that is, unless the thief is endowed with extraordinary penetration and forethought. One thing is certain, these 10,000 francs are not part of the 350,000 which were stolen from the safe." "Yet," said Prosper, who could not account for this certainty on the part of his protector, "yet. There is no doubt about it, I have the numbers of all the stolen notes." "What? When even I did not have them?" "But the bank did, fortunately. When we undertake an affair we must anticipate everything, and forget nothing. It is a poor excuse for a man to say, 'I did not think of it,' when he commits some oversight. I thought of the bank." If, in the beginning, Prosper had felt some repugnance about confiding in his father's friend, the feeling had now disappeared. He understood that alone, scarcely master of himself, governed only by the inspirations of inexperience, never would he have the patient perspicacity of this singular man. Vergeret continued talking to himself, as if he had absolutely forgotten Prosper's presence. "Then, as this package did not come from the thief, it can only come from the other person, who was near the safe at the time of the robbery. But could not prevent it, and now feels remorse. The probability of two persons assisting at the robbery, a probability suggested by the scratch, is now converted into undeniable certainty. Ergo, I was right." Prosper listening attentively tried hard to comprehend this monologue, which he dared not interrupt. "Let us seek," went on the fat man, "this second person, whose conscience pricks him, and yet who dares not reveal anything." He read the letter over several times, scanning the sentences, and weighing every word. Evidently this letter was composed by a woman, he finally said. Never would one man doing another man a service, and sending him money, use the word succor. A man would have said, loan, money, or some other equivalent, but succor, never. No one but a woman, ignorant of masculine susceptibilities, would have naturally made use of this word to express the idea it represents. As to the sentence, there is one heart, and so on, it could only have been written by a woman. You are mistaken, monsieur, said Prosper, no woman is mixed up in this affair. Vergeret paid no attention to this interruption, perhaps he did not hear it, perhaps he did not care to argue the matter. Now, let us see if we can discover whence the printed words were taken to compose this letter. He approached the window, and began to study the pasted words with all the scrupulous attention which an antiquarian would devote to an old, half-effaced manuscript. "Small type," he said, "very slender and clear, the paper is thin and glossy. Consequently, these words have not been cut from a newspaper, magazine, or even a novel. I have seen type like this, I recognize it at once, Didat often uses it, so does Madame de Tours." He stopped with his mouth open, and eyes fixed, appealing laboriously to his memory. Suddenly he struck his forehead exultantly. "Now I have it," he cried, "now I have it. Why did I not see it at once? These words have all been cut from a prayer book. We will look, at least, and then we shall be certain." He moistened one of the words pasted on the paper with his tongue, and, when it was sufficiently softened, he detached it with a pin. On the other side of this word was printed a Latin word, deus. "Ah, ha," he said with a little laugh of satisfaction. "I knew it. Father Tabret would be pleased to see this. But what has become of the mutilated prayer book? Can it have been burned?" "No, because a heavy-bound book is not easily burned. It is thrown in some corner." M. Vergeret was interrupted by the porter, who returned with the messenger from the Rue Pigalle. "Ah, here you are," he said encouragingly. Then he showed the envelope of the letter, and said, "Do you remember bringing this letter here this morning?" "Perfectly, monsieur. I took particular notice of the direction, we don't often see anything like it." "Who told you to bring it? A gentleman, or a lady?" "Neither, monsieur, it was a porter." This reply made the porter laugh very much, but not a muscle of M. Vergeret's face moved. "A porter? Well, do you know this colleague of yours? I never even saw him before. How does he look?" "He was neither tall nor short, he wore a green vest, and his medal." "Your description is so vague that it would suit every porter in the city, but did your colleague tell you who sent the letter?" "No, monsieur. He only put 10 sous in my hand, and said, 'Here, carry this to number 39, Rue Chaptal.' A coachman on the boulevard handed it to me." 10 sous. I warrant you he made more than that by it." This answer seemed to disconcert M. Vergeret. So many precautions taken in sending the letter disturbed him, and disarranged his plans. "Do you think you would recognize the porter again?" "Yes, monsieur, if I saw him." "How much do you gain a day as a porter?" "I can't tell exactly. But my corner is a good stand, and I am busy doing errands nearly all day. I suppose I make from 8 to 10 francs. "Very well, I will give you 10 francs a day if you will walk about the streets, and look for the porter who brought this letter. Every evening, at 8 o'clock, come to the Archangel, on the Quai Saint-Michel, give me a report of your search, and receive your pay. Ask for M. Vergeret. If you find the man I will give you 50 francs. Do you accept?" "I rather think I will, monsieur." "Then don't lose a minute. Start off." Although ignorant of M. Vergeret's plans, Prosper began to comprehend the sense of his investigations. His fate depended upon their success, and yet he almost forgot this fact in his admiration of this singular man. For his energy, his bantering coolness when he wished to discover anything, the surety of his deductions, the fertility of his expedients, and the rapidity of his movements, were astonishing. "Monsieur," said Prosper when the porter had left the room, "do you still think you see a woman's hand in this affair?" "More than ever, and a pious woman too, and a woman who has 2 prayer books, since she could cut up one to write to you." "And you hope to find the mutilated book?" "I do, thanks to the opportunity one have of making an immediate search, which I will set about at once." Saying this, he sat down, and rapidly scratched off a few lines on a slip of paper, which he folded up, and put in his vest pocket. "Are you ready to go to M. Fauvel's?" "Yes." "Come on, then, we have certainly earned our breakfast today." Chapter 8. When Raoul de Lagers spoke of M. Fauvel's extraordinary dejection, he had not exaggerated. Since the fatal day when, upon his denunciation, his cashier had been arrested, the banker, this active, energetic man of business, had been a prey to the most gloomy melancholy, and absolutely refused to take any interest in his affairs. Seldom entering the banking house. He, who had always been so domestic, never came near his family except at meals, when he would swallow a few mouthfuls, and hastily leave the room. Shut up in his study, he would deny himself to visitors. His anxious countenance, his indifference to everybody and everything, his constant reveries and fits of abstraction, betrayed the preoccupation of some fixed idea, or the tyrannical empire of some hidden sorrow. The day of Prosper's release, about 3 o'clock, M. Fauvel was, as usual, seated in his study, with his elbows resting on the table, and his face buried in his hands, when his office boy rushed in, and with a frightened look said, "Monsieur, the former cashier, M. Bertamy, is here with one of his relatives. He says he must see you on business." The banker at these words started up as if he had been shot. "Prosper," he cried in a voice choked by anger, "what? Does he dare?" Then remembering that he ought to control himself before his servant, he waited a few moments, and then said, in a tone of forced calmness, "Ask them to walk in." If M. Verduret had counted upon witnessing a strange and affecting sight, he was not disappointed. Nothing could be more terrible than the attitude of these two men as they stood confronting each other. The banker's face was almost purple with suppressed anger, and he looked as if about to be struck by apoplexy. Prosper was as pale and motionless as a corpse. Silent and immovable, they stood glaring at each other with mortal hatred. M. Verduret curiously watched these two enemies, with the indifference and coolness of a philosopher, who, in the most violent outbursts of human passion, merely sees subjects for meditation and study. Finally, the silence becoming more and more threatening, he decided to break it by speaking to the banker. "I suppose you know, monsieur, that my young relative has just been released from prison." "Yes," replied M. Fauvel, making an effort to control himself, "yes, for want of sufficient proof." "Exactly so, monsieur, and this want of proof, as stated in the decision of not proven, ruins the prospects of my relative, and compels him to leave here at once for America." M. Fauvel's features relaxed as if he had been relieved of some fearful agony. "Ah, he is going away," he said, "he is going abroad." There was no mistaking the resentful, almost insulting intonation of the words, "going away." M. Verduret took no notice of M. Fauvel's manner. "It appears to me," he continued, in an easy tone, "that Prosper's determination is a wise one. I merely wished him, before leaving Paris, to come and pay his respects to his former chief." The banker smiled bitterly. M. Bertamy might have spared us both this painful meeting. I have nothing to say to him, and of course he can have nothing to tell me. This was a formal dismissal, and M. Verduret, understanding it thus, bowed to M. Fauvel, and left the room, accompanied by Prosper, who had not opened his lips. They had reached the street before Prosper recovered the use of his tongue. "I hope you are satisfied, monsieur," he said, in a gloomy tone. "You exacted this painful step, and I could only acquiesce. Have I gained anything by adding this humiliation to the others which I have suffered?" "You have not, but I have," replied M. Verduret. "I could find no way of gaining access to M. Fauvel, save through you, and now I have found out what I wanted to know. I am convinced that M. Fauvel had nothing to do with the robbery." "Oh, monsieur," objected Prosper, "innocence can be feigned." "Certainly, but not to this extent. And this is not all. I wish to find out if M. Fauvel would be accessible to certain suspicions. I am now confident that he is." Prosper and his companion had stopped to talk more at their ease, near the corner of the Rue Lafitte, in the middle of a large space which had lately been cleared by pulling down an old house. M. Verduret seemed to be anxious, and was constantly looking around as if he expected someone. He soon uttered an exclamation of satisfaction. At the other end of the vacant space, he saw Cavallon, who was bareheaded and running. He was so excited that he did not even stop to shake hands with Prosper, but darted up to M. Vergeret, and said. They have gone, monsieur. How long since? They went about a quarter of an hour ago. The deuce they did. Then we have not an instant to lose. He handed Cavallon the note he had written some hours before at Prosper's house. Here, send him this, and then return at once to your desk, you might be missed. It was very imprudent in you to come out without your hat. Cavallon ran off as quickly as he had come. Prosper was stupefied. What, he exclaimed. You know Cavallon? So it seems, answered M. Vergeret with a smile, but we have no time to talk, come on, hurry. Where are we going now? You will soon know, walk fast. And he set the example by striding rapidly toward the Rue Lafayette. As they went along he continued talking more to himself than to Prosper. Ah, said he, it is not by putting both feet in one shoe, that one wins a race. The track once found, we should never rest an instant. When the savage discovers the footprints of an enemy, he follows it persistently, knowing that falling rain or a gust of wind may efface the footprints at any moment. It is the same with us, the most trifling incident may destroy the traces we are following up. M. Vergeret suddenly stopped before a door bearing the number 81. We are going in here, he said to Prosper, come. They went up the steps, and stopped on the second floor, before a door over which was a large sign, fashionable dressmaker. A handsome bell rope hung on the wall, but M. Vergeret did not touch it. He tapped with the ends of his fingers in a peculiar way, and the door instantly opened as if someone had been watching for his signal on the other side. The door was opened by a neatly dressed woman of about 40. She quietly ushered M. Vergeret and Prosper into a neat dining room with several doors opening into it. This woman bowed humbly to M. Vergeret, as if he were some superior being. He scarcely noticed her salutation, but questioned her with a look. His look said. Well? She bowed affirmatively. Yes. In there? Asked M. Vergeret in a low tone, pointing to one of the doors. No, said the woman in the same tone, over there, in the little parlor. M. Vergeret opened the door pointed out, and pushed Prosper into the little parlor, whispering, as he did so. Go in, and keep your presence of mind. But his injunction was useless. The instant he cast his eyes around the room into which he had so unceremoniously been pushed without any warning, Prosper exclaimed, in a startled voice. Madeline! It was indeed M. Fauvel's niece, looking more beautiful than ever. Hers was that calm, dignified beauty which imposes admiration and respect. Standing in the middle of the room, near a table covered with silks and satins, she was arranging a skirt of red velvet embroidered in gold. Probably the dress she was to wear as maid of honor to Catherine de Medicis. At sight of Prosper, all the blood rushed to her face, and her beautiful eyes half closed, as if she were about to faint. She clung to the table to prevent herself from falling. Prosper well knew that Madeline was not one of those cold-hearted women whom nothing could disturb, and who feel sensations, but never a true sentiment. Of a tender, dreamy nature, she betrayed in the minute details of her life the most exquisite delicacy. But she was also proud, and incapable of in any way violating her conscience. When duty spoke, she obeyed. She recovered from her momentary weakness, and the soft expression of her eyes changed to one of haughty resentment. In an offended tone she said. What has emboldened you, monsieur, to be watching my movements? Who gave you permission to follow me, to enter this house? Prosper was certainly innocent. He would have given worlds to explain what had just happened, but he was powerless, and could only remain silent. You promised me upon your honor, monsieur, continued Madeline, that you would never again seek my presence. Is this the way you keep your word? I did promise, mademoiselle, but... He stopped. Oh, speak. So many things have happened since that terrible day, that I think I am excusable in forgetting, for 1 hour, an oath torn from me in a moment of blind weakness. It is to chance, at least to another will than my own, that I am indebted for the happiness of once more finding myself near you. Alas! The instant I saw you my heart bounded with joy. I did not think, no I could not think, that you would prove more pitiless than strangers have been, that you would cast me off when I am so miserable and heartbroken. Had not Prosper been so agitated he could have read in the eyes of Madeline, those beautiful eyes which had so long been the arbiters of his destiny, the signs of a great inward struggle. It was, however, in a firm voice that she replied. You know me well enough, Prosper, to be sure that no blow can strike you without reaching me at the same time. You suffer, I suffer with you, I pity you as a sister would pity a beloved brother. A sister, said Prosper, bitterly. Yes, that was the word you used the day you banished me from your presence. A sister. Then why during 3 years did you delude me with vain hopes? Was I a brother to you the day we went to Notre Dame de Fourvières, that day when, at the foot of the altar, we swore to love each other for ever and ever, and you fastened around my neck a holy relic and said, wear this always for my sake. Never part from it, and it will bring you good fortune? Madeline attempted to interrupt him by a supplicating gesture, he would not heed it, but continued with increased bitterness. 1 month after that happy day, a year ago, you gave me back my promise. Told me to consider myself free from any engagement, and never to come near you again. If I could have discovered in what way I had offended you, but no, you refused to explain. You drove me away, and to obey you I told everyone that I had left you of my own accord. You told me that an invincible obstacle had arisen between us, and I believed you, fool that I was. The obstacle was your own heart, Madeline. I have always worn the medal, but it has not brought me happiness or good fortune. As white and motionless as a statue, Madeline stood with bowed head before this storm of passionate reproach. I told you to forget me, she murmured. Forget, exclaimed Prosper, excitedly, forget. Can I forget? Is it in my power to stop, by an effort of will, the circulation of my blood? Ah, you have never loved. To forget, as to stop the beatings of the heart, there is but one means, death. This word, uttered with the fixed determination of a desperate, reckless man, caused Madeline to shudder. Miserable man, she exclaimed. Yes, miserable man, and 1,000 times more miserable than you can imagine. You can never understand the tortures I have suffered, when for a year I would awake every morning, and say to myself, it is all over, she has ceased to love me. This great sorrow stared me in the face day and night in spite of all my efforts to dispel it. And you speak of forgetfulness. I sought it at the bottom of poisoned cups, but found it not. I tried to extinguish this memory of the past, that tears my heart to shreds like a devouring flame, in vain. When the body succumbed, the pitiless heart kept watch. With this corroding torture making life a burden, do you wonder that I should seek rest which can only be obtained by suicide? I forbid you to utter that word. You forget, Madeline, that you have no right to forbid me, unless you love me. Love would make you all-powerful, and me obedient. With an imperious gesture Madeline interrupted him as if she wished to speak, and perhaps to explain all, to exculpate herself. But a sudden thought stopped her. She clasped her hands despairingly, and cried. My God! This suffering is beyond endurance. Prosper seemed to misconstrue her words. Your pity comes too late, he said. There is no happiness in store for one like myself, who has had a glimpse of divine felicity, had the cup of bliss held to his lips, and then dashed to the ground. There is nothing left to attach me to life. You have destroyed my holiest beliefs. I came forth from prison disgraced by my enemies, what is to become of me? Vainly do I question the future, for me there is no hope of happiness. I look around me to see nothing but abandonment, ignominy, and despair. Prosper, my brother, my friend, if you only knew. I know but one thing, Madeline, and that is, that you no longer love me, and that I love you more madly than ever. Oh, Madeline, God only knows how I love you. He was silent. He hoped for an answer. None came. But suddenly the silence was broken by a stifled sob. It was Madeline's maid, who, seated in a corner, was weeping bitterly. Madeline had forgotten her presence. Prosper had been so surprised at finding Madeline when he entered the room, that he kept his eyes fastened upon her face, and never once looked about him to see if anyone else were present. He turned in surprise and looked at the weeping woman. He was not mistaken, this neatly dressed waiting maid was Nina Gypsy. Prosper was so startled that he became perfectly dumb. He stood there with ashy lips, and a chilly sensation creeping through his veins. The horror of the situation terrified him. He was there, between the two women who had ruled his fate. Between Madeline, the proud heiress who spurned his love, and Nina Gypsy, the poor girl whose devotion to himself he had so disdainfully rejected. And she had heard all. Poor Gypsy had witnessed the passionate avowal of her lover, had heard him swear that he could never love any woman but Madeline, that if his love were not reciprocated he would kill himself, as he had nothing else to live for. Prosper could judge of her sufferings by his own. For she was wounded not only in the present, but in the past. What must be her humiliation and danger on hearing the miserable part which Prosper, in his disappointed love, had imposed upon her. He was astonished that Gypsy, violence itself, remained silently weeping, instead of rising and bitterly denouncing him. Meanwhile Madeline had succeeded in recovering her usual calmness. Slowly and almost unconsciously she had put on her bonnet and shawl, which were lying on the sofa. Then she approached Prosper, and said, "Why did you come here? We both have need of all the courage we can command. You are unhappy, Prosper. I am more than unhappy, I am most wretched. You have a right to complain, I have not the right to shed a tear. While my heart is slowly breaking, I must wear a smiling face. You can seek consolation in the bosom of a friend, I can have no confidant but God." Prosper tried to murmur a reply, but his pale lips refused to articulate, he was stifling. "I wish to tell you," continued Madeline, "that I have forgotten nothing. But oh! Let not this knowledge give you any hope, the future is blank for us, but if you love me you will live. You will not, I know, add to my already heavy burden of sorrow, the agony of mourning your death. For my sake, live the life of a good man, and perhaps the day will come when I can justify myself in your eyes. And now, oh, my brother, oh, my only friend, adieu. Adieu." She pressed a kiss upon his brow, and rushed from the room, followed by Nina Gypsy. Prosper was alone. He seemed to be awaking from a troubled dream. He tried to think over what had just happened, and asked himself if he were losing his mind, or whether he had really spoken to Madeline and seen Gypsy. He was obliged to attribute all this to the mysterious power of the strange man whom he had seen for the first time that very morning. How did he gain this wonderful power of controlling events to suit his own purposes? He seemed to have anticipated everything, to know everything. He was acquainted with Cavallon, he knew all Madeline's movements, he had made even Gypsy become humble and submissive. Thinking all this, Prosper had reached such a degree of exasperation, that when M. Vergeret entered the little parlor, he strode toward him white with rage, and in a harsh, threatening voice, said to him, "Who are you?" The stout man did not show any surprise at this burst of anger, but quietly answered, "A friend of your father's, did you not know it?" "That is no answer, monsieur. I have been surprised into being influenced by a stranger, and now. Do you want my biography, what I have been, what I am, and what I may be? What difference does it make to you? I told you that I would save you. The main point is that I am saving you. Still I have the right to ask by what means you are saving me. What good will it do you to know what my plans are? In order to decide whether I will accept or reject them. But suppose I guarantee success. That is not sufficient, monsieur. I do not choose to be any longer deprived of my own free will, to be exposed without warning to trials like those I have undergone today. A man of my age must know what he is doing. A man of your age, Prosper, when he is blind, takes a guide, and does not undertake to point out the way to his leader. The half-bantering, half-commiserating tone of M. Verduret was not calculated to calm Prosper's irritation. "That being the case, monsieur," he cried, "I will thank you for your past services, and decline them for the future, as I have no need of them. If I attempted to defend my honor and my life, it was because I hoped that Madeline would be restored to me. I have been convinced today that all is at an end between us. I retire from the struggle, and care not what becomes of me now." Prosper was so decided, that M. Verduret seemed alarmed. "You must be mad," he finally said. "No, unfortunately I am not. Madeline has ceased to love me, and of what importance is anything else?" His heartbroken tone aroused M. Verduret's sympathy, and he said, in a kind, soothing tone, "Then you suspect nothing? You did not fathom the meaning of what she said?" "You were listening," cried Prosper fiercely. "I certainly was." "Monsieur." "Yes. It was a presumptuous thing to do, perhaps, but the end justified the means in this instance. I am glad I did listen, because it has enabled me to say to you, take courage, Prosper, MLLE Madeline loves you, she has never ceased to love you." Like a dying man who eagerly listens to deceitful promises of recovery, although he feels himself sinking into the grave, did Prosper feel his sad heart cheered by M. Verduret's assertion. "Oh," he murmured, suddenly calmed, "if only I could hope. Rely upon me, I am not mistaken." Ah, I could see the torture endured by this generous girl, while she struggled between her love, and what she believed to be her duty. Were you not convinced of her love when she bade you farewell? "She loves me, she is free, and yet she shuns me." No, she is not free. In breaking off her engagement with you, she was governed by some powerful, irrepressible event. She is sacrificing herself, for whom? We shall soon know, and the secret of her self-sacrifice will discover to us the secret of her plot against you. As M. Verduret spoke, Prosper felt all his resolutions of revolt slowly melting away, and their place taken by confidence and hope. "If what you say were true," he mournfully said. "Foolish young man! Why do you persist in obstinately shutting your eyes to the proof I place before you? Can you not see that MLLE Madeline knows who the thief is? Yes, you need not look so shocked, she knows the thief, but no human power can tear it from her. She sacrifices you, but then she almost has the right, since she first sacrificed herself." Prosper was almost convinced, and it nearly broke his heart to leave this little parlor where he had seen Madeline. "Alas," he said, pressing M. Verduret's hand, "you must think me a ridiculous fool. But you don't know how I suffer." The man with the red whiskers sadly shook his head, and his voice sounded very unsteady as he replied, in a low tone. "What you suffer, I have suffered. Like you, I loved, not a pure, noble girl, yet a girl fair to look upon. For 3 years I was at her feet, a slave to her every whim, when, one day she suddenly deserted me who adored her, to throw herself in the arms of a man who despised her. Then, like you, I wished to die. Neither threats nor entreaties could induce her to return to me. Passion never reasons, and she loved my rival. And did you know this rival? I knew him. And you did not seek revenge?" "No," replied M. Verduret with a singular expression, "No, fate took charge of my vengeance." For a minute Prosper was silent, then he said. "I have finally decided, monsieur. My honor is a sacred trust for which I must account to my family. I am ready to follow you to the end of the world, dispose of me as you judge proper." That same day Prosper, faithful to his promise, sold his furniture, and wrote a letter to his friends announcing his intended departure to San Francisco. In the evening he and M. Verduret installed themselves in the Archangel. Madame Alexander gave Prosper her prettiest room, but it was very ugly compared with the coquettish little parlor on the Rue Chaptal. His state of mind did not permit him, however, to notice the difference between his former and present quarters. He lay on an old sofa, meditating upon the events of the day, and feeling a bitter satisfaction in his isolated condition. About 11 o'clock he thought he would raise the window, and let the cool air fan his burning brow. As he did so a piece of paper was blown from among the folds of the window curtain, and lay at his feet on the floor. Prosper mechanically picked it up, and looked at it. It was covered with writing, the handwriting of Nina Gypsy. He could not be mistaken about that. It was the fragment of a torn letter. And, if the half-sentences did not convey any clear meaning, they were sufficient to lead the mind into all sorts of conjectures. The fragment read as follows. Of M. Raoul, I have been I'm plotted against him, of whom never. Warn Prosper, and then, best friend. He, hand of MLLE Ma. Prosper never closed his eyes during that night. Chapter 9. Not far from the Palais Royal, in the Rue Saint-Honoré, is the sign of La Bonne Foi, a small establishment, half café and half shop, extensively patronized by the people of the neighborhood. It was in the smoking room of this modest café that Prosper, the day after his release, awaited M. Vergeret, who had promised to meet him at 4 o'clock. The clock struck 4, M. Vergeret, who was punctuality itself, appeared. He was more red-faced and self-satisfied, if possible, than the day before. As soon as the servant had left the room to obey his orders, he said to Prosper. Well, are our commissions executed? Yes, monsieur. Have you seen the costumer? I gave him your letter, and everything you ordered will be sent to the Archangel tomorrow. Very good, you have not lost time, neither have I. I have good news for you. The Bonne Foi is almost deserted at 4 o'clock. The hour for coffee is past, and the hour for absinthe has not yet come. M. Vergeret and Prosper could talk at their ease without fear of being overheard by gossiping neighbors. M. Vergeret drew forth his memorandum book, the precious diary which, like the enchanted book in the fairy tale, had an answer for every question. While awaiting our emissaries whom I appointed to meet here, let us devote a little time to M. de Lagers. At this name Prosper did not protest, as he had done the night previous. Like those imperceptible insects which, having once penetrated the root of a tree, devour it in a single night, suspicion, when it invades our mind, soon develops itself and destroys our firmest beliefs. The visit of Lagers, and Gypsy's torn letter, had filled Prosper with suspicions which had grown stronger and more settled as time passed. Do you know, my dear friend, said M. Vergeret, what part of France this devoted friend of yours comes from? He was born at Saint-Remy, which is also Madame Fauvel's native town. Are you certain of that? Oh, perfectly so, monsieur. He has not only often told me so, but I have heard him tell M. Fauvel, and he would talk to Madame Fauvel by the hour about his mother, who was cousin to Madame Fauvel, and dearly beloved by her. Then you think there is no possible mistake or falsehood about this part of his story? None in the least, monsieur. Well, things are assuming a queer look. And he began to whistle between his teeth, which, with M. Vergeret, was a sign of intense inward satisfaction. What seems so, monsieur? Inquired Prosper. What has just happened, what I have been tracing. Parbleu! He exclaimed, imitating the manner of a showman at a fair, here is a lovely town, called Saint-Remy, 6,000 inhabitants, charming boulevards on the site of the old fortifications, handsome hotel, numerous fountains. Large charcoal market, silk factories, famous hospital, and so on. Prosper was on thorns. Please be so good, monsieur, as to explain what you. It also contains, continued M. Vergeret, a Roman triumphal arch, which is of unparalleled beauty, and a Greek mausoleum, but no Lagers. Saint-Remy is the native town of Nostradamus, but not of your friend. Yet I have proofs. Naturally. But proofs can be fabricated. Relatives can be improvised. Your evidence is open to suspicion. My proofs are undeniable, perfectly authenticated. While you were pining in prison, I was preparing my batteries and collecting munition to open fire. I wrote to St. Remy, and received answers to my questions. Will you let me know what they were? Have patience, said M. Vergeret as he turned over the leaves of his memoranda. Ah, here is number 1. Bow respectfully to it, 'tis official. He then read. Lagers. Very old family, originally from Mail Lane, settled at St. Remy about a century ago. I told you so, cried Prosper. Pray allow me to finish, said M. Vergeret. The last of the Lagers, Jules René Henry, bearing without warrant the title of Count, married in 1829 Mlle Rosalie Clarice Fontanet, of Tarascon, died December 1848, leaving no male heir, but left 2 daughters. The registers make no mention of any person in the district bearing the name of Lagers. Now what do you think of this information? Queried the fat man with a triumphant smile. Prosper looked amazed. But why did M. Fauvel treat Raoul as his nephew? Ah, you mean as his wife's nephew. Let us examine note number 2, it is not official, but it throws a valuable light upon the 20,000 livres income of your friend. Jules René Henri de Lagers, last of his name, died at St. Remy on the 29th of December, 1848, in a state of great poverty. He at one time was possessed of a moderate fortune, but invested it in a silkworm nursery, and lost it all. He had no son, but left 2 daughters, one of whom is a teacher at Aix, and the other married a retail merchant at Orgon. His widow, who lives at Montagnet, is supported entirely by one of her relatives, the wife of a rich banker in Paris. No person of the name of Lagers lives in the district of Alls. That is all, said M. Vergeret, don't you think it enough? Really, monsieur, I don't know whether I am awake or dreaming. You will be awake after a while. Now I wish to remark one thing. Some people may assert that the widow Lagers had a child born after her husband's death. This objection has been destroyed by the age of your friend. Raoul is 24, and M. de Lagers has not been dead 20 years. But, said Prosper thoughtfully, who can Raoul be? I don't know. The fact is, I am more perplexed to find out who he is, than to know whom he is not. There is one man who could give us all the information we seek, but he will take good care to keep his mouth shut. You mean M. de Clamron? Him, and no one else. I have always felt the most inexplicable aversion toward him. Ah, if we could only get his account in addition to what you already have. I have been furnished with a few notes concerning the Clamron family by your father, who knew them well. They are brief, but I expect more. What did my father tell you? Nothing favorable, you may be sure. I will read you the synopsis of this information. Louis de Clamron was born at the Château de Clamron, near Tarascon. He had an elder brother named Gaston, who, in consequence of an affray in which he had the misfortune to kill one man and badly wound another, was compelled to fly the country in 1842. Gaston was an honest, noble youth, universally beloved. Louis, on the contrary, was a wicked, despicable fellow, detested by all who knew him. Upon the death of his father, Louis came to Paris, and in less than 2 years had squandered not only his own patrimony, but also the share of his exiled brother. Ruined and harassed by debt, Louis entered the army, but behaved so disgracefully that he was dismissed. After leaving the army we lose sight of him. All we can discover is, that he went to England, and thence to a German gambling resort, where he became notorious for his scandalous conduct. In 1865 we find him again at Paris. He was in great poverty, and his associates were among the most depraved classes. But he suddenly heard of the return of his brother Gaston to Paris. Gaston had made a fortune in Mexico. But being still a young man, and accustomed to a very active life, he purchased, near Orléans, an iron mill, intending to spend the remainder of his life in working at it. 6 months ago he died in the arms of his brother Louis. His death provided our de Clamron an immense fortune, and the title of Marquis. Then, said Prosper, from all this I judged that M. de Clamron was very poor when I met him for the first time at M. Fauvel's. Evidently. And about that time Lagers arrived from the country? Precisely. And about a month after his appearance Madeline suddenly banished me. Well, exclaimed M. Vergeret, I am glad you are beginning to understand the state of affairs. He was interrupted by the entrance of a stranger. The newcomer was a dandified-looking coachman, with elegant black whiskers, shining boots with fancy tops, buff breeches, and a yellow waistcoat with red and black stripes. After cautiously looking around the room, he walked straight up to the table where M. Vergeret sat. What is the news, Master Joseph Dubois? Said the stout man eagerly. Ah, patron, don't speak of it. Answered the servant, things are getting warm. Prosper concentrated all his attention upon this superb domestic. He thought he recognized his face. He had certainly somewhere seen that retreating forehead and those little restless black eyes, but where and when he could not remember. Meanwhile, Master Joseph had taken a seat at a table adjoining the one occupied by M. Vergeret and Prosper. And, having called for some absinthe, was preparing it by holding the water aloft and slowly dropping it in the glass. Speak, said M. Vergeret. In the first place, patron, I must say that the position of valet and coachman to M. de Clameren is not a bed of roses. Go on, come to the point. You can complain tomorrow. Very good. Yesterday my master walked out at 2 o'clock. I, of course, followed him. Do you know where he went? The thing was as good as a farce. He went to the Archangel to keep the appointment made by Nina Gypsy. Well, make haste. They told him she was gone. Then. Ah. He was not at all pleased, I can tell you. He hurried back to the hotel where the other, M. de Lagers, awaited him. And, upon my soul, I have never heard so much swearing in my life. M. Raoul asked him what had happened to put him in such a bad humor. Nothing, replied my master, except that little devil has run off, and no one knows where she is, she has slipped through our fingers. Then they both appeared to be vexed and uneasy. Lagers asked if she knew anything serious. She knows nothing but what I told you, replied Clameren, but this nothing, falling in the ear of a man with any suspicions, will be more than enough to work on. M. Vergeret smiled like a man who had his reasons for appreciating at their just value de Clameren's fears. Well, your master is not without sense, after all, don't you think he showed it by saying that? Yes, patron. Then Lagers exclaimed, if it is as serious as that, we must get rid of this little serpent. But my master shrugged his shoulders, and laughing loudly said, you talk like an idiot. When one is annoyed by a woman of this sort, one must take measures to get rid of her administratively. This idea seemed to amuse them both very much. I can understand their being entertained by it, said M. Vergeret, it is an excellent idea. But the misfortune is, it is too late to carry it out. The nothing which made Clameren uneasy has already fallen into a knowing ear. With breathless curiosity, Prosper listened to this report, every word of which seemed to throw light upon past events. Now, he thought, he understood the fragment of Gypsy's letter. He saw that this Raoul, in whom he had confided so deeply, was nothing more than a scoundrel. 1,000 little circumstances, unnoticed at the time, now recurred to his mind, and made him wonder how he could have been so blind so long. Master Joseph Dubois continued his report. Yesterday, after dinner, my master decked himself out like a bridegroom. I shaved him, curled his hair, and perfumed him with special care, after which I drove him to the Rue de Provence to call on Madame Fauvel. What, exclaimed Prosper, after the insulting language he used the day of the robbery, did he dare to visit the house? Yes, monsieur, he not only dared this, but he also stayed there until midnight, to my great discomfort. For I got as wet as a rat, waiting for him. How did he look when he came out? Asked M. Vergeret. Well, he certainly looked less pleased than when he went in. After putting away my carriage, and rubbing down my horses, I went to see if he wanted anything. I found the door locked, and he swore at me like a trooper, through the keyhole. And, to assist the digestion of this insult, Master Joseph here gulped down a glass of absinthe. Is that all? Questioned M. Vergeret. All that occurred yesterday, patron, but this morning my master rose late, still in a horrible bad humor. At noon Raoul arrived, also in a rage. They at once began to dispute, and such a row. Why, the most abandoned housebreakers and pickpockets would have blushed to hear such billingsgate. At one time my master seized the other by the throat and shook him like a reed. But Raoul was too quick for him. He saved himself from strangulation by drawing out a sharp-pointed knife, the sight of which made my master drop him in a hurry, I can tell you. But what did they say? Ah, there is the rub, patron, said Joseph in a piteous tone. The scamps spoke English, so I could not understand them. But I am sure they were disputing about money. How do you know that? Because I learned at the exposition that the word argent means money in every language in Europe. And this word they constantly used in their conversation. M. Vergeret sat with knit brows, talking in an undertone to himself. And Prosper, who was watching him, wondered if he was trying to understand and construct the dispute by mere force of reflection. When they had done fighting, continued Joseph, the rascals began to talk in French again. But they only spoke of a fancy ball which is to be given by some banker. When Raoul was leaving, my master said, since this thing is inevitable, and it must take place today, you had better remain at home, at Vézenet, this evening. Raoul replied, of course. Night was approaching, and the smoking room was gradually filling with men who called for absinthe or bitters, and youths who perched themselves up on high stools, and smoked their pipes. It is time to go, said M. Vergeret, your master will want you, Joseph, besides, here is someone come for me. I will see you tomorrow. The newcomer was no other than Cavallon, more troubled and frightened than ever. He looked uneasily around the room, as if he expected the whole police force to appear, and carry him off to prison. He did not sit down at M. Vergeret's table, but stealthily gave his hand to Prosper, and, after assuring himself that no one was observing them, handed M. Vergeret a package, saying, she found this in a cupboard. It was a handsomely bound prayer book. M. Vergeret rapidly turned over the leaves, and soon found the pages from which the words pasted on Prosper's letter had been cut. I had moral proofs, he said, handing the book to Prosper, but here is material proof sufficient in itself to save you. When Prosper looked at the book he turned pale as a ghost. He recognized this prayer book instantly. He had given it to Madeleine in exchange for the medal. He opened it, and on the fly-leaf Madeleine had written, Souvenir of Notre Dame de Fourvières, January 17, 1866. This book belongs to Madeleine, he cried. M. Vergeret did not reply, but walked toward a young man dressed like a brewer, who had just entered the room. He glanced at the note which this person handed to him, and hastened back to the table, and said, in an agitated tone, I think we have got them now. Throwing a 5-franc piece on the table, and without saying a word to Cavallon, he seized Prosper's arm, and hurried from the room. What a fatality, he said, as he hastened along the street, we may miss them. We shall certainly reach Disty. Lazare station too late for the Saint-Germain train. For heaven's sake, where are you going? Asked Prosper. Never mind, we can talk after we start. Hurry. Reaching Palais Royal Place, M. Vergeret stopped before one of the hacks belonging to the railway station, and examined the horses at a glance. How much for driving us to Vézenet? He asked of the driver. I don't know the road very well that way. The name of Vézenet was enough for Prosper. Well, said the driver, at this time of night, in such dreadful weather, it ought to be 25 francs. And how much more for driving very rapidly? Bless my soul. Why, monsieur, I leave that to your generosity, but if you put it at 35 francs. You shall have 100, interrupted M. Vergeret, if you overtake a carriage which has half an hour's start of us. Tonnerre de Brest. Cried the delighted driver, jump in quick, we are losing time. And, whipping up his lean horses, he galloped them down the Rue de Valois at lightning speed. Chapter 10. Leaving the little station of Vézenet, we come upon two roads. One, to the left, macadamized and kept in perfect repair, leads to the village, of which there are glimpses here and there through the trees. The other, newly laid out, and just covered with gravel, leads through the woods. Along the latter, which before the lapse of 5 years will be a busy street, are built a few houses, hideous in design, and at some distance apart. Rural summer retreats of city merchants, but unoccupied during the winter. It was at the junction of these two roads that Prosper stopped the hack. The driver had gained his 100 francs. The horses were completely worn out, but they had accomplished all that was expected of them. M. Vergeret could distinguish the lamps of a hack similar to the one he occupied, about 50 yards ahead of him. M. Vergeret jumped out, and, handing the driver a banknote, said, "Here is what I promised you. Go to the first tavern you find on the right-hand side of the road as you enter the village. If we do not meet you there in an hour, you are at liberty to return to Paris." The driver was overwhelming in his thanks, but neither Prosper nor his friend heard them. They had already started up the new road. The weather, which had been inclement when they set out, was now fearful. The rain fell in torrents, and a furious wind howled dismally through the dense woods. The intense darkness was rendered more dreary by the occasional glimmer of the lamps at the distant station, which seemed about to be extinguished by every new gust of wind. M. Vergeret and Prosper had been running along the muddy road for about 5 minutes, when suddenly the latter stopped and said, "This is Raoul's house." Before the gate of an isolated house stood the hack which M. Vergeret had followed. Reclining on his seat, wrapped in a thick cloak, was the driver, who, in spite of the pouring rain, was already asleep, evidently waiting for the person whom he had brought to this house a few minutes ago. M. Vergeret pulled his cloak, and said, in a low voice, "Wake up, my good man." The driver started, and, mechanically gathering his reins, yawned out. "I am ready, come on." But when, by the light of the carriage lamps, he saw 2 men in this lonely spot, he imagined that they wanted his purse, and perhaps his life. "I am engaged," he cried out, as he cracked his whip in the air, "I am waiting here for someone." "I know that, you fool," replied M. Vergeret, "and only wish to ask you a question, which you can gain 5 francs by answering. Did you not bring a middle-aged lady here?" This question, this promise of 5 francs, instead of reassuring the coachman, increased his alarm. "I have already told you I am waiting for someone," he said, "and, if you don't go away and leave me alone, I will call for help." M. Vergeret drew back quickly. "Come away," he whispered to Prosper, "the cur will do as he says, and, alarm once given, farewell to our projects. We must find some other entrance than by this gate." They then went along the wall surrounding the garden, in search of a place where it was possible to climb up. This was difficult to discover, the wall being 12 feet high, and the night very dark. Fortunately, M. Vergeret was very agile. And, having decided upon the spot to be scaled, he drew back a few feet, and making a sudden spring, seized one of the projecting stones above him, and, drawing himself up by aid of his hands and feet, soon found himself on top of the wall. It was now Prosper's turn to climb up, but, though much younger than his companion, he had not his agility and strength, and would never have succeeded if M. Vergeret had not pulled him up, and then helped him down on the other side. Once in the garden, M. Vergeret looked about him to study the situation. The house occupied by M. de Lagers was built in the middle of an immense garden. It was narrow, 2 stories high, and with garrets. Only one window, in the 2nd story, was lighted. "As you have often been here," said M. Vergeret, "you must know all about the arrangement of the house. What room is that where we see the light?" "That is Raoul's bedchamber." "Very good. What rooms are on the 1st floor?" "The kitchen, pantry, billiard room, and dining room." "And on the floor above?" "2 drawing rooms separated by folding doors, and a library." Where do the servants sleep? Raoul has none at present. He is waited on by a man and his wife, who live at Vézenet. They come in the morning, and leave after dinner. M. Vergeret rubbed his hands gleefully. That suits our plans exactly, he said. There is nothing to prevent our hearing what Raoul has to say to this person who has come from Paris at 10 o'clock at night, to see him. Let us go in. Prosper seemed averse to this, and said. It is a serious thing for us to do, monsieur. Bless my soul. What else did we come here for? Did you think it was a pleasure trip, merely to enjoy this lovely weather, he said in a bantering tone. But we might be discovered. Suppose we are. If the least noise betrays our presence, you have only to advance boldly as a friend come to visit a friend, and, finding the door open, walked in. But unfortunately the heavy oak door was locked. M. Vergeret shook it in vain. How foolish! He said with vexation, I ought to have brought my instruments with me. A common lock which could be opened with a nail, and I have not even a piece of wire. Thinking it useless to attempt the door, he tried successively every window on the ground floor. Alas! Each blind was securely fastened on the inside. M. Vergeret was provoked. He prowled around the house like a fox around a hen coop, seeking an entrance, but finding none. Despairingly he came back to the spot in front of the house, whence he had the best view of the lighted window. If I could only look in, he cried. Just to think that in there, and he pointed to the window, is the solution of the mystery, and we are cut off from it by 30 or 40 feet of cursed blank wall. Prosper was more surprised than ever at his companion's strange behavior. He seemed perfectly at home in this garden, he ran about without any precaution. So that one would have supposed him accustomed to such expeditions, especially when he spoke of picking the lock of an occupied house, as if he were talking of opening a snuff-box. He was utterly indifferent to the rain and sleet driven in his face by the gusts of wind as he splashed about in the mud trying to find some way of entrance. I must get a peep into that window, he said, and I will, cost what it may. Prosper seemed to suddenly remember something. There is a ladder here, he cried. Why did you not tell me that before? Where is it? At the end of the garden, under the trees. They ran to the spot, and in a few minutes had the ladder standing against the wall. But to their chagrin they found the ladder 6 feet too short. 6 long feet of wall between the top of the ladder and the lighted window was a very discouraging sight to Prosper, he exclaimed. We cannot reach it. We can reach it, cried M. Vergeret triumphantly. And he quickly placed himself a yard off from the house, and, seizing the ladder, cautiously raised it and rested the bottom round on his shoulders, at the same time holding the 2 uprights firmly and steadily with his hands. The obstacle was overcome. Now mount, he said to his companion. Prosper did not hesitate. The enthusiasm of difficulties so skillfully conquered, and the hope of triumph, gave him a strength and agility which he had never imagined he possessed. He made a sudden spring, and, seizing the lower rounds, quickly climbed up the ladder, which swayed and trembled beneath his weight. But he had scarcely looked in the lighted window when he uttered a cry which was drowned in the roaring tempest, and dropped like a log down on the wet grass, exclaiming. The villain! The villain! With wonderful promptness and vigor M. Vergeret laid the ladder on the ground, and ran toward Prosper, fearing that he was dead or dangerously injured. What did you see? Are you hurt? He whispered. But Prosper had already risen. Although he had had a violent fall, he was unhurt. He was in a state when mind governs matter so absolutely that the body is insensible to pain. I saw, he answered in a hoarse voice, I saw Madeleine, do you understand, Madeleine, in that room, alone with Raoul. M. Vergeret was confounded. Was it possible that he, the infallible expert, had been mistaken in his deductions? He well knew that M. de Leger's visitor was a woman, but his own conjectures, and the note which Madame Gypsy had sent to him at the tavern, had fully assured him that this woman was Madame Fauvel. You must be mistaken, he said to Prosper. No, monsieur, no. Never could I mistake another for Madeline. Ah! You who heard what she said to me yesterday, answer me, was I to expect such infamous treason as this? You said to me then, she loves you, she loves you. Now do you think she loves me? Speak. M. Vergeret did not answer. He had first been stupefied by his mistake, and was now racking his brain to discover the cause of it, which was soon discerned by his penetrating mind. This is the secret discovered by Nina, continued Prosper. Madeline, this pure and noble Madeline, whom I believe to be as immaculate as an angel, is in love with this thief, who has even stolen the name he bears, and I, trusting fool that I was, made this scoundrel my best friend. I confided to him all my hopes and fears, and he was her lover. Of course they amused themselves by ridiculing my silly devotion and blind confidence. He stopped, overcome by his violent emotions. Wounded vanity is the worst of miseries. The certainty of having been so shamefully deceived and betrayed made Prosper almost insane with rage. This is the last humiliation I shall submit to, he fiercely cried. It shall not be said that I was coward enough to stand by and let an insult like this go unpunished. He started toward the house, but M. Vergeret seized his arm and said, "What are you going to do?" "Have my revenge. I will break down the door. What do I care for the noise and scandal, now that I have nothing to lose? I shall not attempt to creep into the house like a thief, but as a master, as one who has a right to enter. As a man who, having received an insult which can only be washed out with blood, comes to demand satisfaction. You will do nothing of the sort, Prosper. Who will prevent me? I will. You. Do not hope that you will be able to deter me. I will appear before them, put them to the blush, kill them both, then put an end to my own wretched existence. That is what I intend to do, and nothing shall stop me. If M. Vergeret had not held Prosper with a vice-like grip, he would have escaped, and carried out his threat. If you make any noise, Prosper, or raise an alarm, all your hopes are ruined. I have no hopes now. Raoul, put on his guard, will escape us, and you will remain dishonored forever. What difference is it to me? It makes a great difference to me. I have sworn to prove your innocence. A man of your age can easily find a wife, but can never restore luster to a tarnished name. Let nothing interfere with the establishing of your innocence. Genuine passion is uninfluenced by surrounding circumstances. M. Vergeret and Prosper stood foot-deep in mud, wet to the skin, the rain pouring down on their heads, and yet seemed in no hurry to end their dispute. I will be avenged, repeated Prosper with the persistency of a fixed idea, I will avenge myself. Well, avenge yourself like a man, and not like a child, said M. Vergeret angrily. Monsieur. Yes, I repeat it, like a child. What will you do after you get into the house? Have you any arms? No. You rush upon Raoul, and a struggle ensues. While you two are fighting, Madeline jumps in her carriage, and drives off. What then? Which is the stronger, you or Raoul? Overcome by the sense of his powerlessness, Prosper was silent. And arms would be of no use, continued M. Vergeret, it is fortunate you have none with you, for it would be very foolish to shoot a man whom you can send to the galleys. What must I do? Wait. Vengeance is a delicious fruit, that must ripen in order that we may fully enjoy it. Prosper was unsettled in his resolution. M. Vergeret seeing this brought forth his last and strongest argument. How do we know, he said, that Mlle Madeline is here on her own account? Did we not come to the conclusion that she was sacrificing herself for the benefit of someone else? That superior will which compelled her to banish you may have constrained this step tonight. That which coincides with our secret wishes is always eagerly welcomed. This supposition, apparently improbable, struck Prosper as possibly true. That might be the case, he murmured, who knows? I would soon know, said M. Vergeret, if I could see them together in that room. Will you promise me, monsieur, to tell me the exact truth, all that you see and hear, no matter how painful it may be for me? I swear it, upon my word of honor. Then, with a strength of which a few minutes before he would not have believed himself possessed, Prosper raised the ladder, placed the last round on his shoulders, and said to M. Vergeret, "Mount." M. Vergeret rapidly ascended the ladder without even shaking it, and had his head on a level with the window. Prosper had seen but too well. There was Madeleine at this hour of the night, alone with Raoul de Lagers in his room. M. Vergeret observed that she still wore her shawl and bonnet. She was standing in the middle of the room, talking with great animation. Her look and gestures betrayed indignant scorn. There was an expression of ill-disguised loathing upon her beautiful face. Raoul was seated by the fire, stirring up the coals with a pair of tongs. Every now and then, he would shrug his shoulders, like a man resigned to everything he heard, and had no answer, except, "I cannot help it. I can do nothing for you." M. Verger would willingly have given the diamond ring on his finger to be able to hear what was said, but the roaring wind completely drowned their voices. They are evidently quarreling, he thought, but it is not a lover's quarrel. Madeleine continued talking, and it was by closely watching the face of Lagers, clearly revealed by the lamp on the mantel, that M. Vergeret hoped to discover the meaning of the scene before him. At one moment Lagers would start and tremble in spite of his apparent indifference, the next, he would strike at the fire with the tongs, as if giving vent to his rage at some reproach uttered by Madeleine. Finally Madeleine changed her threats into entreaties, and, clasping her hands, almost fell at his knees. He turned away his head, and refused to answer save in monosyllables. Several times she turned to leave the room, but each time returned, as if asking a favor, and unable to make up her mind to leave the house till she had obtained it. At last she seemed to have uttered something decisive. For Raoul quickly rose and opened a desk near the fireplace, from which he took a bundle of papers, and handed them to her. Well, thought M. Vergeret, this looks bad. Can it be a compromising correspondence which the fair one wants to secure? Madeleine took the papers, but was apparently still dissatisfied. She again entreated him to give her something else. Raoul refused, and then she threw the papers on the table. The papers seemed to puzzle M. Vergeret very much, as he gazed at them through the window. "I am not blind," he said, "and I certainly am not mistaken, those papers, red, green, and yellow, are pawnbrokers' tickets." Madeleine turned over the papers as if looking for some particular ones. She selected 3, which she put in her pocket, disdainfully pushing the others aside. She was evidently preparing to take her departure, for she said a few words to Raoul, who took up the lamp as if to escort her downstairs. There was nothing more for M. Vergeret to see. He carefully descended the ladder, muttering to himself. Pawnbrokers' tickets. What infamous mystery lies at the bottom of all this? The first thing he did was to remove the ladder. Raoul might take it into his head to look around the garden, when he came to the door with Madeleine, and if he did so the ladder could scarcely fail to attract his attention. M. Vergeret and Prosper hastily laid it on the ground, regardless of the shrubs and vines they destroyed in doing so, and then concealed themselves among the trees, whence they could watch at once the front door and the outer gate. Madeleine and Raoul appeared in the doorway. Raoul set the lamp on the bottom step, and offered his hand to the girl, but she refused it with haughty contempt, which somewhat soothed Prosper's lacerated heart. This scornful behavior did not, however, seem to surprise or hurt Raoul. He simply answered by an ironical gesture which implied, "As you please." He followed her to the gate, which he opened and closed after her. Then he hurried back to the house, while Madeleine's carriage drove rapidly away. "Now, monsieur," said Prosper, "you must tell me what you saw. You promised me the truth no matter how bitter it might be. Speak, I can bear it, be it what it may. You will only have joy to bear, my friend. Within a month you will bitterly regret your suspicions of tonight. You will blush to think that you ever imagined Émile Madeleine to be intimate with a man like Lerouge. But, monsieur, appearances. It is precisely against appearances that we must be on our guard. Always distrust them. A suspicion, false or just, is always based on something. But we must not stay here forever. And, as Raoul has fastened the gate, we shall have to climb back again. But there is the ladder. Let it stay where it is, as we cannot efface our footprints, he will think thieves have been trying to get into the house. They scaled the wall, and had not walked 50 steps when they heard the noise of a gate being unlocked. They stood aside and waited. A man soon passed on his way to the station. "That is Raoul," said M. Vergeret, "and Joseph will report to us that he has gone to tell Clameron what has just taken place. If they are only kind enough to speak French." He walked along quietly for some time, trying to connect the broken chain of his deductions. "How in the deuce," he abruptly asked, "did this Lerouge, who is devoted to gay society, come to choose a lonely country house to live in? I suppose it was because M. Fauvel's villa is only 15 minutes' ride from here, on the Seine. That accounts for his staying here in the summer, but in winter? Oh, in winter he has a room at the Hôtel du Louvre, and all the year round keeps an apartment in Paris." This did not enlighten M. Vergeret much. He hurried his pace. "I hope our driver has not gone. We cannot take the train which is about to start, because Raoul would see us at the station." Although it was more than an hour since M. Vergeret and Prosper left the hack at the branch road, they found it waiting for them in front of the tavern. The driver could not resist the desire to change his 5-franc piece. He had ordered dinner, and, finding his wine very good, was calling for more, when he looked up and saw his employers. "Well, you are in a strange state," he exclaimed. Prosper replied that they had gone to see a friend, and, losing their way, had fallen into a pit. "As if there were pits in Vésinet forest." "Ah, that is the way you got covered with mud, is it?" exclaimed the driver, who, though apparently contented with this explanation, strongly suspected that his 2 customers had been engaged in some nefarious transaction. This opinion seemed to be entertained by everyone present, for they looked at Prosper's muddy clothes and then at each other in a knowing way. But M. Vergeret stopped all comment by saying, "Come on. All right, monsieur, get in while I settle my bill, I will be there in a minute." The drive back was silent and seemed interminably long. Prosper at first tried to draw his strange companion into conversation, but, as he received nothing but monosyllables in reply, held his peace for the rest of the journey. He was again beginning to feel irritated at the absolute empire exercised over him by this man. Physical discomfort was added to his other troubles. He was stiff and numb, every bone in him ached with the cold. Although mental endurance may be unlimited, bodily strength must in the end give way. A violent effort is always followed by reaction. Lying back in a corner of the carriage, with his feet upon the front seat, M. Vergeret seemed to be enjoying a nap, yet he was never more wide awake. He was in a perplexed state of mind. This expedition, which, he had been confident, would resolve all his doubts, had only added mystery to mystery. His chain of evidence, which he thought so strongly linked, was completely broken. For him the facts remained the same, but circumstances had changed. He could not imagine what common motive, what moral or material complicity, what influences, could have existed to make the 4 actors in his drama, Madame Fauvel, Madeleine, Raoul, and Clameron, seem to have the same object in view. He was seeking in his fertile mind, that encyclopedia of craft and subtlety, for some combination which would throw light on the problem before him. The midnight bells were ringing when they reached the Archangel, and for the first time M. Vergeret remembered that he had not dined. Fortunately Madame Alexander was still up, and in the twinkling of an eye had improvised a tempting supper. It was more than attention, more than respect, that she showed her guest. Prosper observed that she gazed admiringly at M. Vergeret all the while he was eating his supper. "You will not see me tomorrow," said M. Vergeret to Prosper, when he had risen to leave the room. But I will be here about this time tomorrow night. Perhaps I shall discover what I am seeking at Jandidir's ball. Prosper was dumb with astonishment. What? Would Vergeret think of appearing at a ball given by the wealthiest and most fashionable bankers in Paris? This accounted for his sending to the costumer. Then you are invited to this ball? The expressive eyes of Vergeret danced with amusement. Not yet, he said, but I shall be. Oh, the inconsistency of the human mind. Prosper was tormented by the most serious preoccupations. He looked sadly around his chamber, and, as he thought of Vergeret's projected pleasure at the ball, exclaimed. Ah, how fortunate he is! Tomorrow he will have the privilege of seeing Madeleine. Chapter 11. The Rue Saint-Lazare was adorned by the palatial residences of the Jandidier brothers, two celebrated financiers, who, if deprived of the prestige of immense wealth, would still be looked up to as remarkable men. Why cannot the same be said of all men? These two mansions, which were thought marvels at the time they were built, were entirely distinct from each other, but so planned that they could be turned into one immense house when so desired. When Jandidier gave parties, they always had the movable partitions taken away, and thus obtained the most superb salon in Paris. Princely magnificence, lavish hospitality, and an elegant, graceful manner of receiving their guests, made these entertainments eagerly sought after by the fashionable circles of the capital. On Saturday, the Rue Saint-Lazare was blocked up by a file of carriages, whose fair occupants were impatiently awaiting their turn to drive up to the door, through which they could catch the tantalizing strains of a waltz. It was a fancy ball. And nearly all of the costumes were superb, though some were more original than elegant. Among the latter was a clown. Everything was in perfect keeping, the insolent eye, coarse lips, high cheekbones, and a beard so red that it seemed to emit flames in the reflection of the dazzling lights. He wore top boots, a dilapidated hat on the back of his head, and a shirt ruffle trimmed with torn lace. He carried in his left hand a canvas banner, upon which were painted 6 or 8 pictures, coarsely designed like those found in strolling fairs. In his right he waved a little switch, with which he would every now and then strike his banner, like a quack retailing his wares. Quite a crowd surrounded this clown, hoping to hear some witty speeches and puns. But he kept near the door, and remained silent. About 10:30 he quitted his post. And Madame Fauvel, followed by their niece Madeleine, had just entered. A compact group immediately formed near the door. During the last 10 days, the affair of the Rue de Provence had been the universal topic of conversation. And friends and enemies were alike glad to seize this opportunity of approaching the banker, some to tender their sympathy, and others to offer equivocal condolence, which of all things is the most exasperating and insulting. Belonging to the battalion of grave, elderly men, Fauvel had not assumed a fancy costume, but merely threw over his shoulders a short silk domino. On his arm leaned Madame Fauvel, née Valentine de la Verberie, bowing and gracefully greeting her numerous friends. She had once been remarkably beautiful. And tonight the effect of the soft wax lights and her very becoming dress, half restored her youthful freshness and comeliness. No one would have supposed her to be 48 years old. She wore a dress of the later years of Louis XIV's reign, magnificent and severe, of embroidered satin and black velvet, without the adornment of a single jewel. She looked so graceful and elegant in this court dress and powdered hair, that some ill-natured gossips said it was a pity to see a real La Verberie, so well fitted to adorn a queen's drawing-room, as all her ancestors had done before her. Thrown away upon a man whom she had only married for his money. But Madeleine was the object of universal admiration, so dazzlingly beautiful and queen-like did she appear in her costume of maid of honor, which seemed to have been especially invented to set forth her beautiful figure. Her loveliness expanded in the perfumed atmosphere and soft light of the ballroom. Never had her hair looked so black, her complexion so exquisite, or her large eyes so brilliant. Having greeted the hosts, Madeleine took her aunt's arm, while Fauvel wandered through the rooms in search of the card table, the usual refuge of bored men, when they are enticed to the ballroom by their womankind. The ball was now at its height. 2 orchestras, led by Strauss and one of his lieutenants, filled the 2 mansions with intoxicating music. The motley crowd whirled in the waltz until they presented a curious confusion of velvets, satins, laces, and diamonds. Almost every head and bosom sparkled with jewels, the palest cheeks were rosy, heavy eyes now shone like stars, and the glistening shoulders of fair women were like drifted snow in an April sun. Forgotten by the crowd, the clown had taken refuge in the embrasure of a window, and seemed to be meditating upon the gay scene before him. At the same time, he kept his eye upon a couple not far off. It was Madeline, dancing with a splendidly dressed doge. The doge was the Marquis de Clamron. He appeared to be radiant, rejuvenated, and well satisfied with the impression he was making upon his partner. At the end of a quadrille he leaned over her, and whispered compliments with the most unbounded admiration, and she seemed to listen, if not with pleasure, at least without repugnance. She now and then smiled, and coquettishly shrugged her shoulders. Evidently, muttered the clown, this noble scoundrel is paying court to the banker's niece, so I was right yesterday. But how can Madeline resign herself to so graciously receive his insipid flattery? Fortunately, Prosper is not here now. He was interrupted by an elderly man wrapped in a Venetian mantle, who said to him, "You remember, M. Vergeret," this name was uttered half seriously, half banteringly, "what you promised me?" The clown bowed with great respect, but not the slightest shade of humility. "I remember," he replied. "But do not be imprudent, I beg you. M. The Count need not be uneasy, he has my promise." "Very good. I know the value of it." The Count walked off, but during this short colloquy the quadrille had ended, and M. de Clamron and Madeline were lost to sight. "I shall find them near Madame Fauvel," said the clown. And he at once started in search of the banker's wife. Incommoded by the stifling heat of the room, Madame Fauvel had sought a little fresh air in the grand picture gallery, which, thanks to the talisman called gold, was now transformed into a fairy-like garden, filled with orange trees, japonicas, laurel, and many rare exotics. The clown saw her seated near a grove, not far from the door of the card-room. Upon her right was Madeline, and near her stood Raoul de Lagers, dressed in a costume of Henri III. "I must confess," muttered the clown from his post of observation, "that the young scamp is a very handsome man." Madeline appeared very sad. She had plucked a japonica from a tree nearby, and was mechanically pulling it to pieces as she sat with her eyes downcast. Raoul and Madame Fauvel were engaged in earnest conversation. Their faces were composed, but the gestures of one and the trembling of the other betrayed a serious discussion. In the card-room sat the Doge, M. de Clamron, so placed as to have full view of Madame Fauvel and Madeline, although himself concealed by an angle of the room. "It is the continuation of yesterday's scene," thought the clown. "If I could only get behind the oleander tree, I might hear what they are saying." He pushed his way through the crowd, and, just as he had reached the desired spot, Madeline arose, and, taking the arm of a bejeweled Persian, walked away. At the same moment Raoul went into the card-room, and whispered a few words to de Clamron. "There they go," muttered the clown. "The 2 scoundrels certainly hold these poor women in their power. And they are determined to make them suffer before releasing them. What can be the secret of their power?" His attention was attracted by a commotion in the picture gallery. It was caused by the announcement of a wonderful minuet to be danced in the ballroom, the arrival of the Countess de Commarin as Aurora, and the presence of the Princess Korasoff, with her superb emeralds, which were reported to be the finest in the world. In an instant the gallery became almost deserted. Only a few forlorn-looking people remained. Mostly sulky husbands, and some melancholy youths looking awkward and unhappy in their gay fancy dresses. The clown thought it a favorable opportunity for carrying out his project. He abruptly left his corner, flourishing his switch, and beating his banner, and, crossing the gallery, seated himself in a chair between Madame Fauvel and the door. As soon as the people had collected in a circle around him, he commenced to cough in an affected manner, like a stump orator about to make a speech. Then he struck a comical attitude, standing up with his body twisted sideways, and his hat on one ear, and with great buffoonery and volubility made the following remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this very morning I obtained a license from the authorities of this town. And what for? Why, gentlemen, for the purpose of exhibiting to you a spectacle which has already won the admiration of the 4 quarters of the globe, and several universities besides. Inside of this booth, ladies, is about to commence the representation of a most remarkable drama, acted for the first time at Pekin, and translated into several languages by our most celebrated authors. Gentlemen, you can take your seats. The lamps are lighted, and the actors are changing their dress. Here he stopped speaking, and imitated to perfection the feats which mountebanks play upon horns and kettle drums. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he resumed, you wish to know what I am doing outside, if the piece is to be performed under the tent. The fact is, gentlemen, that I wish to give you a foretaste of the agitations, sensations, emotions, palpitations, and other entertainments which you may enjoy by paying the small sum of 10 sous. You see this superb picture. It represents 8 of the most thrilling scenes in the drama. Ah, I see you begin to shudder already, and yet this is nothing compared to the play itself. This splendid picture gives you no more idea of the acting than a drop of water gives an idea of the sea, or a spark of fire of the sun. My picture, gentlemen, is merely to give you a foretaste of what is in the tent. As the steam oozing from a restaurant gives you a taste, or rather a smell, of what is within. Do you know this clown? Asked an enormous Turk of a melancholy Punch. No, but he can imitate a trumpet splendidly. Oh, very well indeed. But what is he driving at? The clown was endeavoring to attract the attention of Madame Fauvel, who, since Raoul and Madeleine had left her, sat by herself in a mournful reverie. He succeeded in his object. The showman's shrill voice brought the banker's wife back to a sense of reality. She started, and looked quickly about her, as if suddenly awakened from a troubled dream. Now, ladies, we are in China. The first picture on my canvas, here, in the left corner, here he touched the top daub, represents the celebrated Mandarin Liefo, in the bosom of his family. This pretty woman leaning over him is his wife. And these children playing on the carpet are the bonds of love between this happy pair. Do you not inhale the odor of sanctity and happiness emanating from this speaking picture, gentlemen? Madame Liefo is the most virtuous of women, adoring her husband and idolizing her children. Being virtuous she is happy, for the wise Confucius says, the ways of virtue are more pleasant than the ways of vice. Madame Fauvel had left her seat, and approached nearer to the clown. Do you see anything on the banner like what he is describing? Asked the melancholy Punch of his neighbor. No, not a thing. Do you? The fact is, that the daubs of paint on the canvas represented one thing as well as another, and the clown could call them whatever he pleased. Picture number 2, he cried, after a flourish of music. This old lady, seated before a mirror tearing out her hair, especially the grey ones, you have seen before, do you recognize her? No, you do not. She is the fair mandarine of the first picture. I see the tears in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Ah! You have cause to weep, for she is no longer virtuous, and her happiness has departed with her virtue. Alas, it is a sad tale. One fatal day she met, on the streets of Pekin, a young ruffian, fiendish, but beautiful as an angel, and she loved him, the unfortunate woman loved him. The last words were uttered in the most tragic tone as he raised his clasped hands to heaven. During this tirade he had whirled around, so that he found himself facing the banker's wife, whose countenance he closely watched while he was speaking. You are surprised, gentlemen, he continued, I am not. The great bilboquet has proved to us that the heart never grows old, and that the most vigorous wallflowers flourish on old ruins. This unhappy woman is nearly 50 years old, 50 years old, and in love with a youth. Hence this heartrending scene which should serve as a warning to us all. Really, grumbled a cook dressed in white satin, who had passed the evening in carrying around bills of fare, which no one read. I thought he was going to amuse us. But, continued the clown, you must go inside of the booth to witness the effects of the mandarine's folly. At times a ray of reason penetrates her diseased brain, and then the sight of her anguish would soften a heart of stone. Enter, and for the small sum of 10 sous you shall hear sobs such as the Odeon never echoed in its halcyon days. The unhappy woman has waked up to the absurdity and inanity of her blind passion. She confesses to herself that she is madly pursuing a phantom. She knows but too well that he, in the vigor and beauty of youth, cannot love a faded old woman like herself, who vainly makes pitiable efforts to retain the last remains of her once entrancing beauty. She feels that the sweet words he once whispered in her charmed ear were deceitful falsehoods. She knows that the day is near when she will be left alone, with nothing save his mantle in her hand. As the clown addressed this voluble description to the crowd before him, he narrowly watched the countenance of the banker's wife. But nothing he had said seemed to affect her. She leaned back in her armchair perfectly calm, and occasionally smiled at the tragic manner of the showman. Good heavens, muttered the clown uneasily, can I be on the wrong track? He saw that his circle of listeners was increased by the presence of the Doge, de Clamron. The third picture, he said, after a roll of drums, depicts the old mandarine after she has dismissed that most annoying of guests, remorse, from her bosom. She promises herself that interest shall supply the place of love in chaining the too seductive youth to her side. It is with this object that she invests him with false honors and dignity, and introduces him to the chief mandarins of the capital of the Celestial Empire. Then, since so handsome a youth must cut a fine figure in society, and as a fine figure cannot be cut without money, the lady must needs to sacrifice all of her possessions for his sake. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, diamonds, and pearls, all are surrendered. The monster carries all these jewels to the pawnbrokers on TNTSI Street, and then has the cruelty to refuse her the tickets, so that she may have a chance of redeeming her treasures. The clown thought that at last he had hit the mark. Madame Fauvel began to betray signs of agitation. Once she made an attempt to rise from her chair, but it seemed as if her strength failed her, and she sank back, forced to listen to the end. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, continued the clown, the richly stored jewel cases became empty. The day came when the mandarine had nothing more to give. It was then that the young scoundrel conceived the project of carrying off the jasper button belonging to the mandarin Li Fo, a splendid jewel of incalculable value, which, being the badge of his dignity, was kept in a granite chest, and guarded by 3 soldiers night and day. Ah! The mandarine resisted a long time. She knew the innocent soldiers would be accused and crucified, as is the custom in Pekin, and this thought restrained her. But her lover besought her so tenderly, that she finally yielded to his entreaties. And, the jasper button was stolen. The fourth picture represents the guilty couple stealthily creeping down the private stairway. See their frightened look, see. He abruptly stopped. 3 or 4 of his auditors rushed to the assistance of Madame Fauvel, who seemed about to faint, and at the same time he felt his arm roughly seized by someone behind him. He turned around and faced de Clamron and Lagers, both of whom were pale with anger. What do you want, gentlemen? He inquired politely. To speak to you, they both answered. I am at your service. And he followed them to the end of the picture gallery, near a window opening on a balcony. Here they were unobserved except by the man in the Venetian cloak, whom the clown had so respectfully addressed as the Count. The minuet having ended, the orchestras were resting, and the crowd began to rapidly fill the gallery. The sudden faintness of Madame Fauvel had passed off unnoticed save by a few, who attributed it to the heat of the room. Fauvel had been sent for. But when he came hurrying in, and found his wife composedly talking to Madeleine, his alarm was dissipated, and he returned to the card tables. not having as much control over his temper as Raoul. De Clamron angrily said. In the first place, monsieur, I would like to know who you are. The clown, determined to answer as if he thought the question were a jest, replied in the bantering tone of a buffoon. You want my passport, do you, my Lord Doge? I left it in the hands of the city authorities. It contains my name, age, profession, domicile, and every detail. With an angry gesture, de Clamron interrupted him. You have just committed a gross insult. I, my Lord Doge. Yes, you. What do you mean by telling this abominable story in this house? Abominable. You may call it abominable, but I, who composed it, have a different opinion of it. Enough, monsieur. You will at least have the courage to acknowledge that your performance was a vile insinuation against Madame Fauvel. The clown stood with his head thrown back, and mouth wide open, as if astounded at what he heard. But anyone who knew him would have seen his bright black eyes sparkling with malicious satisfaction. Bless my heart, he cried, as if speaking to himself. This is the strangest thing I ever heard of. How can my drama of the Mandarin Liefo have any reference to Madame Fauvel, whom I don't know from Adam or Eve? I can't think how the resemblance, unless, but no, that is impossible. Do you pretend, said de Clamron, to be ignorant of Fauvel's misfortune? The clown looked very innocent, and asked. What misfortune? The robbery of which Fauvel was the victim. It has been in everyone's mouth, and you must have heard of it. Ah, yes, I remember. His cashier ran off with 350,000 francs. Pardieu. It is a thing that almost daily happens. But, as to discovering any connection between this robbery and my play, that is another matter. De Clamron made no reply. A nudge from Lagers had calmed him as if by enchantment. He looked quietly at the clown, and seemed to regret having uttered the significant words forced from him by angry excitement. Very well, he finally said in his usual haughty tone. I must have been mistaken. I accept your explanation. But the clown, hitherto so humble and silly-looking, seemed to take offense at the word, and, assuming a defiant attitude, said. I have not made, nor do I intend making, any explanation. Monsieur, began de Clamron. Allow me to finish, if you please. If, unintentionally, I have offended the wife of a man whom I highly esteem, it is his business to seek redress, and not yours. Perhaps you will tell me he is too old to demand satisfaction. If so, let him send one of his sons. I saw one of them in the ballroom tonight, let him come. You asked me who I am, in return I ask you who are you who undertake to act as Madame Fauvel's champion? Are you her relative, friend, or ally? What right have you to insult her by pretending to discover an allusion to her in a play invented for amusement? There was nothing to be said in reply to this. De Clamron sought a means of escape. I am a friend of Fauvel, he said, and this title gives me the right to be as jealous of his reputation as if it were my own. If this is not a sufficient reason for my interference, I must inform you that his family will shortly be mine. I regard myself as his nephew. Ah! Next week, monsieur, my marriage with Madeleine will be publicly announced. This news was so unexpected, so startling that for a moment the clown was dumb, and now his surprise was genuine. But he soon recovered himself, and, bowing with deference, said, with covert irony. Permit me to offer my congratulations, monsieur. Besides being the belle tonight, MLLE Madeleine is worth, I hear, 500,000. Raoul de Lagers had anxiously been watching the people near them, to see if they overheard this conversation. We have had enough of this gossip, he said, in a disdainful tone. I will only say one thing more, Master Clown, and that is, that your tongue is too long. Perhaps it is, my pretty youth, perhaps it is, but my arm is still longer. De Clamron here interrupted them by saying. It is impossible for one to seek an explanation from a man who conceals his identity under the guise of a fool. You are at liberty, my Lord Doge, to ask the master of the house who I am, if you dare. You are, cried Clamoran, you are. A warning look from Raoul checked the forge master from using an epithet which would have led to an affray, or at least a scandalous scene. The clown stood by with a sardonic smile, and, after a moment's silence, stared de Clamoran steadily in the face, and in measured tones said. I was the best friend, monsieur, that your brother Gaston ever had. I was his adviser, and the confidant of his last wishes. These few words fell like a clap of thunder upon de Clamoran. He turned deadly pale, and stared back with his hands stretched out before him, as if shrinking from a phantom. He tried to answer, to protest against this assertion, but the words froze on his lips. His fright was pitiable. Come, let us go, said Lagers, who was perfectly cool. And he dragged Clamoran away, half supporting him, for he staggered like a drunken man, and clung to every object he passed, to prevent falling. Oh, exclaimed the clown, in 3 different tones, oh, oh. He himself was almost as much astonished as the forge master, and remained rooted to the spot, watching the latter as he slowly left the room. It was with no decided object in view that he had ventured to use the last mysteriously threatening words, but he had been inspired to do so by his wonderful instinct, which with him was like the scent of a bloodhound. What can this mean? He murmured. Why was he so frightened? What terrible memory have I awakened in his base soul? I need not boast of my penetration, or the subtlety of my plans. There is a great master, who, without any effort, in an instant destroys all my chimeras. He is called Chance. His mind had wandered far from the present scene, when he was brought back to his situation by someone touching him on the shoulder. It was the man in the Venetian cloak. Are you very satisfied, Bergeret? He inquired. Yes, and no, the Count. No, because I have not completely achieved the object I had in view when I asked you for an invitation here tonight. Yes, because these 2 rascals behaved in a manner which dispels all doubt. And yet you complain. I do not complain, the Count, on the contrary, I bless chance, or rather Providence, which has just revealed to me the existence of a secret that I did not before even suspect. 5 or 6 people approached the Count, and he went off with them after giving the clown a friendly nod. The latter instantly threw aside his banner, and started in pursuit of Madame Fauvel. He found her sitting on a sofa in the large salon, engaged in an animated conversation with Madeleine. Of course they are talking over the scene, but what has become of Lagers and de Clamoran? He soon saw them wandering among the groups scattered about the room, and eagerly asking questions. I will bet my head these honorable gentlemen are trying to find out who I am. Keep it up, my friends, ask everybody in the room. I wish you success. They soon gave it up, but were so preoccupied, and anxious to be alone in order to reflect and deliberate, that, without waiting for supper, they took leave of Madame Fauvel and her niece, saying they were going home. The clown saw them go up to the dressing-room for their cloaks, and in a few minutes leave the house. I have nothing more to do here, he murmured, I might as well go too. He completely covered his dress with a domino, and started for home, thinking the cold frosty air would cool his confused brain. He lit a cigar, and, walking up the Rue St. Lazare, crossed the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette, and struck into the Faubourg Montmartre. A man suddenly started out from some place of concealment, and rushed upon him with a dagger. Fortunately the clown had a cat-like instinct, which enabled him to protect himself against immediate danger, and detect any which threatened. He saw, or rather divined, the man crouching in the dark shadow of a house, and had the presence of mind to strike an attitude which enabled him to ward off the assassin by spreading out his arms before him. This movement certainly saved his life. For he received in his arm a furious stab, which would have instantly killed him had it penetrated his breast. Anger, more than pain, made him cry out. Ah, you villain! And recoiling a few feet, he put himself on the defensive. But the precaution was useless. Seeing his blow miss, the assassin did not return to the attack, but made rapidly off. "That was certainly Lerouge," said the clown, "and Clamoran must be somewhere near. While I walked around one side of the church, they must have gone the other and lain in wait for me." His wound began to pain him. He stood under a gas lamp to examine it. It did not appear to be dangerous, but the arm was cut through to the bone. He tore his handkerchief into 4 bands, and tied his arm up with the dexterity of a surgeon. "I must be on the track of some great crime, since these fellows are resolved upon murder. When such cunning rogues are only in danger of the police court, they do not gratuitously risk the chance of being tried for murder." He thought by enduring a great deal of pain he might still use his arm. So he started in pursuit of his enemy, taking care to keep in the middle of the road, and avoid all dark corners. Although he saw no one, he was convinced that he was being pursued. He was not mistaken. When he reached the Boulevard Montmartre, he crossed the street, and, as he did so, distinguished 2 shadows which he recognized. They crossed the same street a little higher up. "I have to deal with desperate men," he muttered. "They do not even take pains to conceal their pursuit of me. They seem to be accustomed to this kind of adventure, and the carriage trick which fooled Fanfrelotte would never succeed with them. Besides, my light hat is a perfect beacon to lead them on in the night." He continued his way up the boulevard, and, without turning his head, was sure that his enemies were 30 feet behind him. "I must get rid of them somehow," he said to himself. "I can neither return home nor to the Archangel with these devils at my heels. They are following me to find out where I live, and who I am. If they discover that the clown is M. Vergeret, and that M. Vergeret is M. Lecoq, my plans will be ruined. They will escape abroad with the money, and I shall be left to console myself with a wounded arm. A pleasant ending to all my exertions." The idea of Raoul and Clamoran escaping him so exasperated him that for an instant he thought of having them arrested at once. This was easy. For he had only to rush upon them, scream for help, and they would all 3 be arrested, carried to the watch-house, and consigned to the commissary of police. The police often resort to this ingenious and simple means of arresting a malefactor for whom they are on the lookout, and whom they cannot seize without a warrant. The next day there is a general explanation, and the parties, if innocent, are dismissed. The clown had sufficient proof to sustain him in the arrest of Lerouge. He could show the letter and the mutilated prayer book, he could reveal the existence of the pawnbroker's tickets in the house at Vezinot, he could display his wounded arm. He could force Raoul to confess how and why he had assumed the name of Lerouge, and what his motive was in passing himself off for a relative of M. Fauvel. On the other hand, in acting thus hastily, he was ensuring the safety of the principal plotter, the Clamoran. What proofs had he against him? Not one. He had strong suspicions, but no well-grounded charge to produce against him. On reflection the clown decided that he would act alone, as he had thus far done, and that alone and unaided he would discover the truth of all his suspicions. Having reached this decision, the first step to be taken was to put his followers on the wrong scent. He walked rapidly up the Rue Sebastopol, and, reaching the square of the Arts et Métiers, he abruptly stopped, and asked some insignificant questions of 2 constables who were standing talking together. The maneuver had the result he expected. Raoul and Clamoran stood perfectly still about 20 steps off, not daring to advance. 20 steps. That was as much start as the clown wanted. While talking with the constables, he had pulled the bell of the door before which they were standing, and its hollow sound apprised him that the door was open. He bowed, and entered the house. A minute later the constables had passed on, and Lerouge and Clamoran in their turn rang the bell. When the concierge appeared, they asked who it was that had just gone in disguised as a clown. They were told that no such person had entered, and that none of the lodgers had gone out disguised that night. However, added the concierge, I am not very sure, for this house has a back door which opens on the Rue Saint-Denis. We are tricked, interrupted Lerouge, and will never know who the clown is. Unless we learn it too soon for our own good, said Clamoran musingly. While Lerouge and Clamoran were anxiously trying to devise some means of discovering the clown's identity, Vergeret hurried up the back street, and reached the Archangel as the clock struck 3. Prosper, who was watching from his window, saw him in the distance, and ran down to open the door for him. "What have you learned?" he said. "What did you find out? Did you see Madeline? Were Raoul and Clamoran at the ball?" But M. Vergeret was not in the habit of discussing private affairs where he might be overheard. "First of all, let us go into your room, and get some water to wash this cut, which burns like fire." "Heavens! Are you wounded?" "Yes, it is a little souvenir of your friend Raoul." "Ah, I will soon teach him the danger of chopping up a man's arm." Prosper was surprised at the look of merciless rage on his friend's face, as he calmly washed and dressed his arm. "Now, Prosper, we will talk as much as you please. Our enemies are on the alert, and we must crush them instantly, or not at all. I have made a mistake. I have been on the wrong track. It is an accident liable to happen to any man, no matter how intelligent he may be. I took the effect for the cause. The day I was convinced that culpable relations existed between Raoul and Madame Fauvel, I thought I held the end of the thread that must lead us to the truth. I should have been more mistrustful. This solution was too simple, too natural. Do you suppose Madame Fauvel to be innocent? Certainly not. But her guilt is not such as I first supposed. I imagined that, infatuated with a seductive young adventurer, Madame Fauvel had first bestowed upon him the name of one of her relatives, and then introduced him as her nephew. This was an adroit stratagem to gain him admission to her husband's house. She began by giving him all the money she could dispose of. Later she let him take her jewels to the pawnbrokers. When she had nothing more to give, she allowed him to steal the money from her husband's safe. That is what I first thought. And in this way everything was explained? No, this did not explain everything, as I well knew at the time, and should, consequently, have studied my characters more thoroughly. How is Clamoran's position to be accounted for, if my first idea was the correct one? Clamoran is Leger's accomplice, of course. Ah, there is the mistake. I for a long time believed Leger's to be the principal person, when, in fact, he is not. Yesterday, in a dispute between them, the forge master said to his dear friend, "And, above all things, my friend, I would advise you not to resist me, for if you do I will crush you to atoms." That explains all. The elegant Leger's is not the lover of Madame Fauvel, but the tool of Clamoran. Besides, did our first suppositions account for the resigned obedience of Madeline? It is Clamoran, and not Leger's, whom Madeline obeys. Prosper began to remonstrate. M. Vergeret shrugged his shoulders. To convince Prosper he had only to utter one word, to tell him that 3 hours ago Clamoran had announced his intended marriage with Madeline, but he did not. Clamoran, he continued, Clamoran alone has Madame Fauvel in his power. Now, the question is, what is the secret of this terrible influence he has gained over her? I have positive proof that they have not met since their early youth until 15 months ago, and, as Madame Fauvel's reputation has always been above the reach of slander, we must seek in the past for the cause of her resigned obedience to his will. We can never discover it, said Prosper mournfully. We can discover it as soon as we know Clamoran's past life. Ah, tonight he turned as white as a sheet when I mentioned his brother Gaston's name. And then I remembered that Gaston died suddenly, while his brother Louis was making a visit. Do you think he was murdered? I think the men who tried to assassinate me would do anything. The robbery, my friend, has now become a secondary detail. It is quite easily explained, and, if that were all to be accounted for, I would say to you, my task is done, let us go ask the judge of instruction for a warrant of arrest. Prosper started up with sparkling eyes. Ah, you know, is it possible? Yes, I know who gave the key, and I know who told the secret word. The key might have been M. Fauvel's. But the word? The word you were foolish enough to give. You have forgotten, I suppose. But fortunately Gypsy remembered. You know that, 2 days before the robbery, you took Leger's and 2 other friends to sup with Madame Gypsy. Nina was sad, and reproached you for not being more devoted to her. Yes, I remember that. But do you remember what you replied to her? No, I do not, said Prosper after thinking a moment. Well, I will tell you, Nina, you are unjust in reproaching me with not thinking constantly of you, for at this very moment your dear name guards M. Fauvel's safe. The truth suddenly burst upon Prosper like a thunderclap. He wrung his hands despairingly, and cried. Yes, oh, yes. I remember now. Then you can easily understand the rest. One of the scoundrels went to Madame Fauvel, and compelled her to give up her husband's key, then, at a venture, placed the movable buttons on the name of Gypsy, opened the safe, and took the 350,000 francs. And Madame Fauvel must have been terribly frightened before she yielded. The day after the robbery the poor woman was near dying, and it was she who at the greatest risk sent you the 10,000 francs. But which was the thief, Raoul or Clameron? What enables them to thus tyrannize over Madame Fauvel? And how does Madeleine come to be mixed up in the affair? These questions, my dear Prosper, I cannot yet answer, therefore I postpone seeing the judge. I only ask you to wait 10 days. And, if I cannot in that time discover the solution of this mystery, I will return and go with you to report to M. Patrigent all that we know. Are you going to leave the city? In an hour I shall be on the road to Beaucaire. It was from that neighborhood that Clameron came, as well as Madame Fauvel, who was a MLE de la Verberie before marriage. Yes, I knew both families. I must go there to study them. Neither Raoul nor Clameron can escape during my absence. The police are watching them. But you, Prosper, must be prudent. Promise me to remain a prisoner here during my trip. All that M. Vergeret asked, Prosper willingly promised. But he did not wish to be left in complete ignorance of his projects for the future, or of his motives in the past. Will you not tell me, monsieur, who you are, and what reasons you had for coming to my rescue? The extraordinary man smiled sadly, and said. I tell, in the presence of Nina, on the day before your marriage with Madeleine. Once left to his own reflections, Prosper began to appreciate the powerful assistance rendered by his friend. Recalling the field of investigation gone over by his mysterious protector, he was amazed at its extent. How many facts had been discovered in a week, and with what precision, although he had pretended to be on the wrong track. Vergeret had grouped his evidence, and reached a result which Prosper felt he never could have hoped to attain by his own exertions. He was conscious that he possessed neither Vergeret's penetration nor his subtlety. He did not possess this art of compelling obedience, of creating friends at every step, and the science of making men and circumstances unite in the attainment of a common result. He began to regret the absence of his friend, who had risen up in the hour of adversity. He missed the sometimes rough but always kindly voice, which had encouraged and consoled him. He felt woefully lost and helpless, not daring to act or think for himself, more timid than a child when deserted by his nurse. He had the good sense to follow the recommendations of his mentor. He remained shut up in the Archangel, not even appearing at the windows. Twice he had news of M. Vergeret. The first time he received a letter in which this friend said he had seen his father, and had had a long talk with him. Afterward, Dubois, M. de Clameron's valet, came to tell him that his patron reported everything as progressing finely. On the 9th day of his voluntary seclusion, Prosper began to feel restless, and at 10 o'clock at night set forth to take a walk, thinking the fresh air would relieve the headache which had kept him awake the previous night. Madame Alexander, who seemed to have some knowledge of M. Vergeret's affairs, begged Prosper to remain at home. What can I risk by taking a walk at this time, in a quiet part of the city? He asked. I can certainly stroll as far as the Jardin des Plantes without meeting anyone. Unfortunately he did not strictly follow this program, for, having reached the Orleans railway station, he went into a café nearby, and called for a glass of ale. As he sat sipping his glass, he picked up a daily paper, The Sun, and under the head of Fashionable Gossip, signed Jacques Durand, read the following. We understand that the niece of one of our most prominent bankers, M. André Fauvel, will shortly be married to M. le Marquis Louis de Clamron. The engagement has been announced. This news, coming upon him so unexpectedly, proved to prosper the justness of M. Vergeret's calculations. Alas! Why did not this certainty inspire him with absolute faith? Why did it not give him courage to wait, the strength of mind to refrain from acting on his own responsibility? Frenzied by distress of mind, he already saw Madeleine indissolubly united to this villain, and, thinking that M. Vergeret would perhaps arrive too late to be of use, determined at all risks to throw an obstacle in the way of the marriage. He called for pen and paper, and forgetting that no situation can excuse the mean cowardice of an anonymous letter, wrote in a disguised hand the following lines to M. Fauvel. Dear Sir, you consigned your cashier to prison. You acted prudently, since you were convinced of his dishonesty and faithlessness. But, even if he stole 350,000 francs from your safe, does it follow that he also stole Madame Fauvel's diamonds, and pawned them at the Montepillet, where they now are? Warned as you are, if I were you, I would not be the subject of public scandal. I would watch my wife, and would be distrustful of handsome cousins. Moreover, I would, before signing the marriage contract of MLE Madeleine, inquire at the Prefecture of Police, and obtain some information concerning the noble Marquis de Clamron. A friend. Prosper hastened off to post his letter. Fearing that it would not reach M. Fauvel in time, he walked up to the Rue Cardinal Lemoyne, and put it in the main letterbox, so as to be certain of its speedy delivery. Until now he had not doubted the propriety of his action. But now when too late, when he heard the sound of his letter falling into the box, 1,000 scruples filled his mind. Was it not wrong to act thus hurriedly? Would not this letter interfere with M. Vergeret's plans? Upon reaching the hotel, his doubts were changed into bitter regrets. Joseph Dubois was waiting for him. He had received a dispatch from his patron, saying that his business was finished, and that he would return the next evening at 9 o'clock. Prosper was wretched. He would have given all he had to recover the anonymous letter. And he had cause for regret. At that very hour M. Vergeret was taking his seat in the cars at Tarascon, meditating upon the most advantageous plan to be adopted in pursuance of his discoveries. For he had discovered everything, and now must bring matters to a crisis. Adding to what he already knew, the story of an old nurse of MLE de la Verberie, the affidavit of an old servant who had always lived in the Clamron family, and the depositions of the Vezinet husband and wife who attended M. Lagers at his country house, the latter having been sent to him by Dubois, Fanferlot, with a good deal of information obtained from the Prefecture of Police, he had worked up a complete case. And could now act upon a chain of evidence without a missing link. As he had predicted, he had been compelled to search into the distant past for the first causes of the crime of which Prosper had been the victim. The following is the drama, as he wrote it out for the benefit of the judge of instruction, knowing that it would contain grounds for an indictment against the malefactors. Chapter 12. The Drama. About 2 leagues from Tarascon, on the left bank of the Rhône, not far from the wonderful gardens of M. Audibert, stood the Château of Clamron, a weather-stained, neglected, but massive structure. Here lived, in 1841, the old Marquis de Clamron and his 2 sons, Gaston and Louis. The Marquis was an eccentric old man. He belonged to the race of nobles, now almost extinct, whose watches stopped in 1789, and who kept time with the past century. More attached to his illusions than to his life, the old Marquis insisted upon considering all the stirring events which had happened since the first revolution as a series of deplorable practical jokes. Emigrating with the Count d'Artois, he did not return to France until 1815, with the Allies. He should have been thankful to heaven for the recovery of a portion of his immense family estates. A comparatively small portion, to be sure, but full enough to support him comfortably. He said, however, that he did not think the few paltry acres were worth thanking God for. At first, he tried every means to obtain an appointment at court. But seeing all his efforts fail, he resolved to retire to his chateau, which he did, after cursing and pitying his king, whom he had worshipped. He soon became accustomed to the free and indolent life of a country gentleman. Possessing 15,000 francs a year, he spent 25 or 30,000, borrowing from every source, saying that a genuine restoration would soon take place, and that then he would regain possession of all his properties. Following his example, his younger son lived extravagantly. Louis was always in pursuit of adventure, and idled away his time in drinking and gambling. The elder son, Gaston, anxious to participate in the stirring events of the time, prepared himself for action by quietly working, studying, and reading certain papers and pamphlets surreptitiously received. The very mention of which was considered a hanging matter by his father. Altogether the old Marquis was the happiest of mortals, living well, drinking high, hunting much, tolerated by the peasants, and execrated by the gentlemen of the neighborhood, who regarded him with contempt and raillery. Time never hung heavy on his hands, except in midsummer, when the valley of the Rhône was intensely hot, and even then he had infallible means of amusement, always new, though ever the same. He detested, above all, his neighbor the Countess de la Verberie. The Countess de la Verberie, the bête noire of the Marquis, as he ungallantly termed her, was a tall, dry woman, angular in appearance and character, cold and arrogant toward her equals, and domineering over her inferiors. Like her noble neighbor, she too had emigrated, and her husband was afterward killed at Lutzen, but unfortunately not in the French ranks. In 1815, the Countess came back to France. But while the Marquis de Clameren returned to comparative ease, she could obtain nothing from royal munificence, but the small estate and château of La Verberie. It is true that the château of La Verberie would have contented most people. But the Countess never ceased to complain of her unmerited poverty, as she called it. The pretty château was more modest in appearance than the manor of the Clamerens, but it was equally comfortable, and much better regulated by its proud mistress. It was built in the middle of a beautiful park, one of the wonders of that part of the country. It reached from the Beaucaire road to the river bank, a marvel of beauty, with its superb old oaks, yoke elms, and lovely groves, its meadow, and clear stream of water winding in among the trees. The Countess had but one child, a lovely girl of 18, named Valentine. Fair, slender, and graceful, with large, soft eyes, beautiful enough to make the stone saints of the village church thrill in their niches, when she knelt piously at their feet. The renown of her great beauty, carried on the rapid waters of the Rhône, was spread far and wide. Often the bargemen and the robust wagoners, driving their powerful horses along the road, would stop to gaze with admiration upon Valentine seated under some grand old tree on the banks of the river, absorbed in her book. At a distance her white dress and flowing tresses made her seem a mysterious spirit from another world. These honest people said, they thought it a good omen when they caught a glimpse of her as they passed up the river. All along between Arles and Valence she was spoken of as the lovely fairy of La Verberie. If M. de Clameren detested the Countess, Madame de la Verberie execrated the Marquis. If he nicknamed her the witch, she never called him anything but the old gander. And yet they should have agreed, for at heart they cherished the same opinions, with different ways of viewing them. He considered himself a philosopher, scoffed at everything, and had an excellent digestion. She nursed her rancor, and grew yellow and thin from rage and envy. Nevertheless, they might have spent many pleasant evenings together, for, after all, they were neighbors. From Clameren could be seen Valentine's greyhound running about the park of La Verberie. From La Verberie glimpses were had of the lights in the dining-room windows of Clameren. And, as regularly as these lights appeared, every evening, the Countess would say, in a spiteful tone, "Ah, now their orgies are about to commence." The two chateaux were only separated by the fast-flowing Rhône, which at this spot was rather narrow. But between the two families existed a hatred deeper and more difficult to avert than the course of the Rhône. What was the cause of this hatred? The Countess, no less than the Marquis, would have found it difficult to tell. It was said that under the reign of Henri IV, or Louis XIII, a La Verberie betrayed the affections of a fair daughter of the Clamerens. This misdeed led to a duel and bloodshed. This groundwork of facts had been highly embellished by fiction. Handed down from generation to generation, it had now become a long tragic history of robbery, murder, and rapine, which precluded any intercourse between the two families. The usual result followed, as it always does in real life, and often in romances, which, however exaggerated they may be, generally preserve a reflection of the truth which inspires them. Gaston met Valentine at an entertainment. He fell in love with her at first sight. Valentine saw Gaston, and from that moment his image filled her heart. But so many obstacles separated them. For over a year they both religiously guarded their secret, buried like a treasure in the inmost recesses of their hearts. And this year of charming, dangerous reveries decided their fate. To the sweetness of the first impression succeeded a more tender sentiment, then came love, each having endowed the other with superhuman qualities and ideal perfections. Deep, sincere passion can only expand in solitude. In the impure air of a city it fades and dies, like the hardy plants which lose their color and perfume when transplanted to hothouses. Gaston and Valentine had only seen each other once, but seeing was to love. And, as the time passed, their love grew stronger, until at last the fatality which had presided over their first meeting brought them once more together. They both happened to be spending the day with the old Duchess d'Arlange, who had returned to the neighborhood to sell her property. They spoke to each other, and like old friends, surprised to find that they both entertained the same thoughts and echoed the same memories. Again they were separated for months. But soon, as if by accident, they happened to be at a certain hour on the banks of the Rhône, and would sit and gaze across at each other. Finally, one mild May evening, when Madame de la Verberie had gone to Beaucaire, Gaston ventured into the park, and appeared before Valentine. She was not surprised or indignant. Genuine innocence displays none of the startled modesty assumed by conventional innocence. It never occurred to Valentine that she ought to bid Gaston to leave her. She leaned upon his arm, and strolled up and down the grand old avenue of oaks. They did not say they loved each other, they felt it. But they did say that their love was hopeless. They well knew that the inveterate family feud could never be overcome, and that it would be folly to attempt it. They swore never, never to forget each other, and tearfully resolved never to meet again, never, not even once more. Alas! Valentine was not without excuse. With a timid, loving heart, her expansive affection was repressed and chilled by a harsh mother. Never had there been one of those long private talks between the Countess de la Verberie and Valentine which enabled a good mother to read her daughter's heart like an open book. Madame de la Verberie saw nothing but her daughter's beauty. She was wont to rub her hands, and say, "Next winter I will borrow enough money to take the child to Paris, and I am much mistaken if her beauty does not win her a rich husband who will release me from poverty." She called this loving her daughter. The second meeting was not the last. Gaston dared not trust to a boatman, so he was obliged to walk a league in order to cross the bridge. Then he thought it would be shorter to swim the river. But he could not swim well, and to cross the Rhône where it ran so rapidly was rash for the most skillful swimmers. One evening, however, Valentine was startled by seeing him rise out of the water at her feet. She made him promise never to attempt this exploit again. He repeated the feat and the promise the next evening and every successive evening. As Valentine always imagined he was being drowned in the furious current, they agreed upon a signal. At the moment of starting, Gaston would put a light in his window at Clamron, and in 15 minutes he would be at his idol's feet. What were the projects and hopes of the lovers? Alas! They projected nothing, they hoped for nothing. Blindly, thoughtlessly, almost fearlessly, they abandoned themselves to the dangerous happiness of a daily rendezvous, regardless of the storm that must ere long burst over their devoted heads, they revelled in their present bliss. Is not every sincere passion thus? Passion subsists upon itself and in itself, and the very things which ought to extinguish it, absence and obstacles, only make it burn more fiercely. It is exclusive and undisturbed. Reflects neither of the past nor of the future, excepting the present, it sees and cares for nothing. Moreover, Valentine and Gaston believed everyone ignorant of their secret. They had always been so cautious. They had kept such strict watch. They had flattered themselves that their conduct had been a masterpiece of dissimulation and prudence. Valentine had fixed upon the hour when she was certain her mother would not miss her. Gaston had never confided to anyone, not even to his brother Louis. They never breathed each other's name. They denied themselves a last sweet word, a last kiss, when they felt it would be more safe. Poor blind lovers! As if anything could be concealed from the idle curiosity of country gossips. From the slanderous and ever-watchful enemies who are incessantly on the lookout for some new bit of tittle-tattle, good or bad, which they improve upon, and eagerly spread far and near. They believed their secret well kept, whereas it had long since been made public. The story of their love, the particulars of their rendezvous, were topics of conversation throughout the neighborhood. Sometimes, at dusk, they would see a bark gliding along the water, near the shore, and would say to each other, "It is a belated fisherman, returning home." They were mistaken. The boat contained malicious spies, who delighted in having discovered them, and hastened to report, with 1,000 false additions, the result of their expedition. One dreary November evening, Gaston was awakened to the true state of affairs. The Rhône was so swollen by heavy rains that an inundation was daily expected. To attempt to swim across this impetuous torrent, would be tempting God. Therefore Gaston went to Tarascon, intending to cross the bridge there, and walk along the bank to the usual place of meeting at La Verberie. Valentine expected him at 11 o'clock. Whenever Gaston went to Tarascon, he dined with a relative living there, but on this occasion a strange fatality led him to accompany a friend to the Hotel of the Three Emperors. After dinner, they went not to Café Simon, their usual resort, but to the little café in the marketplace, where the fairs were held. The small dining hall was filled with young men. Gaston and his friend called for a bottle of beer, and began to play billiards. After they had been playing a short time, Gaston's attention was attracted by peals of laughter from a party at the other end of the room. From this moment, preoccupied by this continued laughter, of which he was evidently the subject, he knocked the balls carelessly in every direction. His conduct surprised his friend, who said to him, "What is the matter? You are missing the simplest shots." "It is nothing." The game went on a while longer, when Gaston suddenly turned as white as a sheet, and, throwing down his cue, strode toward the table which was occupied by 5 young men, playing dominoes and drinking wine. He addressed the eldest of the group, a handsome man of 26, with fierce-looking eyes, and a heavy black mustache, named Jules Lazet. "Repeat, if you dare," he said, in a voice trembling with passion, "the remark you just now made." "I certainly will repeat it," said Lazet, calmly. "I said, and I say it again, that a nobleman's daughter is no better than a mechanic's daughter, that virtue does not always accompany a titled name." "You mentioned a particular name." Lazet rose from his chair as if he knew his answer would exasperate Gaston, and that from words they would come to blows. "I did," he said, with an insolent smile, "I mentioned the name of the pretty little fairy of La Verberie." All the coffee drinkers, and even 2 traveling agents who were dining in the café, rose and surrounded the 2 young men. The provoking looks, the murmurs, or rather shouts, which welcomed him as he walked up to Lazet, proved to Gaston that he was surrounded by enemies. The wickedness and evil tongue of the old Marquis were bearing their fruit. Rancor ferments quickly and fiercely among the people of Provence. Gaston de Clamron was not a man to yield, even if his foes were 100, instead of 15 or 20. "No one but a coward," he said, in a clear, ringing voice, which the pervading silence rendered almost startling. "No one but a contemptible coward would be infamous enough to calumniate a young girl who has neither father nor brother to defend her honor." "If she has no father or brother," sneered Lazet, "she has her lovers, and that suffices." The insulting words, "her lovers," enraged Gaston beyond control. He slapped Lazet violently in the face. Everyone in the café simultaneously uttered a cry of terror. Lazet's violence of character, his Herculean strength and undaunted courage, were well known. He sprang across the table between them, and seized Gaston by the throat. Then arose a scene of excitement and confusion. Clameron's friend, attempting to assist him, was knocked down with billiard cues, and kicked under a table. Equally strong and agile, Gaston and Lazet struggled for some minutes without either gaining an advantage. Lazet, as loyal as he was courageous, would not accept assistance from his friends. He continually called out, "Keep away. Let me fight it out alone." But the others were too excited to remain inactive spectators of the scene. "A quilt," cried one of them, "a quilt to make the Marquis jump." 5 or 6 young men now rushed upon Gaston, and separated him from Lazet. Some tried to throw him down, others to trip him up. He defended himself with the energy of despair, exhibiting in his furious struggles a strength of which he himself had not been conscious. He struck right and left as he showered fierce epithets upon his adversaries for being 12 against 1. He was endeavoring to get around the billiard table so as to be near the door, and had almost succeeded, when an exultant cry arose. "Here is the quilt!" "The quilt," they cried. "Put him in the quilt, the pretty fairy's lover." Gaston heard these cries. He saw himself overcome, and suffering an ignoble outrage at the hands of these enraged men. By a dexterous movement he extricated himself from the grasp of the 3 who were holding him, and felled a 4th to the ground. His arms were free, but all his enemies returned to the charge. Then he seemed to lose his head, and, seizing a knife which lay on the table where the traveling agents had been dining, he plunged it into the breast of the first man who rushed upon him. This unfortunate man was Jules Lazet. He dropped to the ground. There was a second of silent stupor. Then 4 or 5 of the young men rushed forward to raise Lazet. The landlady ran about wringing her hands, and screaming with fright. Some of the assailants rushed into the street shouting, "Murder! Murder!" The others once more turned upon Gaston with cries of vengeance. "Kill him!" He saw that he was lost. His enemies had seized the first objects they could lay their hands upon, and he received several wounds. He jumped upon the billiard table, and, making a rapid spring, dashed through the large glass window of the café. He was fearfully cut by the broken glass and splinters, but he was free. Gaston had escaped, but he was not yet saved. Astonished and disconcerted at his desperate feat, the crowd for a moment were stupefied. But, recovering their presence of mind, they started in pursuit of him. The weather was bad, the ground wet and muddy, and heavy black clouds were rolling westward, but the night was not dark. Gaston ran on from tree to tree, making frequent turnings, every moment on the point of being seized and surrounded, and asking himself what course he should take. Finally he determined, if possible, to regain Clameron. With incredible rapidity he darted diagonally across the fair ground, in the direction of the levee which protected the valley of Tarascon from inundations. Unfortunately, upon reaching this levee, planted with magnificent trees which made it one of the most charming walks of Provence, Gaston forgot that the entrance was closed by a gate with 3 steps. Such as are always placed before walks intended for foot passengers, and rushed against it with such violence that he was thrown back and badly bruised. He quickly sprang up, but his pursuers were upon him. This time he could expect no mercy. The infuriated men at his heels yelled that fearful cry which in the evil days of lawless bloodshed had often echoed in that valley, "In the Rhône with him! In the Rhône with the Marquis!" His reason had abandoned him, he no longer knew what he did. His forehead was cut, and the blood trickled from the wound into his eyes, and blinded him. He must escape, or die in the attempt. He had tightly clasped the bloody knife with which he had stabbed Lazet. He struck his nearest foe, the man fell to the ground with a heavy groan. A second blow gained him a moment's respite, which gave him time to open the gate and rush along the levee. 2 men were kneeling over their wounded companion, and 5 others resumed the pursuit. But Gaston flew fast, for the horror of his situation tripled his energy, excitement deadened the pain of his wounds, with elbows held tight to his sides, and holding his breath, he went along at such a speed that he soon distanced his pursuers. The noise of their feet became gradually more indistinct, and finally ceased. Gaston ran on for a mile, across fields and over hedges. Fences and ditches were leaped without effort, and when he knew he was safe from capture he sank down at the foot of a tree to rest. This terrible scene had taken place with inconceivable rapidity. Only 40 minutes had elapsed since Gaston and his friend entered the café. But during this short time how much had happened. These 40 minutes had given more cause for sorrow and remorse than the whole of his previous life put together. Entering this tavern with head erect and a happy heart, enjoying present existence, and looking forward to a yet better future, he left it ruined, for he was a murderer. Henceforth he would be under a ban, an outcast. He had killed a man, and still convulsively held the murderous instrument. He cast it from him with horror. He tried to account for the dreadful circumstances which had just taken place. As if it were of any importance to a man lying at the bottom of an abyss to know which stone had slipped, and precipitated him from the summit. Still, if he alone had been ruined. But Valentine was dragged down with him, she was disgraced yet more than himself, her reputation was gone. And it was his want of self-command which had cast to the winds this honor, confided to his keeping, and which he held far dearer than his own. But he could not remain here bewailing his misfortune. The police must soon be on his track. They would certainly go to the chateau of Clamron to seek him, and before leaving home, perhaps forever, he wished to say good-bye to his father, and once more press Valentine to his heart. He started to walk, but with great pain, for the reaction had come, and his nerves and muscles, so violently strained, had now begun to relax. The intense heat caused by his struggling and fast running was replaced by a cold perspiration, aching limbs, and chattering teeth. His hip and shoulder pained him almost beyond endurance. The cut on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but the coagulated blood around his eyes blinded him. After a painful walk he reached his door at 10 o'clock. The old valet who admitted him started back terrified. "Good heavens, monsieur! What is the matter?" "Silence," said Gaston in the brief, compressed tone always inspired by imminent danger, "silence. Where is my father?" The Marquis is in his room with Louis. He has had a sudden attack of the gout, and cannot put his foot to the ground, but you, monsieur." Gaston did not stop to listen further. He hurried to his father's room. The old Marquis, who was playing backgammon with Louis, dropped his dice-box with a cry of horror, when he looked up and saw his eldest son standing before him covered with blood. "What is the matter? What have you been doing, Gaston?" "I have come to embrace you for the last time, father, and to ask for assistance to escape abroad." "Do you wish to fly the country?" "I must fly, father, and instantly. I am pursued, the police may be here at any moment. I have killed 2 men. The Marquis was so shocked that he forgot the gout, and attempted to rise. A violent twinge made him drop back in his chair. "Where? When?" he gasped. "At Tarascon, in a café, an hour ago. 15 men attacked me, and I seized a knife to defend myself." "The old tricks of '93, said the Marquis. "Did they insult you, Gaston?" "What was the cause of the attack?" "They insulted in my presence the name of a noble young girl." "And you punished the rascals?" "Jarnableu! You did well. Who ever heard of a gentleman allowing insolent puppies to speak disrespectfully of a lady of quality in his presence?" "But who was the lady you defended?" "Émile Valentine de la Verberie." "What?" cried the Marquis, "what? The daughter of that old witch? Those accursed de la Verberies have always brought misfortune upon us." He certainly abominated the Countess. But his respect for her noble blood was greater than his resentment toward her individually, and he added. "Nevertheless, Gaston, you did your duty." Meanwhile, the curiosity of St. Jean, the Marquis's old valet, made him venture to open the door, and ask. "Did the Marquis ring?" "No, you rascal, answered M. de Clamron, you know very well I did not. But, now you are here, be useful. Quickly bring some clothes for M. Gaston, some fresh linen, and some warm water, hasten and dress his wounds. These orders were promptly executed, and Gaston found he was not so badly hurt as he had thought. With the exception of a deep stab in his left shoulder, his wounds were not serious. After receiving all the attentions which his condition required, Gaston felt like a new man, ready to brave any peril. His eyes sparkled with renewed energy and excitement. The Marquis made a sign to the servants to leave the room. Do you still think you ought to leave France? He asked Gaston. Yes, father. My brother ought not to hesitate, interposed Louis. He will be arrested here, thrown into prison, vilified in court, and, who knows? We all know well enough that he will be convicted, grumbled the old Marquis. These are the benefits of the immortal revolution, as it is called. Ah, in my day we three would have taken our swords, jumped on our horses, and, dashing into Tarascon, would soon have. But those good old days are past. Today we have to run away. There is no time to lose, observed Louis. True, said the Marquis, but to fly, to go abroad, one must have money, and I have none by me to give him. Father. No, I have none. Ah, what a prodigal old fool I have been. If I only had 100 louis. Then he told Louis to open the secretary, and hand him the money box. The box contained only 920 francs in gold. 920 francs, cried the Marquis, it will never do for the eldest son of our house to fly the country with this paltry sum. He sat lost in reflection. Suddenly his brow cleared, and he told Louis to open a secret drawer in the secretary, and bring him a small casket. Then the Marquis took from his neck a black ribbon, to which was suspended the key of the casket. His sons observed with what deep emotion he unlocked it, and slowly took out a necklace, a large cross, several rings, and other pieces of jewelry. His countenance assumed a solemn expression. Gaston, my dear son, he said, at a time like this your life may depend upon bought assistance, money is power. I am young, father, and have courage. Listen to me. The jewels belonged to the Marquise, your sainted mother, a noble, holy woman, who is now in heaven watching over us. These jewels have never left me. During my days of misery and want, when I was compelled to earn a livelihood by teaching music in London, I piously treasured them. I never thought of selling them. And to mortgage them, in the hour of direst need, would have seemed to be a sacrilege. But now you must take them, my son, and sell them for 20,000 livres. No, father, no, I cannot take them. You must, Gaston. If your mother were on earth, she would tell you to take them, as I do now. I command you to take and use them. The salvation, the honor, of the heir of the house of Clamron, must not be imperiled for want of a little gold. With tearful eyes, Gaston sank on his knees, and, carrying his father's hand to his lips, said, Thanks, father, thanks. In my heedless, ungrateful presumption I have hitherto misjudged you. I did not know your noble character. Forgive me. I accept, yes, I accept these jewels worn by my dear mother, but I take them as a sacred deposit, confided to my honor, and for which I will some day account to you. In their emotion, the Marquis and Gaston forgot the threatened danger. But Louis was not touched by the affecting scene. Time presses, he said, you had better hasten. He is right, cried the Marquis, go, Gaston, go, my son, and God protect the heir of the Clamrons. Gaston slowly got up and said, with an embarrassed air. Before leaving you, my father, I must fulfill a sacred duty. I have not told you everything. I love Valentine, the young girl whose honor I defended this evening. Oh! Cried the Marquis, thunderstruck, oh, oh! And I entreat you, father, to ask Madame de la Verberie for the hand of her daughter. Valentine will gladly join me abroad, and share my exile. Gaston stopped, frightened at the effect of his words. The old Marquis had become crimson, or rather purple, as if struck by apoplexy. Preposterous, he gasped. Impossible. Perfect folly. I love her, father, and have promised her never to marry another. Then always remain a bachelor. I shall marry her, cried Gaston, excitedly. I shall marry her because I have sworn I would, and I will not be so base as to desert her. Nonsense. I tell you, Émile de la Verberie must and shall be my wife. It is too late for me to draw back. Even if I no longer loved her, I would still marry her, because she has given herself to me. Because, can't you understand, what was said at the café tonight was true, I have but one way of repairing the wrong I have done Valentine, by marrying her. Gaston's confession, forced from him by circumstances, produced a very different impression from that which he had expected. The enraged Marquis instantly became cool, and his mind seemed relieved of an immense weight. A wicked joy sparkled in his eyes, as he replied. Ah, ha! She yielded to your entreaties, did she? Jarnableu. I am delighted. I congratulate you, Gaston, they say she is a pretty little fool. Monsieur, interrupted Gaston, indignantly. I have told you that I love her, and have promised to marry her. You seem to forget. Ta, cried the Marquis, your scruples are absurd. You know full well that her great-grandfather led our great-grandmother astray. Now we are quits. I am delighted at the retaliation, for the old witch's sake. I swear by the memory of my mother, that Valentine shall be my wife. Do you dare assume that tone toward me? Cried the exasperated Marquis. Never, understand me clearly. Never will I give my consent. You know how dear to me is the honor of our house. Well, I would rather see you tried for murder, and even chained to the galleys, than married to this worthless jade. This last word was too much for Gaston. Then your wish shall be gratified, monsieur. I will remain here, and be arrested. I care not what becomes of me. What is life to me without the hope of Valentine? Take back these jewels, they are useless now. A terrible scene would have taken place between the father and son, had they not been interrupted by a domestic who rushed into the room, and excitedly cried. The gendarmes! Here are the gendarmes! At this news the old Marquis started up, and seemed to forget his gout, which had yielded to more violent emotions. Gendarmes, he cried, in my house at Clamron. They shall pay dear for their insolence. You will help me, will you not, my men? Yes, yes, answered the servants. Down with the gendarmes. Down with them. Fortunately Louis, during all this excitement, preserved his presence of mind. To resist would be folly, he said. Even if we repulsed the gendarmes tonight, they would return tomorrow with reinforcements. Louis is right, said the Marquis, bitterly. Might is right, as they said in '93. The gendarmes are all powerful. Do they not even have the impertinence to come up to me while I am hunting, and ask to see my shooting license? I, a Clamron, show a license. Where are they? Asked Louis of the servants. At the outer gate, answered La Verger, one of the grooms. Does not monsieur hear the noise they are making with their sabres? Then Gaston must escape over the garden wall. It is guarded, monsieur, said La Verger, and the little gate in the park besides. There seems to be a regiment of them. They are even stationed along the park walls. This was only too true. The rumor of Lazet's death had spread like wildfire throughout the town of Tarascon, and everybody was in a state of excitement. Not only mounted gendarmes, but a platoon of hussars from the garrison, had been sent in pursuit of the murderer. At least 20 young men of Tarascon were volunteer guides to the armed force. Then, said the Marquis, we are surrounded. Not a single chance for escape, groaned Saint Jean. We shall see about that, Jarnableu, cried the Marquis. Ah, we are not the strongest, but we can be the most adroit. Attention! Louis, my son, you and La Verger go down to the stable, and mount the fastest horses. Then as quietly as possible station yourselves, you, Louis, at the park gate, and you, La Verger, at the outer gate. Upon the signal I shall give you by firing a pistol, let every door be instantly opened, while Louis and Verger dash through the gates, and make the gendarmes pursue them. I will make them fly, said La Verger. Listen. During this time, Gaston, aided by Saint Jean, will scale the park wall, and hasten along the river to the cabin of Pillarel, the fisherman. He is an old sailor of the Republic, and devoted to our house. He will take Gaston in his boat. And, when they are once on the Rhone, there is nothing to be feared save the wrath of God. Now go, all of you, fly. Left alone with his son, the old man slipped the jewelry into a silk purse, and, handing them once more to Gaston, said, as he stretched out his arms toward him. Come here, my son, and let me embrace you, and bestow my blessing. Gaston hesitated. Come, insisted the old man in broken tones, I must embrace you for the last time, I may never see you again. Save yourself, save your name, Gaston, and then, you know how I love you, my son, take back the jewels. Come. For an instant the father and son clung to each other, overpowered by emotion. But the continued noise at the gates now reaches their ears. We must part, said M. de Clamron, go. And, taking from his desk a little pair of pistols, he handed them to his son, and added, with averted eyes, you must not be captured alive, Gaston. Gaston did not immediately descend to the park. He yearned to see Valentine, and give her one last kiss before leaving France, and determined to persuade Pillarel to stop the boat as they went by the park of La Verberie. He hastened to his room, placed the signal in the window so that Valentine might know he was coming, and waited for an answering light. Come, M. Gaston, entreated old Saint Jean, who could not understand the strange conduct. For God's sake, make haste. Your life is at stake. At last he came running down the stairs, and had just reached the vestibule when a pistol shot, the signal given by the Marquis, was heard. The loud swinging open of the large gate, the rattling of the sabres of the gendarmes, the furious galloping of many horses, and a chorus of loud shouts and angry oaths, were next heard. Leaning against the window, his brow beaded with cold perspiration, the Marquis de Clamron breathlessly awaited the issue of this expedient, upon which depended the life of his eldest son. His measures were excellent, and deserved success. As he had ordered, Louis and La Verger dashed out through the gate, one to the right, the other to the left, each one pursued by a dozen mounted men. Their horses flew like arrows, and kept far ahead of the pursuers. Gaston would have been saved, but for the interference of fate, but was it fate, or was it malice? Suddenly Louis's horse stumbled, and fell to the ground with his rider. The gendarmes rode up, and at once recognized the second son of M. de Clamron. This is not the assassin, they cried. Let us hurry back, else he will escape. They returned just in time to see, by the uncertain light of the moon peeping from behind a cloud, Gaston climbing the garden wall. There is our man! Exclaimed the corporal. Keep your eyes open, and gallop after him. They spurred their horses, and hastened to the spot where Gaston had jumped from the wall. On a wooded piece of ground, even if it be hilly, an agile man, if he preserves his presence of mind, can escape a number of horsemen. The ground on this side of the park was favorable to Gaston. He found himself in an immense madder field. And, as is well known, as this valuable root must remain in the ground 3 years, the furrows are necessarily ploughed very deep. Horses cannot even walk over its uneven surface, indeed, they can scarcely stand steadily upon it. This circumstance brought the gendarmes to a dead halt. For rash hussars ventured in the field, but they and their beasts were soon rolling between hillocks. Jumping from ridge to ridge, Gaston soon reached a large field, freshly ploughed, and planted with young chestnuts. As his chances of escape increased, the excitement grew more intense. The pursuers urged each other on, and called out to head him off, every time they saw Gaston run from one clump of trees to another. Being familiar with the country, young de Clameren was confident of eluding his pursuers. He knew that the next field was a thistle field, and was separated from the chestnut by a long, deep ditch. He resolved to jump into this ditch, run along the bottom, and climb out at the farther end, while they were looking for him among the trees. But he had forgotten the swelling of the river. Upon reaching the ditch, he found it full of water. Discouraged but not disconcerted, he was about to jump across, when 3 horsemen appeared on the opposite side. They were gendarmes who had ridden around the madder field and chestnut trees, knowing they could easily catch him on the level ground of the thistle field. At the sight of these 3 men, Gaston stood perplexed. He should certainly be captured if he attempted to run through the field, at the end of which he could see the cabin of Pillarel the ferryman. To retrace his steps would be surrendering to the hussars. At a little distance on his right was a forest, but he was separated from it by a road upon which he heard the sound of approaching horses. He would certainly be caught there. Foes in front of him, foes behind him, foes on the right of him. What was on his left? On his left was the surging, foaming river. What hope was left? The circle of which he was the center was fast narrowing. Must he, then, fall back upon suicide? Here in an open field, tracked by police like a wild beast, must he blow his brains out? What a death for a de Clameren! No. He would seize the one chance of salvation left him, a forlorn, desperate, perilous chance, but still a chance, the river. Holding a pistol in either hand, he ran and leaped upon the edge of a little promontory, projecting 3 yards into the Rhône. This cape of refuge was formed by the immense trunk of a fallen tree. The tree swayed and cracked fearfully under Gaston's weight, as he stood on the extreme end, and looked around upon his pursuers. There were 15 of them, some on the right, some on the left, all uttering cries of joy. "Do you surrender?" called out the corporal. Gaston did not answer, he was weighing his chances. He was above the park of La Verberie. Would he be able to swim there, granting that he was not swept away and drowned the instant he plunged into the angry torrent before him? He pictured Valentine, at this very moment, watching, waiting, and praying for him on the other shore. "For the last time I command you to surrender," cried the corporal. The unfortunate man did not hear, he was deafened by the waters which were roaring and rushing around him. In a supreme moment like this, with his foot upon the threshold of another world, a man sees his past life rise before him, and seldom does he find cause for self-approval. Although death stared him in the face, Gaston calmly considered which would be the best spot to plunge into, and commended his soul to God. "He will stand there until we go after him," said a gendarme, "so we might as well advance." Gaston had finished his prayer. He flung his pistols in the direction of the gendarmes, he was ready. He made the sign of the cross, then, with outstretched arms, dashed head foremost into the Rhône. The violence of his spring detached the few remaining roots of the old tree, it oscillated a moment, whirled over, and then drifted away. The spectators uttered a cry of horror and pity, anger seemed to have deserted them in their turn. "That is an end of him," muttered one of the gendarmes. "It is useless for one to fight against the Rhône, his body will be picked up at Alls tomorrow." The hussars seemed really remorseful at the tragic fate of the brave, handsome young man, whom a moment before they had pursued with so much bitter zeal. They admired his spirited resistance, his courage, and especially his resignation, his resolution to die. True French soldiers, their sympathies were now all upon the side of the vanquished, and every man of them would have done all in his power to assist in saving the drowning man, and aiding his escape. "An ugly piece of work," grumbled the old quartermaster who had command of the hussars. "Bast," exclaimed the philosophic corporal, "the Rhône is no worse than the court of assizes, the result would be the same. Right about, men, march. The thing that troubles me is the idea of that poor old man waiting to hear his son's fate. I would not be the one to tell him what has happened. March." Chapter 13. Valentine knew, that fatal evening, that Gaston would have to walk to Tarascon, to cross the bridge over the Rhône which connected Tarascon with Beaucaire, and did not expect to see him until 11 o'clock. The hour which they had fixed upon the previous evening. But, happening to look up at the windows of Clamron, she saw lights hurrying to and fro in an unusual manner, even in rooms that she knew to be unoccupied. A presentiment of impending misfortune chilled her blood, and stopped the beatings of her heart. A secret and imperious voice within told her that something extraordinary was going on at the chateau of Clamron. What was it? She could not imagine, but she knew, she felt, that some dreadful misfortune had happened. With her eyes fastened upon the dark mass of stone looming in the distance, she watched the going and coming of the lights, as if their movements would give her a clue to what was taking place within those walls. She raised her window, and tried to listen, fancying she could hear an unusual sound, even at such a distance. Alas! She heard nothing but the rushing roar of the angry river. Her anxiety grew more insufferable every moment. And she felt as if she would faint were this torturing suspense to last much longer, when the well-known, beloved signal appeared suddenly in Gaston's window, and told her that her lover was about to swim across the Rhône. She could scarcely believe her eyes. She must be under the influence of a dream. Her amazement prevented her answering the signal, until it had been repeated 3 times. Then, more dead than alive, with trembling limbs she hastened along the park to the river bank. Never had she seen the Rhône so furious. Since Gaston was risking his life in order to see her, she could no longer doubt that something fearful had occurred at Clamron. She fell on her knees, and with clasped hands, and her wild eyes fixed upon the dark waters, besought the pitiless waves to yield up her dear Gaston. Every dark object which she could distinguish floating in the middle of the torrent assumed the shape of a human form. At one time, she thought she heard, above the roaring of the water, the terrible, agonized cry of a drowning man. She watched and prayed, but her lover came not. Still she waited. While the gendarmes and hussars slowly and silently returned to the chateau of Clamron, Gaston experienced one of those miracles which would seem incredible were they not confirmed by the most convincing proof. When he first plunged into the river, he rolled over 5 or 6 times, and was then drawn toward the bottom. In a swollen river the current is unequal, being much stronger in some places than in others, hence the great danger. Gaston knew it, and guarded against it. Instead of wasting his strength in vain struggles, he held his breath, and kept still. About 25 yards from the spot where he had plunged in, he made a violent spring which brought him to the surface. Rapidly drifting by him was the old tree. For an instant, he was entangled in the mass of weeds and debris which clung to its roots, and followed in its wake. An eddy set him free. The tree and its clinging weeds swept on. It was the last familiar friend, gone. Gaston dared not attempt to reach the opposite shore. He would have to land where the waves dashed him. With great presence of mind he put forth all his strength and dexterity to slowly take an oblique course, knowing well that there was no hope for him if the current took him crosswise. This fearful current is as capricious as a woman, which accounts for the strange effects of inundations. Sometimes it rushes to the right, sometimes to the left, sparing one shore and ravaging the other. Gaston was familiar with every turn of the river. He knew that just below Clamron was an abrupt turning, and relied upon the eddy formed thereby, to sweep him in the direction of La Verberie. His hopes were not deceived. An oblique current suddenly swept him toward the right shore, and, if he had not been on his guard, would have sunk him. But the eddy did not reach as far as Gaston supposed, and he was still some distance from the shore, when, with the rapidity of lightning, he was swept by the park of La Verberie. As he floated by, he caught a glimpse of a white shadow among the trees. Valentine still waited for him. He was gradually approaching the bank, as he reached the end of La Verberie, and attempted to land. Feeling a foothold, he stood up twice, and each time was thrown down by the violence of the waves. He escaped being swept away by seizing some willow branches, and, clinging to them, raised himself, and climbed up the steep bank. He was safe at last. Without taking time to breathe, he darted in the direction of the park. He came just in time. Overcome by the intensity of her emotions, Valentine had fainted, and lay apparently lifeless on the damp river bank. Gaston's entreaties and kisses aroused her from her stupor. "Gaston," she cried, in a tone that revealed all the love she felt for him. "Is it indeed you? Then God heard my prayers, and had pity on us." "No, Valentine," he murmured. "God has had no pity." The sad tones of Gaston's voice convinced her that her presentiment of evil was true. "What new misfortune strikes us now?" she cried. "Why have you thus risked your life, a life far dearer to me than my own? What has happened?" "This is what has happened, Valentine. Our love affair is the jest of the country around, our secret is a secret no longer." She shrank back, and, burying her face in her hands, moaned piteously. "This," said Gaston, forgetting everything but his present misery, "this is the result of the blind enmity of our families. Our noble and pure love, which ought to be a glory in the eyes of God and man, has to be concealed, and, when discovered, becomes a reproach as though it were some evil deed." "Then all is known, all is discovered," murmured Valentine. "Oh, Gaston, Gaston." While struggling for his life against furious men and angry elements, Gaston had preserved his self-possession, but the heartbroken tone of his beloved Valentine overcame him. He swung his arms above his head, and exclaimed, "Yes, they know it, and oh, why could I not crush the villains for daring to utter your adored name? Ah, why did I only kill 2 of the scoundrels? Have you killed someone, Gaston?" Valentine's tone of horror gave Gaston a ray of reason. "Yes," he replied with bitterness, "I have killed 2 men. It was for that I have crossed the Rhône. I could not have my father's name disgraced by being tried and convicted for murder. I have been tracked like a wild beast by mounted police. I have escaped them, and now I am flying my country." Valentine struggled to preserve her composure under this last unexpected blow. "Where do you hope to find an asylum?" she asked. "I know not. Where I am to go, what will become of me, God only knows. I only know that I am going to some strange land, to assume a false name and a disguise. I shall seek some lawless country which offers a refuge to murderers." Gaston waited for an answer to this speech. None came, and he resumed with vehemence. "And before disappearing, Valentine, I wish to see you, because now, when I am abandoned by everyone else, I have relied upon you, and had faith in your love. A tie unites us, my darling, stronger and more indissoluble than all earthly ties, the tie of love. I love you more than life itself, my Valentine. Before God you are my wife, I am yours and you are mine, for ever and ever. Would you let me fly alone, Valentine? To the pain and toil of exile, to the sharp regrets of a ruined life, could you, add the torture of separation? Gaston, I implore you." "Ah, I knew it," he interrupted, mistaking the sense of her exclamation, "I knew you would not let me go off alone. I knew your sympathetic heart would long to share the burden of my miseries. This moment effaces the wretched suffering I have endured. Let us go. Having our happiness to defend, having you to protect, I fear nothing, I can brave all, conquer all. Come, my Valentine, we will escape, or die together. This is the long dreamed of happiness. The glorious future of love and liberty open before us." He had worked himself into a state of delirious excitement. He seized Valentine around the waist, and tried to draw her toward the gate. As Gaston's exaltation increased, Valentine became composed and almost stolid in her forced calmness. Gently, but with a quiet firmness, she withdrew herself from his embrace, and said sadly, but resolutely, "What you wish is impossible, Gaston." This cold, inexplicable resistance confounded her lover. "Impossible? Why, Valentine? You know me well enough, Gaston, to be convinced that sharing the greatest hardships with you would to me be the height of happiness. But above the tones of your voice to which I fain would yield, above the voice of my own heart which urges me to follow the one being upon whom all its affections are centered, there is another voice, a powerful, Imperious voice, which bids me to stay, the voice of duty. What? Would you think of remaining here after the horrible affair of tonight, after the scandal that will be spread tomorrow? What do you mean? That I am lost, dishonored? Am I any more so today than I was yesterday? Do you think that the jeers and scoffs of the world could make me suffer more than do the pangs of my guilty conscience? I have long since passed judgment upon myself, Gaston. And, although the sound of your voice and the touch of your hand would make me forget all save the bliss of your love, no sooner were you away than I would weep tears of shame and remorse. Gaston listened immovable, stupefied. He seemed to see a new Valentine standing before him, an entirely different woman from the one whose tender soul he thought he knew so well. Your mother, what will she say? He asked. It is my duty to her that keeps me here. Do you wish me to prove an unnatural daughter, and desert a poor, lonely, friendless old woman, who has nothing but me to cling to? Could I abandon her to follow a lover? But our enemies will inform her of everything, Valentine, and think how she will make you suffer. No matter. The dictates of conscience must be obeyed. Ah, why can I not, at the price of my life, spare her the agony of hearing that her only daughter, her Valentine, has disgraced her name? She may be hard, cruel, pitiless toward me, but have I not deserved it? Oh, my only friend, we have been reveling in a dream too beautiful to last. I have long dreaded this awakening. Like two weak, credulous fools we imagined that happiness could exist beyond the pale of duty. Sooner or later stolen joys must be dearly paid for. After the sweet comes the bitter, we must bow our heads, and drink the cup to the dregs. This cold reasoning, this sad resignation, was more than the fiery nature of Gaston could bear. You shall not talk thus, he cried. Can you not feel that the bare idea of your suffering humiliation drives me mad? Alas! I see nothing but disgrace, the most fearful disgrace, staring me in the face. What do you mean, Valentine? I have not told you, Gaston, I am. Here she stopped, hesitated, and then added. Nothing. I am a fool. Had Gaston been less excited, he would have suspected some new misfortune beneath this reticence of Valentine. But his mind was too full of one idea, that of possessing her. All hope is not lost, he continued. My father is kind-hearted, and was touched by my love and despair. I am sure that my letters, added to the intercession of my brother Louis, will induce him to ask Madame de la Verberie for your hand. This proposition seemed to frighten Valentine. Heaven forbid that the Marquis should take this rash step. Why, Valentine? Because my mother would reject his offer, because, I must confess it now, she has sworn I shall marry none but a rich man, and your father is not rich, Gaston, so you will have very little. Good heavens! Cried Gaston with disgust, is it to such an unnatural mother that you sacrifice me? She is my mother, that is sufficient. I have not the right to judge her. My duty is to remain with her, and remain I shall. Valentine's manner showed such determined resolution, that Gaston saw that further prayers would be in vain. Alas, he cried, as he wrung his hands with despair, you do not love me, you have never loved me. Gaston, Gaston. You do not think what you say. Have you no mercy? If you loved me, he cried, you could never, at this moment of separation, have the cruel courage to coldly reason and calculate. Ah, far different is my love for you. Without you the world is void, to lose you is to die. What have I to live for? Let the Rhone take back this worthless life, so miraculously saved, it is now a burden to me. And he rushed toward the river, determined to bury his sorrow beneath its waves. Valentine seized his arm, and held him back. Is this the way to show your love for me? She asked. Gaston was absolutely discouraged. What is the use of living? He said, dejectedly. What is left to me now? God is left to us, Gaston, and in his hands lies our future. As a shipwrecked man seizes a rotten plank in his desperation, so Gaston eagerly caught at the word future, as a beacon in the gloomy darkness surrounding him. "Your commands shall be obeyed," he cried with enthusiasm. "Away with weakness. Yes, I will live, and struggle, and triumph. Madame de la Verberie wants gold, well, she shall have it. In 3 years I will be rich, or I shall be dead." With clasped hands Valentine thanked heaven for this sudden determination, which was more than she had dared hope for. "But," said Gaston, "before going away I wish to confide to you a sacred deposit." He drew from his pocket the purse of jewels, and, handing them to Valentine, added, "These jewels belong to my poor mother. You, my angel, are alone worthy of wearing them. I thought of you when I accepted them from my father. I felt that you, as my affianced wife, were the proper person to have them." Valentine refused to accept them. "Take them, my darling, as a pledge of my return. If I do not come back within 3 years, you may know that I am dead, and then you must keep them as a souvenir of him who so much loved you." She burst into tears, and took the purse. "And now," said Gaston, "I have a last request to make. Everybody believes me dead, but I cannot let my poor old father labor under this impression. Swear to me that you will go yourself tomorrow morning, and tell him that I am still alive." "I will tell him, myself," she said. Gaston felt that he must now tear himself away before his courage failed him. Each moment he was more loath to leave the only being who bound him to this world. He enveloped Valentine in a last fond embrace, and started up. "What is your plan of escape?" she asked. "I shall go to Marseilles, and hide in a friend's house until I can procure a passage to America. You must have assistance. I will secure you a guide in whom I have unbounded confidence. Old Manol, the ferryman, who lives near us. He owns the boat which he plies on the Rhône." The lovers passed through the little park gate, of which Gaston had the key, and soon reached the boatman's cabin. He was asleep in an easy chair by the fire. When Valentine stood before him with Gaston, the old man jumped up, and kept rubbing his eyes, thinking it must be a dream. "Père Manol," said Valentine, Gaston is compelled to fly the country. He wants to be rowed out to sea, so that he can secretly embark. Can you take him in your boat as far as the mouth of the Rhône?" "It is impossible," said the old man, shaking his head, "would not dare venture on the river in its present state. But, Père Manol, it would be of immense service to me. Would you not venture for my sake?" "For your sake?" "Certainly I would, Emily Valentine, I will do anything to gratify you. I am ready to start." He looked at Gaston, and, seeing his clothes wet and covered with mud, said to him, "Allow me to offer you my dead son's clothes, monsieur, they will serve as a disguise. Come this way." In a few minutes Père Manol returned with Gaston, whom no one would have recognized in his sailor dress. Valentine went with them to the place where the boat was moored. While the old man was unfastening it, the disconsolate lovers tearfully embraced each other for the last time. "In 3 years, my own Valentine, promise to wait 3 years for me. If alive, I will then see you." "Adieu, mademoiselle," interrupted the boatman, "and you, monsieur, hold fast, and keep steady." Then with a vigorous stroke of the boat hook he sent the bark into the middle of the stream. 3 days later, thanks to the assistance of Père Manol, Gaston was concealed on the 3-masted American vessel, Tom Jones, which was to start the next day for Valparaiso. Chapter 14. Cold and white as a marble statue, Valentine stood on the bank of the river, watching the frail bark which was carrying her lover away. It flew along the Rhône like a bird in a tempest, and after a few seconds appeared like a black speck in the midst of the heavy fog which floated over the water, then was lost to view. Now that Gaston was gone, Valentine had no motive for concealing her despair. She wrung her hands and sobbed as if her heart would break. All her forced calmness, her bravery and hopefulness, were gone. She felt crushed and lost, as if the sharp pain in her heart was the forerunner of the torture in store for her, as if that swiftly gliding bark had carried off the better part of herself. While Gaston treasured in the bottom of his heart a ray of hope, she felt there was nothing to look forward to but shame and sorrow. The horrible facts which stared her in the face convinced her that happiness in this life was over. The future was worse than blank. She wept and shuddered at the prospect. She slowly retraced her footsteps through the friendly little gate which had so often admitted poor Gaston. And, as she closed it behind her, she seemed to be placing an impassable barrier between herself and happiness. Before entering, Valentine walked around the chateau, and looked up at the windows of her mother's chamber. They were brilliantly lighted, as usual at this hour, for Madame de la Verberie passed half the night in reading, and slept till late in the day. Enjoying the comforts of life, which are little costly in the country, the selfish countess disturbed herself very little about her daughter. Fearing no danger in their isolation, she left her at perfect liberty. And day and night Valentine might go and come, take long walks, and sit under trees for hours at a time, without restriction. But on this night Valentine feared being seen. She would be called upon to explain the torn, muddy condition of her dress, and what answer could she give? Fortunately she could reach her room without meeting anyone. She needed solitude in order to collect her thoughts, and to pray for strength to bear the heavy burden of her sorrows, and to withstand the angry storm about to burst over her head. Seated before her little work table, she emptied the purse of jewels, and mechanically examined them. It would be a sweet, sad comfort to wear the simplest of the rings, she thought, as she slipped the sparkling gem on her finger. But her mother would ask her where it came from. What answer could she give? Alas, none. She kissed the purse, in memory of Gaston, and then concealed the sacred deposit in her bureau. When she thought of going to Clamron, to inform the old Marquis of the miraculous preservation of his son's life, her heart sank. Blinded by his passion, Gaston did not think, when he requested this service, of the obstacles and dangers to be braved in its performance. But Valentine saw them only too clearly. Yet it did not occur to her for an instant to break her promise by sending another, or by delaying to go herself. At sunrise she dressed herself. When the bell was ringing for early mass, she thought it a good time to start on her errand. The servants were all up, and one of them named Mihan, who always waited on Valentine, was scrubbing the vestibule. "If mother asks for me," said Valentine to the girl, "tell her I have gone to early mass." She often went to church at this hour, so there was nothing to be feared thus far. Mihan looked at her sadly, but said nothing. Valentine knew that she would have difficulty in returning to breakfast. She would have to walk a league before reaching the bridge, and it was another league thence to Clamron. In all she must walk 4 leagues. She set forth at a rapid pace. The consciousness of performing an extraordinary action, the feverish anxiety of peril incurred, increased her haste. She forgot that she had worn herself out weeping all night, that this fictitious strength could not last. In spite of her efforts, it was after 8 o'clock when she reached the long avenue leading to the main entrance of the chateau of Clamron. She had only proceeded a few steps, when she saw old Saint Jean coming down the path. She stopped and waited for him. He hastened his steps at sight of her, as if having something to tell her. He was very much excited, and his eyes were swollen with weeping. To Valentine's surprise, he did not take off his hat to bow, and when he came up to her, he said, rudely, "Are you going up to the chateau, mademoiselle?" "Yes." "If you are going after M. Gaston," said the servant, with an insolent sneer, "you are taking useless trouble. The Count is dead, mademoiselle, he sacrificed himself for the sake of a worthless woman." Valentine turned white at this insult, but took no notice of it. St. Jean, who expected to see her overcome by the dreadful news, was bewildered at her composure. "I am going to the chateau," she said, quietly, "to speak to the Marquis." St. Jean stifled a sob, and said, "Then it is not worth while to go any farther." "Why?" "Because the Marquis of Clamron died at 5 o'clock this morning." Valentine leaned against a tree to prevent herself from falling. "Dead," she gasped. "Yes," said Saint Jean, fiercely, "yes, dead. A faithful servant of the old regime, Saint Jean shared all the passions, weaknesses, friendships, and enmities of his master. He had a horror of the law verberies. And now he saw in Valentine the woman who had caused the death of the Marquis whom he had served for 40 years, and of Gaston whom he worshipped. "I will tell you how he died," said the bitter old man. "Yesterday evening, when those hounds came and told the Marquis that his eldest son was dead, he who was as hardy as an oak, and could face any danger, instantly gave way, and dropped as if struck by lightning. I was there. He wildly beat the air with his hands, and fell without opening his lips, not one word did he utter. We put him to bed, and M. Louis galloped into Tarascon for a doctor. But the blow had struck too deeply. When Dr. Raget arrived he said there was no hope. At daybreak, the Marquis recovered consciousness enough to ask for M. Louis, with whom he remained alone for some minutes. The last words he uttered were, 'Father and son the same day. There will be rejoicing at La Verberie.' Valentine might have soothed the sorrow of the faithful servant, by telling him Gaston still lived, but she feared it would be indiscreet, and, unfortunately, said nothing. "Can I see M. Louis?" she asked after a long silence. This question seemed to arouse all the anger slumbering in the breast of poor Saint Jean. You would dare take such a step, Émile de la Verberie? What? Would you presume to appear before him after what has happened? I will never allow it. And you had best, moreover, take my advice, and return home at once. I will not answer for the tongues of the servants here, when they see you." And, without waiting for an answer, he hurried away. What could Valentine do? Humiliated and miserable, she could only wearily drag her aching limbs back the way she had so rapidly come early that morning. On the road, she met many people coming from the town, where they had heard of the events of the previous night. And the poor girl was obliged to keep her eyes fastened to the ground in order to escape the insulting looks and mocking salutations with which the gossips passed her. When Valentine reached La Verberie, she found Mahon waiting for her. "Ah, mademoiselle," she said, "make haste, and go in the house. Madame had a visitor this morning, and ever since she left has been crying out for you. Hurry, and take care what you say to her, for she is in a violent passion. Much has been said in favor of the patriarchal manners of our ancestors. Their manners may have been patriarchal years and years ago. But our mothers and wives nowadays certainly have not such ready hands and quick tongues, and are sometimes, at least, elegant in manner, and choice in their language. Madame de la Verberie had preserved the manners of the good old times, when grand ladies swore like troopers, and impressed their remarks by slaps in the face. When Valentine appeared, she was overwhelmed with coarse epithets and violent abuse. The Countess had been informed of everything, with many gross additions added by public scandal. An old dowager, her most intimate friend, had hurried over early in the morning, to offer her this poisoned dish of gossip, seasoned with her own pretended condolences. In this sad affair, Madame de la Verberie mourned less over her daughter's loss of reputation, than over the ruin of her own projects of going to Paris, making a grand marriage for Valentine, and living in luxury the rest of her days. A young girl so compromised would not find it easy to get a husband. It would now be necessary to keep her 2 years longer in the country, before introducing her into Parisian society. The world must have time to forget this scandal. "You worthless wretch," cried the Countess with fury, "is it thus you respect the noble traditions of our family? Heretofore it has never been considered necessary to watch the law verberies. They could take care of their honor, but you must take advantage of your liberty to cover our name with disgrace." With a sinking heart, Valentine had foreseen this tirade. She felt that it was only a just punishment for her conduct. Knowing that the indignation of her mother was just, she meekly hung her head like a repentant sinner at the bar of justice. But this submissive silence only exasperated the angry Countess. "Why do you not answer me?" she screamed with flashing eyes and a threatening gesture. "Speak. You." "What can I say, mother?" "Say, miserable girl." Say that they lied when they accused a la Verberie of disgracing her name. Speak, defend yourself. Valentine mournfully shook her head, but said nothing. It is true, then, shrieked the Countess, beside herself with rage, what they said is true. Forgive me, mother, have mercy. I am so miserable, moaned the poor girl. Forgive. Have mercy. Do you dare to tell me I have not been deceived by this gossip today? Do you have the insolence to stand there and glory in your shame? Whose blood flows in your veins? You seem to be ignorant that some faults should be persistently denied, no matter how glaring the evidence against them. And you are my daughter. Can you not understand that an ignominious confession like this should never be forced from a woman by any human power? But no, you have lovers, and unblushingly avow it. Why not run over the town and tell everybody? Boast of it, glory in it, it would be something new. Alas! You are pitiless, mother. Did you ever have any pity on me, my dutiful daughter? Did it ever occur to you that your disgrace would kill me? No, I suppose you and your lover have often laughed at my blind confidence, for I had confidence in you, I had perfect faith in you. I believed you to be as innocent as when you lay in your cradle. And it has come to this, drunken men make a jest of your name in a billiard room, then fight about you, and kill each other. I entrusted to you the honor of our name, and what did you do with it? You handed it over to the first comber. This was too much for Valentine. The words, first comber, wounded her pride more than all the other abuse heaped upon her. She tried to protest against this unmerited insult. Ah, I have made a mistake in supposing this to be the first one, said the Countess. Among your many lovers, you choose the heir of our worst enemy, the son of those detested Clamorins. Among all, you select a coward who publicly boasted of your favors, a wretch who tried to avenge himself for the heroism of our ancestors by ruining you and me, an old woman and a child. No, mother, you do him wrong. He loved me, and hopes for your consent. Wants to marry you, does he? Never, never shall that come to pass. I would rather see you lower than you are, in the gutter, laid in your coffin, than see you the wife of that man. Thus the hatred of the Countess was expressed very much in the terms which the old Marquis had used to his son. Besides, she added, with a ferocity of which only a bad woman is capable, your lover is drowned, and the old Marquis is dead. God is just, we are avenged. The words of Saint Jean, there will be rejoicing at La Verberie, rung in Valentine's ears, as she saw the Countess's eyes sparkle with wicked joy. This was too much for the unfortunate girl. For half an hour she had been exerting all of her strength to bear this cruel violence from her mother, but her physical endurance was not equal to the task. She turned pale, and with half-closed eyes tried to seize a table, as she felt herself falling, but her head fell against a bracket, and with bleeding forehead she dropped at her mother's feet. The cold-hearted Countess felt no revival of maternal love, as she looked at her daughter's lifeless form. Her vanity was wounded, but no other emotion disturbed her. Hers was a heart so full of anger and hatred that there was no room for any nobler sentiment. She rang the bell. And the affrighted servants, who were trembling in the passage at the loud and angry tones of that voice, of which they all stood in terror, came running in. Carry mademoiselle to her room, she ordered, lock her up, and bring me the key. The Countess intended keeping Valentine a close prisoner for a long time. She well knew the mischievous, gossiping propensities of country people, who, from mere idleness, indulge in limitless scandal. A poor fallen girl must either leave the country, or drink to the very dregs the chalice of premeditated humiliations, heaped up and offered her by her neighbors. Each clown delights in casting a stone at her. The plans of the Countess were destined to be disconcerted. The servants came to tell her that Valentine was restored to consciousness, but seemed to be very ill. She replied that she would not listen to such absurdities, that it was all affectation, but Mihan insisted upon her going up and judging for herself. She unwillingly went to her daughter's room, and saw that her life was in danger. The Countess betrayed no apprehension, but sent to Tarascon for Dr. Raget, who was the oracle of the neighborhood. He was with the Marquis of Clamron when he died. Dr. Radgett was one of those men who leave a blessed memory, which lives long after they have left this world. Intelligent, noble-hearted, and wealthy, he devoted his life to his art. Going from the mansions of the rich to the hovels of the poor, without ever accepting remuneration for his services. At all hours of the night and day, his grey horse and old buggy might be seen, with a basket of wine and soup under the seat, for his poorer patients. He was a little, bald-headed man of 50, with a quick, bright eye, and pleasant face. The servant fortunately found him at home, and he was soon standing at Valentine's bedside, with a grave, perplexed look upon his usually cheerful face. Endowed with profound perspicacity, quickened by practice, he studied Valentine and her mother alternately, and the penetrating gaze which he fastened on the old countess so disconcerted her that she felt her wrinkled face turning very red. "This child is very ill," he abruptly said. Madame de la Verberie made no reply. "I desire," continued the doctor, "to remain alone with her for a few minutes." The countess dared not resist the authority of a man of Dr. Radgett's character, and retired to the next room, apparently calm, but in reality disturbed by the most gloomy forebodings. At the end of half an hour, it seemed a century, the doctor entered the room where she was waiting. He, who had witnessed so much suffering and misery all his life, was agitated and nervous after talking with Valentine. "Well," said the countess, "what is the matter?" "Summon all your courage, madam," he answered sadly, "and be prepared to grant indulgence and pardon to your suffering child. Emily Valentine will soon become a mother. The worthless creature. I feared as much." The doctor was shocked at this dreadful expression of the countess's eye. He laid his hand on her arm, and gave her a penetrating look, beneath which she instantly quailed. The doctor's suspicions were correct. A dreadful idea had flashed across Madame de la Verberie's mind, the idea of destroying this child which would be a living proof of Valentine's sin. Feeling that her evil intention was divined, the proud woman's eyes fell beneath the doctor's obstinate gaze. "I do not understand you, Dr. Radgett," she murmured. "But I understand you, madam. And I simply tell you that a crime does not obliterate a fault. Doctor. I merely say what I think, madam. If I am mistaken in my impression, so much the better for you. At present, the condition of your daughter is serious, but not dangerous. Excitement and distress of mind have unstrung her nerves, and she now has a high fever, but I hope by great care and good nursing that she will soon recover." The countess saw that the good doctor's suspicions were not dissipated. So she thought she would try affectionate anxiety, and said, "At least, doctor, you can assure me that the dear child's life is not in danger." "No, madam," answered Dr. Radgett with cutting irony, "your maternal tenderness need not be alarmed. All the poor child needs is rest of mind, which you alone can give her. A few kind words from you will do her more good than all of my prescriptions. But remember, madam, that the least shock or nervous excitement will produce the most fatal consequences." "I am aware of that," said the hypocritical countess, "and shall be very careful. I must confess that I was unable to control my anger upon first hearing your announcement. But now that the first shock is over, madam, being a mother and a Christian, you will do your duty. My duty is to save your daughter and her child. I will call tomorrow." Madame de la Verberie had no idea of having the doctor go off in this way. She called him back, and, without reflecting that she was betraying herself, cried out, "Do you pretend to say, monsieur, that you will prevent my taking every means to conceal this terrible misfortune that has fallen upon me? Do you wish our shame to be made public, to make me the laughing-stock of the neighborhood?" The doctor reflected without answering. The condition of affairs was grave. "No, madam," he finally said. "I cannot prevent your leaving La Verberie, that would be overstepping my powers. But it is my duty to hold you to account for the child. You are at liberty to go where you please. But you must give me proof of the child's living, or at least that no attempts have been made against its life. After uttering these threatening words he left the house, and it was in good time, for the Countess was choking with suppressed rage. "Insolent upstart," she said, "to presume to dictate to a woman of my rank. Ah, if I were not completely at his mercy." But she was at his mercy, and she knew well enough that it would be safest to obey. She stamped her foot with anger, as she thought that all her ambitious plans were dashed to the ground. No more hopes of luxury, of a millionaire son-in-law, of splendid carriages, rich dresses, and charming card parties where she could lose money all night without disturbing her mind. She would have to die as she had lived, neglected and poor. And this future life of deprivation would be harder to bear than the past, because she no longer had bright prospects to look forward to. It was a cruel awakening from her golden dreams. And it was Valentine who brought this misery upon her. This reflection aroused all her inherent bitterness, and she felt toward her daughter one of those implacable hatreds which, instead of being quenched, are strengthened by time. She wished she could see Valentine lying dead before her. Above all would she like the accursed infant to come to grief. But the doctor's threatening look was still before her, and she dared not attempt her wicked plans. She even forced herself to go and say a few forgiving words to Valentine, and then left her to the care of the faithful Mihan. Poor Valentine! She prayed that death might kindly end her sufferings. She had neither the moral nor physical courage to fight against her fate, but hopelessly sank beneath the first blow, and made no attempt to rally herself. She was, however, getting better. She felt that dull, heavy sensation which always follows violent mental or physical suffering. She was still able to reflect, and thought, "Well, it is over, my mother knows everything. I no longer have her anger to fear, and must trust to time for her forgiveness." This was the secret which Valentine had refused to reveal to Gaston, because she feared that he would refuse to leave her if he knew it. And she wished him to escape at any price of suffering to herself. Even now she did not regret having followed the dictates of duty, and remained at home. The only thought which distressed her was Gaston's danger. Had he succeeded in embarking? How would she find out? The doctor had allowed her to get up, but she was not well enough to go out, and she did not know when she should be able to walk as far as Père Manol's cabin. Happily the devoted old boatman was intelligent enough to anticipate her wishes. Hearing that the young lady at the chateau was very ill, he set about devising some means of informing her of her friend's safety. He went to La Verberie several times on pretended errands, and finally succeeded in seeing Valentine. One of the servants was present, so he could not speak to her, but he made her understand by a significant look that Gaston was out of danger. This knowledge contributed more toward Valentine's recovery than all the medicines administered by the doctor, who, after visiting her daily for 6 weeks, now pronounced his patient sufficiently strong to bear the fatigues of a journey. The Countess had waited with the greatest impatience for this decision. In order to prevent any delay, she had already sold at a discount half of her incoming rents, supposing that the sum thus raised, 25,000 francs, would suffice for all contingent expenses. For a fortnight she had been calling on all of her neighbors to bid them farewell, saying that her daughter had entirely recovered her health, and that she was going to take her to England to visit a rich old uncle, who had repeatedly written for her. Valentine looked forward to this journey with terror, and shuddered when, on the evening that the doctor gave her permission to set out, her mother came to her room, and said, "We will start the day after tomorrow. Only 1 day left." And Valentine had been unable to let Louis de Clameren know that his brother was still living. In this extremity she was obliged to confide in Mihan, and sent her with a letter to Louis. But the faithful servant had a useless walk. The chateau of Clameren was deserted, all the servants had been dismissed, and Louis, whom they now called the Marquis, had gone abroad. At last they started. Madame de la Verberie, feeling that she could trust Mihan, decided to take her along. But first made her sacredly promise eternal secrecy. It was in a little village near London that the Countess, under the assumed name of Mrs. Wilson, took up her abode with her daughter and maid-servant. She selected England, because she had lived there a long time, and was well acquainted with the manners and habits of the people, and spoke their language as well as she did her own. She had also kept up her acquaintanceship with some of the English nobility, and often dined and went to the theatre with her friends in London. On these occasions she always took the humiliating precaution of locking up Valentine until she should return. It was in this sad, solitary house, in the month of May, that the son of Valentine de la Verberie was born. He was taken to the parish priest, and christened Valentine Raoul Wilson. The countess had prepared everything, and engaged an honest farmer's wife to adopt the child, bring him up as her own, and, when old enough, have him taught a trade. For doing this the countess paid her £500. Little Raoul was given over to his adopted parent a few hours after his birth. The good woman thought him the child of an English lady, and there seemed no probability that he would ever discover the secret of his birth. Restored to consciousness, Valentine asked for her child. She yearned to clasp it to her bosom. She implored to be allowed to hold her babe in her arms for only 1 minute. But the cruel countess was pitiless. "Your child," she cried, "you must be dreaming, you have no child. You have had brain fever, but no child." And as Valentine persisted in saying that she knew the child was alive, and that she must see it, the countess was forced to change her tactics. "Your child is alive, and shall want for nothing," she said sharply, "let that suffice. And be thankful that I have so well concealed your disgrace. You must forget what has happened, as you would forget a painful dream. The past must be ignored, wiped out forever. You know me well enough to understand that I will be obeyed." The moment had come when Valentine should have asserted her maternal rights, and resisted the countess's tyranny. She had the idea, but not the courage to do so. If, on one side, she saw the dangers of an almost culpable resignation, for she, too, was a mother, on the other she felt crushed by the consciousness of her guilt. She sadly yielded. Surrendered herself into the hands of a mother whose conduct she refrained from questioning, to escape the painful necessity of condemning it. But she secretly pined, and inwardly rebelled against her sad disappointment. And thus her recovery was delayed for several months. Toward the end of July, the countess took her back to La Verberie. This time the mischief-makers and gossips were skillfully deceived. The countess went everywhere, and instituted secret inquiries, but heard no suspicions of the object of her long trip to England. Everyone believed in the visit to the rich uncle. Only one man, Dr. Raget, knew the truth, and, although Madame de la Verberie hated him from the bottom of her heart, she did him the justice to feel sure that she had nothing to fear from his indiscretion. Her first visit was paid to him. When she entered the room, she abruptly threw on the table the official papers which she had procured especially for him. "These will prove to you, monsieur, that the child is living, and well cared for at a cost that I can ill afford." "These are perfectly right, madam," he replied, after an attentive examination of the papers, "and, if your conscience does not reproach you, of course I have nothing to say." "My conscience reproaches me with nothing, monsieur." The old doctor shook his head, and gazing searchingly into her eyes, said, "Can you say that you have not been harsh, even to cruelty?" She turned away her head, and, assuming her grand air, answered, "I have acted as a woman of my rank should act, and I am surprised to find in you an advocate and abettor of misconduct." "Ah, madam," said the doctor, "it is your place to show kindness to the poor girl, and if you feel none yourself, you have no right to complain of it in others. What indulgence do you expect from strangers toward your unhappy daughter, when you, her mother, are so pitiless?" This plain-spoken truth offended the countess, and she rose to leave. "Have you finished what you have to say, Dr. Raget?" she asked, haughtily. "Yes, madam, I have done. My only object was to spare you eternal remorse. Good day." The good doctor was mistaken in his idea of Madame de la Verberie's character. She was utterly incapable of feeling remorse. But she suffered cruelly when her selfish vanity was wounded, or her comfort disturbed. She resumed her luxurious mode of living, but, having disposed of a part of her income, found it difficult to make both ends meet. This furnished her with an inexhaustible text for complaint, and at every meal she reproached Valentine so unmercifully, that the poor girl shrank from coming to the table. She seemed to forget her own command, that the past should be buried in oblivion, and constantly recurred to it for food for her anger. A day seldom passed, that she did not say to Valentine, "Your conduct has ruined me." One day her daughter could not refrain from replying, "I suppose you would have pardoned the fault, had it enriched us." But these revolts of Valentine were rare, although her life was a series of tortures inflicted with inquisitorial cruelty. Even the memory of Gaston had become a suffering. Perhaps, discovering the uselessness of her sacrifice, of her courage, and her devotion to what she had considered her duty, she regretted not having followed him. What had become of him? Might he not have contrived to send her a letter, a word to let her know that he was still alive? Perhaps he was not dead. Perhaps he had forgotten her. He had sworn to return a rich man before the lapse of 3 years. Would he ever return? There was a risk in his returning under any circumstances. His disappearance had not ended the terrible affair of Tarascon. He was supposed to be dead. But as there was no positive proof of his death, and his body could not be found, the law was compelled to yield to the clamor of public opinion. The case was brought before the assize court. And, in default of appearance, Gaston de Clameren was sentenced to several years of close confinement. As to Louis de Clameren, no one knew positively what had become of him. Some people said he was leading a life of reckless extravagance in Paris. Informed of these facts by her faithful Mihan, Valentine became more gloomy and hopeless than ever. Vainly did she question the dreary future, no ray appeared upon the dark horizon of her life. Her elasticity was gone. And she had finally reached that state of passive resignation peculiar to people who are oppressed and cowed at home. In this miserable way, passed 4 years since the fatal evening when Gaston left her. Madame de la Verberie had spent these years in constant discomfort. Seeing that she could not live upon her income, and having too much pride to sell her land, which was so badly managed that it only brought her in 2%, she mortgaged her estate in order to raise money only to be spent as soon as borrowed. In such matters, it is the first step that costs, and, after having once commenced to live upon her capital, the Countess made rapid strides in extravagance, saying to herself, "After me, the deluge." Very much as her neighbor, the late Marquis of Clameren, had managed his affairs, she was now conducting hers, having but one object in view, her own comfort and pleasure. She made frequent visits to the neighboring towns of Nîmes and Avignon. She sent to Paris for the most elegant toilets, and entertained a great deal of company. All the luxury that she had hoped to obtain by the acquisition of a rich son-in-law, she determined to give herself, utterly regardless of the fact that she was reducing her child to beggary. Great sorrows require consolation. The summer that she returned from London, she did not hesitate to indulge her fancy for a horse. It was rather old, to be sure, but, when harnessed to a second-hand carriage bought on credit at Beaucaire, made quite a good appearance. She would quiet her conscience, which occasionally reproached her for this constant extravagance, by saying, "I am so unhappy." The unhappiness was that this luxury cost her dear, very dear. After having sold the rest of her rents, the Countess first mortgaged the estate of La Verberie, and then the chateau itself. In less than 4 years she owed more than 40,000 francs, and was unable to pay the interest of her debt. She was racking her mind to discover some means of escape from her difficulties, when chance came to her rescue. For some time a young engineer, employed in surveys along the Rhône, had made the village of Beaucaire the centre of his operations. Being handsome, agreeable, and of polished manners, he had been warmly welcomed by the neighboring society, and the Countess frequently met him at the houses of her friends where she went to play cards in the evenings. This young engineer was named André Fauvel. The first time he met Valentine he was struck by her beauty, and after once looking into her large, melancholy eyes, his admiration deepened into love. A love so earnest and passionate, that he felt that he could never be happy without her. Before being introduced to her, his heart had surrendered itself to her charms. He was wealthy, a splendid career was open to him, he was free. And he swore that Valentine should be his. He confided all his matrimonial plans to an old friend of Madame de la Verberie, who was as noble as a Montmorency, and as poor as Job. With the precision of a graduate of the Polytechnic School, he had enumerated all his qualifications for being a model son-in-law. For a long time the old lady listened to him without interruption. But, when he had finished, she did not hesitate to tell him that his pretensions were presumptuous. What? He, a man of no pedigree, a fauvel, a common surveyor, to aspire to the hand of a la Verberie. After having enumerated all the superior advantages of that superior order of beings, the nobility, she condescended to take a common-sense view of the case, and said, "However, you may succeed. The poor countess owes money in every direction. Not a day passes without the bailiffs calling upon her, so that, you understand, if a rich suitor appeared, and agreed to her terms for settlements, well, there is no knowing what might happen." André Fauvel was young and sentimental, the insinuations of the old lady seemed to him preposterous. On reflection, however, when he had studied the character of the nobility in the neighborhood, who were rich in nothing but prejudices, he clearly saw that pecuniary considerations alone would be strong enough to decide the proud Countess de la Verberie to grant him her daughter's hand. This certainly ended his hesitations, and he turned his whole attention to devising a plan for presenting his claim. He did not find this an easy thing to accomplish. To go in quest of a wife with her purchase money in his hand was repugnant to his feelings, and contrary to his ideas of delicacy. But he had no one to urge his suit for him on his own merits. So he was compelled to shut his eyes to the distasteful features of his task, and treat his passion as a matter of business. The occasion so anxiously awaited, to explain his intentions, soon presented itself. One day he entered a hotel at Beaucaire, and, as he sat down to dinner, he saw that Madame de la Verberie was at the adjoining table. He blushed deeply, and asked permission to sit at her table, which was granted with a most encouraging smile. Did the Countess suspect the love of the young engineer? Had she been warned by her friend? At any rate, without giving André time to gradually approach the subject weighing on his mind, she began to complain of the hard times, the scarcity of money, and the grasping meanness of the tradespeople. She had come to Beaucaire, indeed, to borrow money, and found every bank and cash box closed against her, and her lawyer had advised her to sell her land for what it would bring. This made her very angry. Temper, joined to that secret instinct of the situation of affairs which is the sixth sense of a woman, loosened her tongue, and made her more communicative to this comparative stranger than she had ever been to her bosom friends. She explained to him the horror of her situation, her present needs, her anxiety for the future, and, above all, her great distress at not being able to marry off her beloved daughter. If she only had a dowry for her child. André listened to these complaints with becoming commiseration, but in reality he was delighted. Without giving her time to finish her tale, he began to state what he called his view of the matter. He said that, although he sympathized deeply with the Countess, he could not account for her uneasiness about her daughter. What? Could she be disturbed at having no dowry for her? Why, the rank and beauty of Émile Valentine were a fortune in themselves, of which any man might be proud. He knew more than one man who would esteem himself only too happy if Émile Valentine would accept his name, and confer upon him the sweet duty of relieving her mother from all anxiety and care. Finally, he did not think the situation of the Countess's affairs nearly so desperate as she imagined. How much money would be necessary to pay off the mortgages upon La Verberie? About 40,000 francs, perhaps. Indeed. That was but a mere trifle. Besides, this sum need not be a gift from the son-in-law. If she chose, it might be a loan, because the estate would be his in the end, and in time the land would be double its present value. It would be a pity to sell now. A man, too, worthy of Valentine's love could never let his wife's mother want for the comforts and luxuries due to a lady of her age, rank, and misfortunes. He would be only too glad to offer her a sufficient income, not only to provide comfort, but even luxury. As André spoke, in a tone too earnest to be assumed, it seemed to the Countess that a celestial dew was dropping upon her pecuniary wounds. Her countenance was radiant with joy, her fierce little eyes beamed with the most encouraging tenderness, her thin lips were wreathed in the most friendly smiles. One thought disturbed the young engineer. "Does she understand me seriously?" he thought. She certainly did, as her subsequent remarks proved. He saw that the would-be sentimental old lady had an eye to business. "Alas," she sighed, "La Verberie cannot be saved by 40,000 francs. The principal and interest of the debt amount to 60,000. Oh, either 40 or 60,000 is nothing worth speaking of. 4,000 francs is not enough to support a lady respectably," she said after a pause. "Everything is so dear in this section of the country. But with 6,000 francs, yes, 6,000 francs would make me happy." The young man thought that her demands were becoming excessive, but with the generosity of an ardent lover he said, "The son-in-law of whom we are speaking cannot be very devoted to me. Valentine, if the paltry sum of 2,000 francs were objected to for an instant." "You promise too much," muttered the Countess. "The imaginary son-in-law," she finally added, "must be an honorable man who will fulfill his promises. I have my daughter's happiness too much at heart to give her to a man who did not produce, what do you call them, securities, guarantees." "Decidedly," thought Fauvel with mortification, "we are making a bargain and sale." Then he said aloud, "Of course, your son-in-law would bind himself in the marriage contract to—" "Never. Monsieur, never. Put such an agreement in the marriage contract. Think of the impropriety of the thing. What would the world say? Permit me, madam, to suggest that your pension should be mentioned as the interest of a sum acknowledged to have been received from you." "Well, that might do very well, that is very proper." The Countess insisted upon taking André home in her carriage. During the drive, no definite plan was agreed upon between them. But they understood each other so well, that, when the Countess set the young engineer down at his own door, she invited him to dinner the next day, and held out her skinny hand which André kissed with devotion. As he thought of the rosy fingers of Valentine. When Madame de la Verberie returned home, the servants were dumb with astonishment at her good humor. They had not seen her in this happy frame of mind for years. And her day's work was of a nature to elevate her spirits. She had been unexpectedly raised from poverty to affluence. She, who boasted of such proud sentiments, never stopped to think of the infamy of the transaction in which she had been engaged. It seemed quite right in her selfish eyes. A pension of 6,000 francs. She thought, and 1,000 crowns from the estate, that makes 9,000 francs a year. My daughter will live in Paris after she is married, and I can spend the winters with my dear children without expense. At this price, she would have sold, not only one, but 3 daughters, if she had possessed them. But suddenly her blood ran cold at a sudden thought, which crossed her mind. Would Valentine consent? Her anxiety to set her mind at rest sent her straightway to her daughter's room. She found Valentine reading by the light of a flickering candle. "My daughter," she said abruptly, "an estimable young man has demanded your hand in marriage, and I have promised it to him." On this startling announcement, Valentine started up and clasped her hands. "Impossible," she murmured, "impossible. Will you be good enough to explain why it is impossible? Did you tell him, mother, who I am, what I am? Did you confess your past fully?" "No, thank God, I am not fool enough for that, and I hope you will have the sense to imitate my example, and keep silent on the subject." Although Valentine's spirit was completely crushed by her mother's tyranny, her sense of honor made her revolt against this demand. "You certainly would not wish me to marry an honest man, mother, without confessing to him everything connected with the past. I could never practice a deception so base." The Countess felt very much like flying into a passion. But she knew that threats would be of no avail in this instance, where resistance would be a duty of conscience with her daughter. Instead of commanding, she entreated. "Poor child," she said, "my poor, dear Valentine. If you only knew the dreadful state of our affairs, you would not talk in this heartless way. Your folly commenced our ruin, now it is at its last stage. Do you know that our creditors threaten to drive us away from La Verberie? Then what will become of us, my poor child? Must I in my old age go begging from door to door? We are on the verge of ruin, and this marriage is our only hope of salvation." These tearful entreaties were followed by plausible arguments. The fair-spoken countess made use of strange and subtle theories. What she formerly regarded as a monstrous crime, she now spoke of as a peccadillo. She could understand, she said, her daughter's scruples if there were any danger of the past being brought to light, but she had taken such precautions that there was no fear of that. Would it make her love her husband any the less? No. Would he be made any happier for hearing that she had loved before? No. Then why say anything about the past? Shocked, bewildered, Valentine asked herself if this was really her mother. The haughty woman, who had always been such a worshipper of honor and duty, to contradict every word she had uttered during her life. Valentine could not understand the sudden change. But she would have understood it, had she known to what base deeds a mind blunted by selfishness and vanity can lend itself. The Countess's subtle arguments and shameful sophistry neither moved nor convinced her. But she had not the courage to resist the tearful entreaties of her mother, who ended by falling on her knees, and with clasped hands imploring her child to save her from worse than death. Violently agitated, distracted by 1,000 conflicting emotions, daring neither to refuse nor to promise, fearing the consequences of a decision thus forced from her, the unhappy girl begged her mother for a few hours to reflect. Madame de la Verberie dared not refuse this request, and acquiesced. "I will leave you, my daughter," she said, "and I trust your own heart will tell you how to decide between a useless confession and your mother's salvation." With these words she left the room indignant but hopeful. And she had grounds for hope. Placed between two obligations equally sacred, equally binding, but diametrically opposite, Valentine's troubled mind could no longer clearly discern the path of duty. Could she reduce her mother to want and misery? Could she basely deceive the confidence and love of an honorable man? However she decided, her future life would be one of suffering and remorse. Alas! Why had she not a wise and kind adviser to point out the right course to pursue, and assist her in struggling against evil influences? Why had she not that gentle, discreet friend who had inspired her with hope and courage in her first dark sorrow, Dr. Raget? Formerly the memory of Gaston had been her guiding star, now this far-off memory was nothing but a faint mist, a sort of vanishing dream. In romance we meet with heroines of lifelong constancy, real life produces no such miracles. For a long time Valentine's mind had been filled with the image of Gaston. As the hero of her dreams she dwelt fondly on his memory. But the shadows of time had gradually dimmed the brilliancy of her idol, and now only preserved a cold relic, over which she sometimes wept. When she arose the next morning, pale and weak from a sleepless, tearful night, she had almost resolved to confess everything to her suitor. But when evening came, and she went down to see André Fauvel, the presence of her mother's threatening, supplicating eye destroyed her courage. She said to herself, "I will tell him tomorrow." Then she said, "I will wait another day. One more day can make no difference." The Countess saw all these struggles, but was not made uneasy by them. She knew by experience that, when a painful duty is put off, it is never performed. There was some excuse for Valentine in the horror of her situation. Perhaps, unknown to herself, she felt a faint hope arise within her. Any marriage, even an unhappy one, offered the prospect of a change, of a new life, a relief from the insupportable suffering she was now enduring. Sometimes, in her ignorance of human life, she imagined that time and close intimacy would take it easier for her to confess her terrible fault. That it would be the most natural thing in the world for André to pardon her, and insist upon marrying her, since he loved her so deeply. That he sincerely loved her, she knew full well. It was not the impetuous passion of Gaston, with its excitements and terrors, but a calm, steady affection, more lasting than the intoxicating love of Gaston was ever likely to be. She felt a sort of blissful rest in its legitimacy and constancy. Thus Valentine gradually became accustomed to André's soothing presence, and was surprised into feeling very happy at the constant delicate attentions and looks of affection that he lavished upon her. She did not feel any love for him yet. But a separation would have distressed her deeply. During the courtship the Countess's conduct was a masterpiece. She suddenly ceased to importune her daughter, and with tearful resignation said she would not attempt to influence her decision, that her happy settlement in life was the only anxiety that weighed upon her mind. But she went about the house sighing and groaning as if she were upon the eve of starving to death. She also made arrangements to be tormented by the bailiffs. Attachments and notices to quit poured in at La Verberie, which she would show to Valentine and, with tears in her eyes, say, "God grant we may not be driven from the home of our ancestors before your marriage, my darling." Knowing that her presence was sufficient to freeze any confession on her daughter's lips, she never left her alone with André. Once married, she thought, they can settle the matter to suit themselves. I shall not then be disturbed by it. She was as impatient as André, and hastened the preparations for the wedding. She gave Valentine no opportunity for reflection. She kept her constantly busy, either in driving to town to purchase some article of dress, or in paying visits. At last the eve of the wedding day found her anxious and oppressed with fear lest something should prevent the consummation of her hopes and labors. She was like a gambler who had ventured his last stake. On this night, for the first time, Valentine found herself alone with the man who was to become her husband. She was sitting at twilight, in the parlor, miserable and trembling, anxious to unburden her mind, and yet frightened at the very thought of doing so, when André entered. Seeing that she was agitated, he pressed her hand, and gently begged her to tell him the cause of her sorrow. "Am I not your best friend," he said, "and ought I not to be the confidant of your troubles, if you have any? Why these tears, my darling?" Now was the time for her to confess, and throw herself upon his generosity. But her trembling lips refused to open when she thought of his pain and anguish, and the anger of her mother, which would be caused by the few words she would utter. She felt that it was too late. And, bursting into tears, she cried out, "I am afraid, what shall I do?" Imagining that she was merely disturbed by the vague fears experienced by most young girls when about to marry, he tried, with tender, loving words, to console and reassure her, promising to shield her from every care and sorrow. If she would only trust to his devoted love. But what was his surprise to find that his affectionate words only increased her distress. She buried her face in her hands, and wept as if her heart would break. While she was thus summoning her courage, and he was entreating her confidence, Madame de la Verberie came hurrying into the room for them to sign the contract. The opportunity was lost, André Fauvel was left in ignorance. The next day, a lovely spring morning, André Fauvel and Valentine de la Verberie were married at the village church. Early in the morning, the château was filled with the bride's friends, who came, according to custom, to assist at her wedding toilet. Valentine forced herself to appear calm, even smiling, but her face was whiter than her veil. Her heart was torn by remorse. She felt as though the sad truth were written upon her brow, and this pure white dress was a bitter irony, a galling humiliation. She shuddered when her most intimate schoolmate placed the wreath of orange blossoms upon her head. These emblems of purity seemed to burn her like a band of red-hot iron. One of the wire stems of the flowers scratched her forehead, and a drop of blood fell upon her snowy robe. What an evil omen! Valentine was near fainting when she thought of the past and the future connected by this bloody sign of woe. But presages are deceitful, as it proved with Valentine, for she became a happy woman and a loving wife. Yes, at the end of her first year of married life, she confessed to herself that her happiness would be complete if she could only forget the terrible past. André adored her. He had been wonderfully successful in his business affairs. He wished to be immensely rich, not for himself, but for the sake of his beloved wife, whom he would surround with every luxury. He thought her the most beautiful woman in Paris, and determined that she should be the most superbly dressed. 18 months after her marriage, Madame Fauvel presented her husband with a son. But neither this child, nor a second son born a year later, could make her forget the first one of all, the poor, forsaken babe who had been thrown upon strangers, mercenaries, who valued the money, but not the child for whom it was paid. She would look at her 2 sons, surrounded by every luxury which money could give, and murmur to herself, "Who knows if the abandoned one has bread to eat? If she only knew where he was, if she only dared inquire." But she was afraid. Sometimes she would be uneasy about Gaston's jewels, constantly fearing that their hiding place would be discovered. Then she would think, "I may as well be tranquil, misfortune has forgotten me." Poor, deluded woman. Misfortune is a visitor who sometimes delays his visits, but always comes in the end. Chapter 15. Louis de Clamron, the second son of the Marquis, was one of those self-controlled men who, beneath a cool, careless manner, conceal a fiery temperament, and ungovernable passions. All sorts of extravagant ideas had begun to ferment in his disordered brain, long before the occurrence which decided the destiny of the Clamron family. Apparently occupied in the pursuit of pleasure, this precocious hypocrite longed for a larger field in which to indulge his evil inclinations, secretly cursing the stern necessity which chained him down to this dreary country life. And the old chateau, which to him was more gloomy than a prison, and as lifeless as the grave. This existence, dragged out in the country and the small neighboring towns, was too monotonous for his restless nature. The paternal authority, though so gently expressed, exasperated his rebellious temper. He thirsted for independence, riches, excitement, and all the unknown pleasures that pall upon the senses simultaneously with their attainment. Louis did not love his father, and he hated his brother Gaston. The old Marquis, in his culpable thoughtlessness, had kindled this burning envy in the heart of his second son. A strict observer of traditional rights, he had always declared that the eldest son of a noble house should inherit all the family possessions, and that he intended to leave Gaston his entire fortune. This flagrant injustice and favoritism inspired Louis with envious hatred for his brother. Gaston always said that he would never consent to profit by this paternal partiality, but would share equally with his brother. Judging others by himself, Louis placed no faith in this assertion, which he called an ostentatious affectation of generosity. Although this hatred was unsuspected by the Marquis and Gaston, it was betrayed by acts significant enough to attract the attention of the servants, who often commented upon it. They were so fully aware of Louis's sentiments toward his brother that, when he was prevented from escaping because of the stumbling horse, they refused to believe it an accident, and, whenever Louis came near would mutter, "Fratricide." A deplorable scene took place between Louis and Saint Jean, who was allowed, on account of his 50 years' faithful service, to take liberties which he sometimes abused by making rough speeches to his superiors. "It is a great pity," said the old servant, "that a skilful rider like yourself should have fallen at the very moment when your brother's life depended upon your horsemanship." At this broad insinuation, Louis turned pale, and threateningly cried out, "You insolent dog, what do you mean?" "You know well enough what I mean, monsieur," the old man said, significantly. "I do not know." "Explain your impertinence, speak, I tell you." The man only answered by a meaning look, which so incensed Louis that he rushed toward him with upraised whip, and would have beaten him unmercifully, had not the other servants interfered, and dragged Saint Jean from the spot. This altercation occurred while Gaston was in the madder field trying to escape his pursuers. After a while the gendarmes and hussars returned, with slow tread and sad faces, to say that Gaston de Clamron had plunged into the Rhône, and was instantly drowned. This melancholy news was received with groans and tears by everyone save Louis, who remained calm and unmoved, not a single muscle of his face quivered. But his eyes sparkled with triumph. A secret voice cried within him, "Now you are assured of the family fortune, and a marquis's coronet." He was no longer the poverty-stricken younger son, but the sole heir of the Clamrons. The corporal of the gendarmes had said, "I would not be the one to tell the poor old man that his son is drowned." Louis felt none of the tender-hearted scruples of the brave old soldier. He instantly went to his father's sick room, and said, in a firm voice, "My brother had to choose between disgrace and death, he is dead." Like a sturdy oak stricken by lightning, the Marquis tottered and fell when these fatal words sounded in his ears. The doctor soon arrived, but alas! only to say that science was of no avail. Toward daybreak, Louis, without a tear, received his father's last sigh. Louis was now the master. All the unjust precautions taken by the Marquis to elude the law, and ensure beyond dispute the possession of his entire fortune to his eldest son, turned against him. By means of a fraudulent deed of trust drawn by his dishonest lawyer, M. de Clameren had disposed everything so that, on the day of his death, every farthing he owned would be Gaston's. Louis alone was benefited by this precaution. He came into possession without even being called upon for the certificate of his brother's death. He was now Marquis of Clameren, he was free, he was comparatively rich. He who had never had 25 crowns in his pocket at once, now found himself the possessor of 200,000 francs. This sudden, unexpected fortune so completely turned his head that he forgot his skillful dissimulation. His demeanor at the funeral of the Marquis was much censured. He followed the coffin, with his head bowed and his face buried in a handkerchief, but this did not conceal the buoyancy of his spirit, and the joy which sparkled in his eyes. The day after the funeral, Louis sold everything that he could dispose of, horses, carriages, and family plate. The next day he discharged all the old servants, who had hoped to end their days beneath the hospitable roof of Clameren. Several, with tears in their eyes, took him aside, and entreated him to let them stay without wages. He roughly ordered them to be gone, and never appear before his eyes again. He sent for his father's lawyer, and gave him a power of attorney to sell the estate, and received in return the sum of 20,000 francs as the first payment in advance. At the close of the week, he locked up the chateau, with a vow never to cross its sill again, and left the keys in the keeping of Saint Jean, who owned a little house near Clameren, and would continue to live in the neighborhood. Poor Saint Jean! Little did he think that, in preventing Valentine from seeing Louis, he had ruined the prospects of his beloved Gaston. On receiving the keys he asked one question. "Shall we not search for your brother's body, the Marquis?" he inquired in broken-hearted tones. "And, if it is found, what must be done with it?" "I shall leave instructions with my notary," replied Louis. And he hurried away from Clameren as if the ground burnt his feet. He went to Tarascon, where he had already forwarded his baggage, and took the stage coach which travelled between Marseilles and Paris, the railroad not yet being finished. At last he was off. The lumbering old stage rattled along, drawn by 6 horses, and the deep gullies made by the wheels seemed so many abysses between the past and the future. Lying back in a corner of the stage, Louis de Clameren enjoyed in anticipation the fields of pleasure spread before his dazzled eyes. At the end of the journey, Paris rose up before him, radiant, brilliantly dazzling as the sun. Yes, he was going to Paris, the promised land, the city of wonders, where every Aladdin finds a lamp. There all ambitions are crowned, all dreams realized, all passions, all desires, good and evil, can be satisfied. There the fast fleeting days are followed by nights of ever-varied pleasure and excitement. In 20 theatres tragedy weeps, or comedy laughs. Whilst at the opera the most beautiful women in the world, sparkling with diamonds, are ready to die with ecstasy at the sound of divine music, everywhere noise, excitement, luxury, and pleasure. What a dream! The heart of Louis de Clameren was swollen with desire, and he felt that he should go mad if the horses crawled with such torturing slowness. He would like to spring from the old stage, and fly to his haven of delight. He never once thought of the past with a pang of regret. What mattered it to him how his father and brother had died? All his energies were devoted to penetrating the mysterious future that now awaited him. Was not every chance in his favor? He was young, rich, handsome, and a marquis. He had a constitution of iron, he carried 20,000 francs in his pocket, and would soon have 10 times as many more. He, who had always been poor, regarded this sum as an exhaustless treasure. And at nightfall, when he jumped from the stage upon the brilliantly lighted street of Paris, he seemed to be taking possession of the grand city, and felt as though he could buy everything in it. His illusions were those natural to all young men who suddenly come into possession of a patrimony after years of privation. It is this ignorance of the real value of money that squanders fortunes, and fritters away accumulated patrimonies so laboriously earned and saved in the frugal provinces. Imbued with his own importance, accustomed to the deference of the country people, the young marquis came to Paris with the expectation of being a lion. Supposing that his name and fortune were sufficient to place him upon any pinnacle he might desire. He was mortified to discover his error. To his great surprise he discovered that he possessed nothing which constituted a position in this immense city. He found that in the midst of this busy, indifferent crowd, he was lost, as unnoticed as a drop of water in a torrent. But this unflattering reality could not discourage a man who was determined to gratify his passion at all costs. His ancestral name gained him but one privilege, disastrous for his future: it opened to him the doors of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. There he became intimate with men of his own age and rank, whose incomes were larger than his principal. Nearly all of them confessed that they only kept up their extravagant style of living by dint of skillful economy behind the scenes, and by regulating their vices and follies as judiciously as a hosier would manage his Sunday holidays. This information astonished Louis, but did not open his eyes. He endeavored to imitate the dashing style of these economically wasteful young men, without pretending to conform to their prudential rules. He learned how to spend, but not how to settle his accounts as they did. He was Marquis of Clamron, and, having given himself a reputation of great wealth, he was welcomed by the elite of society. If he made no friends, he had at least many acquaintances. Among the set into which he was received immediately upon his arrival, he found 10 satellites who took pleasure in initiating him into the secrets of fashionable life, and correcting any little provincialisms betrayed in his manners and conversation. He profited well and quickly by their lessons. At the end of 3 months he was fairly launched, his reputation as a skillful gambler and one of the fastest men in Paris was fully established. He had rented handsome apartments, with a coach house and stable for 3 horses. Although he only furnished this bachelor's establishment with what was necessary and comfortable, he found that comforts were very costly in this instance. So that the day he took possession of his apartments, and looked over his bills, he made the startling discovery that this short apprenticeship of Paris had cost him 50,000 francs, 1/4 of his fortune. Still he clung to his brilliant friends, although in a state of inferiority which was mortifying to his vanity, like a poor squire straining every nerve to make his nag keep up with blooded horses in a race. 50,000 francs. For a moment Louis had a faint idea of retreating from the scene of temptation. But what a fall! Besides, his vices bloomed and flourished in this charming centre. He had heretofore considered himself fast. But the past was a state of unsophisticated verdancy, compared with the 1,000 attractive sins in which he now indulged. Then the sight of suddenly acquired fortunes, and the many examples of the successful results of hazardous ventures, inflamed his mind, and persuaded him to try his fortune in the game of speculation. He thought that in this great, rich city, he certainly could succeed in seizing a share of the loaves and fishes. But how? He had no idea, and he did not seek to find one. He imagined that his good fortune would some day come, and that all he had to do was to wait for it. This is one of the errors which it is time to destroy. Fortune is not to be wasted upon idle fools. In this furious race of self-interest, it requires great skill to bestride the capricious mare called opportunity, and make her lead to the end in view. Every winner must possess a strong will and a dexterous hand. But Louis did not devote much thought to the matter. Like the foolish man who wished to draw the prize without contributing to the raffle, he thought, "Bast! Opportunity, chance, a rich marriage will put me all right again." The rich bride failed to appear, and his last Louis had gone the way of its predecessors. To a pressing demand for money, his notary replied by a refusal. "Your lands are all gone," he wrote, "you now possess nothing but the chateau. It is very valuable, but it is difficult, if not impossible, to find a purchaser of so large an amount of real estate, in its present condition. I will use every effort to make a good sale, and if successful, will inform you of the fact immediately." Louis was thunderstruck at this final catastrophe, as much surprised as if he could have expected any other result. But what could he do? Ruined, with nothing to look forward to, the best course was to imitate the large number of poor fools who each year rise up, shine a moment, then suddenly disappear. But Louis could not renounce this life of ease and pleasure which he had been leading for the last 3 years. After leaving his fortune on the battleground, he was willing to leave the shreds of his honor. He first lived on the reputation of his dissipated fortune, on the credit remaining to a man who has spent much in a short space of time. This resource was soon exhausted. The day came when his creditors seized all they could lay their hands upon, the last remains of his opulence, his carriages, horses, and costly furniture. He took refuge in a quiet hotel, but he could not keep away from the wealthy set whom he considered his friends. He lived upon them as he had lived upon the tradesmen who furnished his supplies. Borrowing from 1 louis up to 25, from anybody who would lend to him, he never pretended to pay them. Constantly betting, no one ever saw him pay a wager. He piloted all the raw young men who fell into his hands, and utilized, in rendering shameful services, an experience which had cost him 200,000 francs, he was half courtier, half adventurer. He was not banished, but was made to cruelly expiate the favor of being tolerated. No one had the least regard for his feelings, or hesitated to tell him to his face what was thought of his unprincipled conduct. Thus, when alone in his little den, he would give way to fits of violent rage. He had not yet reached a state of callousness to be able to endure these humiliations without the keenest torture to his false pride and vanity. Envy and covetousness had long since stifled every sentiment of honor and self-respect in his base heart. For a few years of opulence he was ready to commit any crime. And, though he did not commit a crime, he came very near it, and was the principal in a disgraceful affair of swindling and extortion, which raised such an outcry against him that he was obliged to leave Paris. Count de Commarin, an old friend of his father, hushed up the matter, and furnished him with money to take him to England. And how did he manage to live in London? The detectives of the most corrupt capital in existence were the only people who knew his means of support. Descending to the last stages of vice, the Marquis of Clamron finally found his level in a society composed of shameless women and gamblers. Compelled to quit London, he travelled over Europe, with no other capital than his knavish audacity, deep depravity, and his skill at cards. Finally, in 1865, he had a run of good luck at Hamburg, and returned to Paris, where he imagined himself entirely forgotten. 18 years had passed since he left Paris. The first step which he took on his return, before even settling himself in Paris, was to make a visit to his old home. Not that he had any relative or friend in that part of the country, from whom he could expect any assistance. But he remembered the old manor, which his notary had been unable to sell. He thought that perhaps by this time a purchaser had appeared, and he determined to go himself and ascertain how much he should receive for this old chateau, which had cost 100,000 francs in the building. On a beautiful October evening he reached Tarascon, and there learned that he was still the owner of the chateau of Clamron. The next morning, he set out on foot to visit the paternal home, which he had not seen for 25 years. Everything was so changed that he scarcely recognized this country, where he had been born, and passed his youth. Yet the impression was so strong, that this man, tried by such varied, strange adventures, for a moment felt like retracing his steps. He only continued his road because a secret, hopeful voice cried in him, "Onward, onward." As if, at the end of the journey, was to be found a new life and the long-wished-for good fortune. As Louis advanced, the changes appeared less striking, he began to be familiar with the ground. Soon, through the trees, he distinguished the village steeple, then the village itself, built upon the gentle rising of a hill, crowned by a wood of olive trees. He recognized the first houses he saw, the farrier's shed covered with ivy, the old parsonage, and farther on the village tavern, where he and Gaston used to play billiards. In spite of what he called his scorn of vulgar prejudices, he felt a thrill of strange emotion as he looked on these once familiar objects. He could not overcome a feeling of sadness as scenes of the past rose up before him. How many events had occurred since he last walked along this path, and received a friendly bow and smile from every villager. Then life appeared to him like a fairy scene, in which his every wish was gratified. And now, he had returned, dishonored, worn out, disgusted with the realities of life, still tasting the bitter dregs of the cup of shame, stigmatized, poverty-stricken, and friendless, with nothing to lose, and nothing to look forward to. The few villagers whom he met turned and stood gazing after this dust-covered stranger, and wondered who he could be. Upon reaching St. Jean's house, he found the door open. He walked into the immense empty kitchen. He rapped on the table, and was answered by a voice calling out, "Who is there?" The next moment a man of about 40 years appeared in the doorway, and seemed much surprised at finding a stranger standing in his kitchen. "What will you have, monsieur?" he inquired. "Does not St. Jean, the old valet of the Marquis of Clamron, live here?" "My father died 5 years ago, monsieur," replied the man in a sad tone. This news affected Louis painfully, as if he had expected this old man to restore him some of his lost youth. The last link was gone. He sighed, and, after a silence, said, "I am the Marquis of Clamron." The farmer, at these words, uttered an exclamation of joy. He seized Louis's hand, and, pressing it with respectful attention, cried, "You are the Marquis. Alas," he continued, "why is not my poor father alive to see you? He would be so happy." His last words were about his dear masters, and many a time did he sigh and mourn at not receiving any news of you. He is beneath the sod now, resting after a well-spent life. But I, Joseph, his son, am here to take his place, and devote my life to your service. What an honor it is to have you in my house. Ah, my wife will be happy to see you, she has all her life heard of the Clamrons." Here he ran into the garden, and called, "Toinette. I say, Toinette. Come here quickly." This cordial welcome delighted Louis. So many years had gone by since he had been greeted with an expression of kindness, or felt the pressure of a friendly hand. In a few moments a handsome, dark-eyed young woman entered the room, and stood blushing with confusion at sight of the stranger. "This is my wife, monsieur," said Joseph, leading her toward Louis, "but I have not given her time to put on her finery. This is the Marquis, Antoinette." The farmer's wife bowed, and, having nothing to say, gracefully uplifted her brow, upon which the Marquis pressed a kiss. "You will see the children in a few minutes, the Marquis," said Joseph. "I have sent to the school for them." The worthy couple overwhelmed the Marquis with attentions. After so long a walk he must be hungry, they said. He must take a glass of wine now, and breakfast would soon be ready. They would be so proud and happy if the Marquis would partake of a country breakfast. Louis willingly accepted their invitation, and Joseph went to the cellar after the wine, while Toinette ran to catch her fattest pullet. In a short time, Louis sat down to a table laden with the best of everything on the farm, waited upon by Joseph and his wife, who watched him with respectful interest and awe. The children came running in from school, smeared with the juice of berries. After Louis had embraced them they stood off in a corner, and gazed at him with eyes wide open, as if he were a rare curiosity. The important news had spread, and a number of villagers and countrymen appeared at the open door, to speak to the Marquis of Clamron. "I am such a one, the Marquis, don't you remember me?" "Ah! I should have recognized you anywhere. The late Marquis was very good to me." Another would say, "Don't you remember the time when you lent me your gun to go hunting?" Louis welcomed with secret delight all these protestations and proofs of devotion which had not chilled with time. The kindly voices of these honest people recalled many pleasant moments of the past, and made him feel once more the fresh sensations of his youth. Here, at least, no echoes of his stormy life had been heard. No suspicions of his shameful career were entertained by these humble villagers on the borders of the Rhône. He, the adventurer, the bully, the base accomplice of London swindlers, delighted in these marks of respect and veneration, bestowed upon him as the representative of the House of Clamron. It seemed to make him once more feel a little self-respect, as if the future were not utterly hopeless. Ah, had he possessed only a quarter of his squandered inheritance, how happy he would be to peacefully end his days in this his native village. But this rest after so many vain excitements, this haven after so many storms and shipwrecks, was denied him. He was penniless. How could he live here when he had nothing to live upon? This thought of his pressing want gave him courage to ask Joseph for the key of the chateau, that he might go and examine its condition. "You won't need the key, except the one to the front door, the Marquis," replied Joseph. It was but too true. Time had done its work, and the lordly manor of Clamron was nothing but a ruin. The rain and sun had rotted the shutters so that they were crumbling and dilapidated. Here and there were traces of the friendly hand of St. Jean, who had tried to retard the total ruin of the old chateau, but of what use were his efforts? Within, the desolation was still greater. All of the furniture which Louis had not dared to sell stood in the position he left it, but in what a state! All of the tapestry hangings and coverings were moth-eaten and in tatters. Nothing seemed left but the dust-covered woodwork of the chairs and sofas. Louis was almost afraid to enter these grand, gloomy rooms, where every footfall echoed until the air seemed to be filled with sounds strange and ominous. He almost expected to see the angry old Marquis start from some dark corner, and heap curses on his head for having dishonored the name. He turned pale with terror, when he suddenly recalled the scene of his fatal stumble and poor Gaston's death. The room was surely inhabited by the spirits of these two murdered men. His nerves could not bear it, and he hurried out into the open air and sunshine. After a while, he recovered sufficiently to remember the object of his visit. Poor St. Jean was foolish to let the furniture in the chateau drop to pieces. Why did he not use it? My father would not have dared to touch anything without receiving an order, the Marquis. He was very unwise to wait for an order, when anything was going to destruction without benefiting anyone. As the chateau is fast approaching the condition of the furniture, and my fortune does not permit me to repair it, I will sell it before the walls crumble away. Joseph could scarcely believe his ears. He regarded the selling of the chateau of Clamron as a sacrilege, but he was not bold of speech, like his father, so he dared not express an opinion. "Would there be difficulty in selling this ruin?" continued Louis. "That depends upon the price you ask, the Marquis. I know a man who would purchase the property if he could get it cheap." "Who is he?" Fougerix, who lives on the other side of the river. He came from Beaucaire, and 12 years ago married a servant maid of the late Countess de la Verberie. Perhaps the Marquis remembers her, a plump, bright-eyed brunette, named Mihan. Louis did not remember Mihan. "When can we see this Fougerix?" he inquired. "Today. I will engage a boat to take us over." "Well, let us go now. I have no time to lose." An entire generation has passed away since Louis had last crossed the Rhône in old Pillarel's boat. The faithful ferryman had been buried many years, and his duties were now performed by his son, who, possessing great respect for traditional opinions, was delighted at the honor of rowing the Marquis of Clamron in his boat. And soon had it ready for Louis and Joseph to take their seats. As soon as they were fairly started, Joseph began to warn the Marquis against the wily Fougerix. "He is a cunning fox," said the farmer. "I have had a bad opinion of him ever since his marriage, which was a shameful affair altogether. Mihan was over 50 years of age, and he was only 24, when he married her, so you may know it was money, and not a wife, that he wanted. She, poor fool, believed that the young scamp really loved her, and gave herself and her money up to him. Women will be trusting fools to the end of time. And Fougerix is not the man to let money lie idle. He speculated with Mihan's gold, and is now very rich. But she, poor thing, does not profit by his wealth. One can easily understand his not feeling any love for her, when she looks like his grandmother. But he deprives her of the necessaries of life, and beats her cruelly. He would like to plant her 6 feet underground, said the ferryman. Well, it won't be long before he has the satisfaction of burying her, said Joseph. The poor old woman has been in almost a dying condition ever since Fudrix brought a worthless jade to take charge of the house, and makes his wife wait upon her like a servant. When they reached the opposite shore, Joseph asked young Pillarel to await their return. Joseph knocked at the gate of the well-cultivated farm, and inquired for the master. The farm boy said that M. Fudrix was out in the field, but he would go and tell him. He soon appeared. He was an ill-looking little man, with a red beard and small, restless eyes. Although M. Fudrix professed to despise the nobility and the clergy, the hope of driving a good bargain made him obsequious to Louis. He insisted upon ushering his visitor into the parlor, with maybos and repetitions of M. the Marquis. Upon entering the room, he roughly ordered an old woman, who was crouching over some dying embers, to make haste and bring some wine for M. the Marquis of Clamron. At this name, the old woman started as if she had received an electric shock. She opened her mouth to say something, but a look from her tyrant froze the words upon her lips. With a frightened air she hobbled out to obey his orders, and in a few minutes returned with a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. Then she resumed her seat by the fire, and kept her eyes fastened upon the Marquis. Could this really be the merry, pretty Mihan, who had been the confidant of the little fairy of Verberie? Valentine herself would never have recognized this poor, shriveled, emaciated old woman. Only those who are familiar with country life know what hard work and worry can do to make a woman old. The bargain, meanwhile, was being discussed between Joseph and Fudrix, who offered a ridiculously small sum for the chateau, saying that he would only buy it to tear down, and sell the materials. Joseph enumerated the beams, joists, ashlars, and the ironwork, and volubly praised the old domain. As for Mihan, the presence of the Marquis had a wonderful effect upon her. If the faithful servant had hitherto never breathed the secret confided to her probity, it was none the less heavy for her to bear. After marrying, and being so harshly treated that she daily prayed for death to come to her relief, she began to blame everybody but herself for her misfortunes. Weakly superstitious, she traced back the origin of her sorrows to the day when she took the oath on the Holy Gospel during Mass. Her constant prayers that God would send her a child to soothe her wounded heart, being unanswered, she was convinced that she was cursed with barrenness for having assisted in the abandonment of an innocent, helpless babe. She often thought, that by revealing everything, she could appease the wrath of heaven, and once more enjoy a happy home. Nothing but her love for Valentine gave her strength to resist a constant temptation to confess everything. But today the sight of Louis decided her to relieve her mind. She thought there could be no danger in confiding in Gaston's brother. Alas for woman's tongue! The sale was finally concluded. It was agreed that Fudrix should give 5,280 francs in cash for the chateau, and land attached, and Joseph was to have the old furniture. The Marquis and the new owner of the chateau shook hands, and noisily called out the essential word. Agreed. Fudrix went himself to get the bargain bottle of old wine. The occasion was favorable to Mihan. She walked quickly over to where the Marquis stood, and said in a nervous whisper. The Marquis, I must speak with you apart. What can you want to tell me, my good woman? It is a secret of life and death. This evening, at dusk, meet me in the walnut wood, and I will tell you everything. Hearing her husband's approaching step, she darted back to her corner by the fire. Fudrix filled the glasses, and drank to the health of Clamron. As they returned to the boat, Louis tried to think what could be the object of this singular rendezvous. Joseph, what the deuce can that old witch want with me, he said musingly. Who can tell? She used to be in the service of a lady who was very intimate with him, Gaston, so my father used to say. If I were in your place I would go and see what she wanted, monsieur. You can dine with me, and, after dinner, Pillarel will row you over. Curiosity decided Louis to go. About 7 o'clock, to the walnut wood, where he found Mihan impatiently awaiting him. "Ah, here you are, at last, the Marquis," she said, in a tone of relief. "I was afraid you would disappoint me." "Yes, here I am, my good woman, to listen to what you have to say." "I have many things to say. But first tell me some news of your brother." Louis regretted having come, supposing from this request that the old woman was childish, and might bother him for hours with her senseless gabble. "You know well enough that my poor brother was drowned in the Rhône." "Good heavens!" cried Mihan, "are you ignorant, then, of his escape?" "Yes, he did what has never been done before, he swam across the swollen Rhône. The next day Émile Valentine went to Clamart to tell the news, but Saint Jean prevented her from seeing you. Afterward I carried a letter from her, but you had left the country." Louis could not believe this strange revelation. "Are you not mixing up dreams with real events, my good woman?" he said banteringly. "No," she replied, mournfully shaking her head. "If Père Manol were alive, he would tell you how he took charge of your brother until he embarked for Marseilles. But that is nothing compared to the rest. Gaston has a son. My brother had a son. You certainly have lost your mind, my poor woman." "Alas, no. Unfortunately for my happiness in this world and in the world to come, I am only telling the truth. He had a child, and Émile Valentine was its mother. I took the poor babe, and carried it to a woman whom I paid to take charge of it." Then Mihan described the anger of the Countess, the journey to London, and the abandonment of little Raoul. With the accurate memory natural to people unable to read and write, she related the most minute particulars, the names of the village, the nurse, the child's Christian name, and the exact date of everything which had occurred. Then she told of Valentine's wretched suffering, of the impending ruin of the Countess, and finally how everything was happily settled by the poor girl's marriage with an immensely rich man, who was now one of the richest bankers in Paris. And was named Fauvel. A harsh voice calling, "Mihan." "Mihan," here interrupted the old woman. "Heavens," she cried in a frightened tone, "that is my husband, looking for me." And, as fast as her trembling limbs could carry her, she hurried to the farmhouse. For several minutes after her departure, Louis stood rooted to the spot. Her recital had filled his wicked mind with an idea so infamous, so detestable, that even his vile nature shrank for a moment from its enormity. He knew Fauvel by reputation, and was calculating the advantages he might gain by the strange information of which he was now possessed by means of the old Mihan. It was a secret, which, if skillfully managed, would bring him in a handsome income. The few faint scruples he felt were silenced by the thought of an old age spent in poverty. After the price of the chateau was spent, to what could he look forward? Beggary. But first of all, he thought, I must ascertain the truth of the old woman's story, then I will decide upon a plan. This was why, the next day, after receiving the 5,280 francs from Fougeric's, Louis de Clamart set out for London. Chapter 16. During the 20 years of her married life, Valentine had experienced but one real sorrow, and this was one which, in the course of nature, must happen sooner or later. In 1859 her mother caught a violent cold during one of her frequent journeys to Paris, and, in spite of every attention which money could procure, she became worse, and died. The Countess preserved her faculties to the last, and with her dying breath said to her daughter, "Ah, well. Was I not wise in prevailing upon you to bury the past? Your silence has made my old age peaceful and happy, and I now thank you for having done your duty to yourself and to me. You will be rewarded on earth and in heaven, my dear daughter." Madame Fauvel constantly said that, since the loss of her mother, she had never had cause to shed a tear. And what more could she wish for? As years rolled on, André's love remained steadfast. He was as devoted a husband as the most exacting woman could wish. To his great love was added that sweet intimacy which results from long conformity of ideas and unbounded confidence. Everything prospered with this happy couple. André was twice as wealthy as he had ever hoped to be even in his wildest visions, every wish of Valentine was anticipated by André. Their two sons, Lucien and Abel, were handsome, intelligent young men, whose honorable characters and graceful bearing reflected credit upon their parents, who had so carefully watched over their education. Nothing seemed wanting to ensure Valentine's felicity. When her husband and sons were at their business, her solitude was cheered by the intelligent, affectionate companionship of a young girl whom she loved as her own daughter, and who in return filled the place of a devoted child. Madeleine was M. Fauvel's niece, and when an infant had lost both parents, who were poor but very worthy people. Valentine begged to adopt the babe, thinking she could thus, in a measure, atone for the desertion of the poor little creature whom she had abandoned to strangers. She hoped that this good work would bring down the blessings of God upon her. The day of the little orphan's arrival, M. Fauvel invested for her 10,000 francs, which he presented to Madeleine as her dowry. The banker amused himself by increasing this 10,000 francs in the most marvelous ways. He, who never ventured upon a rash speculation with his own money, always invested it in the most hazardous schemes, and was always so successful, that at the end of 15 years the 10,000 francs had become 500,000. People were right when they said that the Fauvel family were to be envied. Time had dulled the remorse and anxiety of Valentine. In the genial atmosphere of a happy home, she had found rest, and almost forgetfulness. She had suffered so much at being compelled to deceive André that she hoped she was now at quits with fate. She began to look forward to the future, and her youth seemed buried in an impenetrable mist, and was, as it were, the memory of a painful dream. Yes, she believed herself saved, and her very feeling of security made the impending danger more fearful in its shock. One rainy November day, her husband had gone to Provence on business. She was sitting, gazing into the bright fire, and thankfully meditating upon her present happiness, when the servant brought her a letter, which had been left by a stranger, who refused to give his name. Without the faintest presentiment of evil, she carelessly broke the seal. And in an instant was almost petrified by the words which met her terrified eye. "Madam, would it be relying too much upon the memories of the past to hope for half an hour of your time? Tomorrow, between 2 and 3, I will do myself the honor of calling upon you. The Marquis of Clamron." Fortunately, Madame Fauvel was alone. Trembling like a leaf, she read the letter over and over again, as if to convince herself that she was not the victim of a horrible hallucination. Half a dozen times, with a sort of terror, she whispered that name once so dear, Clamron. Spelling it aloud as if it were a strange name which she could not pronounce. And the 8 letters forming the name seemed to shine like the lightning which precedes a clap of thunder. Ah! She had hoped and believed that the fatal past was atoned for, and buried in oblivion, and now it stood before her, pitiless and threatening. Poor woman! As if all human will could prevent what was fated to be. It was in this hour of security, when she imagined herself pardoned, that the storm was to burst upon the fragile edifice of her happiness, and destroy her every hope. A long time passed before she could collect her scattered thoughts sufficiently to decide upon a course of conduct. Then she began to think she was foolish to be so frightened. This letter was written by Gaston, of course. Therefore she need feel no apprehension. Gaston had returned to France, and wished to see her. She could understand this desire, and she knew too well this man, upon whom she had lavished her young affection, to attribute any bad motives to his visit. He would come. And finding her the wife of another, the mother of grown sons, they would exchange thoughts of the past, perhaps a few regrets, she would restore the jewels which she had faithfully kept for him. He would assure her of his lifelong friendship, and, that would be all. But one distressing doubt beset her agitated mind. Should she conceal from Gaston the birth of his son? To confess was to expose herself to many dangers. It was placing herself at the mercy of a man, a loyal, honorable man to be sure, confiding to him not only her own peace, honor, and happiness, but the honor and happiness of her family, of her noble husband and loving sons. Still silence would be a crime. She had abandoned her child, denied him the cares and affection of a mother, and now should she add to her sin by depriving him of the name and fortune of his father? She was still undecided when the servant announced dinner. But she had not the courage to meet the glance of her sons. She sent word that she was not well, and would not be down to dinner. For the first time in her life she rejoiced at her husband's absence. Madeline came hurrying into her aunt's room to see what was the matter, but Valentine dismissed her, saying she would try to sleep off her indisposition. She wished to be alone in her trouble, and see if she could decide upon some plan for warding off this impending ruin. The dreaded morrow came. She counted the hours until 2 o'clock. After that, she counted the minutes. At 2:30 the servant announced. The Marquis of Clamron. Madame Fauvel had promised herself to be calm, even cold. During a long, sleepless night, she had mentally arranged beforehand every detail of this painful meeting. She had even decided upon what she should say. She would reply this, and ask that, her words were all selected, and her speech ready. But, at the dreaded moment, her strength gave way, she turned as cold as marble, and could not rise from her seat. She was speechless, and, with a frightened look, silently gazed upon the man who respectfully bowed, and stood in the middle of the room. Her visitor was about 50 years of age, with iron-grey hair and mustache, and a cold, severe cast of countenance. His expression was one of haughty severity as he stood there in his full suit of black. The agitated woman tried to discover in his face some traces of the man whom she had so madly loved, who had pressed her to his heart, and besought her to remain faithful until he should return from a foreign land, and lay his fortune at her feet, the father of her son. She was surprised to discover no resemblance to the youth whose memory had haunted her life. No, never would she have recognized this stranger as Gaston. As he continued to stand motionless before her, she faintly murmured, "Gaston." He sadly shook his head, and replied, "I am not Gaston, madam. My brother succumbed to the misery and suffering of exile. I am Louis de Clamron." What? It was not Gaston, then, who had written to her, it was not Gaston who stood before her. She trembled with terror, her head whirled, and her eyes grew dim. It was not he. And she had committed herself, betrayed her secret by calling him Gaston. What could this man want, this brother in whom Gaston had never confided? What did he know of the past? 1,000 probabilities, each one more terrible than the other, flashed across her brain. Yet she succeeded in overcoming her weakness so that Louis scarcely perceived it. The fearful strangeness of her situation, the very imminence of peril, inspired her with coolness and self-possession. Haughtily pointing to a chair, she said to Louis with affected indifference, "Will you be kind enough, monsieur, to explain the object of this unexpected visit?" The Marquis, seeming not to notice this sudden change of manner, took a seat without removing his eyes from Madame Fauvel's face. "First of all, madam," he began, "I must ask if we can be overheard by anyone." "Why this question?" "You can have nothing to say to me that my husband and children should not hear." Louis shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Be good enough to answer me, madam, not for my sake, but for your own." "Speak, then, monsieur, you will not be heard." In spite of this assurance, the Marquis drew his chair close to the sofa where Madame Fauvel sat, so as to speak in a very low tone, as if almost afraid to hear his own voice. "As I told you, madam, Gaston is dead. And it was I who closed his eyes, and received his last wishes. Do you understand?" The poor woman understood only too well, but was racking her brain to discover what could be the purpose of this fatal visit. Perhaps it was only to claim Gaston's jewels. "It is unnecessary to recall," continued Louis, "the painful circumstances which blasted my brother's life. However happy your own lot has been, you must sometimes have thought of this friend of your youth, who unhesitatingly sacrificed himself in defense of your honor." Not a muscle of Madame Fauvel's face moved. She appeared to be trying to recall the circumstances to which Louis alluded. "Have you forgotten, madam?" he asked with bitterness. "Then I must explain more clearly. A long, long time ago you loved my unfortunate brother." "Monsieur." Ah, it is useless to deny it, madam, I told you that Gaston confided everything to me, everything, he added significantly. But Madame Fauvel was not frightened by this information. This everything could not be of any importance, for Gaston had gone abroad in total ignorance of her secret. She rose, and said with an apparent assurance she was far from feeling. You forget, monsieur, that you are speaking to a woman who is now advanced in life, who is married, and who has grown sons. If your brother loved me, it was his affair, and not yours. If, young and ignorant, I was led into imprudence, it is not your place to remind me of it. This past which you evoke I buried in oblivion 20 years ago. Thus you have forgotten all that happened? Absolutely all, everything. Even your child, madam? This question, uttered in a sneer of triumph, fell upon Madame Fauvel like a thunderclap. She dropped tremblingly into her seat, murmuring, "My God! How did he discover it?" Had her own happiness alone been at stake, she would have instantly thrown herself upon a Clamerin's mercy. But she had her family to defend, and the consciousness of this gave her strength to resist him. "Do you wish to insult me, monsieur?" she asked. "Do you pretend to say you have forgotten Valentine Raoul?" She saw that this man did indeed know all. How? It little mattered. He certainly knew, but she determined to deny everything, even the most positive proofs, if he should produce them. For an instant she had an idea of ordering the Marquis of Clamerin to leave the house, but prudence stayed her. She thought it best to discover how much he really knew. "Well," she said with a forced laugh, "will you be kind enough to state what you wish with me?" "Certainly, madam. 2 years ago the vicissitudes of exile took my brother to London. There, at the house of a friend, he met a young man by the name of Raoul. Gaston was so struck by the youth's appearance and intelligence, that he inquired who he was, and discovered that beyond a doubt this boy was his son, and your son, madam. This is quite a romance you are relating." "Yes, madam, a romance the denouement of which is in your hands. Your mother certainly used every precaution to conceal your secret, but the best laid plans always have some weak point. After your marriage, one of your mother's London friends came to Tarascon, and spread the report of what had taken place at the English village. This lady also revealed your true name to the nurse who was bringing up the child. Thus everything was discovered by my brother, who had no difficulty in obtaining the most positive proofs of the boy's parentage." Louis closely watched Madame Fauvel's face to see the effect of his words. To his astonishment she betrayed not the slightest agitation or alarm, she was smiling as if entertained by the recital of his romance. "Well, what next?" she asked carelessly. "Then, madam, Gaston acknowledged the child. But the Clamerins are poor, my brother died on a pallet in a lodging-house, and I have only an income of 1,200 francs to live upon. What is to become of Raoul, alone with no relations or friends to assist him? My brother's last moments were embittered by anxiety for the welfare of his child." "Really, monsieur." "Allow me to finish," interrupted Louis. "In that supreme hour Gaston opened his heart to me. He told me to apply to you. 'Valentine,' said he, 'Valentine will remember the past, and will not let our son want for anything. She is wealthy, she is just and generous, I die with my mind at rest.'" Madame Fauvel rose from her seat, and stood, evidently waiting for her visitor to retire. "You must confess, monsieur," she said, "that I have shown great patience." This imperturbable assurance amazed Louis. "I do not deny," she continued, "that I at one time possessed the confidence of M. Gaston de Clamerin. I will prove it by restoring to you your mother's jewels, with which he entrusted me on his departure." While speaking she took from beneath the sofa cushion the purse of jewels, and handed it to Louis. "These jewels would have been given to the owner the instant they were called for, monsieur, and I am surprised that your brother never reclaimed them." Louis betrayed his astonishment at the sight of the jewels. He tried to cover his embarrassment by boldly saying, "I was told not to mention this sacred trust." Madame Fauvel, without making any reply, laid her hand on the bell rope and quietly said, You will allow me to end this interview, monsieur, which was only granted for the purpose of placing in your hands these precious jewels. Thus dismissed, M. de Clamron was obliged to take his leave without attaining his object. As you will, madam, he said, I leave you. But before doing so I must tell you the rest of my brother's dying injunctions. If Valentine disregards the past, and refuses to provide for our son, I enjoin it upon you to compel her to do her duty. Meditate upon these words, madam, for what I have sworn to do, upon my honor, shall be done. At last Madame Fauvel was alone. She could give vent to her despair. Exhausted at her efforts at self-restraint during the presence of Clamron, she felt weary and crushed in body and spirit. She had scarcely strength to drag herself up to her chamber, and lock the door. Now there was no room for doubt. Her fears had become realities. She could fathom the abyss into which she was about to be hurled, and knew that in her fall she would drag her family with her. God alone, in this hour of danger, could help her, could save her from destruction. She prayed. "Oh, my God," she cried, "punish me for my great sin, and I will evermore adore thy chastising hand. I have been a bad daughter, an unworthy mother, and a perfidious wife. Smite me, O God, and only me. In thy just anger spare the innocent, have pity upon my husband and my children." What were her 20 years of happiness compared to this hour of misery? A bitter remorse, nothing more. Ah, why did she listen to her mother? Why had she committed moral suicide? Hope had fled, despair had come. This man who had left her presence with a threat upon his lips would return to torture her now. How could she escape him? Today she had succeeded in subduing her heart and conscience. Would she again have the strength to master her feelings? She well knew that her calmness and courage were entirely due to the inaptness of Clamron. Why did he not use entreaties instead of threats? When Louis spoke of Raoul, she could scarcely conceal her emotion. Her maternal heart yearned toward the innocent child who was expiating his mother's faults. A chill of horror passed over her at the idea of his enduring the pangs of hunger. Her child wanting bread, when she, his mother, was rolling in wealth. Ah, why could she not lay all her possessions at his feet? With what delight would she undergo the greatest privations for his sake? If she could but send him enough money to support him comfortably. But no, she could not take this step without compromising herself and her family. Prudence forbade her acceptance of the intervention of Louis de Clamron. To confide in him, was placing herself, and all she held dear, at his mercy, at the mercy of a man who inspired her with instinctive terror. Then she began to ask herself if he had spoken the truth, or had trumped up this story to frighten her. In thinking over Louis's story, it seemed improbable and disconnected. If Gaston had been living in Paris, in the poverty described by his brother, why had he not demanded of the married woman the deposit entrusted to the maiden? Why, when anxious about the future of their child, had he not come to her, if he had such confidence in her generosity? If he entrusted her on his deathbed, why had he not shown this trust while living? 1,000 vague apprehensions beset her mind. She felt suspicion and distrust of everyone and everything. She was aware that the time had come for her to take a decisive step, and upon this step depended her whole future peace and happiness. If she once yielded, what would not be exacted of her in the future? She would certainly be made to suffer if she refused to yield. If she had only some wise friend to advise her. For a moment she thought of throwing herself at her husband's feet and confessing all. Unfortunately, she thrust aside this means of salvation. She pictured to herself the mortification and sorrow that her noble-hearted husband would suffer upon discovering, after a lapse of 20 years, how shamefully he had been deceived, how his confidence and love had been betrayed. Having been once deceived, would he ever trust her again? Would he believe in her fidelity as a wife, when he discovered that she had uttered her marriage vows to love and honor him, when her heart was already given to another? She knew André was too magnanimous to ever allude to her horrible fault, and would use every means to conceal it. But his domestic happiness would be gone forever. His chair at the fireside would be left empty. His sons would shun her presence, and every family bond would be severed. Then again, would peace be preserved by her silence? Would not Clameron end by betraying her to André? She thought of ending her doubts by suicide. But her death would not silence her implacable enemy, who, not being able to disgrace her while alive, would dishonor her memory. Fortunately, the banker was still absent, and, during the 2 days succeeding Louis's visit, Madame Fauvel could keep her room under pretense of sickness. But Madeleine, with her feminine instinct, saw that her aunt was troubled by something worse than nervous headache, for which the physician was prescribing all sorts of remedies, with no beneficial effect. She remembered that this sudden illness dated from the visit of the melancholy-looking stranger, who had been closeted for a long time with her aunt. Madeleine supposed something was weighing upon the miserable woman's mind, and the second day of her sickness ventured to say, "What makes you so sad, dear aunt? If you will not tell me, do let me bring our good cure to see you." With a sharpness foreign to her nature, which was gentleness itself, Madame Fauvel refused to assent to her niece's proposition. What Louis calculated upon happened. After long reflection, not seeing any issue to her deplorable situation, Madame Fauvel determined to yield. By consenting to everything demanded of her, she had a chance of saving her husband from suffering and disgrace. She well knew that to act thus was to prepare a life of torture for herself. But she alone would be the victim, and, at any rate, she would be gaining time. Heaven might at last interpose, and save her from ruin. In the meantime, M. Fauvel had returned home, and Valentine resumed her accustomed duties. But she was no longer the happy mother and devoted wife, whose smiling presence was wont to fill the house with sunshine and comfort. She was melancholy, anxious, and at times irritable. Hearing nothing of Clameron, she expected to see him appear at any moment, trembling at every knock, and turning pale when a strange step was heard to enter. She dared not leave the house, for fear he should come during her absence. Her agony was like that of a condemned man, who, each day as he wakes from his uneasy slumber, asks himself, "Am I to die today?" Clameron did not come. He wrote, or rather, as he was too prudent to furnish arms which could be used against him, he had a note written, which Madame Fauvel alone might understand, in which he said that he was quite ill, and unable to call upon her, and hoped she would be so good as to come to his room the next day. She had only to ask for 317, Hôtel du Louvre. The letter was almost a relief for Madame Fauvel. Anything was preferable to suspense. She was ready to consent to everything. She burned the letter, and said, "I shall go." The next day at the appointed hour, she dressed herself in a plain black silk, a large bonnet which concealed her face, and, putting a thick veil in her pocket to be used if she found it necessary, started forth. After hurriedly walking several squares, she thought she might, without fear of being recognized, call a coach. In a few minutes she was set down at the Hôtel du Louvre. Here her uneasiness increased. Her circle of acquaintances being large, she was in terror of being recognized. What would her friends think if they saw her at the Hôtel du Louvre disguised in this old dress? Anyone would naturally suspect an intrigue, a rendezvous. And her character would be ruined forever. This was the first time since her marriage that she had had occasion for mystery, and her efforts to escape notice were in every way calculated to attract attention. The porter said that the Marquis of Clameron's rooms were on the 3rd floor. She hurried up the stairs, glad to escape the scrutinizing glances of several men standing near. But, in spite of the minute directions given by the porter, she lost her way in one of the long corridors of the hotel. Finally, after wandering about for some time, she found a door bearing the number sought, 317. She stood leaning against the wall with her hand pressed to her throbbing heart, which seemed bursting. Now, at the moment of risking this decisive step, she felt paralyzed with fright. She would have given all she possessed to find herself safe in her own home. The sight of a stranger entering the corridor ended her hesitation. With a trembling hand she knocked at the door. "Come in," said a voice from within. She entered the room. It was not the Marquis of Clamron who stood in the middle of the room, but a young man, almost a youth, who bowed to Madame Fauvel with a singular expression on his handsome face. Madame. Fauvel thought that she had mistaken the room. "Excuse me, monsieur," she said, blushing deeply. "I thought that this was the Marquis of Clamron's room." "It is his room, madame," replied the young man. Then, seeing she was silent and about to leave, he added, "I presume I have the honor of addressing Madame Fauvel." She bowed affirmatively, shuddering at the sound of her own name, frightened at this proof of Clamron's betrayal of her secret to a stranger. With visible anxiety she awaited an explanation. "Reassure yourself, madam," said the young man, "you are as safe here as if you were in your own house. M. de Clamron desired me to make his excuses. He will not have the honor of seeing you today. But, monsieur, from an urgent letter sent by him yesterday, I was led to suppose, to infer, that when he wrote to you, madam, he had projects in view which he has since renounced." Madame Fauvel was too agitated and troubled to think clearly. Beyond the present she could see nothing. "Do you mean," she asked with distrust, "that he has changed his intentions?" The young man's face was expressive of sad compassion, as if he shared the sufferings of the unhappy woman before him. "The Marquis has renounced," he said, in a melancholy tone, "what he wrongly considered a sacred duty. Believe me, he hesitated a long time before he could decide to apply to you on a subject painful to you both. When he began to explain his apparent intrusion upon your private affairs, you refused to hear him, and dismissed him with indignant contempt. He knew not what imperious reasons dictated your conduct. Blinded by unjust anger, he swore to obtain by threats what you refused to give voluntarily. Resolved to attack your domestic happiness, he had collected overwhelming proofs against you. Pardon him, an oath given to his dying brother bound him. These convincing proofs," he continued, as he tapped his finger on a bundle of papers which he had taken from the mantel, "this evidence that cannot be denied, I now hold in my hand. This is the certificate of the Reverend Dr. Sedley. This is the declaration of Mrs. Dobbin, the farmer's wife, and these others are the statements of the physician and of several persons of high social position who were acquainted with Madame de la Verberie during her stay in London. Not a single link is missing. I had great difficulty in getting these papers away from M. de Clamron. Had he anticipated my intention of thus disposing of them, they would never have been surrendered to my keeping." As he finished speaking, the young man threw the bundle of papers into the fire where they blazed up, and in a moment nothing remained of them but a little heap of ashes. "All is now destroyed, madam," he said, with a satisfied air. "The past, if you desire it, is as completely annihilated as those papers. If anyone, thereafter, dares accuse you of having had a son before your marriage, treat him as a vile calumniator. No proof against you can be produced, none exists. You are free." Madame Fauvel began to understand the sense of this scene. The truth dawned upon her bewildered mind. This noble youth, who protected her from the anger of de Clamron, who restored her peace of mind and the exercise of her own free will, by destroying all proofs of her past, must be, the child whom she had abandoned, Valentine Raoul. In an instant, all was forgotten save the present. Maternal tenderness, so long restrained, now welled up and overflowed as with intense emotion she murmured, "Raoul." At this name, uttered in so thrilling a tone, the youth started and tottered, as if overcome by an unhoped-for happiness. "Yes, Raoul," he cried, "Raoul, who would 1,000 times rather die than cause his mother a moment's pain. Raoul, who would shed his life's blood to spare her one tear." She made no attempt to struggle against nature's yearnings. Her longing to clasp to her heart this long pine for firstborn must be gratified at all costs. She opened her arms, and Raoul sprang forward with a cry of joy. "Mother! My blessed mother! Thanks be to God for this first kiss." Alas! This was the sad truth. The deserted child had never been blessed by a mother's kiss. This dear son whom she had never seen before, had been taken from her, despite her prayers and tears, without a mother's blessing, a mother's embrace. After 20 years waiting, should it be denied him now? But joy so great, following upon so many contending emotions, was more than the excited mother could bear. She sank back in her chair almost fainting, and with distended eyes gazed in a bewildered, eager way upon her long-lost son, who was now kneeling at her feet. With tenderness she stroked the soft chestnut curls, and drank in the tenderness of his soft dark eyes, and expressive mouth, as he murmured words of filial affection in her craving ear. "Oh, mother," he said, "words cannot describe my feelings of pain and anguish upon hearing that my uncle had dared to threaten you. He threatened you. He repents already of his cruelty, he did not know you as I do. Yes, my mother, I have known you for a long, long time. Often have my father and I hovered around your happy home to catch a glimpse of you through the window. When you passed by in your carriage, he would say to me, 'There is your mother, Raoul.' To look upon you was our greatest joy. When we knew you were going to a ball, we would wait near the door to see you enter, in your satin and diamonds. How often have I followed your fast horses to see you descend from the carriage and enter wealthy doors, which I could never hope to penetrate. And how my noble father loved you always. When he told his brother to apply to you in my behalf, he was unconscious of what he said, his mind was wandering. Tears, the sweetest tears she had ever shed, coursed down Madame Fauvel's cheeks, as she listened to the musical tones of Raoul's voice. This voice was so like Gaston's, that she seemed once more to be listening to the lover of her almost forgotten youth. She was living over again those stolen meetings, those long hours of bliss, when Gaston was at her side, as they sat and watched the river rippling beneath the trees. It seemed only yesterday that Gaston had pressed her to his faithful heart. She saw him still saying gently, "In 3 years, Valentine. Wait for me." André, her 2 sons, Madeleine, all were forgotten in this newfound affection. Raoul continued in tender tones. "Only yesterday I discovered that my uncle had been to demand for me a few crumbs of your wealth. Why did he take such a step? I am poor, it is true, very poor, but I am too familiar with poverty to bemoan it. I have a clear brain and willing hands, that is fortune enough for a young man. You are very rich. What is that to me? Keep all your fortune, my beloved mother, but do not repel my affection, let me love you. Promise me that this first kiss shall not be the last. No one will ever know of my newfound happiness, not by word or deed will I do aught to let the world suspect that I possess this great joy." And Madame Fauvel had dreaded this son. Ah, how bitterly did she now reproach herself for not having flown to meet him the instant she heard that he was living. She questioned him regarding the past, she wished to know how he had lived, what he had been doing. He replied that he had nothing to conceal, his existence had been that of every poor boy, who had nothing to look forward to but a life of labor and privation. The farmer's wife who had brought him up was a kind-hearted woman, and had always treated him with affection. She had even given him an education superior to his condition in life, because, as she always said, he would make himself a great name, and attain to wealth, if he were taught. When about 16 years of age, she procured him a situation in a banking house, and he was getting a salary, which, though small, was enough to support him and supply a few luxuries for his adopted mother. One day a stranger came to him and said, "I am your father, come with me." Since then nothing was wanting to his happiness, save a mother's tenderness. He had suffered but one great sorrow, and that was the day when Gaston de Clamron, his father, had died in his arms. "But now," he said, "all is forgotten, that one sorrow is forgotten in my present happiness. Now that I see you and possess your love, I forget the past, and ask for nothing more." Madame Fauvel was oblivious of the lapse of time, and was startled when Raoul exclaimed, "Why, it is 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. What would her family think of this long absence? Her husband must be even now awaiting dinner. Shall I see you again, mother?" asked Raoul in a beseeching tone, as they were about to separate. "Oh, yes," she replied, fondly, yes, often. Every day, tomorrow. But now, for the first time since her marriage, Madame Fauvel perceived that she was not mistress of her actions. Never before had she had occasion to wish for uncontrolled liberty. She left her heart and soul behind her in the Hôtel du Louvre, where she had just found her son. She was compelled to leave him, to undergo the intolerable agony of composing her face to conceal this great happiness, which had changed her whole life and being. She was angry with fate because she could not remain with her firstborn son. Having some difficulty in procuring a carriage, it was 7:30 before she reached the Rue de Provence, when she found the family waiting for her. She thought her husband silly, and even vulgar, when he joked her upon letting her poor children starve to death, while she was promenading the boulevards. So strange are the sudden effects of a new passion, that she regarded almost with contempt this unbounded confidence reposed in her. She replied to his jest with a forced calmness, as if her mind were really as free and undisturbed as it had been before Clamerin's visit. So intoxicated had been her sensations while with Raoul, that in her joy she was incapable of desiring anything else, of dreaming of aught save the renewal of these delightful emotions. No longer was she a devoted wife, an affectionate mother to this household which looked up to her as though she were a superior being. She took no interest in the two sons who were a short while since her chief pride and joy. They had always been petted and indulged in every way, they had a father, they were rich, whist the other. Oh, how much reparation was due to him! She almost regarded her family as responsible for Raoul's sufferings, so blinded was she in her devotion to her martyr, as she called him. Her folly was complete. No remorse for the past, no apprehensions for the future, disturbed the satisfied present. To her the future was tomorrow, eternity was the 16 hours which must elapse before another interview. She seemed to think that Gaston's death absolved the past, and changed the present. Her sole regret was her marriage. Free, with no family ties, she could have consecrated herself exclusively to Raoul. How gladly would she have sacrificed her affluence to enjoy poverty with him. She felt no fear that her husband and sons would suspect the thoughts which absorbed her mind, but she dreaded her niece. She imagined that Madeleine looked at her strangely on her return from the Hôtel du Louvre. She must suspect something, but did she suspect the truth? For several days she asked embarrassing questions, as to where her aunt went, and with whom she had been during these long absences from home. This disquietude and seeming curiosity changed the affection which Madame Fauvel had hitherto felt for her adopted daughter into positive dislike. She regretted having placed over herself a vigilant spy from whom she could not escape. She pondered what means she could take to avoid the penetrating watchfulness of a girl who was accustomed to read in her face every thought that crossed her mind. With unspeakable satisfaction she solved the difficulty in a way which she thought would please all parties. During the last 2 years the banker's cashier and protégé, Prosper Berthemy, had been devoted in his attentions to Madeleine. Madame Fauvel decided to do all in her power to hasten matters, so that, Madeleine once married and out of the house, there would be no one to criticize her own movements. She could then spend most of her time with Raoul without fear of detection. That evening, with a duplicity of which she would have been incapable a few weeks before, she began to question Madeleine about her sentiments toward Prosper. "Ah, mademoiselle," she said, gaily, "I have discovered your secret. You are going on at a pretty rate. The idea of your choosing a husband without my permission. Why, aunt? I thought you—" "Yes, I know, you thought I had suspected the true state of affairs. That is precisely what I have done." Then, in a serious tone, she said, "Therefore nothing remains to be done except to obtain the consent of Master Prosper. Do you think you will grant it?" "Oh, Aunt Valentine. He would be too happy." "Ah, indeed. You seem to know all about it. Perhaps you do not care for any assistance in carrying out your wishes?" Madeleine, blushing and confused, hung her head, and said nothing. Madame Fauvel drew her toward her, and continued affectionately. My dear child, do not be distressed, you have done nothing wrong, and need fear no opposition to your wishes. Is it possible that a person of your penetration supposed us to be in ignorance of your secret? Did you think that Prosper would have been so warmly welcomed by your uncle and myself, had we not approved of him in every respect? Madeline threw her arms around her aunt's neck, and said, "Oh, my dear aunt, you make me so happy. I am very grateful for your love and kindness. I am very glad that you are pleased with my choice. Madame," Fauvel said to herself, "I will make André speak to Prosper, and before 2 months are over the marriage must take place. Madeline once married, I shall have nothing to fear. Unfortunately, Madame." Fauvel was so engrossed by her new passion that she put off from day to day her project of hastening the marriage, until it was too late. Spending a portion of each day at the Hôtel du Louvre with Raoul, and, when separated from him, devoting her thoughts to ensuring him an independent fortune and a good position, she could think of nothing else. She had not yet spoken to him of money or business. She imagined that she had discovered in him his father's noble qualities, that the sensitiveness which is so easily wounded was expressed in his every word and action. She anxiously wondered if he would ever accept the least assistance from her. The Marquis of Clamart quieted her doubts on this point. She had frequently met him since the day on which he had so frightened her, and to her first aversion had succeeded a secret sympathy. She felt kindly toward him for the affection he lavished on her son. If Raoul, with the heedlessness of youth, mocked at the future, Louis, the man of the world, looked upon it with different eyes. He was anxious for the welfare of his nephew, and constantly complained of the idle life he was now leading. One day, after praising the attractive qualities of Raoul, he said, "This pleasant life is very well, as long as it lasts. But people cannot live upon air, and, as my handsome nephew has no fortune, it would be only prudent for us to procure him some employment. Ah, my dear uncle, do let me enjoy my present happiness. What is the use of any change? What do I want? You want for nothing at present, Raoul, but when your resources are exhausted, and mine, too, which will be in a short time, what will become of you? Bast. I will enter the army. All the Clamarons are born soldiers, and if a war comes. Madame." Fauvel laid her hand upon his lips, and said in a tone of reproachful tenderness, "Cruel boy, become a soldier. Would you, then, deprive me of the joy of seeing you? No, my mother, no. You must agree to whatever plans we make for your good," said Louis, "and not be talking of any wild schemes of your own. I am ready to obey, but not yet. One of these days I will go to work, and make a fortune." "How, poor, foolish boy? What can you do?" "Dame. I don't know now, but set your mind at rest, I will find a way." Finding it impossible to make this self-sufficient youth listen to reason, Louis and Madame Fauvel, after discussing the matter fully, decided that assistance must be forced upon him, and his path in life marked out for him. It was difficult, however, to choose a profession. And Clamart thought it prudent to wait a while, and study the bent of the young man's mind. In the meanwhile it was decided that Madame Fauvel should place funds at Clamart's disposal for Raoul's support. Regarding Gaston's brother in the light of a father to her child, Madame Fauvel soon found him indispensable. She continually longed to see him, either to consult him concerning some step to be taken for Raoul's benefit, or to impress upon him some good advice to be given. Thus she was well pleased, when one day he requested the honor of being allowed to call upon her at her own house. Nothing was easier than to introduce the Marquis of Clamart to her husband as an old friend of her family. And, after once being admitted, he might come as often as he chose. Madame Fauvel congratulated herself upon this arrangement. Afraid to go to Raoul every day, and in constant terror lest her letters to him should be discovered, and his replies fall into her husband's hands, she was delighted at the prospect of having news of him from Clamart. For a month, things went on very smoothly, when one day the Marquis confessed that Raoul was giving him a great deal of trouble. His hesitating, embarrassed manner frightened Madame Fauvel. She thought something dreadful had happened, and that he was trying to break the bad news gently. "What is the matter?" she said, turning pale. "I am sorry to say," replied Cameron, "that this young man has inherited all the pride and passions of his ancestors. He is one of those natures who stop at nothing, who only find incitement in opposition. And I can think of no way of checking him in his mad career. Merciful heaven! What has he been doing? Nothing especially censurable, that is, nothing irreparable, thus far, but I am afraid of the future. He is unaware of the liberal allowance which you have placed in my hands for his benefit, and, although he thinks that I support him, there is not a single indulgence which he denies himself. He throws away money as if he were the son of a millionaire." Like all mothers, Madame Fauvel attempted to excuse her son. "Perhaps you are a little severe," she said. "Poor child, he has suffered so much. He has undergone so many privations during his childhood, that this sudden happiness and wealth has turned his head, he seizes it as a starving man seizes a piece of bread. Is it surprising that he should refuse to listen to reason until hungry nature shall have been gratified? Ah, only have patience, and he will soon return to the path of sober duty. He has too noble a heart to do anything really wrong. He has suffered so much," was Madame Fauvel's constant excuse for Raoul. This was her invariable reply to M. de Cameron's complaints of his nephew's conduct. And, having once commenced, he was now constant in his accusations against Raoul. "Nothing restrains his extravagance and dissipation," Louis would say in a mournful voice. "The instant a piece of folly enters his head, it is carried out, no matter at what cost." Madame Fauvel saw no reason why her son should be thus harshly judged. "You must remember," she said in an aggrieved tone, "that from infancy he has been left to his own unguided impulses. The unfortunate boy never had a mother to tend and counsel him. You must remember, too, that he has never known a father's guidance. There is some excuse for him, to be sure, but nevertheless he must change his present course. Could you not speak seriously to him, madam? You have more influence over him than I." She promised, but forgot her good resolution when with Raoul. She had so little time to devote to him, that it seemed cruel to spend it in reprimands. Sometimes she would hurry from home for the purpose of following the Marquis's advice, but, the instant she saw Raoul, her courage failed, a pleading look from his soft, dark eyes silenced the rebuke upon her lips. The sound of his voice banished every anxious thought, and lulled her mind to the present happiness. But Cameron was not a man to lose sight of the main object, in what he considered a sentimental wasting of time. He would have no compromise of duty. His brother had bequeathed to him, as a precious trust, his son Raoul. He regarded himself, he said, as his guardian, and would be held responsible in another world for his welfare. He entreated Madame Fauvel to use her influence, when he found himself powerless in trying to check the heedless youth in his headlong career. She ought, for the sake of her child, to see more of him, study his disposition, and daily admonish him in his duty to himself and to her. Alas, the poor woman replied, that would be my heart's desire. But how can I do it? Have I the right to ruin myself? I have other children, for whom I must be careful of my reputation. This answer appeared to astonish Cameron. A fortnight before, Madame Fauvel would not have alluded to her other sons. "I will think the matter over," said Louis, "and perhaps when I see you next I shall be able to submit to you a plan which will reconcile everything." The reflections of a man of so much experience could not be fruitless. He had a relieved, satisfied look, when he called to see Madame Fauvel on the following week. "I think I have solved the problem," he said. "What problem?" "The means of saving Raoul." He explained himself by saying, that as Madame Fauvel could not, without arousing her husband's suspicions, continue her daily visits to Raoul, she must receive him at her own house. This proposition shocked Madame Fauvel. For though she had been imprudent, even culpable, she was the soul of honor, and naturally shrank from the idea of introducing Raoul into the midst of her family, and seeing him welcomed by her husband, and perhaps become the friend of his sons. Her instinctive sense of justice made her declare that she would never consent to such an infamous step. "Yes," said the Marquis, thoughtfully, "there is some risk, but then, it is the only chance of saving your child." She resisted with so much firmness and indignation that Louis was astonished, and for a time nonplussed. Though he by no means let the subject drop, but seized every opportunity of impressing upon her tortured mind that Raoul's salvation depended entirely upon her. "No," she would always reply, "no. Never will I be so base and perfidious to my husband." Unfortunate woman! Little did she know of the pitfalls which stand ever ready to swallow up wanderers from the path of virtue. Before a week had passed, she listened to this project, which at first had filled her with horror, with a willing ear, and even began to devise means for its speedy execution. Yes, after a cruel struggle, she finally yielded to the pressure of Cameron's politely uttered threats and Raoul's wheedling entreaties. "But how," she asked, "upon what pretext can I receive Raoul?" "It would be the easiest thing in the world," replied Cameron, "to admit him as an ordinary acquaintance, and, indeed, to place him on the same footing which I myself occupy, that of an intimate friend and habitué of your drawing-rooms. But Raoul must have more than this, he needs your constant care." After torturing Madame Fauvel for a long time, he finally revealed his scheme. "We have in our hands," he said, "the solution of this problem, which may be so easily reached that I regard it as an inspiration." Madame Fauvel eagerly scanned his face as she listened with the pitiable resignation of a martyr. "Have you not a cousin, a widow lady, who had 2 daughters, living at Saint Remy?" asked Louis. "Yes, Madame de Lagers." "Precisely so. What fortune has she?" "She is poor, monsieur, very poor. And, but for the assistance you render her secretly, she would be thrown upon the charity of the world." Madame Fauvel was bewildered at finding the Marquis so well informed of her private affairs. "How could you have discovered this?" she asked. "Oh, I know all about this affair, and many others besides. I know, for example, that your husband has never met any of your relatives, and that he is not even aware of the existence of your cousin de Lagers. Do you begin to comprehend my plan?" She not only understood it, but also knew that she would end by being a party to it. "All will succeed if you follow my instructions," said Louis. "Tomorrow or next day, you will receive a letter from your cousin at St. Remy, telling you that she has sent her son to Paris on a visit, and begs you to receive and watch over him. Naturally you show this letter to your husband. And a few days afterward he warmly welcomes your nephew, Raoul de Lagers, a handsome, rich, attractive young man, who does everything he can to please you both." "Monsieur," replied Madame Fauvel, "my cousin is a pious, honorable woman, and nothing would induce her to countenance so shameful a transaction." The Marquis smiled scornfully, and said, "Who told you that I intended to confide in her? But you would be obliged to do so. How else? You are very simple, madam. The letter which you will receive, and show to your husband, will be dictated by me, and posted at Saint Remy by a friend of mine. If I spoke of the obligations under which you have placed your cousin, it was merely to show you that, in case of accident, her own interest would make her serve you. Do you see any obstacle to this plan, madam?" "Madame." Fauvel's eyes flashed with indignation. "Is my will of no account?" she exclaimed. "You seem to have made your arrangements without consulting me at all." "Excuse me," said the Marquis, with ironical politeness, "but I knew that you would take the same view of the matter as myself. Your good sense would convince you of the necessity of using every possible means of rescuing your child from destruction. But it is a crime, monsieur, that you propose, an abominable crime. My mind revolts at the very idea of it." This speech seemed to arouse all the bad passions slumbering in Cameron's bosom, and his pale face had a fiendish expression as he fiercely replied, "We had better end this humbuggery, and come to a clear understanding at once. Before you begin to talk about crime, think over your past life. You were not so timid and scrupulous when you gave yourself up to your lover. Neither did you hesitate to faithlessly refuse to share his exile, although for your sake he had just jeopardized his life by killing 2 men. You felt no scruples at abandoning your child in London. Although rolling in wealth, you never even inquired if this poor waif had bread to eat. You felt no scruples about marrying M. Fauvel. Did you tell your confiding husband of the lines of shame concealed beneath that orange wreath? Did you hesitate to confirm and strengthen his happy delusion, that his lips had pressed the first kiss upon your brow? No. All these crimes you indulged in, and, when in Gaston's name I demand reparation, you indignantly refuse. But, mark my words, madam, it is too late. You ruined the father, but you shall save the son, or, by all the saints in heaven, I swear you shall no longer cheat the world of its esteem. I will obey you, monsieur, murmured the trembling, frightened woman. The following week Raoul, now Raoul de Lagers, was seated at the banker's dinner table, between Madame Fauvel and Madeleine. Chapter 17. It was not without the most painful suffering and self-condemnation that Madame Fauvel submitted to the will of the pitiless Marquis of Clamron. She had used every argument and entreaty to soften him. But he merely looked upon her with a triumphant, sneering smile, when she knelt at his feet, implored him to be merciful and spare her the shame and remorse of committing another crime. Spare her this torture, and she would grant anything else he wished, give Raoul all she possessed while alive, and ensure him a handsome competency after her death. Alas! Neither tears nor prayers moved him. Disappointed, and almost desperate, she sought the intercession of her son. Raoul was in a state of furious indignation at the sight of his mother's distress, and hastened to demand an apology from Clamron. But he had reckoned without his host. He soon returned with downcast eyes, and moodily angry at his own powerlessness, declaring that safety demanded a complete surrender to the tyrant. Now only did the wretched woman fully fathom the abyss into which she was being dragged, and clearly see the labyrinth of crime of which she was becoming the victim. And all this suffering was the consequence of a fault, an interview granted to Gaston. Ever since that fatal day she had been vainly struggling against the implacable logic of events. Her life had been spent in trying to overcome the past, and now it had risen to crush her. The hardest thing of all to do, the act that most wrung her heart, was showing to her husband the forged letter from St. Remy, and saying that she expected to see her rich young nephew in a day or 2. 'Tis hard to deceive those who trust and love us. But words cannot paint the torture she endured on the evening that she introduced Raoul to her family, and saw the honest banker cordially shake hands with this nephew of whom he had never heard before. And affectionately say to him, "I am not surprised that a rich young fellow like yourself should prefer Paris to St. Remy, and nothing will give me more pleasure than your visit, for I seldom have an opportunity of welcoming a relative of my dear wife, for whose sake I take an interest in everyone coming from St. Remy." Raoul exerted his utmost to deserve this warm reception. If his early education had been neglected, and he lacked those delicate refinements of manner and conversation which home influence imparts, his superior tact concealed these defects. He possessed the happy faculty of reading characters, and adapting his conversation to the minds of his listeners. Before a week had gone by, he was a favorite with M. Fauvel, intimate with Abel and Lucien, and inseparable from Prosper Bertamy, the cashier, who spent all his evenings with the banker's family. Charmed at the favorable impression made by Raoul, Madame Fauvel recovered comparative ease of mind, and at times almost congratulated herself upon having obeyed the Marquis, as she saw all around her contented and happy. Once more she began to hope that peace had not deserted her, that God had forgiven her. Alas! She rejoiced too soon. Raoul's intimacy with his cousins threw him among a set of rich young men, whose extravagance he not only imitated, but surpassed. He daily grew more dissipated and reckless. Gambling, racing, expensive suppers, made money slip through his fingers like grains of sand. This proud young man, whose sensitive delicacy not long since made him refuse to accept aught save affection from his mother, now never approached her without demanding large sums of money. At first she gave with pleasure, not stopping to count the rolls of notes she would eagerly run to bring him. But as he each time increased his demands, until they finally reached a sum far larger than she could bestow. Her eyes were opened to the ruinous effects of her lavish generosity. This rich woman, whose magnificent diamonds, elegant toilets, and superb equipages were the admiration and envy of Paris, now suffered the keenest torture. She had no more money to give her son. And what so pains the female heart as being unable to gratify the wishes of a beloved being? Her husband never thought of giving her a fixed sum for the year's expenses, or of asking how she disposed of her money. The day after the wedding he gave her a key to his secretary, and told her, that what was his was hers, to use as she thought best. And, ever since, she had been in the habit of freely taking all the money necessary for keeping up the hospitable, elegant house over which she so gracefully presided, for her own dress, and many charitable purposes that the world never knew of. But the fact of her having always been so modest in her personal expenses that her husband used to jestingly say that he was afraid she would end by being a miser. And her judicious, well-regulated management of household expenditures, causing her to spend much the same amount each year, prevented her now being able to dispose of large sums, without giving rise to embarrassing questions. M. Féval, the most generous of millionaires, delighted to see his wife indulge in any extravagance, no matter how foolish, but he would naturally expect to see traces of the money spent, something to show for it. The banker might suddenly discover that double the usual amount of money was used in the house, and, if he should ask the cause of this astonishing outlay, what answer could she give? In 3 months, Raoul had squandered a little fortune. In the first place, he was obliged to have bachelor's apartments, prettily furnished, and a handsome outfit from a fashionable tailor. Besides the 1,000 little things indispensable to a society man, he must have a blooded horse and a coupe. His doting mother felt it her duty to give him these luxuries, when her other sons were enjoying everything of the sort, besides many other advantages of which her poor Raoul was deprived. But each day the extravagance of his fancies increased, and Madame Féval began to be alarmed when his demands far exceeded her ability to gratify them. When she would gently remonstrate, Raoul's beautiful eyes would fill with tears, and in a sad, humble tone he would say, "Alas! You are right to refuse me this gratification. What claim have I? I must not forget that I am only the poor son of Valentine, not the rich banker's child." This touching repentance wrung her heart, so that she always ended by granting him more than he had asked for. The poor boy had suffered so much that it was her duty to console him, and atone for her past neglect. She soon discovered that he was jealous and envious of his 2 brothers, for, after all, they were his brothers, Abel and Lucien. "You never refuse them anything," he would resentfully say, "they were fortunate enough to enter life by the Golden Gate. Their every wish is gratified, they enjoy wealth, position, home affection, and have a splendid future awaiting them. But what is lacking to your happiness, my son? Have you not everything that money can give? And are you not first in my affections?" asked his distressed mother. "What do I want? Apparently nothing, in reality everything. Do I possess anything legitimately? What right have I to your affection, to the comforts and luxuries you heap upon me, to the name I bear? Is not my life an extortion, my very birth a fraud?" When Raoul talked in this strain, she would weep, and overwhelm him with caresses and gifts, until she imagined that every jealous thought was vanished from his mind. As spring approached, she told Raoul she designed him to spend the summer in the country, near her villa at Saint-Germain. She wanted to have him with her all the time, and this was the only way of gratifying her wish. She was surprised to find her proposal readily acquiesced in. In a few days he told her he had rented a little house at Vézenet, and intended having his furniture moved into it. "Then, just think, dear mother, what a happy summer we will spend together," he said, with beaming eyes. She was delighted for many reasons, one of which was that the expenses of the prodigal's son would necessarily be lessened. Anxiety as to the exhausted state of her finances made her bold enough to chide him at the dinner table one day for having lost 2,000 francs at the races that morning. "You are severe, my dear," said M. Féval with the carelessness of a rich man, who considered this sum a mere trifle. "Mamma Lagers won't object to footing his bills, mammas are created for the special purpose of paying bills. And, not observing that his wife had turned pale at these jocular words, he turned to Raoul, and added, "Don't disturb yourself about a small sum like this, my boy. When you want money, come to me." What could Madame Fauvel say? Had she not followed Clameron's orders, and told her husband that Raoul was wealthy? She could not go now and tell him that he would never recover any money which he lent to a penniless spendthrift. Why had she been made to tell this unnecessary lie? She suspected the snare laid for her, but now it was too late to escape it. Struggles would only more deeply entangle her in its meshes. The banker's offer was soon accepted. That same week Raoul went to his uncle's bank, and boldly borrowed 10,000 francs. When Madame Fauvel heard of this piece of audacity, she wrung her hands in despair. What can he want with so much money? She moaned to herself, what wicked extravagance is it for? For some time Clameron had kept away from Madame Fauvel's house. She decided to write and ask him to come and advise her as to what steps should be taken to check Raoul. She hoped that this energetic, determined man, who was so fully awake to his duties as a guardian and an uncle, would make Raoul listen to reason, and instantly refund the borrowed money. When Clameron heard what his graceless nephew had done, his surprise and anger were unbounded. He expressed so much indignation against Raoul, that Madame Fauvel was frightened at the storm she had raised, and began to make excuses for her son. While they were discussing the matter, Raoul came in, and a violent altercation ensued between him and Clameron. But the suspicions of Madame Fauvel were aroused. She watched them, and it seemed to her, could it be possible, that their anger was feigned, that, although they abused and even threatened each other in the bitterest language, their eyes twinkled with amusement. She dared not breathe her doubts. But, like a subtle poison which disorganizes everything with which it comes in contact, this new suspicion filled her thoughts, and added to her already intolerable sufferings. Yet she never once thought of blaming Raoul. Nor for a moment did she feel displeased with her idolized son. She accused the Marquis of taking advantage of the youthful weakness and inexperience of his nephew. She knew that she would have to suffer insolence and extortion from this man who had her completely in his power. But she could not imagine what object he now had in view, for she plainly saw that he was aiming at something more than his nephew's success in life. He constantly concealed some plan to benefit himself at her expense. But assuredly her darling Raoul could not be an accomplice in any plot to harass her. Clameron himself soon cleared her mind of all doubts. One day, after complaining more bitterly than usual of Raoul, and proving to Madame Fauvel that it was impossible for this state of affairs to continue much longer, and a catastrophe was inevitable, he would up by saying there was one means of salvation left. This was that he, Clameron, must marry Madeleine. Madame Fauvel was prepared for almost any base proposal save this one. She knew that his cupidity and insolence stopped at nothing, but never did she imagine he would have the wild presumption to aspire to Madeleine's hand. If she had renounced all hope of happiness for herself, if she consented to the sacrifice of her own peace of mind, it was because she thus hoped to ensure the undisturbed felicity of her household, of her husband, whom she had sinned against. This unexpected declaration shocked her, and for a moment she was speechless. "Do you suppose for an instant, monsieur," she indignantly exclaimed, "that I will consent to any such disgraceful project? Sacrifice Madeleine, and to you." "I certainly do suppose so, madam, in fact, I am certain of it," he answered with cool insolence. "What sort of a woman do you think I am, monsieur? Alas, I am to eternally suffer for a fault committed 20 years ago. Have I not already been more than adequately punished? And does it become you to be constantly reproaching me with my long-past imprudence? You have no right to be thus harassing me, till I dare not say my life is my own. Your power is at an end, and God only knows how deeply I regret having been insane enough to yield to its base sway. So long as I alone was to be the tool, you found me weak and timid. But, now that you seek the ruin of those I love, I rebel against your usurped authority. I have still a little conscience left, and nothing under heaven will force me to sacrifice my gentle, pure-hearted Madeleine. May I inquire, madam, why you regard Mlle Madeleine's becoming the Marchioness of Clamron as a disgrace and a sacrifice? My niece chose, of her own free will, a husband whom she will shortly marry. She loves Prosper Bertamy. The Marquis disdainfully shrugged his shoulders. A schoolgirl love affair, said he, she will forget all about it, if you wish her to do so. I do not wish it. I wish her to marry him. Listen to me, he replied, in the low, suppressed tone of a man trying to control himself, let us not waste time in these idle discussions. Hitherto you have always commenced by protesting against my proposed plans, and in the end acknowledged the good sense and justness of my arguments. Now, for once why not yield without going through with the customary preliminaries? I ask it as a favor. Never, said Madame Fauvel, never will I yield. Clamron paid no attention to this interruption, but went on. I insist upon this marriage, mainly on your account, although it will enable me to re-establish my own affairs, as well as yours and Raoul's. Of course you see that the allowance you give your son is insufficient for his extravagant style of living. The time approaches when, having nothing more to give him, you will have to encroach upon your husband's money drawer to such an extent that longer concealment will be impossible. When that day comes, what is to be done? Perhaps you have some feasible plan of escape. Madame Fauvel shuddered. The dreadful day of discovery could not be far off, and no earthly way was there to escape it. The Marquis went on. Assist me now, and, instead of having to make a shameful confession, you will thank me for having saved you. Mlle. Madeleine is rich, her dowry will enable me to supply the deficiency, and spare you all further anxiety about Raoul. I would rather be ruined than be saved by such means. But I will not permit you to ruin us all. Remember, madam, that we are associated in a common cause, the future welfare of Raoul, and, although you have a right to rush upon destruction yourself, you certainly shall not drag us with you. Cease your importunities, she said, looking him steadily in the eye. I have made up my mind irrevocably. To what? To do everything and anything to escape your shameful persecution. Oh! You need not smile. I shall throw myself at Fauvel's feet, and confess everything. He is noble-hearted and generous, and, knowing how I have suffered, will forgive me. Do you think so? Said Clamron derisively. You mean to say that he will be pitiless, and banish me from his roof. So be it, it will only be what I deserve. There is no torture that I cannot bear, after what I have suffered through you. This inconceivable resistance so upset all the Marquis's plans that he lost all constraint, and, dropping the mask of politeness, appeared in his true character. Indeed, he said in a fierce, brutal tone, so you have decided to confess to your loving, magnanimous husband. A famous idea. What a pity you did not think of it before, it is rather late to try it now. Confessing everything the first day I called on you, you might have been forgiven. Your husband might have pardoned a youthful fault atoned for by 20 years of irreproachable conduct. For none can deny that you have been a faithful wife and a good mother. But picture the indignation of your trusting husband when you tell him that this pretended nephew, whom you imposed upon his family circle, who sat at his table, who borrowed his money, is your illegitimate son. Fauvel is, no doubt, an excellent, kind-hearted man, but I scarcely think he will pardon a deception of this nature, which betrays such depravity, duplicity, and audacity. All that the angry Marquis said was horribly true, yet Madame Fauvel listened unflinchingly, as if the coarse cruelty of his words strengthened her resolution to have nothing more to do with him, but to throw herself on her husband's mercy. Upon my soul, he went on, you must be very much infatuated with this Bertamy. Between the honor of your husband's name, and pleasing this love-sick cashier, you refuse to hesitate. Well, I suppose he will console you. When Fauvel divorces you, and Abel and Lucien avert their faces at your approach, and blush at being your sons, you will be able to say, I have made Prosper happy. Happen what may, I shall do what is right, said Madame Fauvel. You shall do what I say, cried Clamron, threateningly. Do you suppose that I will allow your sentimentality to blast all my hopes? I shall tolerate no such folly, madam, I can assure you. Your niece's fortune is indispensable to us, and, more than that, I love the fair Madeline, and am determined to marry her. The blow once struck, the Marquis judged it prudent to await the result. With cool politeness, he continued. I will leave you now, madam, to think the matter over, and you cannot fail to view it in the same light as I do. You had better take my advice, and consent to this sacrifice of prejudice, as it will be the last required of you. Think of the honor of your family, and not of your niece's love affair. I will return in 3 days for your answer. Your return is unnecessary, monsieur, I shall tell my husband everything tonight. If Madame Fauvel had not been so agitated herself, she would have detected an expression of alarm upon Clamron's face. But this uneasiness was only momentary. With a shrug, which meant, just as you please, he said. I think you have sense enough to keep your secret. He bowed ceremoniously, and left the room, but slammed the front door after him so violently as to prove that his restrained anger burst forth before leaving the house. Clamron had cause for fear. Madame Fauvel's determination was not feigned. She was firm in her resolve to confess. Yes, she cried, with the enthusiasm of a noble resolution, yes, I will tell André everything. She believed herself to be alone, but turned around suddenly at the sound of footsteps, and found herself face to face with Madeline, who was pale and swollen-eyed with weeping. You must obey this man, aunt, she quietly said. Adjoining the parlor was a little card-room separated only by a heavy silk curtain, instead of a door. Madeline was sitting in this little room when the Marquis arrived, and, as there was no egress save through the parlor, had remained, and thus overheard the conversation. Good heaven, cried Madame Fauvel with terror, do you know? I know everything, aunt. And you wish me to sacrifice you to this fiend? I implore you to let me save you from misery. You certainly despise and hate M. de Clamron. How can you think I would let you marry him? I do despise him, aunt, and shall always regard him as the basest of men, nevertheless I will marry him. Madame Fauvel was overcome by the magnitude of this devotion. And what is to become of Prosper, my poor child, Prosper, whom you love? Madeline stifled a sob, and said in a firm voice. Tomorrow I will break off my engagement with M. Berthemy. I will never permit such a wrong, cried Madame Fauvel. I will not add to my sins by suffering an innocent girl to bear their penalty. The noble girl sadly shook her head, and replied. Neither will I suffer dishonor to fall upon this house, which is my home, while I have power to prevent it. Am I not indebted to you for more than life? What would I now be had you not taken pity on me? A factory girl in my native village. You warmly welcomed the poor orphan, and became a mother to her. Is it not to your husband that I owe the fortune which excites the cupidity of this wicked Clamron? Are not Abel and Lucien brothers to me? And now, when the happiness of all who have been loving and generous to me is at stake, do you suppose I would hesitate? No. I will become the wife of Clamron. Then began a struggle of self-sacrifice between Madame Fauvel and her niece, as to which should be the victim, only the more sublime, because each offered her life to the other, not from any sudden impulse, but deliberately and willingly. But Madeline carried the day, fired as she was by that holy enthusiasm of sacrifice which is the sustaining element of martyrs. I am responsible to none but myself, said she, well knowing this to be the most vulnerable point she could attack. Whilst you, dear aunt, are accountable to your husband and children. Think of the pain and sorrow of M. Fauvel if he should learn the truth, it would kill him. The generous girl was right. She knew her uncle's heart. After having sacrificed her husband to her mother, Madame Fauvel was about to immolate her husband and children for Raoul. As a general thing, a first fault draws many others in its train. As an impalpable flake is the beginning of an avalanche, so an imprudence is often the prelude to a great crime. To false situations there is but one safe issue, truth. Madame. Fauvel's resistance grew weaker and more faint, as her niece pointed out the line for her to pursue, the path of wifely duty. But, she faintly argued, I cannot accept your sacrifice. What sort of a life will you lead with this man? We can hope for the best, replied Madeleine with a cheerfulness she was far from feeling. He loves me, he says, perhaps he will be kind to me. Ah, if I only knew where to obtain money. It is money that the grasping man wants. Money alone will satisfy him. Does he not want it for Raoul? Has not Raoul, by his extravagant follies, dug an abyss which must be bridged over by money? If I could only believe M. de Clamron. Madame. Fauvel looked at her niece with bewildered curiosity. What? This inexperienced girl had weighed the matter in its different lights before deciding upon a surrender. Whereas, she, a wife and a mother, had blindly yielded to the inspirations of her heart. What do you mean? Madeleine, what do you suspect? I mean this, aunt, that I do not believe that Clamron has any thought of his nephew's welfare. Once in possession of my fortune, he may leave you and Raoul to your fates. And there is another dreadful suspicion that tortures my mind. A suspicion? Yes, and I would reveal it to you, if I dared, if I did not fear that you. Speak. Insisted Madame Fauvel. Alas! Misfortune has given me strength to bear all things. There is nothing worse than has already happened. I am ready to hear anything. Madeleine hesitated. She wished to enlighten her credulous aunt, and yet hesitated to distress her. I would like to be certain, she said, that some secret understanding between M. de Clamron and Raoul does not exist. Do you not think they are acting a part agreed upon for the purpose of extorting money? Love is blind and deaf. Madame Fauvel would not remember the laughing eyes of the two men, upon the occasion of the pretended quarrel in her presence. Infatuation had drowned suspicion. She could not, she would not, believe in such hypocrisy. Raoul plot against the mother? Never. It is impossible, she said, the Marquis is really indignant and distressed at his nephew's mode of life, and he certainly would not countenance any disgraceful conduct. As to Raoul, he is vain, trifling, and extravagant, but he has a good heart. Prosperity has turned his head, but he loves me still. Ah, if you could see and hear him, when I reproach him for his faults, your suspicions would fly to the winds. When he tearfully promises to be more prudent, and never again give me trouble, he means to keep his word, but perfidious friends entice him away, and he commits some piece of folly without thinking of the consequences. Mothers always blame themselves and everyone else for the sins of their sons. The innocent friends come in for the principal share of censure, each mother's son leading the other astray. Madeleine had not the heart to undeceive her aunt. God grant that what you say may be true, she said, if so, this marriage will not be useless. We will write to M. de Clamron tonight. Why tonight, Madeleine? We need not hurry so. Let us wait a little. Something else might happen to save us. These words, this confidence in chance, in a mere nothing, revealed Madame Fauvel's true character, and accounted for her troubles. Timid, hesitating, easily swayed, she never could come to a firm decision, form a resolution, and abide by it, in spite of all arguments brought to bear against it. In the hour of peril she would always shut her eyes and trust to chance for a relief which never came. Never once did she think to ward off trouble by her own exertions. Quite different was Madeleine's character. Beneath her gentle timidity lay a strong, self-reliant will. Once decided upon what was right and just, nothing could change her. If it was her duty to make a sacrifice, it was to be carried out to the letter. No hesitation and sighs for what might have been, she shut out all deceitful illusions, and walked straight forward without one look back. We had better end the matter at once, dear aunt, she said, in a gentle, but firm tone. Believe me, the reality of misfortune is not as painful as its apprehension. You cannot bear the shocks of sorrow, and delusive hopes of happiness, much longer. Do you know what anxiety of mind has done to you? Have you looked in the mirror during the last 4 months? She led her aunt up to the glass, and said, "Look at yourself." Madame Fauvel was indeed a mere shadow of her former self. She had reached the perfidious age when a woman's beauty, like a full-blown rose, fades in a day. 4 months of trouble had made her an old woman. Sorrow had stamped its fatal seal upon her brow. Her fair, soft skin was wrinkled, her golden hair was streaked with silver, and her large, soft eyes had a painfully frightened look. "Do you not agree with me," continued Madeleine, pityingly, "that peace of mind is necessary to you? Do you not see that you are a wreck of your former self? It is a miracle that M. Fauvel has not noticed this sad change in you." Madame Fauvel, who flattered herself that she had displayed wonderful dissimulation, shook her head. "Alas, my poor aunt! You think you concealed your secret from all, you may have blinded my uncle, but I suspected all along that something dreadful was breaking your heart." "You suspected what, Madeleine? Not the truth?" "No, I was afraid. Oh, pardon an unjust suspicion, my dear aunt, but I was wicked enough to suppose." She stopped, too distressed to finish her sentence. Then, making a painful effort, she added, as her aunt signed to her to go on, "I was afraid that perhaps you loved another man than my uncle. It was the only construction that I could put upon your strange conduct." Madame Fauvel buried her face, and groaned. Madeleine's suspicion was, no doubt, entertained by others. "My reputation is gone," she moaned. "No, dear aunt, no, do not be alarmed about that. No one has had occasion to observe you as I have. It was only a dreadful thought which penetrated my mind in spite of my endeavors to dispel it. Have courage, we two can fight the world and silence our enemies. You shall be saved, aunt, only trust in me." The Marquis of Clamron was agreeably surprised that evening by receiving a letter from Madame Fauvel, saying that she consented to everything, but must have a little time to carry out the plan. Madeleine, she said, could not break off her engagement with M. Berthemy in a day. M. Fauvel would make objections, for he had an affection for Prosper, and had tacitly approved of the match. It would be wiser to leave to time the smoothing away of certain obstacles which a sudden attack might render insurmountable. A line from Madeleine, at the bottom of the letter, assured him that she fully concurred with her aunt. Poor girl! She did not spare herself. The next day she took Prosper aside, and forced from him the fatal promise to shun her in the future, and to take upon himself the responsibility of breaking their engagement. He implored Madeleine to at least explain the reason of this banishment, which destroyed all of his hopes for happiness. She quietly replied that her peace of mind and honor depended upon his blind obedience to her will. He left her with death in his soul. As he went out of the house, the Marquis entered. Yes, he had the audacity to come in person, to tell Madame Fauvel that, now he had the promise of herself and Madeleine, he would consent to wait a while. He himself saw the necessity of patience, knowing that he was not liked by the banker. Having the aunt and niece on his side, or rather in his power, he was certain of success. He said to himself that the moment would come when a deficit impossible to be paid would force them to hasten the wedding. Raoul did all he could to bring matters to a crisis. Madame Fauvel went sooner than usual to her country seat, and Raoul at once moved into his house at Vézenet. But living in the country did not lessen his expenses. Gradually he laid aside all hypocrisy, and now only came to see his mother when he wanted money, and his demands were frequent and more exorbitant each time. As for the Marquis, he prudently absented himself, awaiting the propitious moment. At the end of 3 weeks he met the banker at a friend's, and was invited to dinner the next day. 20 people were seated at the table. And, as the dessert was being served, the banker suddenly turned to Clamron and said, "I have a piece of news for you, monsieur. Have you any relatives of your name?" "None that I know of, monsieur." "I am surprised. About a week ago, I became acquainted with another Marquis of Clamron. Although so hardened by crime, impudent enough to deny anything, Clameron was so taken aback that he sat with pale face and a blank look, silently staring at M. Fauvel. But he soon recovered enough self-control to say hurriedly, "Oh, indeed. That is strange. A Clameron may exist, but I cannot understand the title of Marquis." M. Fauvel was not sorry to have the opportunity of annoying a guest whose aristocratic pretensions had often piqued him. "Marquis or not," he replied, "the Clameron in question seems to be able to do honor to the title." "Is he rich?" "I have reason to suppose that he is very wealthy. I have been notified to collect for him 400,000 francs. Clameron had a wonderful faculty of self-control. He had so schooled himself that his face never betrayed what was passing in his mind. But this news was so startling, so strange, so pregnant of danger, that his usual assurance deserted him. He detected a peculiar look of irony in the banker's eye. The only persons who noticed this sudden change in the Marquis's manner were Madeleine and her aunt. They saw him turn pale, and exchange a meaning look with Raoul. "Then I suppose this new Marquis is a merchant," said Clameron after a moment's pause. "That I don't know. All that I know is, that 400,000 francs are to be deposited to his account by some ship owners at Havre, after the sale of the cargo of a Brazilian ship." "Then he comes from Brazil?" "I do not know, but I can give you his Christian name." "I would be obliged." M. Fauvel arose from the table, and brought from the next room a memorandum book, and began to read over the names written in it. "Wait a moment," he said, "let me see, the 22nd, no, it was later than that. Ah, here it is, Clameron, Gaston. His name is Gaston, monsieur." But this time Louis betrayed no emotion or alarm. He had had sufficient time to recover his self-possession, and nothing could not throw him off his guard. "Gaston?" he queried, carelessly. "I know who he is now. He must be the son of my father's sister, whose husband lived at Havana. I suppose, upon his return to France, he must have taken his mother's name, which is more sonorous than his father's, that being, if I recollect aright, Moirat or Boirat." The banker laid down his memorandum book, and, resuming his seat, went on. "Boirat or Clameron," said he, "I hope to have the pleasure of inviting you to dine with him before long. Of the 400,000 francs which I was ordered to collect for him, he only wishes to draw 100, and tells me to keep the rest on running account. I judge from this that he intends coming to Paris. I shall be delighted to make his acquaintance." Clameron broached another topic, and seemed to have entirely forgotten the news told him by the banker. Although apparently engrossed in the conversation of his neighbor at the table, he closely watched Madame Fauvel and her niece. He saw that they were unable to conceal their agitation, and stealthily exchanged significant looks. Evidently the same terrible idea had crossed their minds. Madeleine seemed more nervous and startled than her aunt. When M. Fauvel uttered Gaston's name, she saw Raoul begin to draw back in his chair and glance in a frightened manner toward the window, like a detected thief looking for means of escape. Raoul, less experienced than his uncle, was thoroughly discountenanced. He, the original talker, the lion of a dinner party, never at a loss for some witty speech, was now perfectly dumb. He sat anxiously watching Louis. At last the dinner ended, and as the guests passed into the drawing-room, Clameron and Raoul managed to remain last in the dining-room. When they were alone, they no longer attempted to conceal their anxiety. "It is he," said Raoul. "I have no doubt of it." "Then all is lost, we had better make our escape." But a bold adventurer like Clameron had no idea of giving up the ship till forced to do so. "Who knows what may happen?" he asked, thoughtfully. "There is hope yet. Why did not that muddle-headed banker tell us where this Clameron is to be found?" Here he uttered a joyful exclamation. He saw M. Fauvel's memorandum book lying on the table. "Watch," he said to Raoul. Seizing the notebook, he hurriedly turned over the leaves, and, in an undertone, read. "Gaston, Marquis of Clameron, Oloron, Lower Pyrenees." "Well, does finding out his address assist us?" inquired Raoul, eagerly. "It may save us," that is all. Let us return to the drawing room, our absence might be observed. Exert yourself to appear unconcerned and gay. You almost betrayed us once by your agitation. The two women suspect something. Well, suppose they do. The best thing that we can do is escape. The sooner we leave Paris, the better. Do you think we should do any better in London? Don't be so easily frightened. I am going to plant my batteries, and I warrant they will prove successful. They joined the other guests. But, if their conversation had not been overheard, their movements had been watched. Madeleine looked through the half-open door, and saw Clamron consulting her uncle's notebook, and whispering to Raoul. But what benefit would she derive from this proof of the Marquis's villainy? She knew now that he was plotting to obtain her fortune, and she would be forced to yield it to him. That he had squandered his brother's fortune, and was now frightened at the prospect of having to account for it. Still, this did not explain Raoul's conduct. Why did he show such fear? 2 hours later, Clamron was on the road to Vézenet with Raoul, explaining to him his plans. "It is my precious brother, and no mistake," he said. "But that need not alarm you so easily, my lovely nephew. Merciful powers! Doesn't the banker expect to see him any day? Is he not liable to pounce down on me tomorrow?" "Don't be an idiot," interrupted Clamron. "Does he know that Fauvel is Valentine's husband? That is what we must find out. If he knows that little fact, we must take to our heels. If he is ignorant of it, our case is not desperate." "How will you find out?" "By simply asking him." Raoul exclaimed at his ally's cunning. "That is a dangerous thing to do," he said. "'Tis not as dangerous as sitting down with our hands folded. And, as to running away at the first suspicion of alarm, it would be imbecility. Who is going to look for him?" "I am." "Oh, oh, oh," exclaimed Raoul in 3 different tones. Clamron's audacity confounded him. "But what am I going to do?" he inquired after a moment's silence. "You will oblige me by remaining here and keeping quiet. I will send you a dispatch if there is danger, and then you can decamp." As they parted at Raoul's door, Clamron said, "Now, remember. Stay here, and during my absence be very intimate at your devoted mother's. Be the most dutiful of sons. Abuse me as much as you please to her. And, above all, don't indulge in any folly, make no demands for money, keep your eyes open. Goodbye. Tomorrow evening I will be at Oloron talking with this new Clamron." Chapter 18. After leaving Valentine de la Verberie, Gaston underwent great peril and difficulty in effecting his escape. But for the experienced and faithful Manol, he never would have succeeded in embarking. Having left his mother's jewels with Valentine, his sole fortune consisted of not quite 1,000 francs. And with this paltry sum in his pocket, the murderer of 2 men, a fugitive from justice, and with no prospect of earning a livelihood, he took passage for Valparaiso. But Manol was a bold and experienced sailor. While Gaston remained concealed in a farmhouse at Camargue, Manol went to Marseilles, and that very evening discovered, from some of his sailor friends, that a 3-masted American vessel was in the roadstead, whose commander, Captain Worth, a not over-scrupulous Yankee, would be glad to welcome on board an able-bodied man who would be of assistance to him at sea. After visiting the vessel, and finding, during a conversation over a glass of rum with the captain, that he was quite willing to take a sailor without disturbing himself about his antecedents, Manol returned to Gaston. "Left to my own choice, monsieur," he said, "I should have settled this matter on the spot, but you might object to it." "What suits you, suits me," interrupted Gaston. "You see, the fact is, you will be obliged to work very hard. A sailor's life is not boy's play. You will not find much pleasure in it. And I must confess that the ship's company is not the most moral one I ever saw. You never would imagine yourself in a Christian company. And the captain is a regular swaggering bully." "I have no choice," said Gaston. "Let us go on board at once." Old Manol's suspicions were correct. Before Gaston had been on board the Tom Jones 48 hours, he saw that chance had cast him among a collection of the most depraved bandits and cutthroats. The vessel, which seemed to have recruited at all points of the compass, possessed a crew composed of every variety of thievish knaves. Each country had contributed a specimen. But Gaston's mind was undisturbed as to the character of the people with whom his lot was cast for several months. It was only his miserable wounded body that the vessel was carrying to a new country. His heart and soul rested in the shady park of La Verberie, beside his lovely Valentine. He took no note of the men around him, but lived over again those precious hours of bliss beneath the old tree on the banks of the Rhône, where his beloved had confided her heart to his keeping, and sworn to love him forever. And what would become of her now, poor child, when he was no longer there to love, console, and defend her? Happily, he had no time for sad reflections. His every moment was occupied in learning the rough apprenticeship of a sailor's life. All his energies were spent in bearing up under the heavy burden of labor allotted to him. Being totally unaccustomed to manual work, he found it difficult to keep pace with the other sailors, and for the first week or two he was often near fainting at his post, from sheer fatigue, but indomitable energy kept him up. This was his salvation. Physical suffering calmed and deadened his mental agony. The few hours' relaxation granted him were spent in heavy sleep. The instant his weary body touched his bunk, his eyes closed, and no moment did he have to mourn over the past. At rare intervals, when the weather was calm, and he was relieved from his constant occupation of trimming the sails, he would anxiously question the future, and wonder what he should do when this irksome voyage was ended. He had sworn that he would return before the end of 3 years, rich enough to satisfy the exactions of Madame de la Verberie. How should he be able to keep this boastful promise? Stern reality had convinced him that his projects could never be realized, except by hard work and long waiting. What he hoped to accomplish in 3 years was likely to require a lifetime. Judging from the conversation of his companions, he was not now on the road to fortune. The Tom Jones set sail for Valparaiso, but certainly went in a roundabout way to reach her destination. The real fact was, that Captain Worth proposed visiting the Gulf of Guinea. A friend of his, the Black Prince, he said, with a loud laugh, was waiting for him at Badagry, to exchange a cargo of ebony for some pipes of rum, and 100 flintlock muskets which were on board the Tom Jones. Gaston soon saw that he was serving his apprenticeship on a slaver, one of the many ships sent yearly by the free and philanthropic Americans, who made immense fortunes by carrying on the slave trade. Although this discovery filled Gaston with indignation and shame, he was prudent enough to conceal his impressions. His remonstrances, no matter how eloquent, would have made no change in the opinions of Captain Worth regarding a traffic which brought him in more than 100%, in spite of the French and English cruisers, the damages. Sometimes entire loss of cargoes, and many other risks. The crew admired Gaston when they learned that he had cut 2 men into mincemeat when they were insolent to him. This was the account of Gaston's affair, as reported to the captain by old Minot. Gaston wisely determined to keep on friendly terms with the villains, as long as he was in their power. To express disapproval of their conduct would have incurred the enmity of the whole crew, without bettering his own situation. He therefore kept quiet, but swore mentally that he would desert on the first opportunity. This opportunity, like everything impatiently longed for, came not. By the end of 3 months, Gaston had become so useful and popular that Captain Worth found him indispensable. Seeing him so intelligent and agreeable, he liked to have him at his own table, and would spend hours at cards with him or consulting about his business matters. The mate of the ship dying, Gaston was chosen to replace him. In this capacity he made 2 successful voyages to Guinea, bringing back 1,000 blacks, whom he superintended during a trip of 1,500 leagues, and finally landed them on the coast of Brazil. When Gaston had been with Captain Worth about 3 years, the Tom Jones stopped at Rio Janeiro for a month, to lay in supplies. He now decided to leave the ship, although he had become somewhat attached to the friendly captain, who was after all a worthy man, and never would have engaged in the diabolical traffic of human beings, but for his little angel daughter's sake. He said that his child was so good and beautiful, that she deserved a large fortune. Each time that he sold a black, he would quiet any faint qualms of conscience by saying, "It is for little Mary's good." Gaston possessed 12,000 francs, as his share of the profits, when he landed at Brazil. As a proof that the slave trade was repugnant to his nature, he left the slaver the moment he possessed a little capital with which to enter some honest business. But he was no longer the high-minded, pure-hearted Gaston, who had so devotedly loved and periled his life for the little fairy of La Verberie. It is useless to deny that evil examples are pernicious to morals. The most upright characters are unconsciously influenced by bad surroundings. As the exposure to rain, sun, and sea air first darkened and then hardened his skin, so did wicked associates first shock and then destroy the refinement and purity of Gaston's mind. His heart had become as hard and coarse as his sailor hands. He still remembered Valentine, and sighed for her presence, but she was no longer the sole object of affection, the one woman in the world to him. Contact with sin had lowered his standard of women. The 3 years, after which he had pledged himself to return, had passed. Perhaps Valentine was expecting him. Before deciding on any definite project, he wrote to an intimate friend at Beaucaire to learn what had happened during his long absence. He expressed great anxiety about his family and neighbors. He also wrote to his father, asking why he had never answered the many letters which he had sent to him by returning sailors, who would have safely forwarded the replies. At the end of a year, he received an answer from his friend. The letter almost drove him mad. It told him that his father was dead, that his brother had left France, Valentine was lately married, and that he, Gaston, had been sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment for murder. Henceforth he was alone in the world. With no country, no family, no home, and disgraced by a public sentence. Valentine was married, and he had no object in life. He would hereafter have faith in no one, since she, Valentine, had cast him off, forgotten him. What could he expect of others, when she had broken her troth, had lacked the courage to keep her promise and wait for him, she, whom he had so trusted? In his despair, he almost regretted the Tom Jones. Yes, he sighed for the wicked slaver crew, his life of excitement and peril. The dangers and triumphs of those bold pirates whose only care was to heap up money would have been preferable to his present wretchedness. But Gaston was not a man to be long cast down. "Money is the cause of it all," he said with rage. "If the lack of money can bring such misery, its possession must bestow intense happiness. Henceforth I will devote all my energies to getting money." He set to work with a greedy activity, which increased each day. He tried all the many speculations open to adventurers. Alternately he traded in furs, worked in a mine, and cultivated lands. 5 times he went to bed rich, and waked up ruined. 5 times, with the patience of the castor, whose hut is swept away by each returning tide, he recommenced the foundation of his fortune. Finally, after long weary years of toil and struggle, he was worth 1 million in gold, besides immense tracts of land. He had often said that he would never leave Brazil, that he wanted to end his days in Rio. He had forgotten that love for his native land never dies in the heart of a Frenchman. Now that he was rich, he wished to die in France. He made inquiries, and found that the law of limitations would permit him to return without being disturbed by the authorities. He left his property in charge of an agent, and embarked for France, taking a large portion of his fortune with him. 23 years and 4 months had elapsed since he fled from home. On a bright, crisp day in January, 1866, he once again stepped on French soil. With a sad heart, he stood upon the quays at Bordeaux, and compared the past with the present. He had departed a young man, ambitious, hopeful, and beloved. He returned gray-haired, disappointed, trusting no one. Gold could not supply the place of affection. He had said that riches would bring happiness, his wealth was immense, and he was miserable. His health, too, began to suffer from this sudden change of climate. Rheumatism confined him to his bed for several months. As soon as he could sit up, the physicians sent him to the warm baths, where he recovered his health, but not his spirits. He felt his lonely condition more terribly in his own country than when in a foreign land. He determined to divert his mind by engaging in some occupation which would keep him too busy to think of himself and his disappointment. Charmed with the beauty of the Pyrenees, and the lovely valley of Aspy, he resolved to take up his abode there. An iron mill was for sale near Oloron, on the borders of the Gara. He bought it with the intention of utilizing the immense quantity of wood, which, for want of means of transportation, was being wasted in the mountains. He was soon settled comfortably in his new home, and enjoying a busy, active life. One evening, as he was ruminating over the past, his servant brought him a card, and said the gentleman was waiting to see him. He read the name on the card, Louis de Clamron. Many years had passed since Gaston had experienced such violent agitation. His blood rushed to his face, and he trembled like a leaf. The old home affections which he thought dead now sprung up anew in his heart. 1,000 confused memories rushed through his mind. Like one in a dream, he tottered toward the door, gasping, in a smothered, broken voice. "My brother! Oh, my brother!" Hurriedly passing by the frightened servant, he ran downstairs. In the passage stood a man. It was Louis de Clamron. Gaston threw his arms around his neck and held him in a close embrace for some minutes, and then drew him into the room. Seated close beside him, with his two hands tightly clasped in those of Louis, Gaston gazed at his brother as a fond mother would gaze at her son just returned from the battlefield. There was scarcely any danger and excitement which the mate of the redoubtable Captain Worth had not experienced. Nothing had ever before caused him to lose his calm presence of mind, to force him to betray that he had a heart. The sight of this long unseen brother seemed to have changed his nature. He was like a woman, weeping and laughing at once. "And is this really Louis?" he cried. "My dear brother! Why, I should have recognized you among 1,000. The expression of your face is just the same, your smile takes me back 23 years. Louis did indeed smile, just as he smiled on that fatal night when his horse stumbled, and prevented Gaston's escape. He smiled now as if he was perfectly happy at meeting his brother. And he was much more at ease than he had been a few moments before. He had exerted all the courage he possessed to venture upon this meeting. Nothing but pressing necessity would have induced him to face this brother, who seemed to have risen from the dead to reproach him for his crimes. His teeth chattered and he trembled in every limb when he rang Gaston's bell, and handed the servant his card, saying, "Take this to your master." The few moments before Gaston's appearance seemed to be centuries. He said to himself, "Perhaps it is not he. If it is he, does he know? Does he suspect anything? How will he receive me?" He was so anxious, that when he saw Gaston running downstairs, he felt like fleeing from the house without speaking to him. Not knowing the nature of Gaston's feelings, whether he was hastening toward him in anger or brotherly love, he stood perfectly motionless. But one glance at his brother's face convinced him that he was the same affectionate, credulous, trusting Gaston of old. And, now that he was certain that his brother harbored no suspicions, he smilingly received the demonstrations lavished upon him. "After all," continued Gaston, "I am not alone in the world, I shall have someone to love, someone to care for me." Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, he said, "Are you married, Louis?" "No. That is a pity, a great pity. It would so add to my happiness to see you the husband of a good, affectionate woman, the father of bright, lovely children. It would be a comfort to have a happy family about me. I should look upon them all as my own. To live alone, without a loving wife to share one's joys and sorrows, is not living at all, it is a sort of living death. There is no joy equal to having the affection of a true woman whose happiness is in your keeping. Oh, the sadness of having only one's self to care for. But what am I saying? Louis, forgive me. I have you now, and ought not that to be enough? I have a brother, a kind friend who will be interested in me, and afford me company, instead of the weariness of solitude. Yes, Gaston, yes, I am your best friend. Of course you are. Being my brother, you are naturally my true friend. You are not married, you say. Then we will have to do the best we can, and keep house for ourselves. We will live together like two old bachelors, as we are, and be as happy as kings. We will lead a gay life, and enjoy everything that can be enjoyed. I feel 20 years younger already. The sight of your face renews my youth, and I feel as active and strong as I did the night I swam across the swollen Rhone. And that was long, long ago. The struggles, privations, and anxieties endured since, have been enough to age any man. I feel old, older than my years. What an idea, interrupted Louis. Why, you look younger than I do. You are jesting. I swear I think you look the younger. Would you have recognized me? Instantly. You are very little changed. And Louis was right. He himself had an old, worn-out, used-up appearance. While Gaston, in spite of his grey hair and weather-beaten face, was a robust man, in the full maturity of his prime. It was a relief to turn from Louis's restless eyes and crafty smile to Gaston's frank, honest face. But, said Gaston, how did you know that I was living? What kind chance guided you to my house? Louis was prepared for this question. During his 18 hours' ride by the railway, he had arranged all his answers, and had his story ready. We must thank Providence for this happy meeting, he replied. 3 days ago, a friend of mine returned from the baths, and mentioned that he had heard that a Marquis of Clamron was near there, in the Pyrenees. You can imagine my surprise. I instantly supposed that some impostor had assumed our name. I took the next train, and finally found my way here. Then you did not expect to see me? My dear brother, how could I hope for that? I thought that you were drowned 23 years ago. Drowned? Émile de la Verberie certainly told you of my escape. She promised that she would go herself, the next day, and tell my father of my safety. Louis assumed a distressed look, as if he hesitated to tell a sad truth, and said, in a regretful tone. Alas! She never told us. Gaston's eyes flashed with indignation. He thought that perhaps Valentine had been glad to get rid of him. She did not tell you, he exclaimed. Did she have the cruelty to let you mourn my death? To let my old father die of a broken heart? Ah, she must have been very fearful of what the world says. She sacrificed me, then, for the sake of her reputation. But why did you not write to us? Asked Louis. I did write as soon as I had an opportunity, and La Fourcade wrote back, saying that my father was dead, and that you had left the country. I left Clamron because I believed you to be dead. After a long silence, Gaston arose, and walked up and down the room as if to shake off a feeling of sadness, then he said, cheerfully. Well, it is of no use to mourn over the past. All the memories in the world, good or bad, are not worth one slender hope for the future, and thank God, we have a bright future before us. Let us bury the past, and enjoy life together. Louis was silent. His footing was not sure enough to risk any questions. But here I have been talking incessantly for an hour, said Gaston, and I dare say that you have not dined. No, I have not, I confess. Why did you not say so before? I forgot that I had not dined myself. I will not let you starve, the first day of your arrival. I will make amends by giving you some splendid old Cape wine. He pulled the bell, and ordered the servant to hasten dinner, adding that it must be an excellent one, and within an hour the two brothers were seated at a sumptuous repast. Gaston kept up an uninterrupted stream of questions. He wished to know all that had happened during his absence. What about Clamron? He abruptly asked. Louis hesitated a moment. Should he tell the truth, or not? I have sold Clamron, he finally said. The chateau too? Yes. You acted as you thought best, said Gaston sadly, but it seems to me that, if I had been in your place, I should have kept the old homestead. Our ancestors lived there for many generations, and our father lies buried there. Then seeing Louis appear sad and distressed, he quickly added. However, it is just as well, it is in the heart that memory dwells, and not in a pile of old stones. I myself had not the courage to return to Provence. I could not trust myself to go to Clamart, where I would have to look into the park of La Verberie. Alas, the only happy moments of my life were spent there. Louis's countenance immediately cleared. The certainty that Gaston had not been to Provence relieved his mind of an immense weight. The next day Louis telegraphed to Raoul. Wisdom and prudence. Follow my directions. All goes well. Be sanguine. All was going well. And yet Louis, in spite of his skillfully applied questions, had obtained none of the information which he had come to obtain. Gaston was communicative on every subject except the one in which Louis was interested. Was this silence premeditated, or simply unconscious? Louis, like all villains, was ever ready to attribute to others the bad motives by which he himself would be influenced. Anything was better than this uncertainty. He determined to ask his brother plainly what his intentions were in regard to money matters. He thought the dinner table a favorable opportunity, and began by saying, "Do you know, my dear Gaston, that thus far we have discussed every topic except the most important one? Why do you look so solemn, Louis? What is the grave subject of which you speak?" "Our father's estate. Supposing you to be dead, I inherited, and have disposed of it." "Is that what you call a serious matter?" said Gaston with an amused smile. "It certainly is very serious to me. As you have a right to half of the estate, I must account to you for it." "You have." "I have," interrupted Gaston, "a right to ask you never to allude to the subject again. It is yours by limitation. I cannot accept it upon those terms." "But you must." "My father only wished to have one of us inherit his property, we will be carrying out his wishes by not dividing it." Seeing that Louis's face still remained clouded, he went on. "Ah, I see what annoys you, my dear Louis. You are rich, and think that I am poor, and too proud to accept anything from you. Is it not so?" Louis started at this question. How could he reply so as not to commit himself? "I am not rich," he finally said. "I am delighted to hear it," cried Gaston. "I wish you were as poor as Job, so that I might share what I have with you." Dinner over, Gaston rose and said, "Come, I want to visit with you, that is, our property. You must see everything about the place." Louis uneasily followed his brother. It seemed to him that Gaston obstinately shunned anything like an explanation. Could all this brotherly confidence be assumed to blind him as to his real plans? Why did Gaston inquire into his brother's past and future, without revealing his own? Louis's suspicions were aroused, and he regretted his over-hasty seeking of Gaston. But his calm, smiling face betrayed none of the anxious thoughts which filled his mind. He was called upon to praise everything. First he was taken over the house and servants' quarters, then to the stable, kennels, and the vast, beautifully laid-out garden. Across a pretty meadow was the iron foundry in full operation. Gaston, with all the enthusiasm of a new proprietor, explained everything, down to the smallest file and hammer. He detailed all his projects. How he intended substituting wood for coal, and how, besides having plenty to work the forge, he could make immense profits by felling the forest trees, which had hitherto been considered impracticable. He would cut 100 cords of wood that year. Louis approved of everything, but only answered in monosyllables, "Ah, indeed. Excellent idea, quite a success." His mind was tortured by a new pain. He was paying no attention to Gaston's remarks, but enviously comparing all this wealth and prosperity with his own poverty. He found Gaston rich, respected, and happy, enjoying the price of his own labor and industry. Whilst he, never had he so cruelly felt the misery of his own condition, and he had brought it on himself, which only made it more aggravating. After a lapse of 23 years, all the envy and hate he had felt toward Gaston, when they were boys together, revived. "What do you think of my purchase?" asked Gaston, when the inspection was over. I think you possess, my dear brother, a most splendid piece of property, and on the loveliest spot in the world. It is enough to excite the envy of any poor Parisian. Do you really think so? Certainly. Then, my dear Louis, said Gaston joyfully, this property is yours, as well as mine. You like this lovely bairn more than the dusty streets of Paris? I am very glad that you prefer the comforts of living on your own estate, to the glitter and show of a city life. Everything you can possibly want is here, at your command. And, to employ our time, there is the foundry. Does my plan suit you? Louis was silent. A year ago this proposal would have been eagerly welcomed. How gladly he would have seized this offer of a comfortable, luxurious home, after having been buffeted about the world so long. How delightful it would have been to turn over a new leaf, and become an honest man. But he saw with disappointment and rage that he would now be compelled to decline it. He was no longer free. He could not leave Paris. He had become entangled in one of those hazardous plots which are fatal if neglected, and whose failure generally leads the projector to the galleys. Alone, he could easily remain where he was, but he was trammelled with an accomplice. You do not answer me, said Gaston with surprise. Are there any obstacles to my plans? None. What is the matter, then? The matter is, my dear brother, that the salary of an office which I hold in Paris is all that I have to support me. Is that your only objection? Yet you just now wanted to pay me back half of the family inheritance. Louis, that is unkind, you are not acting as a brother should. Louis hung his head. Gaston was unconsciously telling the truth. I should be a burden to you, Gaston. A burden? Why, Louis, you must be mad. Did I not tell you I am very rich? Do you suppose that you have seen all I possess? This house and the ironworks do not constitute a fourth of my fortune. Do you think that I would have risked my 20 years' savings in an experiment of this sort? The forge may be a failure, and then what would become of me, if I had nothing else? I have invested money which yields me an income of 80,000 francs. Besides, my grants in Brazil have been sold, and my agent has already deposited 400,000 francs to my credit as part payment. Louis trembled with pleasure. He was, at last, to know the extent of the danger hanging over him. Gaston had finally broached the subject which had caused him so much anxiety, and he determined that it should now be explained before their conversation ended. Who is your agent? He asked with assumed indifference. My old partner at Rio. He deposited the money at my Paris bankers. Is this banker a friend of yours? No. I never heard of him until my banker at Pau recommended him to me as an honest, reliable man. He is immensely wealthy, and stands at the head of the financiers in Paris. His name is Féval, and he lives on the Rue de Provence. Although prepared for hearing almost anything, and determined to betray no agitation, Louis turned deadly pale. Do you know this banker? Asked Gaston. Only by reputation. Then we can make his acquaintance together. For I intend accompanying you to Paris, when you return there to settle up your affairs before establishing yourself here to superintend the forge. At this unexpected announcement of a step which would prove his utter ruin, Louis was stupefied. In answer to his brother's questioning look, he gasped out. You are going to Paris? Certainly I am. Why should I not go? There is no reason why. I hate Paris, although I have never been there. But I am called there by interest, by sacred duties, he hesitatingly said. The truth is, I understand that Émile de la Verberie lives in Paris, and I wish to see her. Ah! Gaston was silent and thoughtful for some moments, and then said, nervously. I will tell you, Louis, why I wish to see her. I left our family jewels in her charge, and I wish to recover them. Do you intend, after a lapse of 23 years, to claim these jewels? Yes, or rather no. I only make the jewels an excuse for seeing her. I must see her because, she is the only woman I ever really loved. But how will you find her? Oh. That is easy enough. Anyone can tell me the name of her husband, and then I will go to see her. Perhaps the shortest way to find out, would be to write to Beaucaire. I will do so tomorrow. Louis made no reply. Men of his character, when brought face to face with imminent danger, always weigh their words, and say as little as possible, for fear of committing themselves by some indiscreet remark. Above all things, Louis was careful to avoid raising any objections to his brother's proposed trip to Paris. To oppose the wishes of a determined man has the effect of making him adhere more closely to them. Each argument is like striking a nail with a hammer. Knowing this, Louis changed the conversation, and nothing more during the day was said of Valentine or Paris. At night, alone in his room, he brought his cunning mind to bear upon the difficulties of his situation, and wondered by what means he could extricate himself. At first the case seemed hopeless, desperate. During 20 years, Louis had been at war with society, trusted by none, living upon his wits, and the credulity of foolish men enabling him to gain an income without labor. And, though he generally attained his ends, it was not without great danger and constant dread of detection. He had been caught at the gaming table with his hands full of duplicate cards. He had been tracked all over Europe by the police, and obliged to fly from city to city under an assumed name. He had sold to cowards his skillful handling of the sword and pistol. He had been repeatedly thrown into prison, and always made his escape. He had braved everything, and feared nothing. He had often conceived and carried out the most criminal plans, without the slightest hesitation or remorse. And now here he sat, utterly bewildered, unable to think clearly. His usual impudence and ready cunning seemed to have deserted him. Thus driven to the wall, he saw no means of escape, and was almost tempted to confess all, and throw himself upon his brother's clemency. Then he thought that it would be wiser to borrow a large sum from Gaston, and fly the country. Vainly did he think over the wicked experiences of the past. None of the former successful stratagems could be resorted to in the present case. Fatally, inevitably, he was about to be caught in a trap laid by himself. The future was fraught with danger, worse than danger, ruin and disgrace. He had to fear the wrath of M. Fauvel, his wife and niece. Gaston would have speedy vengeance the moment he discovered the truth. And Raoul, his accomplice, would certainly turn against him, and become his most implacable enemy. Was there no possible way of preventing a meeting between Valentine and Gaston? None that he could think of. Their meeting would be his destruction. Lost in reflection, he paid no attention to the flight of time. Daybreak still found him sitting at the window with his face buried in his hands, trying to come to some definite conclusion what he should say and do to keep Gaston away from Paris. "It is vain for me to think," he muttered. "The more I rack my brain, the more confused it becomes. There is nothing to be done but gain time, and wait for an opportunity." The fall of the horse at Clamron was what Louis called an opportunity. He closed the window, and, throwing himself upon the bed, was soon in a sound sleep. Being accustomed to danger, it never kept him awake. At the breakfast table, his calm, smiling face bore no traces of a wakeful, anxious night. He was in a gayer, more talkative mood than usual, and said he would like to ride over the country, and visit the neighboring towns. Before leaving the table, he had planned several excursions which were to take place during the week. He hoped to keep Gaston so amused and occupied, that he would forget all about going to Paris in search of Valentine. He thought that with time, and skillfully put objections, he could dissuade his brother from seeking out his former love. He relied upon being able to convince him that this absolutely unnecessary interview would be painful to both, embarrassing to him, and dangerous to her. As to the jewels, if Gaston persisted in claiming them, Louis could safely offer to go and get them for him, as he had only to redeem them from the pawnbroker. But his hopes and plans were soon scattered to the winds. "You know," said Gaston, "I have written." Louis knew well enough to what he alluded, but pretended to be very much surprised, and said, "Written? To whom? Where? For what?" "To Beaucaire, to to ask La Fourcade the name of Valentine's husband. You are still thinking of her. She is never absent from my thoughts. You have not given up your idea of going to see her? Of course not. Alas, Gaston. You forget that she whom you once loved is now the wife of another, and possibly the mother of a large family. How do you know that she will consent to see you? Why run the risk of destroying her domestic happiness, and planting seeds of remorse in your own bosom? I know I am a fool, but my folly is dear to me, and I would not cure it if I could. The quiet determination of Gaston's tone convinced Louis that all remonstrances would be unavailing. Yet he remained the same in his manner and behavior, apparently engrossed in pleasure parties, but, in reality, his only thought was the mail. He always managed to be at the door when the postman came, so that he was the first to receive his brother's letters. When he and Gaston were out together at the time of the postman's visit, he would hurry into the house first, so as to look over the letters which were always laid in a card basket on the hall table. His watchfulness was at last rewarded. The following Sunday, among the letters handed to him by the postman, was one bearing the postmark of Beaucaire. He quickly slipped it into his pocket. And, although he was on the point of mounting his horse to ride with Gaston, he said that he must run up to his room to get something he had forgotten. This was to gratify his impatient desire to read the letter. He tore it open, and, seeing La Fourcade signed at the bottom of 3 closely written pages, hastily devoured the contents. After reading a detailed account of events entirely uninteresting to him, Louis came to the following passage relating to Valentine. Émile de la Verbery's husband is an eminent banker named André Fauvel. I have not the honor of his acquaintance, but I intend going to see him shortly. I am anxious to submit to him a project that I have conceived for the benefit of this part of the country. If he approves of it, I shall ask him to invest in it, as his name will be of great assistance to the scheme. I suppose you have no objections to my referring him to you, should he ask for my indicers. Louis trembled like a man who had just made a narrow escape from death. He well knew that he would have to fly the country if Gaston received this letter. But though the danger was warded off for the while, it might return and destroy him at any moment. Gaston would wait a week for an answer, then he would write again. La Fourcade would instantly reply to express surprise that his first letter had not been received. All of this correspondence would occupy about 12 days. In those 12 days Louis would have to think over some plan for preventing La Fourcade's visit to Paris, since, the instant he mentioned the name of Clameron to the banker, everything would be discovered. Louis's meditations were interrupted by Gaston, who called from the lower passage. "What are you doing, Louis?" "I am waiting for you." "I am coming now," he replied. Hastily thrusting La Fourcade's letter into his trunk, Louis ran down to his brother. He had made up his mind to borrow a large sum from Gaston, and go off to America, and Raoul might get out of the scrape as best he could. The only thing which now disturbed him was the sudden failure of the most skillful combination he had ever conceived. But he was not a man to fight against destiny, and determined to make the best of the emergency, and hope for better fortune in his next scheme. The next day about dusk, while walking along the pretty road leading from the foundry to Oloron, he commenced a little story which was to conclude by asking Gaston to lend him 200,000 francs. As they slowly went along arm in arm, about half a mile from the foundry they met a young laborer who bowed as he passed them. Louis dropped his brother's arm, and started back as if he had seen a ghost. "What is the matter?" asked Gaston, with astonishment. "Nothing, except I struck my foot against a stone, and it is very painful." Gaston might have known by the tremulous tones of Louis's voice that this was a lie. Louis de Clameron had reason to tremble. In this workman he recognized Raoul de Lagers. Instinctive fear paralyzed and overwhelmed him. The story he had planned for the purpose of obtaining the 200,000 francs was forgotten, his volubility was gone. And he silently walked along by his brother's side, like an automaton, totally incapable of thinking or acting for himself. He seemed to listen, he did listen, but the words fell upon his ear unmeaningly. He could not understand what Gaston was saying, and mechanically answered yes or no, like one in a dream. Whilst necessity, absolute necessity, kept him here at Gaston's side, his thoughts were all with the young man who had just passed by. What had brought Raoul to Oloron? What plot was he hatching? Why was he disguised as a laborer? Why had he not answered the many letters which Louis had written him from Oloron? He had ascribed this silence to Raoul's carelessness, but now he saw it was premeditated. Something disastrous must have happened at Paris, and Raoul, afraid to commit himself by writing, had come himself to bring the bad news. Had he come to say that the game was up, and they must fly? But, after all, perhaps he was mistaken in supposing this to be his accomplice. It might be some honest workman bearing a strong resemblance to Raoul. If he could only run after this stranger, and speak to him. But no, he must walk on up to the house with Gaston, quietly, as if nothing had happened to arouse his anxiety. He felt as if he would go mad if his brother did not move faster. The uncertainty was becoming intolerable. His mind filled with these perplexing thoughts, Louis at last reached the house, and Gaston, to his great relief, said that he was so tired that he was going directly to bed. At last he was free. He lit a cigar, and, telling the servant not to sit up for him, went out. He knew that Raoul, if it was Raoul, would be prowling near the house, waiting for him. His suspicions were well founded. He had barely proceeded 30 yards, when a man suddenly sprang from behind a tree, and stood before him. The night was clear, and Louis recognized Raoul. "What is the matter?" he impatiently demanded. "What has happened?" "Nothing." "What? Do you mean to say that nothing has gone wrong in Paris, that no one is on our track?" "Not the slightest danger of any sort. And moreover, but for your inordinate greed of gain, everything would have succeeded admirably. All was going on well when I left Paris." "Then why have you come here?" cried Louis fiercely. "Who gave you permission to desert your post, when your absence might bring ruin upon us? What brought you here?" "That is my business," said Raoul with cool impertinence. Louis seized the young man's wrists, and almost crushed them in his vice-like grasp. "Explain this strange conduct of yours," he said, in a tone of suppressed rage. "What do you mean by it?" Without apparent effort Raoul released his hands from their imprisonment, and jeeringly said, "Hein! Gently, my friend. I don't like being roughly treated. And, if you don't know how to behave yourself, I have the means of teaching you." At the same time he drew a revolver from his pocket. "You must and shall explain yourself," insisted Louis. "If you don't." "Well, if I don't? Now, you might just as well spare yourself the trouble of trying to frighten me. I intend to answer your questions when I choose, but it certainly won't be here, in the middle of the road, with the bright moonlight showing us off to advantage. How do you know people are not watching us this very minute? Come this way." They strode through the fields, regardless of Gaston's plants, which were trampled under foot in order to take a short cut. "Now," began Raoul, when they were at a safe distance from the road, "now, my dear uncle, I will tell you what brings me here. I have received and carefully read your letters. I read them over again. You wished to be prudent. And the consequence was, that your letters were unintelligible. Only one thing did I understand clearly: we are in danger. Only the more reason for your watchfulness and obedience." "Very well put, only, before braving danger, my venerable and beloved uncle, I want to know its extent. I am not a man to retreat in the hour of peril, but I want to know exactly how much risk I am running. I told you to keep quiet, and follow my directions. But to do this would imply that I have perfect confidence in you, my dear uncle," said Raoul, sneeringly. "And why should you not? What reasons for distrust have you after all that I have done for you? Who went to London, and rescued you from a state of privation and ignominy? I did. Who gave you a name and position when you had neither? I did. And who is working now to maintain your present life of ease, and ensure you a splendid future? I am. And how do you repay me? Superb, magnificent, inimitable, said Raoul, with mocking derision. But, while on the subject, why don't you prove that you have sacrificed yourself for my sake? You did not need me as a tool for carrying out plans for your own benefit, did you? Oh no, not at all. Dear, kind, generous, disinterested uncle. You ought to have the Montyon Prize. I think I must recommend you as the most deserving person I have ever met. Clamron was so angry at these jeering words that he feared to trust himself to speak. Now, my good uncle, continued Raoul more seriously, we had better end this child's play, and come to a clear understanding. I follow you here, because I thoroughly understand your character, and have just as much confidence in you as you deserve, and not a particle more. If it were for your advantage to ruin me, you would not hesitate one instant. If danger threatened us, you would fly alone, and leave your dutiful nephew to make his escape the best way he could. Oh! Don't look shocked, and pretend to deny it. Your conduct is perfectly natural, and in your place I would act the same way. Only remember this, that I am not a man to be trifled with. Now let us cease these unnecessary recriminations, and come to the point. What is your present plan? Louis saw that his accomplice was too shrewd to be deceived, and that the safest course was to trust all to him, and to pretend that he had intended doing so all along. Without any show of anger, he briefly and clearly related all that had occurred at his brother's. He told the truth about everything except the amount of his brother's fortune, the importance of which he lessened as much as possible. Well, said Raoul, when the report was ended, we are in a nice fix. And do you expect to get out of it? Yes, if you don't betray me. I wish you to understand, Marquis, that I have never betrayed anyone yet. Don't judge me by yourself, I beg. What steps will you take to get free of this entanglement? I don't know, but something will turn up. Oh, don't be alarmed, I'll find some means of escape, so you can return home with your mind at rest. You run no risk in Paris, and 'tis the best place for you. I will stay here to watch Gaston. Raoul reflected for some moments, and then said. Are you sure I am not in danger at Paris? What are you afraid of? We have Madame Fauveau so completely in our power that she would not dare speak a word against you. Even if she knew the whole truth, what no one but you and I know, she would not open her lips, but be only too glad to hush up matters so as to escape punishment for her fault from her deceived husband and a censuring world. I know we have a secure hold on her, said Raoul. I am not afraid of her giving any trouble. Who, then? An enemy of your own making, my respected uncle, a most implacable enemy, Madeleine. Fiddlesticks, replied Clamron, disdainfully. It is very well for you to treat her with contempt, said Raoul, gravely, but I can tell you, you are much mistaken in your estimate of her character. I have studied her lately, and see that she is devoted to her aunt, and ready to make any sacrifice to ensure her happiness. But she has no idea of doing anything blindly, of throwing herself away if she can avoid it. She has promised to marry you. Prosper is broken-hearted at being discarded, it is true, but he has not given up hope. You imagine her to be weak and yielding, easily frightened. It's a great mistake. She is self-reliant and fearless. More than that, she is in love, my good uncle, and a woman will defend her lover as a tigress defends her young. She will fight to the bitter end before marrying anyone save Prosper. She is worth 500,000 francs. So she is. And at 5% we would each have an income of 12,500 francs. But, for all that, you had better take my advice, and give up Madeleine. Never, I swear by heaven, exclaimed Clamron. Rich or poor, she shall be mine. I first wanted her money, but now I want her, I love her for herself, Raoul. Raoul seemed to be amazed at this declaration of his uncle. He raised his hands, and started back with astonishment. Is it possible, he said, that you are in love with Madeleine, you? Yes, replied Louis, sullenly. Is there anything so very extraordinary in it? Oh, no, certainly not. Only this sentimental view of the matter explains your strange behavior. Alas, you love Madeline. Then, my venerable uncle, we might as well surrender at once. Why so? Because you know the axiom, when the heart is interested the head is lost. Generals in love always lose their battles. The day is not far off when your infatuation of Madeline will make you sell us both for a smile. And, mark my words, she is shrewd, and watching us as only an enemy can watch. With a forced laugh Clameron interrupted his nephew. Just see how you fire up for no cause, he said. You must dislike the charming Madeline very much, if you abuse her in this way. She will prove to be our ruin, that is all. You might as well be frank, and say you are in love with her yourself. I am only in love with her money, replied Raoul, with an angry frown. Then what are you complaining of? I shall give you half her fortune. You will have the money without being troubled with the wife, the profit without the burden. I am not over 50 years old, said Raoul conceitedly. I can appreciate a pretty woman better than you. Enough of that, interrupted Louis angrily. The day I relieved your pressing wants, and brought you to Paris, you promised to follow my directions, to help me carry out my plan, did you not? Yes, but not the plot you are hatching now. You forget that my liberty, perhaps my life, is at stake. You may hold the cards, but I must have the right of advising you. It was midnight before the accomplices separated. I won't stand idle, said Louis. I agree with you that something must be done at once. But I can't decide what it shall be on the spur of the moment. Meet me here at this hour tomorrow night, and I will have some plan ready for you. Very good. I will be here. And remember, don't be imprudent. My costume ought to convince you that I am not anxious to be recognized by anyone. I left such an ingenious alibi, that I defy anybody to prove that I have been absent from my house at Vézenet. I even took the precaution to travel in a third-class car. Well, good night. I am going to the inn. Raoul went off after these words, apparently unconscious of having aroused suspicion in the breast of his accomplice. During his adventurous life, Clameron had transacted business with too many scamps not to know the precise amount of confidence to place in a man like Raoul. The old adage, honor among thieves, seldom holds good after the stroke. There is always a quarrel over the division of the spoils. This distrustful Clameron foresaw 1,000 difficulties and counterplots to be guarded against in his dealings with Raoul. Why, he pondered, did the villain assume this disguise? Why this alibi at Paris? Can he be laying a trap for me? It is true that I have a hold upon him, but then I am completely at his mercy. Those accursed letters which I have written to him, while here, are so many proofs against me. Can he be thinking of cutting loose from me, and making off with all the profits of our enterprise? Louis never once during the night closed his eyes. But by daybreak he had fully made up his mind how to act, and with feverish impatience waited for evening to come, to communicate his views with Raoul. His anxiety made him so restless that the unobserving Gaston finally noticed it, and asked him what the matter was, if he was sick, or troubled about anything. At last evening came, and, at the appointed hour, Louis went to the field where they had met the night previous, and found Raoul lying on the grass smoking a fragrant cigar. As if he had no other object in life except to blow little clouds of smoke in the air, and count the stars in the clear sky above him. Well, he carelessly said, as Louis approached, have you decided upon anything? Yes. I have 2 projects, either of which would probably accomplish our object. I am listening. Louis was silently thoughtful for a minute, as if arranging his thoughts so as to present them as clearly and briefly as possible. My first plan, he began, depends upon your approval. What would you say, if I proposed to you to renounce the affair altogether? What? Would you consent to disappear, leave France, and return to London, if I paid you a good round sum? What do you call a good round sum? I will give you 150,000 francs. My respected uncle, said Raoul with a contemptuous shrug, I am distressed to see how little you know me. You try to deceive me, to outwit me, which is ungenerous and foolish on your part. Ungenerous, because it fails to carry out our agreement, foolish, because as you know well enough, my power equals yours. I don't understand you. I am sorry for it. I understand myself, and that is sufficient. Oh. I understand you, my dear uncle. I have watched you with careful eyes, which are not to be deceived. I see through you clearly. If you offer me 150,000 francs, it is because you intend to walk off with 500,000 for yourself. You are talking like a fool, said Clameron with virtuous indignation. Not at all. I only judge the future by the past. Of all the large sums extorted from Madame Fauvel, often against my wishes, I never received a 10th part. But you know we have a reserve fund. All very good, but you have the keeping of it, my good uncle. It is very nice for you, but not so funny for me. If our little plot were to be discovered tomorrow, you would walk off with the money box, and leave your devoted nephew to be sent to prison. Ingrate! Muttered Louis, as if distressed at these undeserved reproaches of his protégé. You have hit on the very word I was trying to remember, cried Raoul. Ingrate is the name that just suits you. But we have not time for this nonsense. I will end the matter by proving how you have been trying to deceive me. I would like to hear you do so if you can. Very good. In the first place, you told me that your brother only possessed a modest competency. Now, I learn that Gaston has an income of at least 60,000 francs. It is useless for you to deny it, and how much is this property worth? 100,000 crowns. He had 400,000 francs deposited in M. Fauvel's bank. Total, 700,000 francs. And, besides all this, the broker in Oloron has orders to buy up a large amount of stocks and railroad shares, which will require large cash payments. I have not wasted my day, you see, and have obtained all the information I came for. Raoul's information was too concise and exact for Louis to deny it. You might have sense enough, Raoul went on, to know how to manage your forces if you undertake to be a commander. We had a splendid game in our hands, and you, who held the cards, have made a perfect muddle of it. I think that the game is lost. That is my opinion too, and all through you. You have no one to blame but yourself. I could not control events. Yes, you could, if you had been shrewd. Fools sit down and wait for an opportunity. Sensible men make one. What did we agree upon in London? We were to implore my good mother to assist us a little, and, if she complied with our wishes, we were to be flattering and affectionate in our devotion to her. And what was the result? At the risk of killing the golden goose, you have made me torment the poor woman until she is almost crazy. It was prudent to hasten matters. You think so, do you? Was it also to hasten matters that you took it into your head to marry Madeleine? That made it necessary to let her into the secret, and, ever since, she has advised and set her aunt against us. I would not be surprised if she makes her confess everything to M. Fauvel, or even inform against us at the police office. I love Madeleine. You told me that before. And suppose you do love her. You led me into this piece of business without having studied its various bearings, without knowing what you were about. No one but an idiot, my beloved uncle, would go and put his foot into a trap, and then say, if I had only known about it. You should have made it your business to know everything. You came to me, and said, your father is dead, which was a lie to start with, perhaps you call it a mistake. He is living, and, after what we have done, I dare not appear before him. He would have left me 1,000,000, and now I shall not get a sou. He will find his Valentine, and then goodbye. Enough, angrily interrupted Louis. If I have made a mistake, I know how to redeem it. I can save everything yet. You can. How so? That is my secret, said Louis gloomily. Louis and Raoul were silent for a minute. And this silence between them, in this lonely spot, at dead of night, was so horribly significant that both of them shuddered. An abominable thought had flashed across their evil minds, and without a word or look they understood each other. Louis broke the ominous silence, by abruptly saying, "Then you refuse to disappear if I pay you 150,000 francs? Think it over before deciding, it is not too late yet. I have fully thought it over. I know you will not attempt to deceive me any more. Between certain ease, and the probability of an immense fortune, I choose the latter at all risks. I will share your success or your failure. We will swim or sink together. And you will follow my instructions?" Blindly. Raoul must have been very certain of Louis's intentions of resorting to the most dangerous extremities, must have known exactly what he intended to do, for he did not ask him a single question. Perhaps he dared not. Perhaps he preferred doubt to shocking certainty, as if he could thus escape the remorse attendant upon criminal complicity. "In the first place," said Louis, "you must at once return to Paris. I will be there in 48 hours. You must be very intimate at Madame Fauvel's, and keep me informed of everything that takes place in the family." "I understand." Louis laid his hand upon Raoul's shoulder, as if to impress upon his mind what he was about to say. "You have a sure means of being restored to your mother's confidence and affection, by blaming me for everything that has happened to distress her. Abuse me constantly. The more odious you render me in her eyes and those of Madeleine, the better you will serve me. Nothing would please me more than to be denied admittance to the house when I return to Paris. You must say that you have quarrelled with me, and that, if I still come to see you, it is because you cannot prevent it, and you will never voluntarily have any intercourse with me. That is the scheme, you can develop it." Raoul listened to these strange instructions with astonishment. "What," he cried, "you adore Madeleine, and take this means of showing it? An odd way of carrying on a courtship, I must confess. I will be shot if I can comprehend." "There is no necessity for your comprehending." "All right," said Raoul submissively, "if you say so." Then Louis reflected that no one could properly execute a commission without having at least an idea of its nature. "Did you ever hear," he asked Raoul, "of the man who burnt down his ladylove's house so as to have the bliss of carrying her out in his arms?" "Yes, what of it?" "At the proper time, I will charge you to set fire, morally, to Madame Fauvel's house, and I will rush in, and save her and her niece. Now, in the eyes of those women my conduct will appear more magnanimous and noble in proportion to the contempt and abuse they have heaped upon me. I gain nothing by patient devotion, I have everything to hope from a sudden change of tactics. A well-managed stroke will transform a demon into an angel." "Very well, a good idea," said Raoul approvingly, when his uncle had finished. "Then you understand what is to be done?" "Yes, but will you write to me?" "Of course, and if anything should happen at Paris, I will telegraph to you. And never lose sight of my rival, the cashier. Prosper. Not much danger of our being troubled by him, poor boy. He is just now my most devoted friend. Trouble has driven him into a path of life which will soon prove his destruction. Every now and then I pity him from the bottom of my soul. Pity him as much as you like, but don't interfere with his dissipation." The two men shook hands, and separated apparently the best friends in the world, in reality the bitterest enemies. Raoul would not forgive Louis for having attempted to appropriate all the booty, and leave him in the lurch, when it was he who had risked the greatest dangers. Louis, on his part, was alarmed at the attitude taken by Raoul. Thus far he had found his nephew tractable, and even blindly obedient, and now he had suddenly become rebellious and threatening. Instead of ordering Raoul, he was forced to consult and bargain with him. What could be more wounding to his vanity and self-conceit than the reproaches, well-founded though they were, to which he had been obliged to listen, from a mere youth? As he walked back to his brother's house, thinking over what had just occurred, Louis swore that sooner or later he would be revenged, and that, as soon as he could get rid of Raoul he would do so, and would do him some great injury. But, for the present, he was so afraid lest the young villain should betray him, or thwart his plans in some way, that he wrote to him the next day, and every succeeding day, full particulars of everything that happened. Seeing how important it was to restore his shaken confidence, Louis entered into the most minute details of his plans, and asked Raoul's advice about every step he took. The situation remained the same. The dark cloud remained threateningly near, but grew no larger. Gaston seemed to have forgotten that he had written to Beaucaire, and never mentioned Valentine's name once. Like all men accustomed to a busy life, Gaston was miserable except when occupied, and spent his whole time in the foundry, which seemed to absorb him entirely. When he began the experiment of felling the woods, his losses had been heavy. But he determined to continue the work until it should be equally beneficial to himself and the neighboring landowners. He engaged the services of an intelligent engineer, and thanks to untiring energy, and the new improvements in machinery, his profits soon more than equaled his expenses. "Now that we are doing so well," said Gaston joyously, "we shall certainly make 25,000 francs next year." Next year! Alas, poor Gaston! 5 days after Raoul's departure, one Saturday afternoon, Gaston was suddenly taken ill. He had a sort of vertigo, and was so dizzy that he was forced to lie down. "I know what is the matter," he said. "I have often been ill in this way at Rio. A couple of hours' sleep will cure me. I will go to bed, and you can send someone to awaken me when dinner is ready, Louis. I shall be all right by that time." But, when the servant came to announce dinner, he found Gaston much worse. He had a violent headache, a choking sensation in his throat, and dimness of vision. But his worst symptom was dysphonia. He would try to articulate one word, and find himself using another. His jawbones became so stiff that it was with the greatest difficulty that he opened his mouth. Louis came up to his brother's room, and urged him to send for the physician. "No," said Gaston, "I won't have any doctor to make me ill with all sorts of medicines. I know what is the matter with me, and my indisposition will be cured by a simple remedy which I have always used." At the same time he ordered Manuel, his old Spanish servant, who had lived with him for 10 years, to prepare him some lemonade. The next day Gaston appeared to be much better. He ate his breakfast, and was about to take a walk, when the pains of the previous day suddenly returned, in a more violent form. Without consulting his brother, Louis sent to Oloron for Dr. whose wonderful cures at Aux Bonnes had won him a wide reputation. The doctor declared that there was no danger, and merely prescribed a dose of valerian, and a blister with some grains of morphine sprinkled on it. But in the middle of the night, all the symptoms suddenly changed for the worse. The pain in the head was succeeded by a fearful oppression, and the sick man suffered torture in trying to get his breath. Daybreak found him still tossing restlessly from pillow to pillow. When Dr. C. came early in the morning, he appeared very much surprised at this change for the worse. He inquired if they had not administered an overdose of morphine. Manuel said that he had put the blister on his master, and the doctor's directions had been accurately followed. The doctor, after having examined Gaston, and found his breathing heavy and irregular, prescribed a heavy dose of sulfate of quinine. He then retired, saying he would return the next day. As soon as the doctor had gone, Gaston sent for a friend of his, a lawyer, to come to him as soon as possible. "For heaven's sake, what do you want with a lawyer?" inquired Louis. "I want his advice, brother. It is useless to try and deceive ourselves. I know I am extremely ill. Only timid fools are superstitious about making their wills. If I defer it any longer, I may be suddenly taken without having arranged my affairs. I would rather have the lawyer at once, and then my mind will be at rest." Gaston did not think he was about to die, but, knowing the uncertainty of life, determined to be prepared for the worst. He had too often imperiled his life, and been face to face with death, to feel any fear now. He had made his will while ill at Bordeaux. But, now that he had found Louis, he wished to leave him all his property, and sent for his business man to advise as to the best means of disposing of his wealth for his benefit. The lawyer was a shrewd, wiry little man, very popular because he had a faculty for always gaining suits which other attorneys had lost, or declined to try, because of their groundlessness. Being perfectly familiar with all the intricacies of the law, nothing delighted him more than to succeed in eluding some stringent article of the code. And often he sacrificed large fees for the sake of outwitting his opponent, and controverting the justness of a decision. Once aware of his client's wishes and intentions, he had but one idea, and that was, to carry them out as inexpensively as possible, by skillfully evading the heavy costs to be paid by the inheritor of an estate. He explained to Gaston that he could, by an act of partnership, associate Louis in his business enterprises, by signing an acknowledgement that half of the money invested in these various concerns, belonged to and had been advanced by his brother. So that, in the event of Gaston's death, Louis would only have to pay taxes on half the fortune. Gaston eagerly took advantage of this fiction. Not that he thought of the money saved by the transaction if he died, but this would be a favorable opportunity for sharing his riches with Louis, without wounding his delicate sensibility. A deed of partnership between Gaston and Louis de Clamart, for the working of a cast-iron mill, was drawn up. This deed acknowledged Louis to have invested 500,000 francs as his share of the capital. Therefore half of the ironworks was his in his own right. When Louis was called in to sign the paper, he violently opposed his brother's project. "Why do you distress me by making these preparations for death, merely because you are suffering from a slight indisposition? Do you think that I would consent to accept your wealth during your lifetime? If you die, I am your heir. If you live, I enjoy your property as if it were my own. What more can you wish? Pray do not draw up any papers, let things remain as they are, and turn all your attention to getting well." Vain remonstrances. Gaston was not a man to be persuaded from accomplishing a purpose upon which he had fully set his heart. When, after mature deliberation, he made a resolution, he always carried it out in spite of all opposition. After a long and heroic resistance, which betrayed great nobleness of character and rare disinterestedness, Louis, urged by the physician, finally yielded, and signed his name to the papers drawn up by the lawyer. It was done. Now he was legally Gaston's partner, and possessor of half his fortune. No court of law could deprive him of what had been deeded with all the legal formalities, even if his brother should change his mind and try to get back his property. The strangest sensations now filled Louis's breast. He was in a state of delirious excitement often felt by persons suddenly raised from poverty to affluence. Whether Gaston lived or died, Louis was the lawful possessor of an income of 25,000 francs, without counting the eventual profits of the ironworks. At no time in his life had he hoped for or dreamed of such wealth. His wildest wishes were surpassed. What more could he want? Alas! He wanted the power of enjoying these riches, they had come too late. This fortune, fallen from the skies, should have filled his heart with joy. Whereas it only made him melancholy and angry. This unlooked-for happiness seemed to have been sent by cruel fate as a punishment for his past sins. What could be more terrible than seeing this haven of rest open to him, and to be prevented from enjoying it because of his own vile plottings? Although his conscience told him that he deserved this misery, he blamed Gaston entirely for his present torture. Yes, he held Gaston responsible for the horrible situation in which he found himself. His letters to Raoul for several days expressed all the fluctuations of his mind, and revealed glimpses of coming evil. "I have 25,000 livres a year," he wrote to him, a few hours after signing the agreement of partnership. "And I possess in my own right 500,000 francs. 1/4 of this sum would have made me the happiest of men a year ago. Now it is of no use to me. All the gold on earth could not remove one of the difficulties of our situation. Yes, you were right. I have been imprudent, but I pay dear for my precipitation. We are now going downhill so rapidly that nothing can save us, we must fall to the very bottom. To attempt stopping halfway would be madness. Rich or poor, I have cause to tremble as long as there is any risk of a meeting between Gaston and Valentine. How can they be kept apart? Will my brother renounce his plan of discovering the whereabouts of this woman whom he so loved? No. Gaston would never be turned from his search for his first love, as he proved by calling for her in the most beseeching tones when he was suffering his worst paroxysms of pain. He grew no better. In spite of the most careful nursing, his symptoms changed, but showed no improvement. Each attack was more violent than the preceding. Toward the end of the week the pains left his head, and he felt well enough to get up and partake of a slight nourishment. But poor Gaston was a mere shadow of his former self. In 1 week he had aged 10 years. His strong constitution was broken. He, who 10 days ago was boasting of his vigorous health, was now weak and bent like an old man. He could hardly drag himself along, and shivered in the warm sun as if he were bloodless. Leaning on Louis's arm, he slowly walked down to look at the forge, and, seating himself before a furnace at full blast, he declared that he felt very much better, that this intense heat revived him. His pains were all gone, and he could breathe without difficulty. His spirits rose, and he turned to the workmen gathered around, and said cheerfully, "I was not blessed with a good constitution for nothing, my friends, and I shall soon be well again." When the neighbors called to see him, and insisted that this illness was entirely owing to change of climate, Gaston replied that he supposed they were right, and that he would return to Rio as soon as he was well enough to travel. What hope this answer roused in Louis's breast! "Yes," he eagerly said, "I will go with you, a trip to Brazil would be charming. Let us start at once." But the next day Gaston had changed his mind. He told Louis that he felt almost well, and was determined not to leave France. He proposed going to Paris to consult the best physicians, and then he would see Valentine. That night he grew worse. As his illness increased, he became more surprised and troubled at not hearing from Beaucaire. He wrote again in the most pressing terms, and sent the letter by a courier who was to wait for the answer. This letter was never received by Lafourcade. At midnight, Gaston's sufferings returned with renewed violence, and for the first time Dr. C. was uneasy. A fatal termination seemed inevitable. Gaston's pain left him in a measure, but he was growing weaker every moment. His mind wandered, and his feet were as cold as ice. On the 14th day of his illness, after lying in a stupor for several hours, he revived sufficiently to ask for a priest, saying that he would follow the example of his ancestors, and die like a Christian. The priest left him after half an hour's interview, and all the workmen were summoned to receive the farewell greeting of their master. Gaston spoke a few kind words to them all, saying that he had provided for them in his will. After they had gone, he made Louis promise to carry on the iron works, embraced him for the last time, and sank back on his pillow in a dying state. As the bell tolled for noon he quietly breathed his last, murmuring, softly, "In 3 years, Valentine, wait for me." Now Louis was in reality Marquis of Clamron, and besides he was a millionaire. 2 weeks later, having made arrangements with the engineer in charge of the iron works to attend to everything during his absence, he took his seat in the train for Paris. He had sent the following significant telegram to Raoul the night previous: "I will see you tomorrow."